What if Naruto took Sakura all night without break? And next, asterisk exhales asterisk. It would probably be that I'm sorry to everything that happened and to everything that are not supposed to happen. Really, from the bottom of my heart, I hope you can forgive me. I'm not asking for a reply, but if you can give one, that would be great. And finally, this person wants to say thank you. Thank you very much for everything that you've given me and taught me. Chuckles, I know this isn't much, but sorry about that. It's just that it's really cold here, sniff, very cold. Freezing. Sobs. P please. Pause. Click pause. Yours truly anonymous. Bye. Mgood12. It's because I'm a confused, deranged pighead perv. Sakura, wake up. Today's your big day. I'll be down in a minute, Mom. December. Coldest month in the calendar. It's within these days where you wish that you could have lived in the tropics where it's sunny every day. The water's freezing and every day is soup day. Did you remember everything I said? When they put your application form on the top of other forms, don't panic. Tell them about your sick mother and recently died father. What are you saying? I'm right here. I'm just telling our daughter how to land that tenure job. Don't forget the tears, honey. Please stop. You're spoiling our breakfast, Sakura, remember. Just be yourself and show them what you can do. We believe that you can do it. Gulp, why yes. Odo-san. Oka-san. I can say that Mom and Dad are kind of supportive of me, since this is my first job application. Me, being an only child may also have something to do with it. But regardless of that, I'm going. Good luck. We hope you nail it. Hi. I'm very happy of them. People. Everywhere you go, there ought to be some people in it. And when there's people involved, there will always be contradictions. Plenty of contradictions. Train honking pshhhh. Sound of clapping shoes. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Every people have a different label on everyone else they see. For example, the guy that just passed me now, I can tell that he's a med school student just by the way he dressed and his neat appearance. It may or may not be true, but that doesn't matter. People always have different perspective and opposing views. I mean, I may have been finished at school, but our neighbor's son, Kiba-kun, actually thought that I'm one. It's not him alone. There will be others that will look at you differently. A good person, a bad one, or even a washed-up Casanova. In the world these times, having a good image really contributes a lot on life. Miss, excuse me. A more deeper voice called unto her. Trust yourself, Sakura. You can do this. After this, they will be begging for you to work there. There's nothing that can stop me. Excuse. Can I pass, please? This is the first step of my career, and you bet. Ikanma. Please. Can you please let this young man through? The voice raised a higher tone, and it knocked the woman out of her colorful reverie. W what? She pointed to herself. G grandma. A series of silent laughter suddenly filled the crammed-up train. Sakura blushed beet red in embarrassment while the young blonde man in front of him nodded with an annoyed face. I can hear cruel slow-motion laughter. Everybody's turning their heads away and holding handkerchiefs in their mouth. Wait, did they actually believe that I'm that old? Oh no, oh no. They're all looking at me now. What to do? What to do? H here. The woman moved few spaces to the other side and faced the guy with a smile. Never mind. The man grumpily replied while stepping out of the train along with other passengers when the doors opened at some terminal. And as she opened her eyes, she noticed that more people now were staring at her ridiculous form. Sakura turned around, held on a pole, and closed her eyes in humiliation as the train's door closed once more and began moving. Calm yourself down, Sakura. Calm yourself. There is simply no reason getting worked up by a rude person like that. Just go with the flow, exhales. Sakura opened her eyes and leaned back near the window and began gazing on the numerous buildings that popped along the way. She then turned her head in front and glanced at everyone inside. A sigh escaped her lungs as she looked down in anxiousness. Locking her eyes over a particular object that had been rolling over the floor, she slowly bent down and grabbed it by the hand to take a better look. A pen. I guess today's my lucky day, she thought to herself before slipping it in her pockets and sitting at the available space in front of her. Anyway, that guy, she began to picture the vague silhouette of the young man she met earlier. He has blonde hair, even though he barely looks American. I've also noticed that he's in business attire. Maybe he's a mafia syndicate or some loan shark Yakuza overlord. No, he has a suitcase with him. Or maybe he's a drug dealer. Yeah, that's gotta be it. A drug dealer? An evil, rude, ill-tempered drug dealer that preys on innocent young women. Chuckles even so. It's been a while since I have an encounter like that with someone I don't know. I wish this would be a good sign. I hope. PSSSSSH. Shoe clapping sounds. The pink-haired woman snapped back to reality after the train breaks over another terminal. She looked from the window, and when she checked the station name, that doesn't seem right. Excuse me, she uttered to an elderly man beside her who's currently reading a newspaper. Is Tokyo Station after this terminal? With a worried look, the woman still maintained her poise. Oh, sorry there, miss. You might be referring to another terminal line because we've already passed Tokyo Station. Hey, Grandma, please, can you please let this young man through? A vague afterthought suddenly kicked back on her mind, and after a few seconds, wait, let me through. I'm gonna be late. If you're getting pissed this early, a breathy moan escaped a young blonde man as he walked along an overpass, punching the digits on his phone. Cring, hello, it's me, Naruto Neezen. The man held his phone back after getting his ears blown away. It's been a while since you've called here. Yeah, I just got back from my vacation in Hokkaido. How's everything at work? A smile formed on the blondie's face as he walked down the stairs. We're fine. It's lonely, though, without you, Naruto and I. Is that so? He paused by the trash can and threw the gum he had been chewing. Anyway, I'll be returning back there effective tomorrow. That's great. Where are you today? I'm gonna let others know, and then let's have a homecoming party, and as exciting as that sounds, that old fart gave me some penalty. Work here in the office, he said, turning his head left to right not long before spotting a bench a couple of steps away. Sitting afar from the other guy that was already there, he opened his arms and stretched his back before going back on his phone. Is there something else I should know? Oh yeah, here's your new code, Naruto and I. 034. Wait. He heightened his tone before going through his briefcase and grabbing a piece of paper. The young man then looked for a pen in his pockets, breast pocket, and even coat pocket, but there's no pen inside. Where is it? I know I have one here. Never mind. You still there? Me. And it seems that I didn't bring any pen with me at the moment. He scratched his head in embarrassment before gazing at his watch, slouched in the bench with a nonchalant look on his face. Anyway, I have to go. Just text me the code later, K? Sure. No problem. Beep. Yawn. The man took a deep breath and exhaled, looking at the bright blue sky as the wind rustled through his blonde hair. A day like this is just too damn for working, and no, this is implied laziness. With his arms arched in his back, he began closing his eyes and let the boredom sink into his mind. So this is what it's like, being alone. Even after my vacation from work, things are pretty much the same. Naruto stared at the clouds with his half-lit blue eyes, watching the shadows of people pass along his sight. His body slightly disheveled and his mind in constant turbulence. It's not that it's cold enough that he's been thinking of dozing off. It's just that today felt like a good day to think. Beep, beep, beep. This sure is weird. Beep, beep, beep. I'm certain there's something I should be doing by now. Hello? Where the hell are you? You're 30 minutes late now. You dash beep. Now I remember. Ha. A figure of a young woman rose from the corner, running along the snow-covered street steps in her high heels. Sweat drops are forming on her temples as she began to run more earnestly. This is all that guy's fault? If it weren't for him, I would have been first in line. She muttered to herself after turning on a corner and stopping in front of a very steep staircase. Like, very, very steep? My legs are aching so badly. I guess this is the contrary. Probably one of the unlucky days of my life. What am I saying? I'm here now. There's no turning back. Come on, Sakura, you can do this. Here we go. And just like that, she began her first step, slowly picking up pace as she struggles towards reaching her goal. The very pinnacle of her dreams, to be able to work on Tokyo's most recognized newspaper company as their very own journalist. Every step represents the obstacles that will be coming in my way. Every step represents those who will keep me away from this opportunity. I know life's chock full of them, inescapable, but I should not run away from those hindrances, because overcoming every step would lead me to the accomplishment of my own dream. Why, yes, I've made it, the Pinkette cried out after seeing the company logo shining right on her face. It's time. Her hands are clenched tight, probably a metaphor for holding one's dream. Without further ado, the latter took her first steps towards the entrance, filled in anxiousness and confidence. The moment she passed through the entrance, she initially noticed that there were a lot of people inside. People with huge dreams and positive mojo like her. The company's hiring more than one position actually, since keeping a position is tough and everyone is deemed replaceable. Regular employee screenings are done, and because of that, every now and then, there's an open position for hiring. Halls are filled with numerous bulletin boards and stacks of newspaper that gives everything a wholesome professional feel to it. Skipping a beat, Sakura approached the reception for some info and the line that'll accommodate her target job position. Hello. I'm here for the job opening for one of the companies. Journalists, can I ask which line am I going to take? A smile beamed from her face while she waits for the attendant's reply. And it did come after a few seconds. Welcome, sorry for waiting. The line for that position is at the first corner to the left. If you need any more help, I'll gladly help you with that. The reply reached her ears like music as she finally felt the first step of her dream coming true. But before she left the line, something wrong caught her attention. Oh, excuse me. You may have pointed out the wrong room. The guide catalog said that the room for the position would be on the halls on the right. She opened her catalog and pointed out her reason, but her receiver smiled back at her, which is weird. I'm sorry for the misconception. The waiting area I pointed out earlier is actually the right one. We had so many people trying out for the position that we can't accommodate them all at one room, less alone at one line. The line starts from here dash. Sakura looked to where she is pointing and followed her fingers with her eye as she moved them across the halls and into the room at the far end of the room. To there, she finishes, leaving the Pinkette frozen in shock as she gaped in awe at the longest line she had ever seen. I am possible. After bowing her head in apology, she quickly headed towards the end of the line and waited. Just like the other applicants, she waited for minutes to hours. A couple of hours lasted before an usher put the lunch break sign on the door. No, this would take forever. If only I could jump over this people just like I stepped on those steps. Who am I fooling? I could be the first one if that. Calm down. Time flies fast. It'll be my turn before I know it. Sighs a hopeless exhale escaped her lungs. This only proves that even waiting on a line is depressing. She learned that the hard way. An open seat was vacant near her, so she decided to take a break, because if she doesn't, her legs will. I think I should call my mom first. I could need some last-minute advices, she thought, and without much deliberation, dialed her mom's number on her phone. Beep, beep. Sakura, I've been waiting for your call. Well, how was it, Mom? The truth is, I'm still on the waiting line. What? You've left home 2 hours earlier than usual. Something happened on the way? Well, yeah. Thanks to this jerk I've met at the train, I went one terminal ahead than planned. Chuckles on the phone? Maybe that'll turn into something great. I do met your father on the tray. Stop. You're grossing me out, Mom. Ho ho ho. I do hope you do well on your interview. We'll be waiting here for the news. Good luck. Beep. HMF. And I thought Mom would be of any help, feeling terrible. She bowed her head and rested it over the bag on her lap. A total mess. And I thought this will be easy. The young woman smiled nervously while watching the other applicants that are not even moving out of the line. All of them are here for one purpose, and that doesn't mean that they're not willing to kill for that open spot. Just like her, they got their forms bursting with credentials and stuff they know will give them an edge. And the worst part is that most of them have work experience. Unlike for her who just finished studying. Grumble. Sakura held her bag closer to hide her shame, thinking that her workout earlier may have something to do with this. Fushi looked at her spot and noticed that there were no one after her. This is punishment for my sins. Save me, divine intervention. The Pinkette whispered unto herself before standing up and walking towards the vending machine to grab something to eat and drink. The waiting line never even budged a centimeter by the time she finished eating. feeling played by destiny itself. She goes back at the line and continued to wait as minutes ticked off and hours flew by the clock without her noticing. Her once refreshed look turned for the worse as time withered her spirit and enthusiasm. Yet, even after the sudden relapse of events, she never gave up the goal as she continued the pep talk to herself. Don't look at it as some horrible prank played by the fates. Look at this as an opportunity. Now that I'm last on the line, I'm going to be the freshest on the conductor's mind. Yeah, and it doesn't matter if or not I have experience. I'm going to be something that they want. I can do this. This will be the luckiest day of my life. Are you okay, miss? A subtle voice opened her eyes to reality. She blinked a couple of times more before noticing that the line before her is completely gone. Why, yes. I am here for the tenure. Spot of the company's journalist, she said with glee while the usher pointed her towards the room and told her to wait. Hey! The usher was called inside the room while Sakura waited outside nervously. Can I go now? But sir, there's one more applicant on the waiting list. Then tell her to go back tomorrow. That'll be great. For me, that is. But sir. Okay. Fine. Let her in and let's wrap this already. Oh no, Sakura. The woman felt her heart skip a beat after hearing her name getting called by a cold voice from inside the room. Hands clenched on her side, she walked towards the door as the usher opened her eyes towards the much-awaited moment that she wanted. Her dream, just an interview away. Why you? The pinkette opened her eyes after hearing a man's voice called onto her. And the moment she opened her eyes, in no way. I am possible. The world turned black and shattered into a million pieces. Her dreams into million pieces. Oh gosh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Well, clears throat Sakura-chan. Why don't we have a seat? Absolutely, without a doubt. This is worst day of my life. /n and in chapter 1. I hope you like it and feel free to comment. Note, don't let the prologue confuse you. It would be important on the later part of the story. How destiny works? Is this the end? After all the dreaming, scheming, and waiting for this moment to arrive, it's going to end, and there's nothing I can do. There was complete and utter silence. The atmosphere is as cold as the temperature outside the squeaky white room. Tension slowly builds up as the young blonde glanced through every nook and cranny of her resume. Focused, intense blue eyes roamed the paper from left to right, looking past her form with scrutiny. Sakura, on the other hand, remains glued onto her seat and behaves like some goody-two-shoes toddler. Unable to speak and coerce him because of fear and embarrassment, she now sulks in silence while watching him from afar do his job. His body is slouched back on the comfy office chair, cross-legged in a gentlemanlike manner. The man's face showed no emotion, still cold and plain like snow. He has light brown skin all over, but it seems that none of these physical appearances are helping him from getting mistaken for a foreigner. Beautiful. Sakura slowly paced back to consciousness, only to find the young man staring at her with an indifferent look. Clear's throat, she immediately looked down and pretended doing something else, while her conductor ignored the action and goes back on business. Titi, that was close. I'm glad he didn't notice that I'm looking at him. That should have pissed him more, and that would totally kill me chances on actually nailing this thing. Sakura, why did you leave your house so early? If you waited for the second train, then everything would be going as planned. And I don't have to deal with this ill-tempered BA. Coughs. Naruto covered his mouth with a handkerchief, sending a chilling touch on her spine. His eyes, not even leaving the folder while doing so. Did he hear my thoughts? Who am I fooling? Of course not. That's impossible. Duh. Anyway, why does it feel so heavy whenever I'm near this guy? It's like the pressure is suddenly rising, and it's getting harder to breathe. The more I think about him, anticipating his decline, the more I feel bad at myself. And yes, I know that's not the right thing to do. I should stay on the positive side. Yeah, be optimistic, Sakura. I should believe that my pain and hard work on school will pay off. The blonde sat up straight and gave her a dispassionate look. Wait a minute. Why did he stop reading? Is there something wrong with my form? No. I've put everything inside my resume. I think this is more than enough. Flip. This is certainly not enough. he uttered in a cold voice as he laid down the folder and used his hand to slide it towards the other end of the desk. Eh. The Pinkette leaned forward with a surprised look. Pardon, she said, taking it as a joke. I'm saying that your credentials are good, but they're not enough for this tenure position. Naruto replied back monotonously, stretching his back and closing his eyes while the woman in front of him panicked. But I graduated at the top of my class. I've received many awards and accomplishments in the writing field. Now you're telling me it's not enough? She answered back in a fiery and heightened tone, catching the man's attention as he opened his eyes and faced her once more. The guy before you won a Kawaba Izanari Prize for Literature award. He paused, clasping both of his hands in between. Twice. The final word echoed in her ears, leaving her speechless and much of her self-confidence stripped off. A minute passed by with neither of them talking until the clock struck 5 and Naruto finally decided to break the ice. I guess. The blonde stood up and grabbed his coat from the rack. That answers that. A yawn escaped his lips while fixing his suitcase in front of her dumbfounded form. Excuse me, he said to her in the same non-caring tone before setting his eyes on the door. The moment he's been waiting for. Naruto reminisced in his thoughts and relished the things he's going to do back home. Finally, after 10 agonizing hours, I can do what I want now. A job like this probably has the highest suicidal rate here in Japan. I mean, seriously, I can't shake off the feeling that the old man gave me this job because no one would dare take it. Or worse, wasting a whole day, sitting on a chair and giving guidance counseling to people who are just not what this company needs. I could have been joining Kono-kun in that homecoming party. Damn, I want to drink a lot of sake, and a big bowl of ramen would certainly hit the SP. Wait, a woman's voice called upon his attention. W, what are you doing? He raised an eyebrow over the Pinkette applicant who was now grabbing him by the wrist, still resisting about the result. I've already told you. We need more experienced candy. Is this about the commotion earlier? She pouted while staring at him, leaving the man so helplessly annoyed. What are you saying? This has nothing to do with that. Because it's not fair if you're turning me down this offer because of that. Sakura bowed her head in order to pity-talk the blonde. The same blonde who's now more aggravated than ever. Come on, miss. I really want to leave this place. Yes, I've got him where I'd want him. A little more and he'll have no choice but to give me this job. Please reconsider. This is my one chance to reach my dreams. Those 85 applicants have their own dreams too, but I turned them down. Now, be a sport and let go. This is bad. My chances of employment is down to 5%. And my mom's sick. And my dad recently died sobs. That's depressing. Let me bring you a gift after I visit those applicants' houses for their sick moms and dead spouses as well. For percent, I said let go. No, come on. People are starting to suspect what we are doing here. A blush formed on Sakura's face. Y pervers. 3%. Let go of my arm. What's with your brute strength anyway? Accept my résumé. My dad's gonna kill me if I don't come home with a job. But you just told me that your dad was dead. He will die at some point. 2%. Ah, you're so frustrating. Just accept my application form, and I'll let you go. You can pry from my cold, dead hands. W8? You're not serious, are you? 1%. This has to end. Let go, or I'm calling security. Please. I'm begging you. Just take a chance with me. I can show you what I can do. I am very sorry. But if this job meant so much for you, what do you think it was for the other applicants I turned down earlier? And as simple as that statement, she lets go off his wrist and slowly tilted her head down. Because it is true, it's not fair for her to claim the job. It's not fair for those other 85 applicants that had their hopes and dreams shattered before her. And it's not right for a woman like her to act like this in front of a gentleman like him. So, she lets go off his wrist. Even though, by letting go off his wrists, she lets go off her dreams. It's time to face the fact that she wasn't good enough for the job position, and there are some people who are better than her. Naruto, on the other hand, just finished catching his breath when he saw her broken figure sitting restless on the chair. No matter how much he wanted to hire those applicants and not break their dreams. This is how it was supposed to be. Life's just too hard to be taken by easily, and only those who deserve it can achieve their dreams. Simple as that. The blond man fixes his tie and put on his coat before leaving, without saying another word. It's kind of mixed emotions right now, feeling sorry, but getting awfully annoyed, which is by far not a good combination. With no more words to say, he shut down the lights and said goodbye to the ushers outside before silently slamming the door closed, permanently putting the halt on the young woman's dreams, putting things back to where they're supposed to be and letting them know where they stand. It just killed her. Why? This is not happening. I'm so close from reaching my dreams. And I totally blew it. Train honking PSSSSH. Sound of clapping shoes. Excuse me. Coming through. I guess I should tell my parents when I go back home. I owe them the truth at least. Although all the things he said earlier was true, I never imagined coming home without accomplishing anything. And to think chuckles that I'm very certain on grabbing that spot so easily. Who am I fooling? It'll be a miracle for someone like me to be able to work there. PSSSSH. Asterisk or open asterisk. People sure do a lot of contradictions. They want to step up and they want to back down. They'll make you feel good. Then they make you feel bad. I thought I was right, but then I was wrong. I'm home. The door opened, revealing Sakura's pale face as she entered her house in gloom. She popped out of her heels and slowly took steps with her bare feet. A quiet and serene atmosphere made her notice that her parents must have went out. They're always noisy. ING up the house that it felt odd without it. The lights are also shut off, which is weird because the last time she checked, her folks still knew when to pay the electric bill. Where are they? She thought to herself, squabbling with the big news and all. But then suddenly, she heard a couple of laughter at the dining room, and so decided to check. The light on that room was also open when she turned on the corner. And after thinking to herself that she has nothing left to hide, the Pinkette slides the door open only to find both of her parents staring at her, like they're expecting her presence all along. Welcome back, Sakura. Her mother stood up and held her hand, making her feel something welling up inside. Like a thorn is removed from her heart. Nothing feels painful with a mother's touch. We've been waiting for you to come back, so we can eat dinner together. Her father followed up with his eyes still glued on the newspaper. Sit, the food's getting cold. The man closed the pages and looked at his daughter, who appeared to be shocked and disdainful at the same time. I've also prepared your favorite syrup-coated anko dumplings and a plate of omebashi, Mrs. Haruno said with a smile. Sakura felt her mom's hands tap her back and leads her towards the table, which resembles that of most occasional banquets. The family had a couple of laughs, and for a single moment, the Pinkette felt so overjoyed that she couldn't help herself but to cry. Drip, like a dam that had burst. Her eyes were overflowed with tears, lining over her cheeks and falling onto the tablecloth. Her parents, who were supposed to be shocked and concerned, could have been more sympathetic as they watched their daughter sulk her heart out in silence. Sniff, I am very sorry, Mom, Dad. She bowed down her head, not wanting them to see her like this. I didn't get the job. They said I'm not good enough. Sakura. Her mother called her name, but she didn't budge. She knew that her parents have always been supportive of her, and in return, she failed them. And now she can't look at them without feeling any less or part least heartbroken. Sobs, all the hard work and effort vanished in 15 minutes. And the worst part is that I made such a fool of myself, and Sakura's lips were sealed when her mother pulled her into her arms and wrapped her in a tight embrace. It's okay. It's okay. You've already done so much. She smiled, looking past her spouse who's silently drinking tea and letting her handle the problem. I'm sorry that you had to prepare something like this for me. Even though, honey, the older woman paused. We already knew long before you told us. An unusual reply suddenly clogged her eyes and made her glance in awe at her parents who, in any sense, are both smiling. How? Sakura diligently asked while wiping both of her eyes with a blanket, calming down a bit. A series of seconds passed before her mom answered the question. It's because you always call me whenever you accomplish something. The whole afternoon, you never answered my calls, so I knew there's something wrong. She cupped her daughter's face and replied once more. And also, this food is not for pity, dear. I made this meal to congratulate you, because for the first time, you've finally experienced failure just like any other person. Sakura's dad laughed out loud and ruffled his young girl's pink locks. That's right. Both of us are really happy that we finally saw you cry, Dash. Ow! He cried in pain when she knuckled him on the head. Don't include me in your silly statements, mister. But that's exactly the reason you made her favorite bonk. Ow! Don't ruin the moment for our dot. They stopped, slowly turning their heads towards their little girl who can't stop herself from laughing. Tears once more flowed on those orbs, but now they came from a good source. That's better. They both smiled, pulling their angel in for a family hug. Sakura. She remained holding her daughter while her husband went back to sitting and took another sip of tea. You will always be perfect to our eyes. Her voice lingered on the Pinkette's ears, resonating like it sounded like music. To make a long story short, we just want you to know that making a mistake is a part of life. Her dad added up to the discussion, casting a frown on his wife when she glared at him for ruining their moment. And those mistakes are the one that'll make you better. My, the food's getting cold. The three looked at the delicious meal in front of them and grinned all together. Itadakimasu. Mom, Dad, thank you. The night sky turned dark blue by the time the noise from Haruno household finally stopped. And one by one, the lights at every house began flickering off till the whole neighborhood gets covered by the blanket of the evening haze. The day is over, and it's about time for the night to take over the worn-out souls of people scorned by it. Upon the midst of twilight is a new day born out of mystery. Another day filled with uncharted seas and winds that blow in different directions. And another day that'll write another chapter in everyone's lives. BRRR. A young blonde man suddenly woke up in bed under shivers, still dressed in his half-open long-sleeve shirt and slept with his socks on. From the looks of it, he had a rough but gracious night. On the table beside him, there are stacks of ravaged ramen cups and 3 empty bottles of sake. The pillows are all on the floor, the TV's been open overnight, and so are the windows, which explains the freezing temperature. He softly muttered, palming his forehead and rubbing his eyes off the morning glory. After lying on the bed for a few minutes, he rose up and sat lazily while looking at the clock, which says 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. He tried thinking about something with sleepy eyes before those orbs forcefully opened up in shock. Crap, I'm late for work. The sun began rising from the east like any other day. And just like any other day, the same old boring routine of life began into play. People walking along sidewalks, cars moving in different directions. It's like a broken album reverting back to the same song over and over again. But what fun would life be if there are no surprises? For every day is a day filled with tons of detours and U-turns that comes along every revelation. Good morning, and my name is Sakura Haruno, and I would like to apply on the job you're offering. You may think that after what happened yesterday, I would never go back. Guess what I did? Okay, please wait a minute. Only stronger and more determined than I ever was. And my target's still the same, and it'll never change. He said I lack experience. I'm going to have as much job experience as anyone could. And I'll return to that office and have him begging for me to work there. Well, is there something wrong? But there's this tiny problem. I'm sorry, Ms. Haruno, but you're not the person we're looking for. Oh, door closed. A writer like me couldn't possibly work on a mail office. Gwa, she puffed out, wiping her mouth after downing a water bottle to the last drop. Sakura was sitting on a park bench by the time she took a break from her job hunting. Knowing that she had a bad start, the Pinkette tried to remain optimistic and uplifting as possible. Asterisk size, she frowned, slashing a part of the newspaper with a red pen. This is harder than I thought it would be. It's much easier when Dad said it last night. I've went to every place to search for open jobs, but I didn't get much luck. I guess even jobs are frozen in December. And the ones that are open didn't end as much as I expected it to be. Flashback, a job in the bakery. After reading resume, Ms. Haruno, do you even know anything about baking? Yeah, I don't really have experience, but I have good leadership skills. Plus, I think I've tasted every one of your cakes. Is that a yes? A job in a drugstore. Sakura, would you get me a bottle of chlorpheniramine and dextromethorphan? Sakura, are you listening? Sorry, can you please repeat? I'm kind of lost in the middle. A job as a nursery teacher. Your credentials are good, Ms. Haruno, but I want to clear that we need someone with experience in handling toddlers. Yes, I just love children. I even have a little sister that I've always took care of. Looks at her resume, but it says here, you're an only child. Asterisk, awkward silence, asterisk. Even a job in Yamanaka flower shop. The pinkette took a good look on the shop sign, but after a few minutes, she turned the other way and continued to walk, smiling to herself. Never gonna happen. End of flashback. And with male woman crossed out of the ads, there's only one job left, and I don't know if it'll be appropriate for my forte. But still, a job is a job, and if they need people with work experience, there's no reason not to take it. So ready yourself, Sakura. Fingers crossed. Let's hope that working in a coffee shop would be your destiny. After 30 minutes, I never thought that getting in was so easy, the pinkette thought to herself, looking past all the people who seems to be noisily enjoying their cup of caffeine. Getting a job in a coffee shop never entered her mind, and immediately taking a position of cashier took her from behind as well. She guesses that some companies are not picky on the employees they're taking. Anyway, it doesn't matter what job it is. She just needs the experience before another position comes open. So for now, Sakura will just be working here, indulged in sleep, inhibiting fumes and scalding steamed milk. Hello, what would be your order? Wait, let me guess. Is it coffee? Why, yes. Can I have a cup of that brown thing? A customer pointed at the list, and Sakura followed with her eyes. She smiled back and makes her a cup of medium drip, otherwise known as that brown thing. Cling, the sound of door chimes twinkled. Another sleep-induced customer comes to the store. Thank you. Enjoy your coffee. Sakura bowed down as the pleased customer walks away to her respective table. And when she tilted her head up to recover, another one appears in front of the line. She took a deep breath and readied herself for yet another conversation, and hoped it'll not be one of her classmates. The woman gave a beaming smile and greeted the customer with heartwarming discourse. She then took a look through her half-lit eyes. A man, light brown skin, coat and tie, blonde hair. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to COF. A series of flashbacks entered her mind, and before the pinkette could notice his heart stopping identity, she was already talking to him. Sakura paused and looked at the blonde with shocked eyes, feeling a twitching pain on her chest. Oh, I'll be having a medium-sized mocha fra. The man's smile disappeared in an instant. You, he exclaimed in a mad sense of déjà vu. Sakura remained motionless, standing in front of him like a statue while he tottered in confusion. Okay, where's the camera? I know I'm in those half-assed reality shows. Is this some kind of lame prank? Naruto turned around and tried to regain back his composure, pacing back his sight towards the cashier ledge. Ah, he mumbled, staring at the empty stall with the pinkette suddenly gone. Where did she go? The blonde turned his head towards the door before catching a split-second glimpse of her closing the door and running away in fear and embarrassment. Why? Why now? Why, when I finally thought I could do it, he will then appear and topple my hopes down the floor. Sobs. Sakura ran outside, wiping her tears as she continued to go as far as she can away from him. I don't know the reason why I'm doing this. All I know is that it's painful and humiliating. My heart feels that every time I see his face. Haha, wait, miss. What's the problem? Is there something wrong? He said, breath after shallow breath, trying to catch up with her. Sakura noticed his presence and tried to run faster. Wait, why are you running away from me? His words eventually reached her ears, and that's when she decided to stop, halting in front of the park with him hot on her trail. Hey, why did you run away from M-? What's your problem? Why are you always appearing to me, trying to make me feel bad? She retaliated back in anger, glaring at him with teary eyes while he stood there dumbfounded. How the hell is this my fault? Are you still thinking about what happened yesterday? Are you angry at me because I didn't dash? Yes, I am. And I know it's wrong, but I can't help myself but to feel devastated, the pinkette told him with a straight face, holding back her tears as much as possible. The man didn't reply. He looked at her with apathy, though deep inside he's concerned. He knew that he's partly responsible, and no matter how hard he tried, there's nothing much he can do. I'm sorry, Naruto uttered in a subtle tone, head turned down and hands held back on his side. And no, she immediately replied back, wiping her eyes and facing him once more. I was out of line. I apologized for the trouble. A smile formed on her face before bowing down and began walking away. But before she could even do a single step, the young man held her wrists, causing a blush fluster on her cheeks. Let me make it up to you. Sakura looked back and noticed his deep blue eyes locking against hers. I'll treat you to lunch, my treat. Okay. The man finishes with a smile, softly dragging her along with him as they went to find some place to eat. Deep inside, Sakura never thought that of all times, of all place, and of all people, it was him. The pinkette was so lost for words that she never even thought of refusing and just went with the flow. Eating for free with the one who destroyed your dreams. How awkward and lucky can she get? And come to think of it, it's been a long time since she ate lunch with somebody else than her parents. All the anger and frustration that welled up inside her heart suddenly diminished. And it felt light, rather than his pressuring aura before. The man did have more sides than a box would have, she thought, looking at him from the back before they entered an open-spaced Italian restaurant near the park. Sip, you've got to admit the wine here's great, he said to the pinkette, who was watching him all along. She didn't try talking back, and so Naruto tried to be formal. The blonde smiled, putting the glass of red wine down. I haven't formally introduced myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, 21 years old. I've been working in Japan times for almost 2 years now. Pleased to meet you. A chill traveled on Sakura's spine when she noticed him looking at her eyes. Pleasure's all mine, she replied as he chuckled at the awkwardness of it. All right, your name is Sakura, right? Sakura Haruno. He asked and noticed her shyly nodding at him. Is there something wrong with my face? And no, she replied back. It's that I've never really had lunch with somebody for a long time, she said in a less defensive tone. Well, isn't that good? First time for everyone. The man continued eating, while just like before, she was watching him along the way. A few minutes passed, and their once famished spirits blowed in content. The table was cleared off the plates as the waiter passed them, and a more awkward atmosphere came into scene. Thanks for the meal, Naruto-san. Sakura gave thanks and bowed her head. You don't have to be that polite. He answered back while watching the woman, as she opened her bag and grabbing out a notebook and a folded newspaper. Getting the urge to ask, the blonde opened his lips. What are you doing? Crossing out coffee shop employee from the ad section, she said without restraint, streaking a red line through it. And when she turned her head, the man was looking. Double eight. You're going to be late for work. Lunch break is almost over. Sakura had a confused look when the man started laughing in front of her. Let's just say I woke up on the other side of the bed this morning. An hour earlier. Beep. Beep. Hello, old man. It's me, Narrate. It's the first day. Yes. And you're late. Yes. And your zipper's open. Yes. Why what? Aji-san, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Give me more time. Don't bother. I'll kick your ass when I see you here today. Take a day off. This will be deducted in your paycheck. Wait. Beep. Back to reality. Sakura was writing on her notebook by the time Naruto finished reminiscing his thoughts. By sheer curiosity, perhaps, he was compelled to the pink notebook adorned with stickers. Let me take a look. He grabbed it from her, looking past the pages with blinding speed. Her penmanship's good. Every letter seems feasible. Wait, this writing style seems very, very familiar. He thought to himself, a second before a fist flew to his arm. AW. The man dropped the notebook and looked at her pissed-off face. You. Pighead. She slipped her notepad inside her bag and walked away towards the exit. Sakura-chan. Wait. The man stood up and slipped a bill on the table. Sakura-chan. Sadash. He stopped after colliding with a suspicious man who said sorry and walked away fast. It's probably because of watching reruns of crime shows every night that made him notice and had suspicion. And yes, when he reached under his pocket and felt nothing inside, the blonde sprang out of the shop and went berserk. Hey, you, give me back my wallet. Naruto yelled on the top of his lungs, catching some attention. The other man notices and panicked, running faster than the blonde. And when it seems like all hope is lost, he saw the pinkette a few meters in front of the man. Sakura, behind you. Stop that thief. What do you want in dash? She turned back and saw a man fast approaching. A mere second passed by when she decoded the screams of the blond man, and the world turned black. Whack! The sound of breaking bone echoed along the streets. She opened her eyes and found the man lying unconscious, knocked up cold. Naruto stood there dumbfounded by the Pinkette's sheer awesomeness and power as the sun's rays illuminated her glorious form. What a woman! Looks like I overdid it, she thought to herself, while noticing Naruto's presence approaching the scene. Stopping right in front of her, he grabbed his wallet back and took time to recover his breath. What now? You want a piece of this too? Sakura replied, after feeling annoyed by him once more. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? The young man recovered and asked her with a straight face. Feeling that he may be trying to pick her up, she replied back with anger. Are you making a fool of me? I'm asking you seriously. He paused and raised an eyebrow. Well, do you? Naruto raised a tone and grabbed something on his wallet. No, I don't. What is this Akshua? She paused in awe after seeing the man's hand extended to her, with a small card stuck between his fingers. Go to the main office tomorrow. Orientation starts at 8, so don't be late. Bring everything that'll be needed and wear an office attire. The blond man looked at the other way while she tries to regain composure, looking at the business card with wobbly hands. Uzumaki, Naruto managing editor. A/N? Hiya. Sorry for the length there. I was thinking of cutting this into 2 parts, but I thought that combining the 2 would make it more wholesome to read. Anyway, RNR. Thanks for subscribing. Dreams from the inside. They said that a woman's dream can be of 4 selections. First is to settle down and find a man that can cook and clean a house. Second is to have a good marriage and a family of her own. Third is to sustain personal insecurities with clothes, jewelry, and money. And last is probably to eat whatever she wants without getting fat. Although I don't see where getting a professional job fit in those categories, I won't bother finding it. Because my dreams are of personal satisfaction, to be exact. With my own 2 feet, I want to stand with pride and independence. I'm already a young adult, so I got to have a more reasonable and corporeal vision, which I knew, to myself, I can achieve. PSSSSH. Door open, sound of shoes clapping. Excuse me. Coming through. Good morning. Sakura skimmed along the crowd with glee, humming creepy renditions of La 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 while doing so. The walk from the station to work seemed to be breeze, now that she wasn't in a hassle like the first time. The month chipped away a few centigrade off the temperature, creating a small drizzle of snow around the city of Tokyo. She looked up in the sky, glancing on the exquisite mixture of a few nimbus clouds and the sun's aftershade blending with the sleet. Then a tint of frost then pelted her lips, melting in between the cracks as it stretches and forms into a smile. Lovely, a whisper disperses into the wind as she continued trailing off towards the sidewalk and onto her destination. It took some time before the stairs welcomed the Pinkette on her way up. But after taking the first step, everything felt lighter than they were before. Deep sighs. I just can't believe this happening so fast. The other day, I was just some hopeless dreamer. Yet the day after that, well, still a dreamer, with a coffee twist. But now, as if like magic, it all became reality. It's like perceiving something invisible and intangible. A complete miracle happened to me. I guess the divine entity watching from above finally saw my potential and sends a blessing in disguise, in a form of an obnoxious, weirdly yellow-haired creep. Regardless of that, now that I have held it in my hands, I'm never letting it go. Never gonna let go. I guess this is it. The Pinkette whispered unto herself, standing on top of the stairs, breathing heavily with her joyful face. She's wearing an office suit, just like Naruto prescribed, and got everything that she'll ever need inside a brown box which she carries on her arms. Face to face with the company sign, the woman took a second for a breather, but found herself unable to contain the anxiety. Exclamation point. She squealed silently, clenching her hands tight with loosely shut eyes as other people passed by, ignoring her presence. The feeling, the excitement, and possibly her raging pheromones may have something to do with it. But there's one thing she knew for sure. Although it pained her to say it herself, it wouldn't be possible if it weren't for Nashi suddenly froze up, though she swears it's not the weather's fault. If it weren't for whom? A man's voice made her tremble in surprise, likewise as she felt a hand clamp down her shoulder. She knew that tone and the arrogant accent. It's him, she thought to herself. You know you tend to think aloud. His voice brought another blush of embarrassment. Naruto, WH. Did you just arrive? The pinkette turned around and fidgeted after seeing the man's sleepy blue eyes locked onto hers. She then glanced at him from top to bottom. His spiky blonde hair, uncoiffed, but it looked a certain way that gets a girl's attention. He was wearing a long-sleeve shirt and vest complete with a tie and black pants. But then she noticed him noticing her and immediately turned her head down for a cover-up, withdrawing into her mind under screams. Why am I bothered? It was nothing. Naruto just looked. You just look good. That's all. Nah, I came an hour ago. He replied back lazily, looking at the other way, but then noticed the box she had been carrying around her arms. It's a complete borso. I decided to walk around a bit. The blonde finishes, grabbing it from her grasp and frowning back on her day's form. Though the reason I came early because the old man would have killed me if I missed another day. The awkwardness wore off after several minutes, just like the snow as it gradually stopped falling. Sakura turned her head towards the man, wanting to ask something, but found him looking at the sky with soulless eyes. Are you okay? She moved back a little step while Naruto looks back with a rather peeved manner. Considering how much life you squeezed out of me with that hug yesterday. Yeah, I guess so. A brief flashback entered the pinkette's mind. She remembered herself, crushing him with an embrace right after belting out the big news. A flicker of white and yellow flashed before her eyes, snapping her back to reality. So, he paused and looked at his watch. Are you ready? The man finishes, raising an eyebrow at the young woman who just felt her blood boiled with anticipation. Yes, I'm very ready. In fact, I've been anxious about this moment the whole night that Sakura stopped talking when she noticed his presence gone. She looked from left to right, but can't find him around the area. Are you going to stand there all day? Let's go. A husky voice caught her attention. Naruto's already on the entrance when it got to her senses, looking back at her from a distance as she ran towards him with utter displeasure. I just can't believe this man. He can be sweet, but with a bitter aftertaste. He can be rough, but can also be as smooth as velvet. He's someone whose personalities I can't decode. Faster. Wait, I am coming. If only I could care, I would certainly like to know. The two entered the office with a sort of cat and dog relationship. Naruto was walking fast, ignoring any hindrances while the woman tries to catch up with him. Thud. The blonde put down the box atop a glass table, walking towards the reception hall while Sakura sat on a couch to rest her aching bumps. He chit-chatted with some attendant, and afterwards, they grabbed box and hid it under the desk. Hey! The man called for the pinkette, who was busy roaming her head around every corner of the hallway, admiring its beauty. I'll leave your stuff here. You can go fetch it up after the orientation. He reminded her while she grunts and pouts after hearing him talk. Wow, that's so gentlemanlike of you. She stood up and walked towards him. And that's so ladylike of you. Naruto jokingly replied back, looking at a certain point while the woman felt suspicious and does the same. Yet to her horror, she found the upper button of her shirt open, revealing some skin. Pervert. Bonk. Ow. What did I do? Why you looked? She replied back silently, trying not to let other people hear their conversation. The man scratches his head in dismay, opened his eyes, and looked at her with a clear message. Don't worry. Naruto leaned his head, with his mouth a few inches from her ears. I didn't see anything, he then whispered, pausing, with a grin. 'Cause there's nothing to see in the first place. The blonde finishes, walking past her dumbfounded form. Sakura, on the other hand, felt like her dignity was stepped on over and over again. Her femininity questioned. Though it would be easy for her to snap him into two, she thought of the consequences, thinking that an opportunity like this comes once in a lifetime. Utilizing what's left of her thinning layer of patience, she calmed herself down and looked back at the managing editor, who's now standing in front of an elevator. Oi, are you coming or what? He uttered with his usual displeasing tone as she silently stepped beside him. He can sense that the pinkette was pissed. And rest assured, she won't go down easily. Naruto broke down into a smirk, with her noticing while they both wait for the elevator door to open. It took a few seconds before the blonde received his long-awaited reply. Naruto can... You're mean. I know. Good. Ding. The door finally opened, and a full house appeared before them. A few exited, and afterwards made a few space for them to enter. Gee, good morning, sir. An employee bowed his head down to greet the blonde, who on the other hand was smiling back as he entered inside with haste. The young woman also followed, but when her foot touched the floor, a red button flashes on the side. It says, over maximum weight capacity, and she knew it'll not be long before her precious companion would do something to blow her top off. And she guessed it right. She heard a soft chuckle coming from inside, and she bet heaven knew it was none other than him. The employees who are currently in load are looking intently at her, maybe wanting to get her off. Realizing the situation, she bowed down and turned away. But before the pinkette can withdraw her foot off, the blonde grabbed her wrist. In Naruto, she muffled down a tone as he looked at her and moved his head left to right. Don't. The young man scratches his head, looking at the other tenants and employees taking the elevator with utmost discomfort. See, can someone let this young woman in? I'm really sorry for the trouble, but we're kinda in a hurry. He stopped, not long before one goes out, then another, a couple of more. All of them saying, of course, sir, no problem, sir, and the ever more disturbing, I hope you two won't be late, sir. Naruto tried hard to hide his dismay. What's that supposed to mean? They're thinking we're going to do something else. Thank you. He happily waved back at them, still holding her wrist as he pulled her inside the now empty elevator. The doors closed shut in between, and the elevator music came into play. It's just like they're strangers, like they were 2 days ago. There was no conversation, like there's a void separating them in between. Deep inside Sakura's heart, a volatile blend of the emotions are being churned. She didn't know a person as stubborn as him could show little compassion when he wanted to. Noticing they're halfway towards the floor that'll be conducting the orientation, she decided to break the ice herself. Thanks, a subtle expression of gratitude escaped her lips, looking at the man who has his eyes closed from the beginning. Getting a clear picture that he won't reply, she decided yet another attempt to get his attention. Are you always using your position to scare other people? She looked down, playing with her fingers and waiting for his answer. The man opened one eye and rolling his pupil on the side to look at her, not moving his head. Yeah, I guess so. She earned his well-awaited reply. You know you could be good if you try. Sakura smirked when he faced her and opened the other eye, showing his usual grumpy look. Is that so? That is so. Ding! The door opened with neither of them noticing. Naruto quickly stepped out and walked in a certain direction while she followed him on his tail. The woman marveled around the beautiful hallway that encompassed the whole building. She just adored the feeling of professionalism that lingers in the air of these very halls she's walking through. The rooms are great, the people seem nice, and the view from above is inspiring. It's what she's always been dreaming of, and it all happens today. Here, the blonde stopped at a certain room before turning back and facing her pacified look. He lets out a deep sigh before sharing her a cup of this is. The old man would be conducting your orientation as well as the interview. She nods with curiosity, carefully listening to every one of his words. Old man, she asked right after, not wanting another guy like him to be his proctor. A picture of a jolly and happy-go-lucky grandpa entered her thoughts, and she felt like she got this in the bag. The editor-in-chief, Jiraiya Jizen, he said with a nonchalant demeanor. The editor-in-chief? The pinkette flinched after hearing his explanation. She didn't expect a person with that caliber to spend some time with a new employee like her. Although it will be a grand and chivalrous encounter for her, she felt pessimistic about getting tongue-tripped and such things like that. She tried to fight the anxiety in her mind, but then failed when she saw the blonde walking away from her. Good luck, he whispered. Wait, aren't you going to join me? A hopeless sigh was heard from the man when she called him for help. Isn't it your interview? He said in an annoyed tone. Why, yeah, but you want me to bottle feed you too? The man sneered, popping a vein on Sakura's head. You can do this by yourself. I'm sorry, but I'm going to do something else. Naruto turned around and started walking away from her. But just when everything seems to be in motion, A familiar voice stopped him on his tracks, petrified to his very core. Why in such a hurry, you brat? The worst-case scenario happened. His face became white as snow, as if he saw a ghost. That's the reason why he wanted to leave as early as possible, and she just had to kill time. Damn old man, he clenched his teeth in dismay as the door began to open from the inside. You have some guts showing yourself here today. Naruto felt a part of his soul escaped his body as the door screeched with the editor-in-chief coming outside, immediately spotting the blonde on his right. Crunch, the old man flexes his fingers, making audible bone-cracking noises. Good morning, sir. I am Sakura Haruno, and sir, I'm here for the interview. Sir. She stood up straight and tried the best she can to smile and look calm as possible. The older man noticed her and smiled gleefully. Oh, what a young, beautiful lady. He looked insane, steam puffing out of his nostrils. Sakura swore for a second. She saw the blonde's afterimage on the chief's snazzy grin. This feels bad. Just in time, the man looked on the clock. Come in, he uttered unto her, and then she entered the room without any more questions. But Jiraiya remained outside, still looking at the younger man with certainty. You. Naruto's eyes suddenly widened in fear. You're going to join us. And just with a snap of his fingers, the fierce managing editor turned into a loyal puppy as he follows the pink-haired woman inside the room. A smile appeared on the editor-in-chief's face before going inside as well, closing the door shut to avoid any disturbances. How old are you? Immediately after sitting in his chair, the interview commenced. Sakura was on the other side while Naruto sat adjacent to her. It took a mere second before the chief's question got answered. 21 years old. You're as young as this brat. He replied back before pacing his eyes on the bothered blonde, who kept looking on the other way. Can I look at one of your works? Sakura hastily handed her resume at him and answered back. I've compiled everything inside. Here it is, sir. The old man took a glance, and after a while of reading, he looked at the younger man with confidentiality. What are you trying to do? Naruto, just like always, you're keeping me intrigued with these decisions that you make. Asterisk coughs, asterisk, before I go on. Her resume was laid down the table. The editor-in-chief let the two wet themselves in anxiousness as they sat awaiting for his announcement. Are you guys dating? Words can't describe Jiraiya's happiness when he saw the both of them blush in response, especially his precious little managing editor, who's now glaring at him with dissonance. And no, he's just, an acquaintance, she spoke in pieced-up sentences, trying to maintain her smile as she cleared things up for him. Sure you were? The editor-in-chief thought to himself while glancing at her form, which looks like someone about to poop in his perspective. We just frequently met, you old fart. That's all, the blonde followed up, evidently showing his displeasure with him. His words were then matched with a swift yet powerful hand of justice. Ah! Naruto cried in pain when a rolled-up newspaper smacked his head like a fly splattered dead on. Who are you calling old man EI? I'm still in my late 40s, you cheeky little bastard. He pounded him with another, while Sakura watched them like she didn't exist in the room. But she had to admit, what the chief's doing with him is downright funny. It never came to her thinking that Naruto could be this submissive to someone. Well, he is now. H.M.E. The older man fixes himself, while the younger one palmed the bumps on his head. Anyway, Ms. Haruno, here in Japan times we expect nothing less from the best you can provide. He then gazed at Naruto, who has his eyes closed and a frown on his face. It's very rare and unusual for Naruto to recommend someone, and considering that he did, I'll surely have high hopes in your abilities. Sakura's face turned pale white as she was drowned in pressure and expectations. Can we count on your professional and loyal services? Yes, sir, she answered without hesitation and with complete sincerity to herself. Jiraiya felt a similar essence from her spirit with a certain someone as he smiled back at her with content. Good. Although we have plenty of time left, I want to end this interview for some reasons considering work. The company policies and rules are all written in the catalog I gave you earlier. Your work will start tomorrow. We hope for your cooperation, Ms. Haruno. He finished their conversation, standing up and lending his hand out for a handshake, which the woman gladly accepted. Jiraiya can barely count the numerous thank yous and I won't let you down, that she said to him after his acceptance. But before they could part, he called his underling for yet another lucrative task. Naruto, go accompany Ms. Haruno for a tour in our office. And let her meet the other employees as well. I'm sure they'll be thrilled. The chief paused for a while, and soon after that, the blond man replied with a nod and then slowly drifts away in silence. Sakura bowed for the last time as she exited the room with flittering spirits. The room back drafts into a more silent pace with the editor-in-chief smiling to himself, lounging in his seat and cracking open a book to read. Why do you weave new tales from dirt, Naruto? And this would be the conference room. Her eyes enthusiastically roamed inside the room, appreciating everything the man pointed his finger to. She didn't quite perceive the vast alleys and rows of rooms that are present in the building, since it looks impossible for them to fit inside. A lot of codes, combinations, and room numbers are given to be memorized. How much more with the rooms and schedule laid ahead? But then, she is used to deal with these things, and high school was a good dry run for her memorization abilities. A feat that got even Naruto impressed. Are you catching up? He asked her while they continued walking at a pace. Why, yes. She answered briefly afterwards. The blonde took a second for her to draw near, and then carried on with the tour. The restroom's on the corner to the right, and the room before that is the lecture hall. The cafeteria is located at the ground floor. Stock room is on the second floor, and supplies are on this room. They stopped on the hallway while the woman keeps herself busy taking down notes. The blonde saw this and smirked, continuing their stride with her following him along the way. A couple of minutes passed, and they arrived in front of a huge, ivory-hued door. Deep sigh. The man stopped and took a breath, taking in the smell of his old workplace and a fragment of his memory alongside it. Sakura just finished jutting down when they stopped at this particular room. Instinctively, or maybe just her innate obsession to take a step ahead of others, she read the sign atop the door before succumbing to the excitement and anxiousness brought by it. It's the actual workplace, her very own office space, which she dreamed of having long before she could spell the word itself. The pinkette looked at Naruto with a smile, signaling him that she's ready as he held the door's handle and opened it abruptly. Creak! The door opened wide, and there was a flash of bright fluorescent lights that left them fizzled for a second or so. She closed her eyes from the blinding light, and the last thing she could remember seeing after that was a group of people swarming the blonde in front of her. What's happening? Naruto-san, a young man, laced his arms around the blonde's shoulders, weighing him down. It's been a while. We really missed you here. Keikono-kun. He tried pushing him off of him, still smiling while doing so. See, could you lay off for a while? Ah. The younger man agreed and let go while the others began talking to him, concerned about his health, plans, and whatsoever. For the second time in one day, Sakura felt non-existent while she watches Naruto handle the situation. Naruto's pretty popular in the building. But then again, he is the managing editor. How's the 3-month vacation in Hokkaido? I'm fine. I'm planning on going there once in a while. Views astounding, and the people were warm. Chuckles, we thought you've already settled down for good. Nah, love is only for those people who are afraid to be lonely. You sure grew cold this December, EI? Ah. They had a couple of laughs before Naruto decided to branch another topic. How's work here? You guys should have been surviving well. Barely. Hinshucho, editor-in-chief, have been pushing us to our limits. He took your leave seriously. Yeah, got that message 30 minutes ago. He answered back, looking past their eyes with apology. My oh my, what a beautiful lady you do got there. Another employee then uttered while the blonde suddenly remembered what he was supposed to do. All right, he told himself. Listen, guys, she's the latest addition to our department. Please welcome Ms. Sakura Haruno, our new company journalist. He stood aside, letting his fellow office mates take a good look at the pinkette. The moment they started looking at her, she blacked out, not knowing what to say. Maybe it's from the pressure or the shyness. Regardless of it, though, she knew getting tongue-tripped as first impressions would mean a lot. Taking what's left of her inner will, she manages to conjure up words to greet them properly. I am Sakura Haruno. She bowed down and got back up. I wish for a prosperous time working with you. A smile then formed on her face, not long before she was showered with praises and applause. The woman was overpowered with happiness, coursing through her veins. The heartwarming welcome she received almost brought her to tears if it weren't for Naruto, who kept his composure, arms crossed on his chest, and with his usual blasé appearance. That moment on, she knew, this is definitely where I wanted to be. I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't care. I just knew. Sako. Sakura-nichan? Is that okay? A much younger voice caught her attention. It came from a dark brown-haired fella who's currently smiling at her. HAA. The blonde noticed and decided to introduce her to the old employees. Sakura, this guy's Kono-kun. He's our proof reader/cleaner and possibly the youngest member here. Naifunen is Konohinora. Pleasure to meet you, Wani-chan. He grinned while she waved her hand at him with delight. Another man went forward for introduction. Jo, name's Shikamaru, sub-editor. I'm happy to work with you, he said in a much lazier tone than Naruto himself, which is quite impossible. Nonetheless, she thoughtfully thanked him while Naruto introduced the other one to the plate. This one's Choji, he's our edit clerk. He paused, and a chubby man stepped up, eating a big pack of potato chips all by himself. She noticed the buttons on his shirt's about to pop, but before she could comment, the blonde dashed beside her and whispered something in her ear. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Call him fat, then it's a death sentence for you. A cold wind passed her soul. Then she decided to nod instead, granting her a smile from the clerk. And yeah, Naruto pulled another man from behind and began introducing him to her. This guy over here is Kiba-kun. She overtook him in his words, causing a tint of confusion. You two knew each other already? The managing editor asked, getting a prompt answer from the other man. Well, she's my neighbor. Just your neighbor? A sly voice of a woman entered the conversation, causing a blush fluster on his cheeks. Soft chuckle. Hello there, Sakura-chan. My name's Temari, and I'm the media secretary. I hope you have a good time here with us. The pinkette bowed at the woman with golden locks in gratitude. It felt soothing to have a girl inside the office, and to think that they're all so welcoming and caring of her. By the way, Kiba's our company photographer. Naruto added up to the discussion. He's not regularly here in the office, so if you need his service, reminding him in advance would be the proper thing to do. He finishes, walking towards the other side to bring in the last employee to the subject. Hello there, Sakura-chan. The last and the second female employee decided to name herself. I'm Shizen, I'm also a journalist here, and I must say, it'll be a pleasure to be working with you. She reached for the pinkette's hands and shook it happily. The latter felt relieved to find another journalist here in office, someone who she can relate to, a person who can guide her and sharpen her skills to perfection. Sniff. The whole crew were brought into shock when the new journalist suddenly burst into tears. Of happiness, it seems. The very thought of accomplishing her dream and molding it with these good people beside her made her heart swell in appreciation. It's like everything that she'd been saving for this moment bore a fruit, and it tasted so sweet that she can't help but to cry. From the viewpoint of her fellow employees, though, it looked something else. Naruto-san, what did you do? Konohamaru's words were cut by a sudden retaliation from the blonde. What the hell are you saying? I didn't do anything. Exactly, Temari added up, teasing their precious managing editor even more. You let her cry, and you didn't do anything about it. Tisich, he turned around while the two girls chuckled at his hateful disposition. It took over a couple of minutes for her to recover and clear things up. The moment she wiped off the tears of her eyes, the room went silent. Pants, I am sorry, it's just that I'm so happy. She casts a beaming smile, while the Naruto and Shikamaru turned their backs in contrast. I'm very much honored to be working here, and I promise to do my best. Thank you all for welcoming me. The whole room burst into laughter while they watched her smile morphs into a chuckle. It was a good moment for the group's interaction with the newbie. They were never this happy whenever a new employee enters the department, but it's quite the opposite this time. Shikamaru remained drifting off elsewhere, but then noticed the door twitched and moved without anyone noticing. Just like always, the sub-editor closed the door, drowning all over their laughs from outside. You prefer going off somewhere and being alone, he uttered in a low tone while the blonde remained rested on his back against a wall. What do you think of her? Naruto narrowed his eyes in a slits, deepening his breath and lending an ear for the latter's response. Familiar. Very familiar. He replied after a while, just as the other man stood up straight and faced him with a resolute expression that broke into comedic laughter. I thought so myself. A/N. There we go. Chapter 3's finally finished. I've been searching for a Japanese translation of Managing Editor because when I Google translated it, it's in Shucho, same goes for Editor-in-Chief. It took some time to pick a character for a slot, but I think I got them where I wanted them to be. Anyway, I hope for you guys' satisfaction. By the way, if possible, I could do Chapter 4 before June. Nonetheless, thank you for the subscriptions and the reviews and everything. I really appreciate it. Because you are just like her. A/N. You guys, author here. I brought some good news and some bad news. Bad news is that school's starting on a couple of days, meaning less time to write. But the good news is that I've already prepared rough drafts for the succeeding chapters. Just gonna tone them down a bit though. Anyway, suggestions are always welcome. Please R&R, and I hope to see you guys soon. Do I put it this way or this way? Turn the card upright, Ms. Haruno, then slide it from the left. Flick, so that's how dash. Thanks. Arigato gozaimasu. Monday, the 7th of December. An ordinary day filled with extraordinary happenings. It's a day that will forever leave a mark on my calendar, just like it did in my life. My first day of work here in the main office as one of the company's official journalists. Excuse me, sir? I think I left. An acquaintance of mine left a box here yesterday, and I forgot to retrieve it. Ah! The young man pulled a brown box from under the reception desk. You mean this one? Yes, that one. Thank you very much for keeping it there. The pinkette bowed her head as she glanced at her office stuff's receptacle. No problem, he smiled back. I couldn't ask for more. Just think of it, the people are friendly, work's just a train ride over, and the pay is good. This day, though it seemed spectacular, made me revert back to those moments in life that I've missed out on. I learned to wake up at 6 in the morning. I learned to shop for clothes and be conscious on what I wear. I even got to use a time card, which, by the way, was an awesome experience. It's pretty good to know that I'm still able to get a hold on these things. And know that there's something new, something that I could still absorb. And having much said that, these flaws and imperfections are what rends and crafts me into something better and stronger. A breath of fresh air, a cup of new ideas, and sliver of inspiration to help me on my first step aboard a stairway tethered to my dreams. Ding! Elevator door opens. Pants, rough grunts, and exhales were heard as the Pinky's figure passed the hallowed halls in the early morning. Many people passed her by, busy people, who crammed a bulk of their time figuring ways to submit some article before the deadline or something like that. She couldn't blame them for not helping out. At least they greeted her good morning as they went their own ways. It's about a quarter of a minute since she strode along the floor, and she didn't saw one bit of her office mates inside the building, thus giving her an initial picture of what they could be doing at the moment. Or so she thought. Sakura. The young woman turned around after a voice called her name, and to her surprise, Oh, it's you. Oh, hey, Shizen-san. A smile curved apart her well-defined dimples, watching the woman as she approached her with flittering spirits. It's embarrassing, Her words were halted as the fellow journalist took the box from her arms and chuckled at her. It's okay, she replied, carrying her load with ease. A little help wouldn't hurt. It's just that I'm really happy to work with a fellow journalist. The black-haired woman paused and looked at the newbie's reaction, causing her to withdraw to yet another feeling of self-unworthiness. Shizen pouted at her. Don't down yourself. Cheer up. The pinkette raised her head, only to see her senpai's concerned poise. The fact that you are now working here only proves that you are good. Sakura's heart twitched when she felt the latter's hands on top of hers. Thank you. Her frown gradually dissipated, only to be replaced with a soft smile. By any means, you got my back. Strong words passed through her ears, yet stayed on her heart. She could only talk on her thoughts after catching a glimpse of her walking away, having nothing else to say and do but to follow her. Let's go, Sakura. I'm going to escort you on your first day. And with that, both women's figures were consumed with the bright sun's rays as they gate towards the office doors together. Closing the door, yet opening another one to Sakura's life. Thank you, Shizen-san, for being my first office friend. Man, this is troubling. I know what would be that old man's reaction right after he found out that I chose Sakura for the spot. He must have been sprawling in confusion on the thought that I turned down his hand-picked journalist from the States just to let her work here. Knowing him by far, I bet he noticed that I had my own intentions, and it's what's keeping my system on the move. And now that I think about it, I do wonder, for the second time, why did I do it? As far as I'm concerned, I didn't reconsider just because of her deed the other day. That's not the way I roll. Bribery and getting indebted isn't something that I could easily pass. Time and time again, I've been receiving edible gift baskets from those people, only with my trash can finding them delicious. But then, why? Why did I give her another chance? Is it because of pity? Of gratitude? Sigh. Who the hell am I kidding? They should have known. Everyone should have known. Heaven itself should have known the reason I'm doing this. And try as I might, I can't help but to falter to my own desires to sustain the part of me that yearns for the impossible. Am I just that reserved? Or is it weird that I'm fond of holding on to things in the past? Which is it? An answer I wanted somebody than myself to answer, because they would have knew me more than I did. Clack! The sounds of leather shoes slowly resonate against the ivory-inlaid floor. A crude reflection from below shows a man with blonde hair, standing in front of a half-closed door, seemingly listening to the faint noises that were feasible from outside. The man belted out a sigh, for he felt like he wasn't himself today. That the latter always have the same thing over and over again. Waking up, going to work, going back home, taking a rest. Nothing seems changed. Is making money the only thing good in life, he asked himself, bound by cold feet as he glances upon the line of light coming from the slit in between the doors. A few minutes before, inside the office. I'm here. Shizen stopped in front of an empty desk, trailing her eyes over the pink-haired fella who's following her tail the whole time. Sakura was surprised to see her office mates came by, passing the door just after the two entered the vicinity. All of them looked happy to see the newbie on her first day. Even Shikamaru, who just turned away when their eyes met. Thank you. The latter took her things off her friend's arms and carefully laid it on top of the glass-covered desk. Where do you sit, Shizen-chan? She asked, causing the older woman point at the desk adjacent to her. Words can't describe the excitement she felt when she found out they'll work near each other. Meaning, the pinkette would have someone to look up to and ask for help when she needed one. A big sister, if she may. It took some time for her to sort out her stuff, and so her fellow journalist took the liberty of helping her. At first, she was hesitant, just like any other people's attempts to help her. But as the older woman continued on regardless of her say in it, she was speechless, nodding back while they both dug their hands inside the box. So this is your family? Shizen slowly uttered while carefully examining the picture frame at point blank. Yes, I'm an only child, so my parents took pictures whenever it's possible. She paused for a bit, then continued dragging out folders and notebooks from the box. A minute or so, Konohamaru noticed their commotion and decided to join them in it. It's like his thing, being all friendly and whatnot. Oheu Sakura-nichan, Shizen-nichan. The young one blitzed to their side and took a look on what they're fussing about. The newbie chuckled at the cuteness of it while the other woman didn't mind at all. Whoa, he exclaimed, holding a handful of folders on his hands. Are they your work, Sakura-ne? She nodded, reflexively saying yes in response. The youngster took a minute or two to glance at her writing, while Shizen remained at helping her arranging the drawers and stuff. Unlike them, the other employees are as busy as pack animals. The sub-editor kept on roaming around, helping the others. Choji's busy typing something on the computer. Tamari kept on holding off calls which seemed to be endless. And Kibo went out just as soon as he arrived, probably snapping some shots, doing his job. She turned her head around, feeling that something is missing on the scene. Being accustomed to something you've been experiencing over and over again conjures up a feeling of awareness. And right now, she had been aware that something wasn't complete inside the room. Have you guys ever seen Naruto yet? She buttoned off her lips and courageously asked the two about something they won't hear very often. Her two coworkers looked at each other and smiled back her. No, we haven't. Well, we don't really know the exact time he comes. It's pretty random, and there's this one time that he came an hour before dismissal. Sakura pondered over the words of her fellow journalist. Why? Are you concerned about Brother Naruto? Konohamaru asked a typical question with probably the worst intention on her perspective. He flipped the folders upright and stacked them with his hands to give it a neat and ordered look. Shizen, on the other hand, opened the computer after dusting every corner with a moist towel, giving it a sleek shine. They both continued with whatever they're doing, but still had an ear to whatever she might say. And no, of course not. Why would I be? She bowed down her head to hide the rosy tint on her cheeks. Oblivious as they may get, the two just played along as she kept her mumbling unto herself. Not long before the doors opened up, ultimately catching her off guard. I can give you 3 reasons for that. As soon as the door swung closed, the pinkette looked away and pretended to do something else. The fellow employees, and again, except Shikamaru, greeted the blonde on his way as the man was patched with a scornful impression on his face. Coughs. First, I'm your boss. Second, I decide your pay. And third, I'm your boss. He finishes with a bang, leaving the other employees silently chuckling on their own seats. The woman remained incognizant, even after the managing editor closed in their distances. Here, she slowly looked back at her desk when the man left a number of stapled down papers on top of it. That's your computer's code. You'll be submitting to me both soft and hard copies of the articles you've been assigned to. The blonde halted, looked at the window, then refocuses his head towards her. Which reminds me, Flip, you're going to do sports and classified ads for the week. Are there any questions? He continued, disregarding whatever she has to say. Good. Start as early as possible. And for the ending, Naruto pivoted a foot on the floor and turned the other way, leaving her breathless while Konohamaru and Shizen went back to their seats to do their assigned task. T2 already? Sakura did a follow-up question, only to get an even more misunderstood reply. I don't want whiners who complain all the time. Do you understand? The man crossed his arms over his chest and looked at her with an unorthodox mixture of fear and trust. And it's not that. Then I guess you don't have anything to worry about. He muffled down a much slower pace like that of a yawn. Sakura stood there with mixed emotions as her boss's figure walked away towards the other side of the room. Inside the office, there's another door which leads to the managing editor's room. And after 3 whole months of vacancy, it's now time for Naruto to clean his own litter box and probably whisk off the nostalgia that hangs heavily inside. Don't worry, she heard his faint voice from afar. I chose ads because I know you're pretty good with them. A stream of thoughts from somehow yesterday entered her thoughts. The scene while they eat lunch with her, as she slashes on the newspaper class ads, and him taking a quick glance at her notes prior to that. It pieced up together, and for a moment, she knew that he's not just an ordinary managing editor. He knows what he's doing, and maybe it's time for her to do the same. He's good. Slammed the door on his room, shut closed from the inside. Even though it may not look like it, he's really good. Ding, 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 ding. The whole building was bombarded by high-pitched tone that echoed aloud every corridors and rooms. Sakura, being new and hearing it the first time, didn't know what's happening. She was in the middle of her draft when the strange noise occurred. And the only time she could remember hearing that is at some fire awareness convention at her school. Silently pacing back on her seat, she observed her fellow employees who seemed to be standing one by one and chit-chatting with themselves. As Shizensen, her fellow writer, looked back at her with optimism. What is with the sound just now? She asked her with moved eyes and wondered as to see her grinning in reply. It's just lunch break. The words seemed past her ears between the ends. And just by total randomness, she remembered experiences with lunch break, deep, dark experiences. Mama, Sakura, you're eating again? What do you want to know? I don't want some. You go eat it yourself. Just be careful, 'cause you may go fat, and that'll make your billboard brow a little bit bigger. Kaya, slam, why you little pig? Sakura, Sakura, Sakura. The final one knocked her out of that painful flashback. Hey, are you okay? The woman asked, and she answered with a troubled nod. I'll be having lunch with Temari-chan. You want to join? She invited her to come. The pinkette stares at the draft she'd been doing and faced her again for an answer. I think I want to be more acquainted with my work today. Thank you for the offer. I hope you too have a great meal. A grin ended their conversation with Shizen understanding what she fully meant by that. Waving at her from a distance, the two women smiled back before closing the door, leaving the newbie all alone inside the room. It took her a minute to let the feeling of self-satisfaction to sink in before going back on her forgotten draft. It's cold. The sun was on the peak of the day, but barely anyone notices. It's cold. It's damp. And the sky looks like it was about to cry. The roof of the world stirs, grays and crackle with mixtures of white and gray that blends with the taiga alongside the city. Snowfall brought upon never-endless winter cold, keeping the whole prefecture frozen solid. With the temperature currently below zero, people may just have to endure and wait for spring to arrive. MNGHH. A soft moan came from Sakura's mouth as she tries to keep herself as warm as possible. It's been an hour since her co-workers left for the lunch break, and she'd been doing the same routine over and over again. Exhaling on her palms, rubbing both hands, then pressing them on her cheeks, but nothing seems to happen. Guess some things from movies are only meant for movies. A wench is shupash to be one lunchbreak, a sentence chuck, filled with bilingual confusion, entered her ears. Instinctively, she turned her head to find the source, eyes gleaming with eagerness. Then she felt something warm lingering on her back, like that of a breath. And by the sheer power of her will, Sakura tried the best as she can not to freak out, not even when the voice spoke to her once more. Nice draft. The journalist looked back, only to find Naruto leaning behind her. His hands were clamped on the edge of the office chair to support his body, and in between his teeth was a wrapper of an unopened biscuit which was drooping over his mouth. She looked at his sleepy blue eyes while chaos rumbles over the pools of her green ones. The man was gazing at her notes. In Naruto. WH what? Covers notebook with hands. Why are you here? She panicked and got tongue-tripped, looking oh so nervously towards the blonde who never seemed to care. Slowly, Naruto grabbed the obstruction from his mouth and gazed upon her restless form. I should ask you the same question. And then a moment of awkward silence follows. Thinking that she would just do the same thing over and over again, he took the job of breaking the ice. I wasn't expecting somebody when I came out. I thought everyone is out for lunch break. He raised a brow and continued. So what's wrong? Don't you have any money? No. I didn't go because I wanted to familiarize myself with work and know again. My financial security is very much intact, she replied in a strong and frank manner, obscured yet unbelievably true. And like every one of their conversations, the young man still doubted her. So, you're not hungry? No. Are you sure? Yes. Really? Really? Yup. Did you know? The man strutted around and faced her in front. That the human body is one of nature's most honest creations. He smirked at her conscious expression of disdain. Want to know why? Why? Her eyes gleaming with anxiousness and preparedness. The mere fact that Naruto's the one talking, she knew it'll be offensive. She knew it would. He always do it. First, they say when a person is lying. Hands were always clasped, thighs are closed while legs are apart, and eyes are not where they're supposed to be looking. And then it hit her hard, like getting struck by lightning. She was shocked and paralyzed, unable to move. Then she gazed upon the door, waiting and begging for her coworkers to enter and save her from him. A faint smile slivered on his face. Strike one. Another fact states that when the human body is under emotional turbulence, our animal instincts force us to bow down and look the other way. She then closed her eyes while the blonde covers his mouth to prevent himself from chuckling. Blood flow hastens in the face area, getting that tint of red which I've been regularly seeing for the past couple of days. The blonde kept walking around her like she was in some crime scene investigation or something. Her heart was throbbing so hard that it felt like it was going to pop out of her chest. She felt cold sweat drops on her nape, which is impossible to happen in this weather. Hands crept beneath her sides. Sakura tries the best she can to keep herself from erupting with embarrassment. Strike two. And lastly, a sense of joy rustled through her senses as the torment was about to end. The managing editor then stopped in front of her and leaned over the desk, facing her bulging eyes. Hunger is something that cannot be controlled. It comes off naturally with its own alarm, if you know what I mean. The young blonde upon her form which looked like some overturned potato plant. Sakura crouched over the desk, still maintaining eye contact with him to provide no more excuses of her, acting weird all of a sudden. Then the unimaginable happened to the pinkette. Grumble, strike three, and she's out. The sound Naruto's been waiting for finally appeared, just on the nick of time. After the noise dissipated, the room blanks out to deep and solemn silence. Like a ghost passed the room or something like that. Still frozen to her seat, Sakura slowly palmed her abdomen and for a second, thought that the fate had been playing with her again. The blonde, on the other hand, reached out his hand to her and placed something on the table. It was the biscuit from earlier, the one he's been planning to eat before he decided to play a little with the newbie. A sly smile formed on his face before he turned around and started walking back towards his cove. Young Naruto blew out a drowsy exhale, stretching his arms over his head. The diminishing noise was heard by the pinkette, immediately jerking her head upward. First thing she saw was the food in front of her, and without hesitation, Sakura unsealed her lips. "And Naruto, you left your—" "No, I didn't." Her words were dealt with a swift reply, coming from the man with utter deviation. The woman never bothered answering back, for she was contented with what their conversation ended up with. She just sat there, seemingly pondering on the man's incorrigible habit on leaving her pacified every time. Creak, the door opened, and the figure of white and yellow slowly slid inside. The woman then took a look on the treat he left on her table and smiled before removing the wrapper to quench her hunger. But before she can take a bite, her boss then uttered a final word before closing the door on his room shut. "Oh, I forgot. If it makes any difference, you're the reason for the welcome party at Ichiraka Ramen Shop. Don't skip it." "Oh, okay. I'll be there." Good. A slam ended their discussion, leaving the office dead silent once again. Sakura, not having an idea to do, took a bite and eventually finished the whole thing off. Still alone, she thought it'll be a good time for some self-talk, just to have a sense of her troubling experiences so far. Speaking with Naruto, though it's the most senseless thing she ever did, felt weird for some reason. The way it makes her spine tingle with anxiousness, yet at the same time, falter with ambiguity. The way his presence annoys her to a certain point, creasing through her fingertips the longer as it gets. And the way he looked at her every time they exchanged words. Such scornful eyes locked against her. It felt like he was seeing past her and beyond what an eye can only see. It was all new to her. That weird feeling, that feeling that she can't believe she's getting so worked up for. She hated it but was drawn to it for some reason she don't know, or doesn't want to know. "I cannot comprehend. These things that I've been experiencing, I cannot understand." "What exactly do you want me to know?" "Naruto." Clack. "Good work, everyone." A low-pitched yet somehow uplifting noise resonates within an area below the suburbs of Tokyo. The sky is pitch black, blanketing the whole scenery with an array of stars that twinkles around the luminescent blaze of the moon. The scene now refocuses on a much more vintage setting, complete with tatami tiles, paper lanterns, and bamboo sliding doors. The day is finally over. Whole 10 hours flew by without notice. And even if some people may call it a day, for a particular group of workers, it barely even started. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ha! Our once keen and work-fanatic professionals broke down into a much simpler form. And maybe the only form they have from the start. Kiba just finished the whole glass and slammed it down the mat with cheers coming from his fellow co-workers. Lined up along the table, the group had a welcoming party to their beloved newbie, who still can't believe the kindness they've put up with her. "So, Sakura." Shikamaru turned his seat and gazed at her with his signature. "I'm bored, can't he look?" Waiting for the pinkette, who was still overwhelmed and all. He looked at Naruto behind her, drinking sake all by himself while no one seems to notice. And as he grants himself the knowledge he knew he must contain, the latter opened his mouth. "What do you feel about the first day of work?" She then smiled in response, keeping the mood flowing as the sub-editor grabbed a smoke from his pockets and lit it. "I'm getting the hang of it. My work and all. Thanks for your concern." A sizzling noise crackled in their ears. Choji seems to be the only one happy about it while the majority of them are chatting with one another. Sakura, a woman with golden locks then, appeared and laced her arms against Shikamaru's shoulder, holding a cup of booze on her hand. Come on, you can give it a try if you want. It's like a rite of passage for our department. Looking at the clear liquid that reflects her worried expression, she looked up to think about it. Not long before she noticed her blonde boss, who's downing a cup with ease. Oh no, she smiled nervously at her. I don't really drink. Are you sure? Sakura then sniffed the smell of alcohol wafting from below and tried the best she can to remain in the joyride. Yeah, I'm good with juice, she muttered. The secretary, who kinda expected her reply, chuckled at her and withdraws the cup before slamming it instead on the sub-editor's mouth. Coughs? Titemari, what the hell are you doing? He growled back at her, wiping off the liquor, and the two began bickering again. Almost everyone was brought in to laugh, almost everyone, that is. It's pretty weird that probably every boss in the world had this hard composure that's not so easy to bend. He just sat there, minding his own business while his subordinates had a time of their lives. He could have been more supportive, but he felt like nothing's wrong. Though what he doesn't know is that a few already noticed the drastic change he's been lazy to hide. Sakura-chan. The newbie then looked back and saw her fellow journalist currently nailed beside her. Although it wasn't that evident, she knew there's something stirring on the Pinkette's cup, and it's not hard to figure out who. She swiftly answered back, with her senpai looking at her all weirdly and such. You look pale. Normally I look that way when I get stressed about something. Shizen closes their gap and listened to the latter's response like her own big sister. Sakura, after getting the message that she can fully trust her, decided to relay her problems to the older woman, hoping to find answers from a more mature and decent source. It's nothing really. Sakura, the older journalist, uttered her name. You can tell me really. I'll be glad to help. Okay. She toned down her voice, careful not to let anyone else hear. It's just that. The Pinkette paused and then looked at the blonde, who seems to be away gazing at the window. It's just that Naruto. No, it's not. I mean, yes, it is him. A smirk formed on Shizen's face after getting a vague afterthought on what will be the end of their talk. Nonetheless, she remained poised against the Pinkette's side, assuming the form of her own personal diary. Sakura gained composure and continued on. Whenever Naruto talks to me, it's like he had known me long before we even met. I can't really comprehend what's going on in his mind. It's troubling and it's confusing. I know I'm not supposed to feel that way with someone I just met 3 days ago, but I don't want everyone to have a wrong idea about it. Chuckles. I understand. He's just teasing you, Sakura-chan. There's nothing to worry about. She pats her on the shoulder for comfort. And besides, Shizen joined the Pinkhead as they gaze at their blonde boss, acting all tough from afar. It's good to know that he's somehow regained that quirkiness because of you. Sakura then looked back at her senpai, who's currently joining everyone, chuckling at the sight of Naruto fending off a drunken Kinomaru. Me? MMM. After a nod, the elder faced the newbie and held her hand in gratitude. A breeze of cold wind passes inside the restaurant, complete with sheets flying and all that. The people inside brace themselves from the chilling winter, but a little help from the heaters and lamps inside does the trick. It's still 10, the celebration's at its midst, and they are still on the verge of losing it. Choji's still hogging the meat for himself. Temari and Shikamaru's still bickering with each other. Kiba's drunk with his pet dog Akamaru on his lap. And Kanomaru's doing what he does best, bugging the blonde. The two journalists, however, are still bounded by all the time in the world, exchanging verses with a typical sister-sister relationship. Shizen was partly one of them. Them, referring to all of her co-workers excluding Naruto and Sakura, who knows things and didn't quite knew how to lit the wick and make a fire about it. Knowing that it'll be better for her understudy, she breathes deep, faces her once more, and began belting it out. Do you remember? Yesterday, the Pinkette's eyes shone with curiosity as she remained listening on what's her senpai's referring to. And with much untimely luck, the managing editor suddenly stood up and went outside to think, making their conversation less confidential than it already is. It was the first time we ever saw him smile again. She paused and glances on the surprised look on the youngster's face. Knowing that her receiver would be interested for more, she continued. Ever since that, Sai's the color went out and faded into gray. He used to be this jumpy and energetic leader that we always admire and look up to. But now, he'd become the shell of his former self. He no longer gave us the inspiration to push through. And even if Konohamaru manages, somehow, to talk to him, he speaks like he's dead. And as his subordinates, we want to do something about it. The room changes into a much more conveyed atmosphere. The others are still doing the usual but got their ears wide open for the two. It's like the fire just went out. Shizen bowed down. We really missed his gutsy spirit, his Databeo expressions, and we'll be thankful if you could bring it back. The older one stopped and looked at her with pleading intent. Sakura, on the other hand, just went from confused to even more confused. And me? But why? She pointed to herself, still wondering, even after the latter broke down to laughter. Because you're just like her, words slipped out without hesitation with mysterious smirks appeared on everyone's faces. Like walking on early morning, you know the route, but the fog keeps you thinking. Twice. That's what she felt, like there's this invisible curtain that hides the truth from her. Not long after breaking out of evocation, Sakura parted her lips to reply. Who? A simple one-word, three-lettered question mark statement sent their bloods boiling with anticipation. But before Shizen could give back an answer, Naruto went back inside and totally killed the mood for everyone. Okay, let's wrap up, it's getting late, he uttered with less persuasion, yet just enough to keep his members on the watch. One by one, they stood up and began fixing their lashed-out flair. But as they were about to leave, wait. Konohamaru grabbed a glass and raised it up for all of them to see. Let's have a toast, he suggested with a little hint that Naruto wouldn't agree to it. Little does he know. Clack! The blonde man's glass collided with the latter's, and soon after that, a series of glass-tipping noises followed until all of them have their glasses up high. A moment of silence beckons the message their managing editor's about to say. And without further ado, for the company's newest edition, Sakura Haruno, may you always be pink. The last word sent them straight to the edges, and before the pinkette could even notice, they were bursting into laughter like there's no tomorrow. Not knowing if she would laugh or be offended, she glanced at the blonde's subtle smirk before joining her coworkers who were currently drenched in sky-high happiness. Naruto, you're unbelievable. Bonsai, Databeo, A/N. Thanks for all the reviews, subscriptions, and alerts. Really happy to see them popping out of my mail /3/. Anyway, here we go, Chapter 5. This chapter is all about Naruto himself, past, and everything not mentioned at the previous chapters. Meaning, the train of thought, voiceovers, and etc. will be coming from him. That has to be it. God bless your eyes. I had a theory. Actually, the only one I ever had. It's about turning points, big and small turning points of life that creates a multitude of parallel worlds built entirely on what-ifs. It is in these turning points where one can freely choose the direction they're heading to keep moving forward or head back to the things which were left behind. And that's where the story starts. It's simple. I have a problem. I'm stuck in between 2 points in my life, with no turning points from where I can choose to go. Simple as that. I want to go back, but I can't. I want to move forward, but I can't. So I'm wedged in between, like a loop of film cut and glued to be played over and over again. And I've been searching for something or someone that can help me make my mind. This is my theory of how turning points creates moments in time where we least expect it to be, of how the simplest of things like meeting someone changes our lives, and of how possibilities like these happen for a reason. Short story number 34, title, Anonymous by Naruto Uzumaki. My name's Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. 18 years old. 18 and a half to be exact. I was born in Hokkaido, but grew up in Kanagawa with my grandparents there. They were good people, both of them. They are to me. Father and mother died the same day I was born. Mom died giving birth. Father died in a car accident on his way to the hospital. I'm then told when I was 3. I was homeschooled since then until 5th grade before I voluntarily stopped to go on a real school. My folks are getting older each day, and I knew even if I didn't admit it to myself, They have done more than enough. They need to rest. Defined as the pinnacle of learning and socialization, school for me has always been the opposite. Every single day felt like the first day of class, when no one wanted near, and I was treated like I was some strange drifter who wandered in their class. My classmates often bully me for my yellow hair because it wasn't normal in a Japanese person. Years and years wasted on self-loathing because things didn't turn out as I wanted it to be. People are cruel. I realize that now. They subjected me to a life led with loneliness, and it was hard. I had nothing, no friends, no parents, nothing. Was it difficult? Yes. Did it make me stronger? You bet it did. I then graduated high school at the age of 17. Failed a lot of times, but managed to snag a passing grade. Luck? No. I never believed it's such thing. If there will be a reason, then it would be hard work and dedication. No other factors. Believe it. Am I like the other guys? Yeah, sort of. I do like sleeping, cutting classes, and girls just as the next guy does, but somehow deep inside, I'm getting a feeling that there's something yet to be told. Like there's this other Naruto sleeping inside of me, waiting to be woken up. And it did, just like a flash. It happened. I think it was in the middle of October when that happened. Fresh off from my recent job, I was perplexed, unsure of where I was heading. Like a young turtle, finding a way to the sea on its own. That's how I felt. Well, that's what I mostly thought. Anyway, I was job hunting that day, trying to find the work that I was meant to do. Even though it seemed harder than said, I can manage it myself. A good thing with experiences is that you can utilize them in more ways than one. You can build possibilities above them, or something little as you please. Maybe that gave me the second edge, huh? Maybe. I don't know. Going back on track, I think it was in some local bathhouse where I first met him. I was about to take a dip when I noticed a shrub near the stone hedge. It wasn't your ordinary shrub, mainly because this one moves and gives off noises every 5 seconds. Curious, I decided to take a look, but found myself speechless when I saw an elderly white-haired man crouching over the fence, peeking at some hole. Seriously, what's wrong with people today? I poked him and asked him what the hell he's doing, but he ignored me. What can I say? Voyeurism requires concentration. I tried asking him again, but he told me to get lost. Curious once more, I tiptoed near the wall and found paradise on the other side of the rainbow. Blood flowed out of the nostrils, both our nostrils. There were girls everywhere, and it comes with every shapes and sizes. Considering it in homage to the pervy old man beside me, I got lost in a bloody trance. Like I was hypnotized by my own primal instincts or something. For a moment, I thought I knew what I wanted to be doing all along, working as a stalker. Bathhouse personnel. Everything was going on fine until I felt something tap on my back. And just like what the old man did before, I snug it off only to be tapped again. Harder this time. Losing my patience, I turned around to shoo the distraction away, but to my horror. And stay out, the owner growled angrily after flinging me and my bag outside. The sight of wooden doors slamming on my face was the only memory I had after getting kicked out. It was embarrassing, though in a sense it was awesome. I am in the middle of reflecting on my actions when the doors opened once again. But this time, the old man from earlier comes out with a snazzy grin on his face. And I just had to ask, "Hey, old man." I called unto him, earning myself a confused grunt from him as he turned around. He looked in a good mood, so I decided to progress. How do you avoid getting caught? I just have to know, if it's okay. Then, as if he knew me before, the old man patted me on my shoulder. Years and years of practice, son. I don't know if it's my screwball hospitality that I accidentally offered him lunch, but regardless of it, it really was a rare chance to befriend a stranger, so I just went on with it. Not knowing one bit that doing so would lead me closer to a moment that will change my whole life. A moment that will elevate me to heights beyond my ken. I don't know what happened that moment on. All I remember is that the next thing I knew, I'm at some place called Ichiraka Ramen Shop and we're digging in a big bowl of ramen. Pretty awkward for two strangers to do, but it were cool in some parts. It took us some time to finish it, mainly because the old man kept on talking, even more when he began drinking. A little rough as it may, I managed to tell him about my day, and he did the same. Turns out, this ancient perv's name is Jiraiya. Age presumed, but undefined. And believe it or not, the geezer's an editor-in-chief at some big newspaper company in Tokyo. The hell I know what it meant, but it sounded like some high-class position, and it got my attention. Besides his personal information, the old man said to me that he's been finding inspiration a while ago at the bathhouse, though it's pretty obvious that he just wanted to prey on young girls. But before he completely lost my interest, he also said that he was looking for an apprentice to take under his wing. That got me thinking. I do not know what lies ahead before me. I do not know if there's anything ahead my way. But one thing's for sure. I'm not the kind who just stands by and wait for an apple to drop. I knew that if there will be something that the fates planned for me, and if it happens, it happens. So I asked him if I could try, but all I heard was this gas-why, conceited laughter that was booming right at my ears. I wonder if my face wasn't serious enough, or is it just that I'm referable to some cheesy shoujo manga character that he thought that I was joking when I said I wanted in. I tried once more, but then he replied with a troubled, "Are you serious?" So I nodded at him. Then he followed up with an even more troubled, "Tell me you're not serious," before finally succumbing to my persistence. Luckily, though, I brought my application form, but unlike any other fairs, this old fella said that he wouldn't need one. Then what did he do? Simple. He took a piece of paper to the table and a pen from his pocket. I looked at it for a couple of seconds, then I looked at him, and then back at the table. A moment of silence passes by while he sips tea in front of me. "Write your name," he told me, immediately after downing the cup. "In Ramaji," the elderly man added before pouring himself another round, leaving me dumbfounded once again. Not really having the guts to ask the hell this has to do with employment, I decided to keep my mouth shut. I don't have a clue on what's his plan on doing this, but I just played with him by the ear. And so, I wrote my name, Naruto. But before I could write my last name, he grabbed my hand with his wrinkly ones and seemingly examined my work. I watched, his eyes trace my penmanship up to the last. Not long before he gave me another word. "Write an adjective for every letter in your name." The old man chuckled silently like I'm not hearing every hick of it. He yawned at me. "Come on, no more questions." After giving me a petty and childish request, he yawned at my face. "You have got to be kidding me." I think that blew my top off. That moment when he treated me like some obedient German shepherd or something. Then these self-written questions popped in my head. Why will I listen to this crazy guy's conditions? Why am I listening to him in the first place? Why am I letting myself be treated this way again? Is it that I forgot how cruel and uncaring people can be? I remember now. That moment, I recalled who I was and who they are. I took a glimpse of the past and compare how similar the situation is to the other ones I have. It's exactly the same, every little bit of it. Nothing's changed. Everything seemed a breeze from then onward. Because I know what needs to be done, I had to say, "No." I slammed down his pen on the table and looked at him straight. "I don't want to." "Hmm? Are you sure?" He raised an eyebrow, probably taking it as a joke. "Yeah, I don't want to." I stood up, slipped the bill, and picked up my bag. "This is a good opportunity right here. Are you sure you're going to let it away?" "I don't care." "And why is that?" He asked me while I prepared to unleash these emotions that welled up inside of me. "Because I take crap from no one." I turned around and pointed my finger at him. "Especially from a pervy old man like you." And, without my knowledge, the word databeo came out of my mouth. But since I was in a fit of rage back there, I never realized that the word makes no sense. "Good." His lips then formed a smile, much to my surprise when he flipped the paper on the other side and revealed something written on it. "It's an address to his office." "You're in," he said to me. "This is a joke, right?" I said to him, "No, I am not joking." "You're in." "Why?" "I don't know why." "Tell me." "Simple, you got guts, kid. There's not much people like you, you know." He drank another cup of tea, then looked outside the window, a bored yet serious look patched on his face. "There's this flair that I've seen in myself that I see on you now." The old man patted my shaking shoulders as I stood there, still dumbfounded. But then again, that's just me. He turned around and saw my form reduced to manly tears and pants. And that's the first and probably the last time we ever had a connection like that. Everything afterwards is just too confidential or too vulgar to narrate. Everything else is vague after that. There's not much to remember or necessary to be remembered. All I know is that after all the training and times I had with the old man, I got to see the passion lying in my veins, the person I wanted to be. I took several tests, and I jumped straight on the managing editor position with a little push. And even if I hated myself to admit it, I couldn't have done it without Jiraiya-sensei. I couldn't thank him any better, but then again, couldn't hate him better either way. And yeah, that's the most vivid memory I can recall of how Naruto Uzumaki, came from nothing into something, of how I became lost but then was found, and of how I came here at this moment writing this crap to whoever was reading this. One question left to be asked. Is it lights on or lights off for Naruto Uzumaki? I think it's still flickering, so I think it's still lights on. I mean, I'm doing great now with my life. Everything seems to be falling in their rightful place. And yes, passion hasn't yet driven out of me. Something I'm very proud to say. I couldn't ask for more. Though there's this one thing. A new employee came by these past few days. And I don't know if it's just me, but I'm feeling something fuzzy inside whenever we talk in Subway. We hang out at work and hang out at lunch together. Something that only intensifies every day. I see her warm face smiling back at me from a distance. Is it what they called love? I don't know, I've never been in love before. Never thought I am capable of until now. And if it's less obvious than it already is, then yeah. I think I'm falling in love with Sakura. What do you think you're doing? The pinkette felt a part of her soul escape from her body when the sleeping blonde suddenly rose back from his slumber. With one hand, he took the notebook from the journalist's hands and slammed it back on the drawer below his desk. The way Naruto reacted felt mortifying in a way, a mixture of anger and disdain. It's like he was pissed that she read his literary pieces without his permission. I know it's been almost a week since you got here, but I want you to know that I don't want people touching my stuff. Did you understand that? I am sorry. I've been waiting for you to wake up for the article I'm about to pass. She trembled in fear, shaking under the shade of his furious blue eyes. I haven't read that much, only in the introduction. There's nothing to worry of. Get out of my room. Yeah, decide. And with a flash, the door slammed close with the pinkette blushing rosy red after reminiscing the wholesome short story she just read. Especially the bottom part. But then again, it's not that she wanted to all along, but that she had nothing to kill the boredom with. Originally, Sakura was supposed to let him see her work, but when she entered his office, the managing editor was asleep. Not wanting to risk her job by waking him up, she decided to wait for him. And every minute passed by with nothing to do but to watch the certificates in his room and to listen to his silent snores that were rhythmical of some sort. But when she took another glance at Naruto's form, she saw the man's hands atop a notebook. Curious with knowing how good the blonde writes, she decided to give it a go while he dozes by unknowingly, not knowing that it would be cataclysmic if he would have found out. Remembering the depreciating fragments of memory of the last part of the essay on her head, a blush formed on her cheeks. Then she started feeling strange emotionally. Her office mates didn't seem to care, except Shizen, who was bothered by her prolonged stay at their editor's office. The older woman approached Sakura on her reverie and asked her what happened, but she replied with a shy and confused, "I read an article made by Naruto." "HM? You did? Wait, what's with all the blushing and stuff?" "I am not blushing. I'm just confused and, well, confused." "What do you mean? WL?" She paused for a bit. "I read some of Naruto's works. That doesn't seem to connect. Wait, I got it. You must have read his anonymous short story." "Wait, how did you know?" Chuckles, "We all know about it. Konohamaru sneaked a copy before." Shizen replied with a smile, leaning at the same wall as Sakura. "That piece holds so much information on Naruto-kun. And after reading it, we started to really, truly understand him despite his complexity. I can't believe he pulled through all that adversities in his life. I now realize why Jiraiya-san has full trust on him." The pinkette lowered her head and felt something warm resting on her core. "Well, he is our boss." Shizen looked at her fellow journalist. "A guy like that can't be that stern and not be great." "Yeah." Sakura tilted her head, hid the rosy tints of red on her cheeks, and played with the numbs of her fingers. "Anyway," the older woman walked by the far end of the room, right by Konohamaru's desk, and opened his drawer, ruffling through the folders in search for something. She then took a minute to single out a piece of paper, slip it out, and went back to where the pinkette stood with curiosity. Here's the copy of it. She went back to her side and read it together with Sakura. Right at the last part of the story, as they silently mumbled, reading such work, Shizen raised her hand and traced the last paragraph with her finger, which caused the pink head to fluster even more red on her cheeks. Is this the line you're talking about? Why? M and S. T, that's the one. With both hands on her mouth, Sakura fidgeted, only to be drowned by Shizen's laughter. Chuckles. Such reaction caught the pinkette's attention. Sakura-chan. Shizen leant her hand atop the youngster's shoulder and continued. Just so you know, she smiled at the pinkette, causing her to wonder. Look at the upper right corner. She paused for a second and looked at the old and empty desk space near the blondie's room. The rays of the afternoon blaze shone upon the dusty glass cover. An old and withered photo was consumed by the bright light. Naruto wrote that 2 years ago. /N. End chapter. Next chapter? I don't know exactly when. One thing for sure, it would be on July. Between first week, second week. Yeah. Anyway, I hope you like this one. I'll try my best to give it on time despite schoolwork. Many thanks to subscribers and reviews. You have my word. My boss and I. /Inyo. Chapter 6 here. Sorry for the long wait. I just got out alive from Hell Week. And sad to say, another one will come in 2 weeks, and I think the next update would be, you guys guessed, /030/. Nonetheless, keep subscribing, and please our good day/night, everyone. Bright luminescent light beams from the spaces between the blinds, sending vertical shadow stripes branding inside the room. It was morning, 7 o'clock in the office, and there was nobody inside. Well, that's hypothetically speaking that including a man who's treating himself as nobody would ruin the picture. Would it? Why wouldn't it? It has been a week and a half since he came back, and he doesn't any different. Maybe it's the air, or the room, or the routine itself. It was never different. It is and always has been the same. Even if, looked at every angle and perspective, the picture never moved. It never moved. Flip. The young blonde man flicks the page to the left and continued reading with his head leaning sidewards. He was bored, and it doesn't take a second to notice that. He was bored that his life continued going by, every second, every minute, every hour of it, without meaning, like a night without something to protect, a total and utter waste. Flippy began reading the next page, and somewhere in the middle of the lines, he paused. Naruto then grabbed the tumbler on his right and took a sip on the edge. But just like before, somewhere in the middle, he paused. Shit! A burgeoning whisper slipped from his mouth while he facepalmed himself in displeasure. He forgot to put in the coffee powder. Yes, he did for the 5th time now. And hell no, it's not perfectly normal. Basically, if that sort of thing happened, any normal person wouldn't be flipping out. Then that makes sense, since he's neither thinking nor acting like a normal person ever since he came back. An adjective the blonde made for himself. Sighs Naruto. Naruto, what happened to you? The young man uttered to himself after leaning his back on the comfy office chair, stretching his back with his eyes slowing narrowing to slits. But instead of darkness enveloping his sight, a colorful blend of imagery clouded his mind. The mixture of colors began forming pictures and is moving all according to his imagination's whim. Then a certain picture coalesced inside his thoughts, but he didn't quite understand nor recall himself ever coming across such scenery. It was dark, it was different. It seems to be an upside down. Small crystalline fragments are everywhere, like that of a broken glass. Then suddenly, a trail of red coursed through the side, and when he finally recalled the moment of it all, everything shattered into pieces. Everything. No! An abrupt yet equally long burst of loud noise and anger reverberated along all 4 corners of his room. Naruto was hyperventilating. His hands shaking and cold sweat drops were forming on his temples like that of having a bad dream. Not long before he could reflect the qualms of this eerie flashback, somewhere on the other side of the door, a terrified tone resonated. And no. Okay. I understand. I'll come by some other time. This familiar voice caught him by surprise. Wait, Sakura? Is that you? The man lowered his tone, fixing his ruffled hair and sleeves. Are you going to get angry if I said yes? Take a guess. Naruto. Never mind that, come in. and by the power vested by the universe upon the blonde, the Pinkette was allowed to enter his personal shack. She was carrying a lot of things when she came in, but just like before, Naruto never seemed to care. "Gee, good morning. What do you want?" The man immediately replied as he crossed his arms behind his head and relaxed himself, while Sakura stumbled on giving an answer. "I." His eyes then rolled upon her gracious form. "I want to give you this." She then put on a basket of bread on his table. Naruto took a glance at it, then looked back at her. "Do I look like a duck to you?" "No. Tea, that's a simple apology gift." The Pinkette took a seat, then continued. "It's for yesterday. I know what I did was wrong, reading your notes without permission and all that," she asserted to him without any regards of the outcome of their conversation. "But I wanted to clear out that I only got to read the introduction. I never progressed from that. Believe me. Please believe me." She bowed her head to exemplify her apology. Still tilted on his back, the editor closed his eyes, then, like after a minute or so, gave his reply. "How about this? You'll give me your resignation letter tomorrow morning." And just like a bullet, went straight to her heart. She froze up in shock and skepticism, still cannot comprehend as it was happening all too fast. And just as she was about to tear up, that was a joke. Then instantly, just instantly, a combination of relief and anger coursed through her veins. It was a bad joke to her, but it was a good one for his perspective. I think the feeling of anxiousness and fear came back again, but was immediately quelled by the blondie's cold laughter. Anyway, the man then brought his chair closer, then sat properly afterwards. "Are you free this lunch break?" he asked her while she still tries to regain back her composure. "Yes, I guess so. Why do you ask?" "Same to you. I'm the one who asked first." Naruto moved the bread basket on the side, then curled up both his hands in between the glass cover. "How about you join me for lunch?" "A lunch? With you?" she asked with a surprised look while the young man nodded back at her. Now caught between the risks of unemployment and her personal reasons, Sakura inadvertently said yes, with Naruto smirking slightly after hearing her affirmation. An awkward moment of silence then passed by, while Naruto clasped his hands together. "That's settled then. I'll be waiting outside." "Okay. Wait, does that mean you forgive him?" She covered her mouth after realizing that she unconsciously brought the dreadful topic once more. Looking at Naruto's eyes, which were redirecting at hers, she received his reply. "I don't think I would care that much if someone read my works. After all, the introduction was the only part of that article." He paused after seeing something wedged between the Pinkette's hands. "As for the apology, is that coffee you're holding?" Sakura looked at her cup of caffeine and noticed the way her boss looked at it. Knowing his intent even though he doesn't say it, she then placed it on his desk, only to be taken by the blonde with both hands. "This will do," he told her with a smile, while the scene withdraws back to a more subtle atmosphere. Thud! Naruto placed the cup down the table and stood up, facing at the blinds behind him with striped rays beaming on his body. After a while of basking on somehow a mixture of warmth and frost, he closed the blinds, immediately bringing forth darkness inside the room. Naruto walked a few steps towards the door and turned on the lights, along with the door opening from the inside. Instinctively, the Pinkette steadily stood up and hovered towards the door, and after a simple bow, the flare of pink dashed outside with faint noises and murmurs coming from the outside. It was not an ordinary conversation, and all of their previous and upcoming ones won't be bland either. There was this spark of exceptionality that separates these apart the others. What is it would probably be the next question that both of them would need to figure out for themselves. It's the middle of December, a part of the month where sunlight goes fainter and blizzards grew fiercer. Snow level grows a feet every hour, and warm food only stays warm in the kitchen. Like conflicting forces on nature, the stronger one tends to drive out the weaker element. Being another force of nature, does love work out the same way? Yawn? Who knows? The spiky-haired managing editor blew a note with his soulless moan, stretching his back once more before tumbling down to his chair, a smile very well hidden across his face. Nobody knows. A second-hand smile curved along his lips as it grazes and crackle with emotions the man thought he forever lost. And that's the best part. Turning points, the theory he was referring to in his article, The one about how a single event changed the course of his life. Would it be stupid if I as well believe in such trivial things? Well, would it? One thing for certain, whoever is that person whom he referred at the last part of his article would be the only proof that his theory is of substance. His words are too factual and sincere to be thought otherwise. I've never believed that such warmth will be coming from the same frigid man I loathe. Nor do I remember him uttering those words to anyone, at least until yesterday. It's not that I'm interested or anything. I mean, I am well in thought that he's the reason I am here. It's just that I'm getting the feeling that he did it for a deeper purpose than pity. That he did it for a personal reason, which I am curious to know. And that woman he referred to, the things they are doing, the way they meet, why does it feel so familiar and similar to some experiences I had with him? Bare coincidence, it can be. It must be. Still, I won't remain unknowing. Definitely, in due time, I'll find out for myself. Sakura-chan, can you pass me the stapler? The older journalist reached out her hand across the ledge, looking at the younger one who's seemingly staring at the window. Sakura-chan? Shizen called out once more, effectively snapping her into reality. Recalling the words that bluntly passed her ear, she grabbed the stapler. A box of staples was bound together by her hand, just in case it ran out. Here you go, she cheerfully replied, while Shizen thanked her with a nod. Gradually regaining back her composure, the pinkette was once again filled with work-craved vigor that her fellow co-workers praised her for. With no second to waste, the two worked flawlessly together even though a couple of times, the pinkette stands up and asks for help. Slowly, they're becoming of singular unit or singular purpose, just like Kinoamaru says, together with Shikamaru while they watch them from afar. A grief-filled frown patched on the sub-editor's face. Sighs. Monday. Kring. Kring. Hello. Okay. I'll go get him for you. Temari covered her hand over the phone and then looked for the sub-editor. Shikamaru, the section chief is looking for you. Oh. The spiky-haired man turned his head and saw the woman calling him out, holding a phone in her hand. Not wanting to have his very minimized work to add up, he told her to kill the call. As disdainful as she may, the blonde-haired woman had no choice but to follow. A couple of seconds after she took the call again, the sub-editor heard her voice once more. Shikamaru, what? He said, cut the crap, he can see you right outside the window. She replied back while the man was lost for words as he lazily gazes on the clear window, eventually catching a figure of an angry man glaring at him in his sight. Hello! Shikamaru scratches his head while Temari and the others tried the best they can to control their laughter. It was a simple happening inside a normal office, never different than those of how televisions describe it to be. Every employee has their own task and has their own way of doing it. Even if they refuse to do it, they had to do it. Choji never seemed to mind as he passed the room, lifts a bunch of ledgers and vouchers, then head back to his workstation in peace, munching on a big bag of onion rings. He never seemed to care, unless it has something to do with him being fat or his supply of chips running out. Quite the opposite if compared to the proofreader. Kinomaru is the person who can manage to be determined and lousy at the same time. He's a witty, simple-minded, but equally good addition to their team of whatevers. Being a child prodigy himself, the young man graduated high school at the age of 14. Though despite his acceleration, he and Naruto got inside the same time, resulting to that brotherly bond that serves as a bridge to the other employees towards their boss. They were inseparable. In part least, they were brothers. Asterisk door open asterisk two. The weather's freezing. A young man entered the room under shivers despite the layers of wool he's wearing. He shut off his clothes and hangs them on the rack near the door, walking towards them afterwards. It's Kiba, back from his daily job of voyeurism and paparazzi press. Bayer, that Naruto should have installed a heater in this room. I just can't stand the cold. He complained after opening his bag and carefully laying down his camera on the desk. We do have one. Temari walked towards at him and pointed at the small obstruction near the window. You've got to be kidding me. His eyes opened up wide, followed with a raise on his eyebrows. Our mini water dispenser's bigger than that. How the hell is that going to work in such a big room like this? Kiba loudly complained, seemingly loud enough to pass the barrier between the office and the other room. Naruto decided to play. Oh, Is that so? A grim-filled voice shake the very foundations on the photographer, who felt time stop when an unwanted reply passed his ears. The thought of making a reply never passed his mind. I wouldn't mind buying a bigger one, but I'm getting the feeling that you won't like it when I tell you it came from your paycheck. The voice paused while a sliver of fear raced down the photographer's spine. Hearing no reply, the blonde continued. I thought so. Go back to work? All of you. And like a thorn is pulled out from his heart, Kiba crumbled down mentally as he tries to keep his cool and recall the reason he came back to the office. The room that was once filled with a noise of displeasure clears up into silence, although small chuckles can still be heard as the trauma slowly dissipated with time. No words were heard from there on, so they thought the blonde dozed off already. Sighs? That was close. He uttered silently, while Temari laced an arm around his neck, curious and engorged with anxiousness to see the pictures he had for the week's issue. Shizen, on the other hand, stood up and asked the frisky photographer about the one she asked for, smiling happily when she saw him nod in reply. They waltzed around the room, looking as busier as ever without making much noise as to be evidence for their professionalism. Time moves faster when you're not looking at the clock. In fact, it moves a lot of times a lot faster when you don't mind at all. Though in opposition, the hands move so slowly when we look at every tick. Hours flew by the day, like a fan rustles the pages of a book. Without them knowing, the bell already rang for lunch break. Okay guys, let's go Italian today. Kiba leaded the frontier while the others, who had no choice, followed him on his tail. The two journalists were busy clipping their works, readying themselves for lunch break when suddenly, a fragment of memory entered Sakura's thoughts. Are you free this lunch break? Yes, I guess so. Why do you ask? How about you join me for lunch? All right, I remembered, she exclaimed in fear. I'm glad you did. The pinkette turned her head and erupted with surprise as she saw Naruto speaking behind her. The man was on his stripes today. No coats, no blazers, just a simple rolled-up long-sleeved shirt. Shizen took a look on the two and gave a brief but straight-to-the-point statement to Sakura. Hey, you should have told me you're going out with the boss. And like wildflowers on May, red flushed on her cheeks as she tries to hide the embarrassment to the blonde, who quite chuckled on the declaration. W8, SFH Shizen-chan. What do you mean? You know, going out? For lunch? The final part sparked relief to her. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have lunch together. By the way, she gave a sharp look on Naruto, who has his eyes closed in boredom. You want to join us? And immediately, the elder journalist saw a pretty pleased with cherries on top look on her younger counterpart. Knowing that the blonde would disagree. I think I'll pass, she replied, grabbing her bag and started walking towards the door while completely ignoring the unheard pleas of the pinkette. I'm sorry, Sakura. I would be better if you stay and keep the boss company. She manages to whisper those final words before silently closing the door and leaving the two all alone. Naruto then opened his eyes and stared at her, intently gazing upon her form before redirecting his sight at the window. Shall we go then? Sakura then opened hers, only to see his hand extended towards her. She took a deep breath, distanced her hands, and looked at him. He looked back and paused while their eyes locked for a fragment of a moment. Not wanting her to misunderstand, he drowns it with ungentlemanly facade. The bag. I meant the bag. And just like that, the thought of a young and handsome prince deforms into a wicked self-conceited troll. Compliantly, she threw her bag at his arm and rushed towards the door with him, looking quite perplexed on her reaction. The man soon followed, and the two went off to have yet another awkward and a battlefield of a lunch. Whoosh! Chilly breezes of frost blew away the snow all around the city. Cars turned into humps of ice on the streets, and the road was frozen solid. It took a matter of minutes for both Naruto and Sakura to arrive inside a steamy and warm barbecue restaurant from which they already casted a vote to. The managing editor wanted a beer house, while the young journalist wanted a tea house. It was quite vague how beer and tea became barbecue, but the reason they chose it because it was the only place where they don't argue on. And yeah, the place serves both beer and tea. Thud. Oh. He yawned after taking a sit, stretching his body while both of his hands supported his back. The woman remained silent and sat in front of him, still docile to every action the man makes. A waitress came by and asked for order, leaving the two to stare at each other and break up after giving their order. "What's the problem?" the blonde asked after seeing the grimace reaction on her face after seeing him down a bottle of beer. "Sorry, I just can't stand the smell of alcohol." She covered up her nose while he raised a brow at her. "You never seem to have the same problem with sake. My father had always been drinking sake since I was a child, so I kind of lived up through it. But the stench of beer." Her hand covered up her nose, openly showing her disgust with it. Naruto stared weirdly at her for a second before moving away the bottle off the table, pissed. "Great. Can I know more about the things you hate?" Naruto clasped both of his hands and looked at her eyes before she turned away to hide the awkwardness of it. "Well, it's not hate to be exact. It's like cigarettes," an example was given. "What about them?" he curiously answered back. "Cigarettes? I don't hate them, but I want to get away far from them because I don't feel good around it. That's how I feel about alcohol." The pinkette poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip while the managing editor pondered over her words of wisdom. "By the way, Naruto, are you smoking?" And immediately after hearing those words, the man's blue orbs looked back at her. "No, I don't smoke." "Why?" "Nothing, I just hate smokers." "Then does that mean you like me?" A quick but instinctive reply came out from Naruto's mouth, leaving him surprised and embarrassed to say something like it, and worse, in front of a person. On the other hand, Sakura was also surprised that those words would come from the same man who constantly aggravates her every day. She just couldn't find the right words that'll fit the right term on what just happened. The two never got the courage to clear that up, and tragically, ends up with both of them pretending that they heard nothing at all. Awkward? Oh yeah, coughs. "Anyway, how's work?" The man quickly changed subject. The woman agreed to do the same. It's pretty good. I mean, Shizen has been guiding me and I'm getting comfortable with it every day." She smiled while eating some fizzled-up meat on the plate, still ill at ease from the situation. Naruto, on the other hand, remained the same, still nonchalant yet eager to listen whatever comes out his lunch mate's lips. "Anyway," Sakura stood up straight and poised on the table, watching him in silence. "I noticed earlier that we took a taxi going to here." The man changed aura to a more serious one. He was finished eating as well by the time she brought up the subject. Curious, he looked at her with resolve. "And, oh, it's not that I'm being rude or anything, but why didn't we just use your car and save money and effort?" The journalist paused and poured herself another cup before hearing her receiver's reply. "It's just that I don't have a car. I mean, I have one, but I don't use it," he said with serenity, closing his eyes at the same time. "You don't want to use it? Or you don't know how?" "Neither." A colder answer escaped his mouth. "Why? What do you mean?" She looked at him while he prepares to clear off the air from discrepancies. Naruto then opened back his eyes and unsealed his lips. "I just don't drive." Simple as that, he gave her his word. Now new ideas popped inside the pinkette's head pertaining on his revelation. Her attention so deviated that she didn't see the look on the blonde's face. His sleepy blue eyes were covered by a hash of yellow hair as he bows his head, looking down the table while the shot glass creates a reflection of his gloominess. "There's nothing wrong with," Sakura asking, but he felt a sudden twitch on his chest after hearing it. Careful not to let her notice, the blonde gulped down, together with the tension and foreseen memories as it slithered down his throat. He wetted his lips, and soon after that, casted a glance on the pinkette who was staring at him with concern. "Are you okay?" she asked him while her eyes locked together with his, maintaining connection. A dull-toned reply was given by the managing editor as he kept rolling his eyes and playing with his hands. "So smiles? I, enjoyed our lunch." She gently bowed down and curved her lips to continue. "Thank you very much for treating me the second time. I really appreciated it." Hands kept clasped on between the table. The young man just nodded before a waiter came by and cleaned up their table. And now that the food's gone, the only thing left to do was to talk. Naruto took the honor of breaking the ice. "You do realize we're going to do this again some other time?" Sakura instantly looked at him after hearing such words come out of his mouth. "I can't believe this is happening." Him? Asking in advance? It's just too surreal, she thought to herself while watching his serious but anxious stare. "No, I don't. But now that you've said it, I'm not quite sure what to say, she said with shyness while watching him smirk in her reply. Naruto pinned the bill on the table and refocuses his gaze once more. Good, this Friday night, my house. The young woman's eyes widened in surprise. Wait? Tea this Friday? Wait, Dash. Wait. Your house? Serious? She fidgeted after seeing him already standing up, ready to leave the restaurant. Thinking that she wouldn't have a say in it if she doesn't speak now, she decided to clarify. Why? Is there something wrong with coworkers joining for dinner? Aha! Expression appeared on Sakura's face as she slowly looked up to Naruto, who was oddly gazing at her form as he extends his hand forward. Taking a little time to recuperate, the journalist grabbed the hand as her boss pulled her up with ease. The man noticed her reaction, reflected upon it, and thought twice. Knowing where their conversation will end, he decided to lay off. I understand. A cold but contained voice echoed on her ears. How about we invite the others? That'll be great. He smiled at her afterwards, leaving the woman the job to differ sarcasm or truth. After hearing his reply, she was relieved that they would be accompanied by their fellow office mates. It'll be blast, she thought to herself. But out of the confinements of her sanity, deep inside her rational thinking, her mind was thinking the opposite. We better get going. Work starts in 15 minutes. The blond man uttered as he stopped near the door, his figure faced towards it like a sentinel rooted on the ground. He's a man who cannot be moved, a man with steely conviction. And that's the point, he's just a man. A man who, just like any other man, wishes to the skies for things he can never grasp. Wishes to say what he wanted to say. I just couldn't dare. Okay, dinner for two, your house. Out of the blue, he heard something unexpected. Sakura. Naruto froze up after such words passed his ears. I beg your pardon, he turned his head around, only to find her a few steps behind, head turned away with rosy tints of red hid behind her cheeks. I said you can invite them some other time. Let's have that dinner on Friday. She finishes, clearing up her face before looking up to him with a cheek-to-cheek smile. Sakura tried the best she can to hide the self-loathing and astonishment after unconsciously telling those words to him. She was supposed to say no, but her mind expressed the opposite. For a moment there, it felt like her whole body betrayed her. Are you sure? The managing editor uttered in a low tone, walking a couple of steps towards her with his eyebrows raised. Igria? Cornered without any loophole to escape, the journalist had no choice but to agree with it. Lobdobi, lobdobi, lobdi. Her heart felt like it's going to beat out of her chest, especially when the blonde looked at her a certain way. A tired yet somehow scorned look penetrated deep to her soul. He looked pained and sincere, yet after knowing Naruto for more than a week now, she knows that what she was thinking can never happen. It can never happen. Good. The young man bit his lips and breaks down into a smirk. So, Friday. Yes, Friday. She smiled back, now feeling that it won't be such a bad idea after all. The two remained smiling at each other for like 5 seconds before they decided to break it up, easing the tension between them both. We're gonna order pizza or dash? She was interrupted by a swift reply. I'll cook, he said with much confidence. Sakura can't prevent herself from feeling such anxiousness, especially that she learned that her boss can cook. More and more question popped on her head, only to be drowned by the sound of the store owner coughing on purpose. They suddenly went back to reality and both initially noticed that everyone was staring at them. But who wouldn't? They were in the middle of the room, laughing and fidgeting shyly, pretending like they were the only people around. With nothing much to say or do, the editor and the journalist hopped out the bistro, looked up to each other, and laughed out loud after thinking of the embarrassment the both of them went through. The only thing which seemed to break such moment was the sound of the town clock as the short hand points to 1 o'clock. Noticing that lunch break was already over and they're going to be late, the two quickly jumped in a patrolling taxi cab as they hurried themselves back to work. Everything seemed fine when they arrived at the office, huffing and panting while their coworkers pretended that they don't mind. Shizune and Konohamaru was side by side, resting on the wall, looking at them at a distance. They softly smiled after garnering such thought of their boss, softening up while Temari teases them. Sakura tried her best to deny it while Naruto can only sigh after hearing such claims. The room was again filled with laughter, but as the doors closed once more, the employees went on with their jobs. Just like before, hours flew by the window and the sun slowly began to set. The mixture of orange and gray was exquisite as seen from the outside. The employees agreed, so as they watched it blend into the darkness. It was a great day, an ordinary working day filled with extraordinary things shared with the most unexpected people. See you guys tomorrow. They all bid farewell to each other, going on with their separate ways after hugs and handshakes to congratulate a great day. It was never planned, but the awesomeness just happened. That's the good thing with working. You never seem to ask for it, but it happens like magic. See you. The spiky-haired blonde waves from afar, while the pinkette turned her head around and smiled. See you too, she answered back and waved back at him, tiptoeing in her high heels as they bid each other good night. Good night, it will certainly be a good night. Click. The room switch was opened, and a lot of ruffling sounds were heard. Bags and clothes were tossed everywhere as the sound goes flump with the bed getting compressed. Yawns! Naruto lets out a deep sigh as he covered his head with a pillow, scratching his stomach while resting his body on the comforts of his bed. Click! Another room switch was shut open, but this time it was different. The figure of the pinkette approaches by the pink-laced bed sheets while she stumbled down, grabbing a pillow and covering her mouth with it as she squealed inside with mixed emotions. The two of them removed the cushions from their faces and gazed at the window near their rooms. It's been a full moon. The stars are shining brightly around the blanket of the night sky. Slowly, both of them raised their arms and pointed it towards the window. Sakura spreads out her fingers while the brightness of the moon shines upon her hand, creating stripes of dazzling light at the edges of each finger. On the other hand, Naruto forms an OK sign with his hand. Slowly, he covered the shape of the moon with his thumb, watching it morph to look like that of an eclipse. A shooting star came by and arcs through the moon. The pinkette closed her eyes to make a wish while the blonde closed only one, a smile appearing on his face. Chuckles. Both of them laid down their arms, letting it fall gently straight to their chests. They felt every beat, pounding from the inside as it gets more and more evident. The warmth seeps through every cell on their bodies and felt like this blanket will keep them comfy through the remorseless winter night. The whole experience got them thinking, and it was a great eye-opener, that there are so many pages in a book, that there are still so many things to be learned, and that Naruto and size Sakura will have a lot of things coming on their way, like ramen and sake. A/N, dang it, PC reboot plus no ideas plus college week plus tons of homework equals crap. I don't know how I managed to make this one, though it seems a blessing in disguise. Anyway, I just finished the whole chapter in 2 days. If it seemed rushed for you guys, well, that's life. I mean, I'll try polishing that off in my free time. Stop the long author's note. Here's chapter 7. Thanks for making time to read it, ahaha. I think it is true that you can really never tell when a person starts acting serious. They can smile, laugh, and stare like they always used to. But no one can really tell if what they meant is what they really meant. We're gonna go now, Sakura-chan. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. They say women tell the sweetest lies. Well, I say men are the most complicated beings in the world. They hate you at some point, and will like you at opposite ends of the same reason they hate you. To give a clear picture on what I'm trying to say, I'll try giving a recap on what really happened last Friday night. Flashback. Yes, we went on with the Friday night dinner at his house, as planned. And for some reason, it worked out pretty fine, though that's only the first part. More red wine, he asked me, sending me straight to the edge. With a point-blank stare, we were sitting on a regular dinner table in the center of the living room inside his apartment. Can you believe that? Inside the boss' very own apartment. He's living alone, though. There are portraits of him and his grandparents, him and our fellow co-workers on the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Though there's this peculiar photo of him with another woman, I remained behaved and nonchalant. Yes, please, I replied at him, trying to hide the drunken blush that flustered on my face. He stopped at the middle and placed the bottle back in the ice bucket. How was the food? My boss curiously asked, obviously demanding me a yes, which I easily did. The food was great, no doubts about it. The wine tasted really good, and we were having an effective boss and employee relationship, which was not part of the plan from the start. After I watched the clock struck 9:45, mainly because I don't want to ruin it any more than I was suspecting I will. I mean, I'm finally going to tap the boss sweet side air, whatever you may call it. And being his employee, it's my job to do so. I think I'll be going now. He frowned at me after hearing such words come out my mouth, making me flinch a little bit. I tried smiling at him, making gestures of appreciation, but he just looked at me, then skimmed his eyes yonder the window. I presumed that it was an, "Okay, you may go," from him, so I grabbed my bag on the couch and my coat from the rack near the door. But before I could give thanks and goodbyes, he gave out a sigh and then refixes his sight on me. "Do you by any chance know how to drive?" I quivered with fear when he said that so openly on my face. "Well, actually, it's on my back since I was facing the other way, but you get the point." I remember the time when my family and I go to a vacation at Grandma's near Fukuoka, and I was taught how to ride a tractor before mustering enough strength to ride a car. Though I don't even have one. Why, yes, why do you ask? My feet slowly back off an inch when he stood up and walked towards my way. Slowly, it seems, my blonde boss raised his arm, and when he and I are just a step away from each other, he used his right hand to brush my hair over my ears. That moment, I thought I was already dead. My heart feels a huge pounding, but I was just more concerned about what would he say. Without me noticing, he slowly drifts his fingers at the hair behind my ears, and in response, I close my eyes. And no, I am not what you think I am doing. No, I closed my eyes more earnestly at that point until I heard a ringing sound. Opening my eyes, I can only see his arms stretched towards my temples, withdrawing something from which the ringing sound resonated. "The big one's the car key," he told me as he pointed his finger on the key ring. Words can describe how I felt that moment. I thought so many improper and impudently foul thoughts on what my boss' next move ought to be, but I'm glad it was over. He just pulled out the key behind my ears like that of a magic trick. And I suppose they wanted me to clap and say wow. But all I could think of is how to kick his hashtag $% strong enough that it won't grow by the summer. Anyway, what's done is done. All I can do now is to watch his movement so that I can anticipate his next move. Wait. I paused by and raised a question when I saw him also grabbing his coat and closing the lights. "You're coming too?" I disrespectfully asked him, and I promised myself it would be the last time such words will cross my lips, even though he didn't take it personally. "Well, it is my car, isn't it?" Naruto raised his brow at me. "But I thought you don't drive." He then looked at me like he was going to eat me alive. I was so afraid that I didn't even have time to emphasize and stress the questioning tone in my reply. "I can't believe you graduate the top of your class." My boss started insulting me. Time and time again, he never fails to do so. Asterisk, size asterisk, "Didn't I give you my car keys?" And then I realized what he was talking about. "Oh, then what are you going to do?" I asked once more. "I don't know, kill time? Escort you to home? Making sure you won't go and fly away with my car?" He then answered back with a sarcastic but somehow his realistic tone. I don't know if it's just me, but I think all three were offensive, seeing that it came from the same foul-mouthed and insensitive source. "I'm not going to do something with it. I'll return it back tomorrow dawn." I turned around, but before I could even take a single step, he stopped me with his reply. "No, I don't want to. I wanted to see it parked near your house." I now looked at him with suspicion while he stood tall and proud beside me, spinning the key ring around his finger. If ever what I am thinking is true, I don't think I'll be able to respond with composure. "You want to see it parked at my house? Or you want to see my house?" He turned away from me and answered back with his usual grumpy tenor. I can tell he's pissed, so I have to be more cautious with my words. "Pick one." My boss looked at me straight, eye to eye, with laser-like connection that we maintained for several seconds. "But Henshu-cho." Knowing that the favor of the conversation would eventually lead to him, I insisted once more. "Okay, how about this? I'll just walk you to your house. Sounds good?" And just like that, because of my latent idiocy, an alternative option branches out even though we barely had the same thought on what to do with the first argument. "Walk? You're gonna walk me in the middle of the night?" I worriedly look at his expression. "I love walking," he said with a smirk, narrowing his eyes and focusing them all on me. Not knowing anymore what to say or reply, I remained silent, ultimately conceding in defeat as he remained, waiting for an answer. Walk it is then, those final words were the last ones that I can remember he said. And before I knew it, I was walking alongside my boss, quickly approaching the figure of black and brown. My home, that is, knock, knock, knock. I said I don't want to subscribe. Were the unexpected words that came out of my father's mouth when he went out and saw me together with Naruto, with both our faces looking at him weirdly. Back then, I swear, I was on the verge of breaking down between humiliation and pity that all I could do was to wait as my boss stares at him. Even so, I have known my father since then, so I knew getting out of this mess would be cake for him. Oh, Sakura, you're back. My father smiled as I approached him and gave him a hug with him looking back at us. Yeah, we just finished a while ago. I quivered a little bit when I saw him, looking at the man behind me. It's really good that Naruto kept his mouth shut ever since we trailed off the road. That way I can easily make out something to bury the misunderstandings. All right, how rude of me. I looked behind and watched his blue eyes stare at me from a distance. Dad, meet Naruto. Naruto, meet my dad. My boss then walked towards my father, then acted like a gentleman, shaking hands with him. Pleasure to meet you, sir. My boss shook the hand of my father, and even I couldn't believe it's happening. My father just nodded, and after Naruto backed himself down, he opened his mouth. You seem to be a well-off and capable young man. He told him with praise-like tone. Thank you. My boss shook his head a bit before another sentence came out of Dad. Now tell me, what is a well-off and capable young man like you are doing here this late? My heart skipped a beat after hearing such words. Instinctively, I've only thought of the consequences afterwards, but I never expected my boss to answer. I'm escorting your daughter, sir, trying to make sure she goes home safe. My heart felt warm that moment, just like when we had a meal a couple of days ago. Words can't describe my reaction, especially when I saw my boss' most pure and sincere smile and my father's amazement and delight. I know this will bring forth news that will be circulating in my house for a couple of days, but regardless of it, I'm just happy that the confrontation went well. Why are you taking so long? Oh, what a fine gentleman. Can I ask, what do you need? My mother suddenly appeared on the picture as she popped out behind my father, seemingly amazed with Naruto's appearance. I'm not feeling good about this. No ma'am, I'm just taking Sakura home. He looked at me, then slowly turned his head to look at my mom, who in that time was curious on what is my relation with him. I don't know how, but I just knew it. Well, that's a fine deed. Anyhow, can I ask your name, son? She gave me a wink, and I felt a qualm in the deepest part of my soul. She's gonna ruin it, I can feel it. His name is Naruto, my dear. My dad intercepted the question and looked at my mom, who suddenly had a change in mood. So you're Naruto? I tried the best that I can to act as normally as possible, but I'm getting the feeling that my blonde boss will ask. And he did. You knew my name already, ma'am? He then looked at me, as I immediately looked down to act nonchalant about it. Oh yes, my daughter has been talking about you for quite some time now. I don't know if it's the cold night wind, but I'm getting chills all over my body. I couldn't dare look back at Naruto because I knew that he must have been glaring at me with curiosity right now. Anyway, what name would you prefer? Pighead, perv, or deranged? My life seemingly ended when I heard those words coming out from my mom. Busted, right up beside the boss, and the worst part is that my mom was still smiling after that. You have got to be kidding me. Okay. Let's just say we don't hear that ah ha ha ha. My mother griped in wonder as I covered her mouth with my hand. From that point on, I knew one of these three things would happen. 1, I'll lose my job. 2, he wouldn't give me my pay. And the third, I'll lose my job and he wouldn't give me my pay. If I'm lucky though, it would be none of the above. Things went awkward after that. We just went our separate ways without even saying goodbye. I feel that I'm responsible that it ended that way, in part least, silently. While his figure dissipates under the moonlight shadow, I bid him good night. And that's not something you can't be serious about. End of flashback. Now that's pretty long for a flashback, for I don't want to miss a single detail. I wanted to relay it as vivid as possible, as true and collective as I possibly can. As for what happened afterwards, if you're still curious to know, I received a text message from him later that night. I only got to see the subject, which was overtime, before I deleted it and closed my phone, not wanting a thought laid on it. And yes, that's everything that happened. Slam! The door closed down hard, as the Pinkette bid her farewell to her seniors and coworkers. The time was 5:30, the closing time. But because of what happened, the blonde decided to graciously extend her to overtime. Moody, you ask? You bet it was. Opens door, clap. The sound of piles and piles on folders was thrown down the journalist's desk, causing her to flinch in response. And when she looked up to see his face, the man was crossed arms and was facing the window with his usual grumpy appearance. I'll start this quick. I don't want whiners. I don't want to hear things like I can't do this or please let me go, because if you really want to have your job and your pay, you'll have no complaints. Naruto uttered in an ill-mannered tone before facing his subordinate, who in response looked away. But wait! Sakura tried looking at the folders and raised a response. These topics are for next month. Why am I going to work on it now? She slowed down, caught up with her breath, then raised her tone a little after seeing that it was a bit unfair. It's because I'm a confused, deranged pighead perv. The managing editor's eyes shone with displeasure as he tried to bomb her down on her knees. Now tongue-tied herself, the Pinkette has nothing to say or do but to nod and answer with a bored yet promising okay to her boss, who quickly went to his office, slamming the door hard that it made a part of the folder stack fall down. Sighs. Sakura picked up the files and arranged them properly before stretching her fingers outward and bending her neck to the side. An all-nighter, she thought while running her thumb through the edges of the folders. With a mug of deeply brewed coffee on her right and a desk lamp on her left, she began working on the task as diligent and as committed like she was ever before. But before doing such thing, Sakura had her goals set already. She made it clear to herself that she was doing it to prove to herself that she can do such thing. No, not ever to impress her stone-hearted boss who's subtle as a gun. Not also to finish the mess that she was implied she started, but because she knew she can and she will. Was the sound faintly resounding from a distance, near the blonde's room. He peeks at her from the small blinds obscuring the small glass frame of the door. Without her noticing, Naruto always had a care whenever he does something. It doesn't take an idiot to miss it, nor does it take a genius to notice either. He himself was unconscious to know that he was concerned with whatever obstacles he throws at her. You may call it a milder form of sadistic streak, but he feels something welling up inside every time she conquers the tasks that have been given to her. It's a feeling of accomplishment and excitement, as if he was happy that she jumped over every hurdle on the track. It reminds him of a special someone who used to do the same. For just like he and Shizen said, she really was just like her. Nighttime passed by so fast. The once orange swirls in the thick white clouds are now linen with black and gray, vaguely tattered by shimmering stars. Moonlight shines upon the room, creating a beam of bluish-white light that creates a heavenly hue inside. It was magical. The scene, the lights, everything. Everything up to the figure of a young, pink-haired woman sprawled onto the table, head tilted to the side, eyes closed, and a ball pen still hinged in her fingers. Moan Sakura slowly huffed and puffed as she began to rise after falling into such deep slumber. She had been pushing herself to the limit that her body began failing her in just one overnight work. Her arms were jutting upward while she does a little stretch, looking at the clock afterwards. Both hands were in the middle up by the time she woke up. It was already midnight, she thought to herself after rubbing her eyes to slits. The woman noticed something clinging on both ends of her shoulder. She touched it for a while, and when she felt that it was fabric, she dragged it in front for her to see. Seconds flew by as the Pinkette remained inspecting the cloth that seemingly was there to give her warmth. And just when she grabbed the thought, Sakura flipped out. Naruto's coat? A question popped under her head while she still remains under wonder and surprise. Thinking of such reasons, why would a person do such a thing? Wait, what's this? She came across a piece of paper slipped inside the folder she'd recently been working on. You're awake. Congratulations. I'm 100 years old. Drop the pen and take a rest for a while. I'll be at the rooftop if you need me. You'll need me. Crunch. The noise came from the Pinkette when she crumpled the paper into an undesirable form. She took a glance at the window that was covered in white permafrost, then refocuses her eyes on the paper before throwing it square in the trash can. That Naruto, what does he want this time? Yawn? The young blonde opened his mouth wide like that of a lion's. He was lying on the cement, one arm behind his head and the other one holding a small booklet. The man was wearing a striped blue long-sleeved shirt with the top button unfastened. Cross-legged in his black slacks, his yellow hair was ruffling against the cool night wind, moonlight serving as his lampshade underneath the bluish-black sky. Reading something in the middle of the night was not something you see or do every now and then, but it does create a sense of coolness that certain fellas want once in a while. Or so he thought, knowing that after this, he won't repeat doing such a thing again as his eyes began to twitch in exhaustion. Wait a second, Naruto thought when he heard a discreet noise. 5, 4, 3, 2. Here a woman's voice closely followed after the opening and slamming of the door. Thanks for the coat. She closed her lips and turned around, without even acknowledging his presence below. The editor decided to answer back. You're done already, he asked, which was immediately dealt with a no from the latter. Having the instincts to look around the area a bit, she then noticed the book the man was reading. Manga? You're fond of reading manga? The pinkette bent her knees to take a peek, but was halted when he abruptly closed both halves of the book. Yes, like any other Japanese guy, I am too, is fond on reading manga. They both felt a sliver of cold running down their spine when both of their eyes met just before he began to recover and stand. Curious, she took the liberty of asking the anime her boss into reading, and her question was answered right after Naruto finished dusting his back off the dust. The blonde raised the handbook at mid-level, where she can read it. Sasuke, isn't that manga about a ninja? Isn't that plain obvious to see? He sarcastically replied while Sakura, feeling embarrassed, decided to shut up from then on. Whoosh! The cold breeze screeched, rustling their clothes and bringing goosebumps on their skin. Here, you might need this. Naruto fastened his eyes on her form, which seemed to be unconsciously shivering on one spot. He advanced a step and brought his coat towards her, which she closely glanced at and replied. No, I'm fine. Thank you. She replied while continued shivering on behalf of her pride. Sakura closed her eyes more earnestly as she tried to shake off the cold while hugging herself down. It didn't come to her senses that the figure of yellow disappeared in front. And when she opened her eyes, the latter went from behind, much to her surprise. He attached his coat once more on her back, which brings up another fight back from the pinkette. What are you doing? I said I'm chill. The man made a silence gesture, looking at her eyes from behind as intently as possible. Head turned towards her shoulder. She felt a pounding on her chest, and afterwards, felt it with her hand to hold it down. The journalist knew that she was not supposed to feel such a trivial thing, but every time he looks at her with those eyes, and in a certain way, she just gets lost without noticing. It's like everything's falling out of place yet gets fixed up at the right slot. Just plain hard to explain. You need it, trust me, he said before letting go of her shoulder and waltzing backward to lean on a wall while the woman makes use of the help she received. Now shivering less than she was before, Sakura regained her form, then turned around to give appreciation. Thanks, she said without any restraints, getting followed by a swift no problem coming from her boss. A moment of silence passed away, with both fellas looking at opposed directions, then locking eyes for a second before breaking apart. The cold night wind began turning on a new direction, and the heavy downpour of sleet stopped falling. It was the peak of the night, the point in time where normal people are fast asleep, and they had to be meddling around at this point of the night. Naruto. She gathered up enough pride to break the tension underlying in between. The pinkette noticed no reply, and so turned her head to the side to look, only to find him gazing at the stars above. Why exactly did you make me come here? A raise in the eyebrow closed her question, but it doesn't seem to be ringing the bell on the blonde's perspective. After hearing such query, Naruto lets out a deep sigh and looked back at her. I don't know the reason myself. He put his hands on his jaw and does the thinker pose, one eye closed and the other, looking up the stars that shone prettily above. Anyway, you want to have a bite? It's all on me tonight, the managing editor suggested before standing up straight and glances at the wristwatch for the time. No, I'm good. I have so many things left to do and… Quiet burp. I can't take another bite. A gassy noise came out from the most unexpected source. The blonde marveled in amazement after seeing her down a couple of slices in no time at all. They were both sitting with their legs stretched up in front, backs leaned over the wall. There's a carton of pizza, bottle of sake, and a bowl of ramen separating them, like that of a picnic, though it was midnight. So, it was a midnight picnic? Hurrah! Anyhow, I think it's been a while since I did this. Naruto had one thigh flexed upward and another laying straight on the floor. Sakura was beside him, watching the ruffles of his yellow hair play with the breeze as it casts a reflection on his crystal blue orbs. I think I'm with Konohamaru and the other guys back then. The blonde fairly noticed, and so looked back, but she was able to redirect her sight before he can turn his head to see. Her heart skipped a beat. Yeah, I can pretty tell where they got their quirkiness. Her lips broke into a pretty smile that caught his attention. Naruto looked at it for a couple of seconds before hissing away in awkwardness. What does that mean? He raised a brow, thought in a comical sense, making her chuckle a little bit. Ah, nothing, boss. The rooftop echoes with the combination of his whining and her laughter, creating a symphony of noise that, while like any other noise, was loud. Sakura just made a big leap today for the both of them actually. She made her boss laugh, which can be a little hard considering the fact that he was extremely hard to work with. Her adventures with the boss, like this one, bridge their boss-employee relationship into better understanding. And if there's one person to praise, it was definitely her. Hey! She opened her eyes, halting her soft chuckles. You got something on your lips. Naruto gazes at her from point blank and moves down his sight on her mouth. Sakura watched him froze for a moment and wondered. But even before she can think, the blonde unconsciously moves his body forward, which in turn troubled the pinkette. Wait, WWF, what is he doing? Oh no, I've seen this in the movies. No, it couldn't be that. Yes, it has to be it. You, the blonde whispered as he slowly leaned forward, looking like he was under some trance. You have something? The journalist tightened his eyelids while his silhouette came nearer and nearer. Her heart was beating like crazy and her body froze in shock, paralyzed, anticipating what may and will have been her boss action. She then heard another phrase and flinched. On your mouth, he said after raising his hand to her mouth level and wiping the substance of her lips, giving it a sleek shine. There, Sakura almost blew into pieces and skyrocketed into oblivion when she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw after feeling the man's thumb slid off her upper lip was the blurred image of him leaning over her. She closed it again, then reopened the pair, and a clearer picture formed on her mind. A picture of his boss, his mesmerizing blue eyes half closed, and was looking intently at hers, with moonlight pouring down and giving it a sparkle. The boss. Appearance isn't what you call everyday image. Having to see him, like that makes you wonder. Wonder in your thoughts why he never does it frequently, since it made him look a hell lot better than frowning from morning to sundown. Apart from his eyes, Naruto was also smiling. A cross between a smile and a smirk, it's a little bit mischievous, but it was able to bring his character out to life. Everything was for her to reflect on, even though she was still in turbulence, because, for a moment, just for a moment, she felt like she has fallen for him. And that's not something she can fake. From the young man's perspective, it was different, though in a sense, it was familiar. He felt like a part of him was slowly getting healed, though the cause of such wounds is yet to be revealed. He knows that he wasn't supposed to be in such a way in front of his employee, but there's this something which compels him and drives him crazy. Is it the familiarity? Like everybody, including he himself, said. It's what kept him grounded around her, her similarity with a certain someone who has the same effect on him. Anyway, just like the pinkette, the blonde also felt something when he looked at her, a twitching sensation on his chest just right, after he smiled and stared at her. It was happiness, and even though he didn't know where such frivolous things came from, he knew why it was there. He knew why he was happy. The silence lingered on their skins when the atmosphere suddenly went from freezing to warm. Their skins barely touched, though it looks like she was really hesitant of letting him come near any further. Naruto was still on his knee, face to face with Sakura, trapped in the midst of time, not even caring at all. And even though they both admit to each other that they are same charges that repel, right this moment in time, there were no resistance. There was no sound, no noise, no complaints and swears. And that got both of them thinking. The chaos that keeps on building up until it explodes into a supernova of emotions they both can't convey. It was the middle of the pitch black night, but the strangest thing is that they both can see each other clearer now. Twitch. The Pinkette compresses herself into a single space with her arms wrapped around her legs. She was meek, not wanting to progress after noticing him advance. Then she remembered what Konohamaru said if ever Naruto and she were ever in a private conversation. And realistically, now was the perfect time to do it. Sakura, the man thought to himself when he saw both of her eyes close just as they were starting to stare at each other. She was beautiful. Naruto mumbled in his mind when the cloud blocking the moon phases out and moonlight shone onto her face. Tangles of her pink remained perfectly dangling on the right side of her cheek. The blonde was lost for words to describe it himself. I don't want it, but I just had to, the managing editor thought after brushing her hair off her ears and used his hand to run on the soft skin underneath it. His hands were about below her ears when he stopped moving them and gave a little tension that sent a chill running down his spine. I half closed. The young man started to lean forward, head slanted and as slowly as you can ever imagine. Part of his subconscious was telling him to stop, but the other half said otherwise. All that he can see are the blurred image of her lips that was obscured by the ensemble of night winds playing with his blonde hair. It was magical, having the question of where she might see the light on the far end of the tunnel. Sakura slowly opened her eyes, and instantaneously, her body frozen shut, shocked in awe as she gazes on his eyes a distance of an inch in between. His pair didn't even twitch when he saw her ones opened. Yet he stopped a mere millisecond away before their lips collided each other. Though it was just enough for her to sit down, paralyzed as she can feel his short, warm breaths puffing on her skin. She can also smell his perfume that she never knew he wore since the last time she checked. They barely had short-range distances. It was sweet and enticing, though. From the man's viewpoint, it's not that different either. Naruto felt that the whole world just stopped spinning and the illusions that clouded up his mind dissipates. The only thing he can hear at that point was the loud, repetitive beating of his heart that was banging on his chest. The only thing he can smell was the odd mixture of her fragrant aroma and tomato sauce. It was legendary. Feeling that he had the balls to do so, the blonde decided to break the ice. Or rather, quench their overheating hearts out. "I'm sorry," were the words that came out of his mouth. He didn't know why or how, but one thing's for sure. He never regretted saying such things. Naruto knows it wasn't what he or she planned to happen, but well, that's life. The editor was on the verge of turning around when the unexpected cliché breaker happened. "Prove it." Her lips clamped down after opening to say such words. She felt the moment was just so surreal, as if everything was just a dream, as if everything was just too unimaginable to be true, or as if it was just too special to be any less than perfect. And they kissed. His lips then just fell on hers and they kissed, atop the chirping nightingale that witnessed the magic that happened. She opened her eyes and found his still closed ones before shutting back hers to have a holy grasp of it. Deep down her half-conscious thoughts, she told herself, "Tastes like ramen and sake. /n. Another hell week is coming." Anyway, thanks for reading this chapter. Please R&R and have a good day. Ho ho ho. /n. Okay. I guess some of you knew what happened to the Philippines a couple of weeks ago. There's this huge downpour that lasted for several days that in turn creates mass floods. Good thing our house was built on higher ground, or I don't know when would I'll be able to give the next chapter. Anyway, the power shortage lasted for a couple of days also, hence the long update. Followed by that, it's our finals week this week is written in the A/N bottom part of chapter 7. I don't know what to do, so I decided to fuse the two chapters I've conceptualized long beforehand into this. I don't want to make you guys wait any further. Here's chapter 8. Okay, where do I start? Sakura, I know what happened last night was very difficult to explain, but no, that's what they usually hear in movies. I need to be different. Yeah, how about smile yo Sakura-chan? Nice dress. Ugh, what the hell's wrong with me? Why am I troubled by such things? Is it because I care? Because I knew what I did was wrong? Or because I'm afraid to admit it to myself? That Sakura is beautiful. that she's full of enthusiasm, she has a good heart, she's a respectable young woman, and that she deserves to be treated like one. She deserves to know what I really wanted to say. Creak. The door slowly flung from the inside, and a figure of brazen yellow approached the scene, which consisted of office desks and some surprised faces. "Oh hey, Oni Ison." A loud yet equally calming voice of a young man entered his ears. "Igirigayo, Kanoamaru." He smiled back at him while the others said good morning and went to their works as soon as possible. In opposition, Kiba waved a goodbye as he went out to freelance at some other photography studios on the town. Naruto can only give a nod, seeing his shadow pass the door, immediately turning his head to see what he is first in priority. His blue eyes skimmed left to right, but he didn't see what he wanted to see. Instead of asking the whole cluster and raising another rumor mill, he silently approached Shizen, who was busy working on her seat. "Shizen-san, can I ask?" The woman immediately replied at him. "Are you going to ask where Sakura is?" He was fizzled, taking notice that the latter may have already knew what happened and considering the fact that she was close to the pink head. Having prior caution on what she might say, the blonde answered back in a lowered tone. No. Why would I? Chuckles, why would you think of such things? He tried the best as he can to pull a smile, but what Shizen saw was that of a gassy smirk. She light raised her brow, sending a small shiver crawling down his spine. She couldn't possibly have, he told himself while he noticed her, grinning sarcastically before focusing back to work. The man took a second for a breather, switching footing for balance, and looking at the empty office chair on his left, feeling part least guilty before he clear up his inhibitions and face the journalist in utter defeat. "Do I look that obvious?" Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment while watching her head nod, still faced away from him, doing her work. "A little bit." She dropped her pen, and with the use of the office chair, she turned around and faced him with a curious look. The blonde, feeling the urge to double-check, unsealed his mouth. "Did she tell something about?" "No," the elder journalist replied after stapling down a couple of documents on her desk. "Why? Is there something you have to say to her? I could tell her if you don't mind." And in an instant, Naruto uttered a swift, "No thanks," before nodding in gratitude and turning the other way. Yet before he could even take a single step, she uttered another word. "What's that small bruise on your jaw?" He froze up after hearing such words. He never thought that she would notice, but then again, that's that. There are fragments of last night's memory flowing on his mind, but he chose not to visit such events, for he knew it wouldn't help him give a decent excuse to Shizen. "It's nothing, just a scratch." The man muttered a few words, wiping the mark on his face with his wrist. The journalist gave a doubted, "If you say so," staring at the man, who has one eye closed after succumbing to the sting of the bruise. It's quite evident for her to know, but Naruto still has his hopes up. "I'll be going." He fixed his form and grabbed the suitcase he laid on top of the printer. Shizen notices and gave a small wave. "And, the blonde followed up in a much lesser tone. "If you see her, can you tell her to go to my office?" Naruto looked greatly bothered, yet the woman still listened to his whim. After such words they part, with the editor walking straight directly to his room, closing the door shut, not wanting to be disturbed by anyone else but her. Immediately after that, the once busy, nonchalant, and uncaring co-workers became rabid dogs to the gossip. And yes, that includes the lazy Shikamaru, who was oddly first in line. Shizen just smiled at them, not saying anything, but mentally telling them straight in the face. Like bees to honey, they trailed off back to their works, just in time when the blonde opened the door to check, after noticing such commotion and hearing a mention in his name. Seeing that everybody was doing their job, he grumpily groaned and slammed back the door. Just after that, the whole room was under silent sighs of relief, which was drowned by the silence as they continued to progress with their work. Days passed, and every time the man looked at the room from his door, she wasn't there. There's just this empty seat from which she always sat on whenever he gave her things to do. There's this ledge from which he drooped from above to look on her progress. But now, there's only this feeling of emptiness he just couldn't bear to live with. She didn't come to work for 3 days now, and there's 3 days left till Christmas. Prior to that, there are a couple of things that's been bugging him. Maybe he's the reason that she's been absent ever since. That can be true, since what he did was without a doubt inappropriate. In fact, it was disrespectful. Though he can't help thinking that moment, the same moment that has been troubling him till now, didn't happen without a reason. Just looking back on what they both felt afterwards can give a brief explanation. Both of them have no regrets. At least, that's what his intuition was telling him. Because he knew, when their lips touched, there were no restraints. No signs of resistance, of struggle and disdain. Naruto knew both of them was conscious about it since the whole time. They were staring at each other's eyes, sinking into a spiral. Both of them, breaking out of their boxes of self-conceit and showing raw emotions which conveyed what they really felt. Because both of them knew they're attracted to each other. Coughs, and with such things present on his mind. Knock, knock. Naruto decided to pay a little visit. Who's there? The door suddenly opened right after he withdrew his hand from its rough indents. A man rose from the inside, dressed in a messed-up bathrobe, with a rolled-up newspaper in his hand, scratching his balding head. The man dropped the toothpick that he was chewing right over his lip. It's you. You're the guy from before. He crossed his arms on his chest and casted a stare on him. Naruto, having the guts to reply, tilted his head upward and answered back with a grin. Gee, good afternoon, Mr. Haruno. The blonde bowed down, then shook his head back up. I just wanted to see if Sakura's home today. He shifted his foot backward and folded his hands on his back, looking all respectable and such. The Pinkette's father took a couple of seconds before clicking his glasses upward and stepping down the stairs to get a clearer picture of the young man. Why? Is there something you want from her, Dash? No, no. Naruto turned his head, trying to hide his tensed-up expression. Well, not exactly. He paused for a second, then continued, greatly intriguing the journalist's father. Not exactly, the older man advanced, making the latter back off in response. He didn't know what's more intimidating, her father walking towards him or the man's eyebrows rising in confusion. Nonetheless, both are just obstacles that he knew he needs to face. Sir, it's just that. The blonde skimmed his eyes upward. Then, after charging enough courage and self-esteem, he finally faced her father in the eye. It's just that she hasn't been going to work this previous days, and I thought it would be rightful as her superior to take prior notice. Naruto coughed out nervously, silently waiting for the elder's reply, which kinda happened afterwards. Are you really that concerned? Then Naruto felt a thud inside his heart, the same one he had 3 nights before. It kept on asking him the same question, over and over again. Do I really care about Sakura? He wondered, looking past the man's point-blank stares until he mustered enough honesty to reply back. Yes, sir. I am, the blonde uttered while bowing his head in truthfulness, a feat that made the elder man quite astounded. You mean, how else can he find a fine and respectful young man like him? Compared to this generation, it's the same than finding a needle in a haystack. Cross that, it's more like doing it in the dark. Good thing Sakura's dad didn't know him on The Office, or he'll flip out. Are you sure? The editor turned his head to look past the elder man's eyes. Affirmative, he replied. A gust of chilling wind suddenly entered the scene, causing the man to cover his eyes as small fragments of snow pelted him on his face up to his lush yellow mane. He missed the expression of Sakura's dad, a less nasty smile present on his mouth. He did know that it was the same man his daughter talked about every night over and over again. But he can't help but to wonder since the one he is seeing now was a complete opposite. Or so he thought. Sigh. Naruto heard his lazy groans and silently wait on the sidewalk. Anyway, my daughter's not here today. The blonde's jaws seemingly dropped in surprise to see that she's not inside after the long conversation with her dad. W.Y. what? She's W. Where's she, sir? Are the words that came out of his baffled form. After all the waiting, freezing outside, and sharing a chilling confrontation with her father, then he found out that she wasn't here. There's only this thin line of wearing patience left that prevented him from yelling out a big HUH. My daughter said that she'll be visiting an old friend. Probably she'll come back home at this hour. Naruto felt like his heart would jump out of his chest when he felt a large hand clutch his back just as he was about to drift off. You can wait for her inside. W wait. I inside. The blonde lightly fidgeted as he was easily pulled inside the house by her father, who seemed to be oblivious to the truth and all the rest of the commotion. All that can be heard after the door slammed down was his silent sighs as he prepares himself for the confrontation of a lifetime. Drip of sweat drop trickled down Naruto's nape after a minute inside Haruno residence. Though it was not part of the plan, the man agreed to the idea, not wanting to oppose the father's whim. So there he was, walking through the wooden floor tiles, following the older man towards the living room from where they will wait for the Pinkette's arrival. There was a period of silence, not long before a middle-aged woman descends from the stairs. "You told me you're going to help me the dishes today, my dear," she complained, sending loud yelps that was heard by her husband, causing him to stop while the young man behind just parroted the action. "Oh, yes, yes. I'm just showing our visitor the way to the living room." He gave an elderly chuckle, then pointed his curled-up index finger at the blonde. "Anyway, my son, have you had lunch already?" "I'm good already, sir." Naruto did a circular rubbing motion on his abdomen. "I dropped by a convenience store before going here. Thanks for the offer, though." His blank face disappeared and was replaced by a grin. "Okay, just wait a minute. I want to get you something to eat," Sakura's dad uttered and immediately strolled to the kitchen, leaving the young man behind in confusion, as he mumbles "BB" to himself. The woman, on the other hand, after noticing a resemblance, stepped forward and tapped the editor's broad shoulder, jerking him to face her with a disheveled expression. "Oh, it's you," she yelped, with amazement. "Wait a minute. Naruto, was it?" "Naruto, ma'am," he said with a rather unpleasant tone, keeping it as polite as he possibly can. Sakura's mom was smiling at him, like that of a real estate agent. You can never really tell what's going on inside her mind, a lot less like her daughter, who seemed to be evident on what she wanted to say. She took a couple of steps forward and had a seat while the blonde remained standing, hands on his back, humming a very silent tune as he gazed the place with scrutiny. "Anyway, are you looking for Sakura?" He fidgeted and immediately turned around to face her, who happens to be fixing her slippers on. "Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure if your daughter's okay." The woman's eyes scanned him from top to bottom while he stood vigilantly on the other side of the room. "She's been absent for 3 consecutive days now, and with the exception of company rules, I can only allow her up to 4 and—" Naruto was halted by her abrupt yet elegant chuckles. "Well, she's fine. Don't worry about her. She'll go to work tomorrow." As if a thorn was removed, he felt relieved that moment. Even just hearing it as words, the man felt like the hunger that he was trying to suppress diminished instantly. "Thank you, I'm glad to hear that." He kept his poise from being overpowered by anxiousness, bowing a half towards her. The woman, on the other hand, stood up and fixed a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. "I'm glad, too, to know that the system in your company is very different than those common business-minded ones that I've heard about." She looked at the clock, and right after that, she pivoted a foot, then walked towards the door with haste. "Anyway, I'm going to go at the market. Make yourself at home, Naruto." The editor immediately waved a short goodbye, faster than the slam on the door, as he was once again left alone inside an empty space. Shortly after that, the blonde finally took a seat. His eyes roamed the place and stopped at the desk below a mirror, where arrays of family pictures are present for him to see. His mouth was kept covered by his hand, curving like a gymnast as he also stretched his back on the couch. "Only childy eye," he uttered, looking at the ceiling with those lazy blue eyes of his. "And I was thinking of selling myself to her brother or sister." Jan's arms were stretched upward and fall slowly on his face, with his wrist drooping perfectly above the bridge of his nose. Tadaima, like a bolt of lightning, surged through his veins up to his very fingertips. The young man sprang up from his seat after hearing such words resonate from the whole room, his face gushing with fear and surprise, heart beating wildly inside his chest, and sweat drops began forming on his temples. "She's back," he told himself, while fixing the last folds and indents of his sleeves. The moment he's been waiting has finally arrived. A gulp slides down his throat while he tried the best he can to stay calm. Then everything just happened. "I'm home, F.A." Her once gleeful and bright presence morphed into confused jaw-drop expression the moment her eyes spotted his spiky yellow hair. Naruto was looking afar when she saw him. His hands are clenched down on his knees, and the shadow kept her from seeing anything above his lips. Slowly but resolutely, he turned his head a certain degree where they can see each other face to face. Both eyes scanned each other's appearance. Sakura was holding her bag, and by the looks of it, she was also carrying some books with her. The blonde cared less about and focused more on how he is going to say the first line. As Sakura, such gentle words came from him, making it look impossible since he had always been using on her was this grouchy youthful tone that gave it its distinction. What are you doing here? She bit her lower lip and looked away, not in anger but somehow embarrassment. The two kept their lapses of glancing and ignorance before a voice booms out the kitchen. Sorry if it took a little time to prepare, but her old man suddenly came into picture, immediately dispersing such awkward moment. Oh, I see my daughter's here already. She then looked at her father, who was holding a slice of cake on a plate and a pitcher of orange juice. Good afternoon, Dad. As if the tension before wasn't there, she walked towards the older man and gave a peck on his cheek while Naruto remained on his seat with his eyes repulsed. Oh, right. The father broke from the confinements of her daughter's embrace and carefully laid the tray on the table in front of the younger man. Sakura, Mr. Uzumaki here has been waiting for you. He pointed a finger on the yellow head, who in turn raised his head to see her reaction. What does he wanted to say? The pinkette tried to hide her blush, facing the other side while tugging the bathrobe of his father from the back. Mr. Haruno, getting confused with his daughter acting such and his guest doing the same thing, decided to complain. Huh? Why ask me? He's right here. Tell him yourself. He told his daughter with aggravation. Wait, you wanted to say something, Sakura? She immediately fixed her sight on him the moment she heard those words. But as she glanced softly against his form, the journalist fidgeted and got tongue-tripped herself. What? No. I mean coughs no. Hands crept under her pockets. She uttered the words quietly, with the father getting dizzier by the minute just by listening to their conversation. You young modern people, I just couldn't understand your generation. He gave an old man whine, grabbing the newspaper and facing the two young adults. I'm going to leave you two alone to get some privacy. Sakura's eyes turned into bulges of glinting, astonished orbs. I'll be in upstairs if you need me, okay? He finishes while the two just nodded. But before he could take the first step upward, he turned to the two, causing them to look at him again. By the way, where is... She went out, sir. She said she's going to go to the market. Okay, thank you. Again, I'll leave you two alone. With the final words of her dad before the last fabric of his robe disappeared from their sight. Thus, leaving them in an atmosphere where they can truly express what they've been hiding underneath their facades. The man started it off, since he had gathered enough self-esteem to do so. Why are you absent these past 3 days? The question goes straight to the point. No turns, no detours this time. It took some time before Sakura strode the floor and sat in the couch adjacent towards the young man's. After the pillow and her behind connected, she gave her reply. Do you really have to know? She scruffily raised an eyebrow at him. Yes, as your superior, I have the right to know. He leaned forward and clasped both hands in front, looking all boss-like and such. But as you can see, she smirked, causing the man to wonder. You're inside my house now, and inside my house, I'm the boss. Understand? Huh. And that means... She pointed a finger at his rather peeved appearance. I'm your superior now. An indent of a blood vessel folds on his forehead as he looked at her with dissonance. She couldn't be serious. Come on, Sakura, I mean it. And just like that, the playful smile of her suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a less evident frown. The two continued talking. Okay, Chuckles. The pinkette looked at the annoyed expression of her boss before she broke into laughter. Naruto kept the best he can to stay calm amidst the ridiculous situation. The woman noticed the air getting serious and decided to do so herself. A couple of seconds, trying to find the momentum to reply, she finally did. The truth is, she scratched the fair skin on her nape in embarrassment. The blonde just kept his ears open for whatever she has to say. Sooner after that, she did continue. I was sick these past days. His eyes looked shocked, but the poise was still there. The doctor said indigestion or something. The pinkette then gave him a grin, causing him to almost stutter as he was to answer back. Indigestion? You serious? Yes. I guess eating heavy at midnight was a bad idea after all. Then she gave out soft chuckles, covering her mouth with a hand while the editor watched her silently, feeling partly responsible over the predicament. Sakura saw his disappointed look, guilty after, knowing that he's the reason after all. Though it would kill her to say it herself, she doesn't feel quite right whenever he's doing this to himself. A drop of water from the moisture outside ran down the glass, and exactly when it pelted the table, the young lad opened his mouth. I'm sorry then. The second word caught her attention. For that night, everything, he said submissively, head tilted downward, watching the ebbs of liquid inside the glass. A series of loud yet uplifting laughter suddenly railed down his ears. Is that really you, Naruto? She chuckled some more, but still, there's no response from the man. Although, there is, after a few seconds of straightening out the lines, he finally opened his mouth. Yay! The blonde rose from his crouching form and gave a huge exhale. It's just I thought that you were absent because I key. He stopped when the pinkette grabbed the plate in front and responded hastily. Here, would you have some cake? And without any signal from him, she shoved a spoonful inside his mouth, causing him to choke lightly and jerk his head upward. The scene was unimaginable. Naruto's eyes widened up with tears forming on the side. His hand was on his neck while he used the other to pound his chest. Those now watery blue eyes glared at the pinkette, who in turn panicked and grabbed a glassful of juice and gave it to the blonde. Gulp, gulp, gulp. GWH. What the hell are you doing? He angrily replied, wiping his glistening eyes. The latter took several coughs while Sakura watched him on the other side of the table, under a mixture of comedy and fear. He took a second to wipe the edge of his lips with his finger before continued dealing with his subordinate. I was trying to explain something, the man said with a fierce tenor. Well, I was trying to cheer you up, boss. She replied with subtlety, looking past his anger-filled orbs like she was used to it already. The journalist just grinned when she saw him turning his head the other way. A couple of minutes passed, and the two remained idle towards each other. Looking at the clock, she took a sip from the glass before starting off where they ended. Anyway, Naruto was listening, but had his eyes closed. Is that the only reason you came here? I mean, just to ask me if I'm okay. He then opened up his eyelids, and the first thing he saw was her, looking at him intricately. No. As a matter of fact, I have some other things to say. The blonde paused for a bit, then continued. I'm going to change your workplace. From now on, you'll work on the desk nearest to my door. Her eyes twitched in wonder by the sudden revelation. Huh. W8. Are you serious? But, that's final. I've already told Konohamaru to transfer your things, Naruto said while the pinkette desperately tried to convince him otherwise. The man caught a glimpse of her, making faces and such, but that only made him smile at the quirkiness of it. And also, he fidgeted after seeing her stare viciously at him, not wanting to cliffhang her anymore. It's about the Christmas party. The once angry pinkhead turned into a curious pinkhead. Naruto leaned over and looked at her in the eye. See Christmas party? Is this for real? A smile then formed on her face. Absolutely. Naruto turned to his side and grabbed his suitcase. He dragged out a piece of paper from inside and gave it to her. That's for the exchange gift. She looked at the blank paper and brought it near to give a look on the text below. I know it's a little bit childish, but hey, we were young once. I mean, I am. Though I don't know about you. You, she silently mumbled, head bowed down and a part of her bangs covering her eyes. His sneer disappeared after hearing such words. You've got to be kidding me. The journalist then gave him a puzzled look, with the paper slipping from her fingers. It swayed left to right, finally falling down on the table where a word Naruto was shown written on it. Well, if you look at that, you're Dash. No way, Sakura said without hesitation. Huh, you've cheated, she demanded and crossed her arms across her chest. The blonde just smiled at her. You have no evidence for that. He rolled his eyes above before chuckling a bit on his own. Naruto, she continued to whine. I'll be expecting your return tomorrow. His hand jutted down and grabbed the suitcase below. Noticing that he was about to leave, the Pinkette began to panic. "Wait, Naruto! You can't be serious." She uttered some more after he finished fixing his coat on. The editor began to walk towards the far end of the hallway where the door is located. Behind him was his subordinate who's begging him to explain. "Sakura-chan." A rush of cold air entered the room as he opened the door and faced her, looking all happy and relieved. The young woman stopped on her tracks and carefully glanced at him. His eyes, his smirk, and this distinctive yellow hair that kept on rustling against the cold December air. Everything else was blurred. Sakura swore it wasn't the freezing temperature, but a chill ran down her skin when she saw her boss' hands reaching towards her. Pale as snow but warm on the ends, she thought in reverie after it intertwined with hers, looking at each other at the same time. Chuckles. He broke into short comedic laughs while maintaining eye contact. "I'll be seeing you tomorrow then." "All right." The journalist smiled timidly at the sight of their hands shaking up and down. She looked up and incidentally saw him staring the same direction, smiling and such but looks unsatisfied. Sakura didn't know how, but she can somehow decipher every movement of the blonde. From the way he purposely groans at her to his somewhat uncomfortable movements, which kind of looked like he wanted to do something he can't. The Pinkette wasn't dumb too. Missed that, though she had to admit she had the same incentives like him. Then there's this period of awkwardness that began to proliferate around them. They'll both stare at each other and then look the other way. He'll advance a step then back down while she repeatedly does the same thing. It's like they're waiting for each other's advances, though they back down whenever it seemed to look like they're going to do the first move. That continued for like 2 minutes before a sharp whistling of icy wind breaks them apart. "Goodbye." He leaned forward, but after seeing the woman close her eyes, the latter backed down and rather waved a peeved farewell. Right after that, just to end it without any hint of embarrassment, the connection split into two, and she said her respective goodbyes. Exhales now having one foot thrusted outside the residence. The blonde took a final glimpse of her as she also raised an arm and waved back at him. He gave her a mischievous smirk and winked at her before turning around and striding past the entrance. The last thing she saw was the slowly disappearing silhouette of his coat as they parted ways there, right by the doorway, obscured by dazzling rays of white light. Squeal! An outburst of emotions came from behind the door. There, the Pinkette was sitting on the floor, back leaned on the wall while she claws her hair in frustration. Feeling the need to do so, she leans her arm atop her chest and feels the wild pumping of her heart. Finally, after confining herself in such a space, the journalist stood up and fixes herself before walking away with a confused smile present on her face. "ARRGH," he roared after taking a few steps away from her house. The moment's there, but he lets it go. He lets go of an opportunity that may cause furthermore misunderstanding. Hands clenched tight on his sides and head tilted upward, Naruto looked at the falling snow, closing his gaping mouth before one came by and pelted his skin. "Sakura," he whispered above, glancing at the flittering flakes of white that dances in the sky. December 24, a day before Christmas, a day where the whole town shines brightly with spectacles of red, blue, green, and white. A day where the townsfolk gets less intimidating that everyone can look at each other's eyes and say Merry Christmas without discomfort. And a day miracles becomes an ordinary event. "Merry Christmas, everyone!" A group of young adults roared jollily after the clacks of their shot glasses colliding with each other. There they were, seated around a huge round table where a fixed beacon of colored lights hangs from above. A huge karaoke was standing in front, connected by a line that follows near their tables. Good thing the doors are tightly sealed, or else everyone could have heard their wild yells mixing with the booming of speakers. Their souls are burning with alcohol, and festivity is hot as the radiating fireplace that kept their food from turning into frozen goods. There were laughs, lots and lots of contagious laughs that keep the party alive and going. Also present there are, of course, the employees, who are like firecrackers, loud and constantly moving like their spirits were set on fire. The room was so alive that not even the freezing cold of December can slow it down. Although such things are said, there are still exceptions. Exceptions in form of a young blonde man, rooted to his seat, ignoring the joyous beat that kept the world on move. He was just there. He doesn't care. Not even if someone gets knocked down or vomits on his back, he wouldn't care. Huh. Such slanted eyes looked over a crude reflection on the glass. It was him, firmly seated while stretching his arms over his back and giving a loosely held exhale. He then thrusted down an elbow and supported his face with his knuckles. The blonde then looked yonder, where flashing lights touches the brown-rimmed tatami. Then a couple of feet appeared on the floor, right at the area where he was looking, and so he gazes the other way, looking past every one of his employees. He then stopped after catching something familiar in his sight, like that of a sentinel. He watched over her meticulously, the way strands of pink cover her eyes as she joins her coworkers in the fun. Feeling like doing so, Naruto decided to wash his throat with another shot of sake, but was stopped by his assistant editor. Looking good, isn't she? The blonde immediately gave sharp stares above him, while Shikamaru just yawned at him, his breath reeking of alcohol. Chuckles. What do you mean by that? He dropped the glass while remaining fixed at her form. What are you still waiting for? Shikamaru took a sit near him. What do you mean? The blonde slouches back on the wall, looking impossibly, not annoyed. Come on, don't try to blur it out. He gave him a smile. You like her. Well, what makes you say that? Naruto rose up, head tilted and with a smirk curving on his lips. I don't know, but I just knew. White smoke was blown out of his mouth like a flamethrower. What? He turned towards his assistant, who was looking at the dazzling figure of Pink on the other side of the room. What the hell did you mean by that? The latter stood up and looked at the yellow head. Anyway, I think I'm not the one you should be talking to right now. Naruto snapped back and looked at his right, where he saw the Pinkette also looking back at him. They had a momentary connection, which they maintained amidst the loud music and blood-rising atmosphere. Shikamaru, on the other hand, just phased out the scene and left the two to have alone time together. Lob dob, lob dob. Such sounds caged inside his chest kept pounding, over and over like it was begging to come out. He silently glances at her from afar, hands crawling upward where it stopped, and clenched to feel every momentous beat. Creak goes the door after the blonde swung it open and left the scene, left the party, and left her alone to ponder. The Pinkette was holding her hand towards him by the time he closed the door. Deep inside, seeping under the confinements of her heart, she felt a twitch. And no matter how much he tried to shake it off, it just remained there. I wished I just remained there. Naruto uttered a fidgeting and shivering tone while he braced himself from the freezing cold outside. His jaws trembling, and every breath he puffed out turned into white smoke. The man used his arms to brace himself, thinking on how he left things inside. Things like that are not like dough, where he can just leave it there and it'll still rise. No, it's not. And just as he was in the middle of thinking over that matter, his dough arrived. Door shut. Why did you left? She started off with a cliched question. I'm still here, aren't I? The editor tried the best he can to give a straight reply despite shaking and shivering down to his fingertips. Naruto. He paused after seeing her face tinted with a little anger. CC-mon. You know I'm just kidding. His voice suddenly paused when Sakura dashed in front of him, looking serious and such. That's the worst part. I don't know if you're kidding or not. Blue Eyes caught a glimpse of the Pinkette ranting in place. You're always joking. You're never serious. He remained silent, looking past her anger-filled expression. He knew it was not the time to make a fuss about it, but he has no choice. He himself was getting pressured of such explosive emotions which words itself cannot express. Another minute passed by, and they're still on their feet, unmoving and seemingly immune to the freezing temperature. Feeling disappointed, she turned the other way around. But before he could even take a single step, yeah, you're right. A husky tremor called upon her attention, dragging her back the way she was before. You're probably right. He pulled her with a little force and successfully jerked her into looking into his blue eyes of his. Right there, on the spot. She knew he was already serious. But you know what? Naruto tilted his head down. There's this one thing that I know I can't joke about. The young man stepped forward and looked at her with all sincerity he could possibly give. And that's you. Like a flash of bright, colorful lights, Flowery emotions streamed down her heart. She felt his hands holding dearly on both of her arms. She could see his rapid breaths up close, right below his eyes. Everything felt so in sync that it looked like a puzzle piece fitting oh so perfectly. Thanks. She grinned at him. I'm glad to know. The young woman maintained their laser-like connection, both with fluttering smiles on their faces. I'm glad you did. A sparkle appeared on the Pinkette's orbs after his presence washed over her like a surge of happiness. It was the dawn of a new beginning, a beginning of a less bickering and more conversing relationship. After descending from their emotional sky, the two began talking to each other like any ordinary day. Anyway, I thought we're going to exchange gifts, she uttered, now feeling the cold seeping deep to her bones. Yeah, we are. He smirked as her eyes bulged into revelation. What are you trying to pull this time, Naruto? She pouted once more, pulling herself closer to him, still shivering of course. The blonde smirk finally booms into a laugh. I've given you my gift, didn't I? The truth, that is. And now I'm asking for mine. What are you talking about? Sakura raised a brow, but was shrugged off by his continuous chuckles. Your gift. I want to have it. She backed off a little, but the editor pulled himself closer. At that distance, he can hear the teeth-clattering sounds of the young woman. Regardless of it, though, she was still able to reply feasibly. G-gift? I thought you're just kidding. The journalist faltered but tried to constrain her poise. I am not. You're going to give me a gift. Tidenwa. She was cut off by the figure of him, head leaned over and lips stretched evenly. Can I dash? A deep tint of red appeared on her cheeks as she backs herself on a wall, looking all tough and such. I'll only if you want to lose your lips. Sakura replied back strongly, causing a part of him feel challenged. And that part made him more stubborn as possible. Still faced with one another, Naruto uttered another set of words. Then how about a hug? He wetted his lips and still smiled at her offended expression. Aya said no. She replied in broken-off sentences after succumbing to the chills of the icy air of night. Show. Her heart nearly stopped when she felt something warm enveloped her entire body. It was gripping around her, holding her tight and preventing her any movement. She smelled a sweet, enticing scent of male perfume combined with the sharp aroma of sake. Finally having the strength to look up, she then gave a loud reply. What are you doing? Sakura tried shaking him off, but it only made his hug a little bit tighter. Nothing. What nothing? What's with the hug? She still tried and insisted to break free, though deep inside, the toasty warmth of her boss was surely divine. It's not a hug. I'm just sharing body heat with you. A cold voice answered back, making her pique more interest in whatever plan he has in the scenario. But that sounds more disc. The Pinkette got pulled closer, and so was halted on whatever she has to say. Their bodies gave off so much warmth that unconsciously she was holding him tighter. Minutes passed, and out of curiosity, she looked up again and saw him looking far away, but still wearing the same smile before. Naruto noticed and looked at her deeply. Hey! She heard him call out for her attention once more. Slowly, they both glanced at each other's eyes with irises widening in focus. The yellow head brushed her hair off her ears and parted lips to whisper silently. I told you we're sharing body heat, didn't I? Yes, we are, she answered, looking past his stunning blue orbs before hugging. I mean sharing body heat with him once more. Merry Christmas. Naruto-n. Updates are usually on weekends. Thanks for reading. I hope you like it. Fiancé/NC. Told ya I update in weekends. Anyway, finals week is over, and as you can see, the chapter went in earlier than expected. Still, I hope for your continuous support because in all reality, it is for you guys whom I'm doing this for. Blah blah blah. Here's chapter 9. Hope you like it. Why wait? A hassled-up tone wailed loudly across the halls as this figure of pink came burgeoning towards the elevator. The two iron folds are about to close when an employee saw her approaching fast by and generously pressed the LL button. Gasps, exhales, pants. By the time the elevator doors closed, all that could be heard were the grunts of the Pinkette as she tried to catch up with her breath. When she finished doing so, Her heart had a mini pause after she noticed that everyone's eyes were on hers. Sakura pretended to cough, and the rest just fell back into their original places. It took 10 seconds for the whole thing to go up, and after those 10 seconds, the pink head wasn't there anymore. Good thing Mom told me to bring the umbrella, or else I would have come here looking like... The pinkette broke out of her thought bubble when an employee slowly passed by, teeth shivering wildly, with melting snow dripping on his head. That! She smiled in relief, then continued thinking in her thoughts. Anyway, it's been 2 days since Christmas. 2 days since last saw him, waving from afar as I took the bus ride home. I never had the chance to call him right after since my parents were caring enough to scold when I came home around 2 in the morning. Especially when they smelled the scandalous scent of sake and male perfume proliferating in every fiber of my clothes. Sighs, that was a mess. The young woman stopped at the middle of the corridor when she saw a vague image of the door in front of her. Strange, she thought, glancing at it on the other end. She always hears the sharp noises whenever she was this close in distance. But now what? Looms before her was this gloomy aura of a room which used to be so alive. I could have stayed some more that night. I really wanted to know him more, his likes and dislikes, though I think I would skip that part. Long story short, she stopped when she felt the cold tinge of the doorknob encircling on her palm. Her lips swayed to the sides, revealing an expression of anxiousness. Click, I wanted more of him. Good morning, everyone. A loud and exhilarating voice rang aloud the room, ringing to every one of its corners. The door was already open by that time, and what looms in front was the gleeful figure of the pink-head journalist. But there was no reply. No yawns, no sighs, no rants, nothing. What adds more is the zzz sound of the heater machine that stood at the far end of the room. Surprisingly, though only in a sense, in every morning that she passes those doors, there's a couple good mornings that gives a heartwarming feeling inside. Now, in any chances that she could, Sakura wanted to know what's different. She scans the room, and yes, there they are, sitting on their own seats, pretending not to mind at all. Is there something I did before? She thought quickly while glancing at them with curiosity, head turning over the desk place near the blonde's room door. If she could still remember, Naruto told her a couple of days ago that it would be her new seating arrangement. And yes, seeing a box of her stuffs lying atop the glass cover proves that he wasn't kidding about that. Sakura raised her hand and called out for Shizen in a cheerful, yet frantic tone. The elder journalist looks up to her and gave a sad smile before standing up to answer her call. Oh. The pinkette silently whispered to herself while she spotted Shikamaru's eyes gazing intently towards her. Eyes which were once filled with wit and obscurity are now staring at her, completely blank and in the opposite of what she would expect them to be. She then looked at Temari, who immediately looked away and pretended to take a call. Turning her head, she gazed at Choji and Konohamaru, who were talking about something private. And Kiba was gazing on the windowsill, reminiscing on his own. As much as she wanted to yell, "What the hell's wrong, guys?" Sakura decided to ask her senpai first, just in case the cause was something she wouldn't expect. You wanted something, Sakura-chan? The elder woman faced her, jerking her to immediately bow down and ask. Shizen-chan. She paused, taking a couple of seconds to look back at everyone, and then refixes her attention towards back at her. Senpai, is there something wrong? But then there was no reply. Is there something I would have to know? Shizen just looked at her with disappointment before placing her arms against the latter's elbows, pulling her up as she dragged the pinkette in front. No! Sakura felt reassured when she heard that single word. There's nothing wrong with any of us, and there's nothing you specifically have to know. The two had a seat while the youngest of the team walked in front of them and sat on a vacant chair, seating. Inversely. Specifically? What do you mean? Like feeding oil to the flame, which only fueled Sakura's desire to know what really happened. And both Shizen and Konohamaru can see that she wouldn't take no for an answer. Then, as if the restraints were gone, Shikamaru strolled across the area where he stopped and leaned on a divider nearby. You guys don't have to be so scared, he's not here anyway. The assistant editor uttered moderately, and after hearing such words, the rest of the team just found themselves near the pinkette. Who's not here? She replied. You should have known that the moment you came by. He answered back in a swift manner, prompting her to recall her steps. Naruto? Right. I didn't see him yet this morning. A buzz of sighs followed by before she continued. Where's he anyway? Probably Dreamship. Shikamaru was halted by a number of silence, gestures, and sounds that he saw and heard. The secrecy of it all just made the Pinkette as curious as she was ever before. And just like hearing mind-boggling news, the urge to ask just came running out. What? What do you mean? Please tell me what happened. She heightened her tone but calmed down after she felt both of her female co-workers' hands on her back. The silence wasn't really helping. It just kept adding on the mystery to cover up a hole that keeps on opening up. Knowing that it would be best for her to know, Konohamaru took the liberty of bridging her the truth, since he's the closest one to the blonde, and the rest wouldn't dare doing such thing. Coughs. Well, you see, One-chan. Sakura looked at him and listened to everything that he would and probably will be saying. This really has nothing to do with you, with us, or anything. A moment of deep yet intriguing silence was casted upon them. The group looked at each other's eyes, then looked at Konohamaru's, causing him to nod his head and gaze sadly towards Sakura. The young fellow, needing nothing but to wait, finally spat it out in one go. Naruto Onaizen. He started with a dim undertone. Once had a fiancé. It then branches off to new information. Hands clenched atop her glued-together legs. She remained poised even after hearing the second part. Short-off glances caught each other's anticipations before the youngster decided to continue. She also used to work here. The Pinkette felt a soft twitch on her chest after hearing such information. As the company journalist, her eyes widened in surprise, knowing it was no coincidence after all. The coworkers didn't budge, as they already knew of her existence. What they wanted now is for Sakura to know a couple of things that she should have known if ever she will be serious with the boss. Her partner was Oni-san himself. Both of them are new recruits that time. The only difference was that she got hired a couple of days after Naruto-san started his apprenticeship with the editor-in-chief. Konohamaru was then looked upon by Sakura's curious and interested eyes. She didn't know where this was going, but that's what keeps her wanting to know. Not minding at all, the latter unsealed his lips. Anyway, they were timid at first, but the two became inseparable at some point. And yes, like I said, Oni-san proposed to her at some point, and she became his fiancée. The Pinkette looked around and saw everyone's grim faces, not sure of what it connotes, and she focuses on the story again. Back then, she was the one who bridged us to him. She was like a mother inside of the office. You know, someone we could run to if we have troubles or anything. Konohamaru suddenly stopped when he felt something touch his shoulder. I guess Shizunichan would like to continue. He thought as he rested his back on the ledge while the older journalist sat in front of the Pinkette, who by that time was reminiscing. Eventually, she and Naruto became candidates for the spot of managing editor. She uttered in an informative tone, which makes it lighter for Sakura to transcend on. Our boss may not know it by that time, but she told Jiraiya-san to give him the spot. Shizun gloomily smiled. Those were the times where we thought that they would have a bright future in front of them. Her voice began to wither, but it remained clear and cognizable. Choji and Kiba loomed from the side, their disheveled selves adding up to the effect. Now, without further ado, she continued on. But something happened. A simple statement broke all the previous information the Pinkette received. Immediately, she was able to make a swift reply. What happened? Eyes widely opened up, she bravely asked oblivious to whatever things she might know afterwards. Both hands clenched on top of her lap, signifying her desire to know. Shizun, though she wanted to, tried to control the situation by tilting her head down and wait for the anxiousness of the pink head to be sated. Seeing that neither Konohamaru nor Shizun themselves have the guts to say it, the assistant director took a couple of steps forward and said it frankly. Without second thoughts, without resistance, and without regrets, she died. He said to her. The room seemingly got colder and darker as a cloud passes by and dims out the light from outside. Those two words left Sakura's mouth open in shock while the other coworkers, who known what happened, couldn't care less but to feel bad about it. It seems like a couple of minutes passed by when the Pinkette closed her lips and took out a deep exhale. Shikamaru's still on his feet, and as usual, acting as nonchalant as he'll ever be. We never really knew how or why. Naruto never told us, so we just imply that she died a peaceful death. He grabbed a cigarette and plays it with his fingers, while she watched it appear and disappear on the spaces in between each one. All that we can surely say is that the assistant editor flips it high in the air and let it fall on the floor. It happened on December 27. He muttered silently, eyes gravely fixed on hers. That's today, isn't it? His brown eyes showed amazement after seeing her respond. Though it seemed like she was fine after knowing all that information, it never really hid the conspicuous dismay that was evident on her face. He looked at her form, broken to such condition. At least she was trying to cheer up, smiling and all that. Yes. Temari suddenly entered the conversation. Apparently, this was the second year. She then brought herself near Kiba and sat on the small space beside him. He'll be absent for a couple of days or a week, then he'll go back like nothing happened. Anyway, there's no point in downing ourselves. Shizen then stood up and went in front of the group. I guess we'll just have to bear with working without him till New Year, she said jokingly, trying to cheer herself and the group up since there's really no point in dwelling over such things. Deadlines must be met, and they know that they'll have to do it even without the help of the managing editor. That's right. The Pinkette followed her senpai and stood beside her. We must continue. The latter bowed down while everybody looks at her, confused. Thank you, she said, for the information and all that. No point in hiding it from a coworker, One-Ichan. Konohamaru swung himself outward and landed on his feet. The rest just stood up and gave her smirks before going on their individual places. Still in front, Sakura looks at them and watched them with vigilance. Her eyes roamed her new desk space where it stayed there for a while before she relocates them at her senpai's form. Shizen-chan, she softly called out, causing the elder journalist to look back. Yes, Sakura? The pink head took time to reply, head bowed down, looking left then left again before gathering up enough courage to ask her face to face. See, can I at least know her name? She bit her lower lip in embarrassment, but expressed relief when she saw Shizen's smile beaming down on her. Her name's Hinata. Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga, Naruto-kun's fiancé. Whoosh! A gust of icy wind dragged a huge amount of snow along the sidewalk. So that's what they meant of me being similar. Similar to her. To Hinata? Shoe clap, sounds then suddenly, formed by the shadows hidden by the downpour of frost. A figure of a woman was walking along the said sidewalk. She was draped in several layers of cloth and equipped with a pair of mittens and high socks while a huge black umbrella was shielding her from the blizzard. Well, if I can still remember what they said earlier. She and I really had similarities. From mannerisms to the position in the company, we were very much alike. The only difference is that she was closer to Naruto. And I don't know why I'm getting bugged by that fact. HAA, HAA, HAA. She puffed out breaths which turned into white as it disperses in the cold December air. The Pinkette took the corner and walked along an alley of stores, which are surprisingly open in such weather condition. Using her vacant hand, she wiped off the snow that pelted on her cheeks. Now I realized everything that's been circling on my mind. Now I understand why Naruto's acting that way towards people. Losing his fiancée sure took a toll on him. It literally changed his whole life. Everything. And after I recall Shizen and the group's request for me to bring his old self back, I'm starting to feel that I can't. Or rather, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to bring his memories back, because I somehow feel that it'll be better for him. Sir, a noise rang loudly in her ears, causing not only her, but also the other bystanders to take notice. She looked on her left where the sound resonated and saw the bar sign on top. I told you already. I'm not hick-d drunk. Then she heard a familiar tone. Actually, too familiar that it sounded so close to the man she's been searching for. She stopped in her tracks while the other people indifferently continued walking to their destinations. But sir, with all due respect, you had 6. Clack. 7 bottles of beer already. Why don't you take it slow? The voice suddenly was halted by the other one. I already told you I can pay. Sakura heard that voice again, and it was tempting her to enter such place. Sighs? Okay, sir, I'll just need someone to call to. Just in case. TCH. Here, Now hic, gee, give me another. And in those said lines, the pinkette finalized in all reality, it was him. And as if the restraints that were holding her a moment ago were gone, she walked straight inside in hopes of finding what she's been looking for. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. She held her breath as an atmosphere of dizzying mixture of alcohol and cigarettes proliferated in the place. Her eyes skimming from left to right like that of an eagle, searching him or even just a fragment of him. Remembering a part of the conversation she heard outside, an idea rang on her mind, and she went straight into a frenzy of crowds, wildly dancing to the beat of loud music. She never really knew how many times she was pushed around and eventually got tossed aside the dance floor where a couple was making out beside her. Feeling partly disgusted, the beast inside of her awakened and she dived in once more. It didn't quite fit her character, but when it comes to getting the job done, the second Sakura inside her thoughts never disappoints. Phew, the pinkette uttered, gasping for air after finally getting to the other side where it's quieter and less wet. She then continued to look for her boss, calling out his name and searching wherever her eyes leads her to. Even though such efforts were to be proven futile, the journalist kept her objective intact and never gave up. Good thing she never did. Naruto! Sakura uttered his name in a low tone as she gazes at the figure of her boss from afar. There he was, drooping on the bar counter, sprawled, looking all lifeless and such. The need to ask was great, but the need to help him out was greater. And so she did the greater thing. "You knew this guy, miss?" She looked up and saw the bartender wiping a glass with a cloth, also looking back. "You? And yeah, he's my friend." A sweat drop trickled down her nape. "That's good if you are. This guy has been here for a while, and I'm worried that he'll have no one to take him home." "Oh." She gazed at the guy beside him, knocked up with his vibrant yellow hair sticking out of his head. "Don't worry." Sakura took another look at him. "I'll take him to his home." "I'm glad to hear that." He crouches down and got back up, having both paper and pen in hand. "Ma'am, I'll just have to verify." "Sure." She nodded and took the pen. With it, she wrote her name and phone number before giving it back to the bartender. "Oh, ma'am, one more favor. Can you get his phone?" Such words were heard, and it sounded like a tough job to do. I mean, how the heck she would know where he keeps his phone? Her eyes narrowed as she glances at his form with scrutiny. A couple of seconds passed, and she started to dig her hands on his coat. Feeling nothing but a couple of paper, she then moved to his breast pocket, moving so discreet that she looked like a ninja at some point. Finding nothing inside, the pinkhead took on his greatest challenge. Taking a deep breath, she slowly slipped her hands inside his waist pocket and made sure that he won't notice. Grumbles her heart seemingly stopped when her boss body moved a little bit. Thinking that it'll be hard if it takes too long, she dug deep and quickly withdrew his phone. "There," she gave it to the tender, who in turn opened up his contacts and told her to wait. It didn't take too long for him to find her name there, but there's this little slip. He looked at her, then looked at the phone, then looked at her again. "Okay." He gave the phone back just as she was finished paying for the expenses. With a little help of a maintenance crew, they got Naruto's limp body up. "Thank you," she said, and he just nodded at her. That's odd." The bartender raised his brow in confusion. Her number was under the name girlfriend. Thud was the sound of the Naruto's head bumping in the bedpost. "Oops. Sorry." She apologizes after she finished dropping his heavy body on the bed. The pinkette then took a seat on a chair and tried catching her breath, watching her boss' chest rise and fall in a deep sleep. "Why are you doing this to yourself, Naruto?" Words filled with concern escaped her lips before looking down on his pitiful appearance. After recuperating, she looked at the clock where it says 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the time where she usually gets home. Thinking that her parents would go wild again, she felt the urge to leave him be. Standing up, the journalist took a last glimpse of him before pivoting a foot to walk towards the apartment door. But then, Sakura, she felt chills running up and down in her body after hearing such cold voice call out on her name. "He's awake," she thought after dwelling with the idea of leaving him or talking to him. The second one seems a fair option. "Yeah, you're awake." Sakura turned around and walked towards the small chair from earlier. Her heart pounded some more as the blonde's body rised from slumber, rubbing his eyes and yawning viciously. Isn't that obvious? He looked at her, rather disenchanted. The Pinkette tried the best that she can to hold her temper while Naruto continues to glance over his surroundings. What am I doing here? Or rather, why did you take me here? I saw you in the bar. You're drunk. She faltered after seeing his intimidating glare. Yeah, I am. But who gave you the authority to bring me home? You don't need authorities when helping out someone in need. Who are you to speak? Her body shivered under his anger-filled expression. Who am I? She paused a couple of times. I am your friend. Isn't that what friends do? Help each other out? Well, you're damn acting like you're more than that, he yelled, and Sakura felt the urge to tear up, but she held it. She held it in along with her anger, her frustrations, her pity, and all other things she's desperately trying to control. What happened to you? She bowed her head down. Nothing happened to me. That's the point. You're making it look like something did. Yes, because I know something really did. A finger pointed out to the blonde, who sat closer, about a meter away from her. The journalist faced him head-on, with courage that can bend steel. What the hell are you saying? He lowered his tone, unfathomable scowls showing on his face. I know what happened this day. I know what happened on December TW dash. Shut up, her boss exclaimed at her, causing her to stop. Who told you? Who gave you the right to know? He demanded for an answer, but she didn't give one. I'm asking you a question? A fierce roar shook every part of her body in fear and fear alone. It doesn't matter who told me. What matters is that how are you going to get through this? That's the problem. He smirked at her, making her more mortified than ever. I don't want to get through this. You get it? I don't want to. So just go away and leave me alone. The man turned away, but she suddenly answered back. Do you think if she sees you like tea? Her eyes widened into gaps after looking into the blonde's bloodshot eyes, his teeth showing, grunting and growling like that of a fox. She couldn't feel anything that point on, anything but the dread that took over her body. Strong and powerful hands are clenched on her shirt, pulling her up against the chair. Their bodies, face to face after the editor rushed towards her like a mad dog. Don't you dare include her to this. Tears suddenly fell on her cheeks after looking at his scornful gaze. As much as she wanted to cry, she knew that she must be strong to face this. But her body's just any normal human being's body, feeble and fragile. She was on the verge of answering back when Naruto intercepted her. Who are you to say those things? To say what I can or cannot do? Why do you keep on butting in my life? What? You think I'll reciprocate whatever feelings you ha-dash? Slap. Yes, I did. A drop of clear liquid fell down and pelted the carpet. And I'm happy to find out I was wrong. Like a stream of waterfall, the anger, the frustration, the pity, and everything bursts open. The blonde, who was still numb on his cheeks after getting her reply, started to diminish the rage that welled up inside of him. Slowly, he rubbed his hand on his face, feeling the stingy sensation with his palm. He turned his head, but there was nothing, no figure, no silhouette, no afterimage or anything. Only the sound of footsteps repetitively thumping from a distance. Sobs the Pinkette was running towards the door, her vision getting all blurry because of the tears that leaked out her eyes. She used her left hand to grab her heels and the other one to grab her bag and coat. Drip, drop, goes the droplets of tears that bombarded the embossed tiles. After turning a corner, she then noticed the door on the far end and began running towards it like a child who desperately needs comfort. H.A. Rough exhales were made as she nears herself on the exit. The world turned black, and she can see the faint light at the end of the tunnel, a passageway where she can escape such virulent comments. She won't take it anymore. His words were like daggers, and it rained down on her. It hit her where it most hurts. Every word, phrase, sentence, every utterance of disdain and abhorrence struck her down like lightning. And what makes it more painful and embarrassing is that a part of her was likely to believe that he was right. She felt awful, clutched the image on her vision shifts back in reverse as she was suddenly pulled backward. There were these two limbs that wrapped itself around her waist, preventing her any movement. Crying out, head looking up, the woman squirmed as she tries to break free, stomping her bare feet on the floor. Then something warm brushed off her back, like that of a breath, prompting her enough strength to push herself away. The restraints were strong, but she proves to be stronger, claws gripping tight around the flesh that binds her in one place. Amidst the dreadful commotion, she knelt down in defeat, broken, with face that glistened with washed-up tears. The words that came out of her mouth weren't that feasible. It just kept on saying two words alternately. Letting go. Head now bowed down. The Pinkette shivered when she felt something tightened up around her waist and something wet and warm fell down her back. A moment of silence passed before a couple of words rang loudly in her ears. "I'm sorry," it said. "I'm very sorry," it said. Afterwards, he lets go off her, and she nudged herself out his grasp with a little ease. Taking short breaths, Sakura turned around and saw something she never thought of seeing her whole life. The man's blue eyes are leaking, a drop trailed down, still visible even though his yellow hair covers a part of his face. She looked at him at close point and felt something throbbing on her heart, like it was trying to say something. "I am really, really sorry, Sakura," he finishes after a droplet fell down and sprawled over the floor. It didn't quite bring her to understanding, but she knew he was sincere. She knew such words came from the deepest parts of his tongue. Because it didn't occur to her that the blonde can shed tears, she didn't know what else to say but to watch him apologize in such humiliated form. "Naruto-kun," her voice calmed him down, reducing him to pants and exhales. He looks unbelievably penitent that time, something that would stay in Sakura's memories for the rest of her life. Eyes that once showed mortifying fury became ultimately submissive and remorseful. Fists that were filled with brawn and angst limped up as he brought them onto the ground before doing the ultimate feat of submission. He bowed down. "I never meant to say such things. I'm really sorry." His pleading stopped the instant he felt her arms coiled around his temples. The Pinkette pulled her boss head for a tight embrace and uttered soft words onto his ear. "It's okay. It's okay," she said, bringing herself closer to him, leaning atop his lush yellow hair. "It's okay. I'm fine. It's okay. So, how are you feeling now?" The Pinkette uttered a couple of words after gazing on the moon, who took the form of a full circle. There they were sitting on the small balcony back to back. "Fine. I'm fine now," the editor replied back, and they both had a couple of grins. A gush of cool winter air paid a visit, and their chuckles were replaced by shivers. Thinking that it was the right time to do so, Sakura spoke once more. "Anyway, I want to apologize to you." Naruto turned his head a little bit, but remained silent. She took at it as an acceptance and continued on. "I've been clingy these past few days." The blonde heard a sigh. "I've been selfish, thinking that you wouldn't mind bringing the issue back." She took a deep breath before finishing her apology. "But I see my mistakes now, and I won't bug you in them." Her words were suddenly cut when she felt her boss' head leaned backward and rested on her nape. Without any warning, the latter parted his lips. "It was December 27, last year, when Hinata and I decided to elope and move to the States. It's her birthday the same day, and that's my surprise birthday present." Just like before, she never gave me a no for an answer. Naruto took a pause, then continued. "So, there we were, seated on the front seat of my car as we hurry up for the last flight to New York. I glanced at her when she held my hand. I won't forget what I saw back then. Such sweet and faint smile that showed me everything good in this rotten world. Just then I thought, I don't need any worldly things if she's here beside me." He shifted his back and Sakura followed, listening intently over his words. "She alone would be enough for me." I smiled back and leaned over for a kiss. She then grabbed my hand and placed it in her heart where I felt every living beat. I pulled her close and we kissed for a couple of seconds, just drift out of reality and go to a place where we are the only one there. I opened my eyes and I saw her face, so bright like the moon on the peak of the night. She was glowing, her whole body, and it took me a second to realize that I am too. We looked at the back where the light consumed us, and by the time I can react, everything faded into black. His voice began to wane, while the Pinkette covered her mouth with both of her hands, realizing where the story was going. Naruto, nonetheless, didn't pause. Just when I had the strength to open my eyes, I saw the world overturned. There were lots of red everywhere, and the pavement was filled with shards of glass that sparkled lucidly. Then I looked below, and I saw my fiancée smiling at me. She looked pale and such, but she's still the most beautiful person I've ever seen. The editor then chuckled on the thought while the journalist remained silent, grabbing the ring which I would surprise her with. I slipped it on her finger, but I felt overwhelmingly tired. I closed my eyes for a bit, but when I opened it, I was then blinded by an array of white lights that passes by my vision. I feel my body floating, so I thought I was already dead. Then I saw a man with a green mask on his mouth. It was then where I suddenly realized that I was in the hospital, not in heaven. I tilted my head to the side, and then I saw someone covered in white cloth. It took an idiot like me a minute or two to recognize the ring that was on the finger sticking out of the cloth. Sakura then felt her boss body shaking, but he didn't stop on the conversation. I don't know why, exhales, but I didn't find the urge to cry. I wanted to cry that moment, sobs. Just that moment. I wanted them to see come out, but they didn't. Right after that sentence, the Pinkette turned around and saw the figure of the young man, using his arms to wipe off something on his face. And without him noticing, she thrust her hand and dropped a handkerchief atop his head. Naruto sniffed silently, then thanked her as he used the cloth to dry his shimmering eyes. Now having the courage to finish the whole thing off, he turned around, and the two were now sitting in front of each other. After the incident, I found myself on the verge of breaking down. I didn't have the courage to attend her funeral nor face her relatives after that. I was ashamed. I was so ashamed and guilty of what happened. Because of the tragedy, I quit driving and dropped completely out of society. Just like what Kinoamaru and others may have said, I changed for the worse. Aji-sen then asked me to go my province in Hokkaido, to take a vacation, but I spent the whole time here, visiting her grave, till it came to my attention that this is as far as it goes. By the time when I decided to restart my life, you came into the picture. Sakura flinched back when he mentioned her name. You look just like her. You reminded me of everything I thought I forgot. He looked up to her and grinned at her surprised disposition. Then after a while, I realized something. Seconds passed by, then Naruto grabbed her hand, and their fingers intertwined with each other. It's not that I want to forget, but rather, it's that I don't want to remember. The Pinkette shivered still like freezing water as the yellow head tightens his grip. But then I had to. He followed up, eyes narrowed into sharp angles. I had to remember what we had, even just parts of it. Those glistening blue orbs then shut close as the man raises his head up towards the sky. That's the least thing I could do for her. A smile then appeared on his face as he opened his eyes and tilted his head back to where Sakura could see him up close. And I'm sure that's what she also wanted. Naruto finishes his words, leaving the journalist pondering on such sight. That moment on, the person in front of her didn't look like her boss, but rather, he looked just like a normal person, smiling as if he was happiest man in the world. Without knowing herself, the Pinkette managed to reach his center and see him as for who he really was. I guess, after a minute of peace and relief, the blonde pulled their still conjoined hands near his chest. That leaves me with you now. The Pinkette's eyes widened in surprise after hearing such words. She could feel it, Naruto's heart beating faster by the second, matching her very own. And words can't describe what I'm feeling about you right now. Her hand was brought over his lips as he kissed it deeply, eyes closed under the white curtain of moonlight. She blushes deeply at the act, then blushes even more when he brought their faces close with one another. That's sweet. She smiled happily. Thank you, Naru. But before she could finish it, Naruto sealed her lips with his, and they shared a passionate kiss that lasted longer than they could perceive. He pulled back, eye contact well maintained, and both of them gasping. Thank you. The blonde pulled her slowly as they had another, drifting on the blissful oblivion together on each other's arms. A/N. Oh, they're there. You two are still kids. Break that up. By the way, for the suggestion of a reviewer, I've changed the rating to teen since, well, you saw the ending, right? Pretty teen, right? Bah. Anyway, thanks for the generous reviews. Thanks for reading the chapter. Stay beautiful, guys. Bonds, A/N. I don't think I have any words to say on this one, except Thanks for reading slash subscribing slash reviewing slash favorite ing slash following this fanfic. Here's chapter 10. Hope you guys like it. February. After dwelling under the chilling nights and dreary winter cold of December, we now came to this special month. Month of romance, of affections, off-courting and coercing. The month of February is truly a spectacle to be awaited. Though try as we might, we never had a chance to thank the 12th month. To thank all the things that graciously happened, and to all things that we have known and now understand. Thank you again, last year's December. You will stay in our minds forever. Now what's new? Except for the fact that the snow is gone and the months changed, there were a lot of things that happened. And as always, I'll be the one saying each one. The first one would be that my article, How to Tame a Grumpy Japanese Blondie, received critical reviews, ratings, and acclaims, and I've been recognized in the entire company for my work. The second one is that I receive a week of continuous overtime prior to that. The third, I might say, is when Jiraiya-sensei tactlessly gave me this free calendar filled with provocative pictures of blossomy schoolgirls to which my boss had gained interest to. He keeps on bugging me about it, but I'll refuse to hand it one way or another. Well, let me see. I guess that's the last on. All right. The last one, and clearly the most controversial and irrelevant. Sakura Haruno, with all the misconception that you'll ever have and will continue to have, now have a boy. Well, you get it anyway. By God's grace, I've been blessed with one. Though sometimes, I'm really bugged by the fact that this all happened in just a couple of months. I mean, I did fantasize of him getting stuck in a roller coaster, except now I'm picturing myself there beside him. Because there's just this feeling which follows around every time he looks at me, every time he calls my name, and every time he's near me. This feeling I understand that it signifies everything that pushed me into falling for him, and all the things that made me realize the purpose of me working here today. It is not because I looked like her. It's not because I worked like her. Nor certainly not because I love like her, but because he sees me apart from those shadows. He sees me simply as Sakura, nothing more, nothing less. A completely new person. He sees me that way, and I see him beyond what I perceive him to be. A really great guy. That he is to me, is and always will be. To me. SHC. I don't believe this is happening. Tem. That's exactly the same thing we said afterwards, Shizen-chan. SHK. Yeah. Take a little time and let it sink in. SHC. But Temari-chan, Shikamaru-kun? This is... SHK. Yep. We know. Couldn't believe it ourselves. SHC. Wait? For how long dash? Tem. A couple of months now, I think. SHC. You've got to be kidding me. SHK. We are not to be kidding you. SHC. Hey Kinomaru. This. Look at this. Con. I have two good ears, Shizen-san. I am certain I heard you the first time. SHC. Then what can you say about this? Con. I don't know what to say. Am I supposed to know everything that's happening here? KBA. Don't blame Shizen for that. You're like our secret spy. With that short frame, you could easily fit into vents. Con. Watch your mouth, dog breath. KBA. Huh? Who told you to call me that, you twerp? Come here. Rumbling and hustling sounds. SHK. Sighs. Now, what are we going to do? Tem. I don't think we should do anything, Shikamaru. The view here's perfect. SHK. Well, here's not so perfect. My neck's gonna break, and when is it my turn to see? Tem. You told me that after Shizen-san, I'll be the next one. So, shut up and let me. Con. ARGGHHH. That's my arm. KBA. He. Serves you right, Bakano Hamaru. Con. I'm gonna tell brother Naruto about this. He'll kick your ass again. KBA. Huh. Like he's gonna have a time to... Tem. Will both of you just shut up? Con. Yes. Temari-san. Noises disappeared. Tem. Phew. Glad you two stopped talking, or I'll come down here and deal with you myself. Murmuring sounds. Tem. What are you two whispering about? Nothing, ha. Tem. Don't play with me. Con. Kiba said he can see your smack my head. KB. You snotty little troll. You're the one who told me it was white. Con. did not. KBA, did too. Khan, did not. KBA, did too. SHK, groans. Just let them be, Temari. Let's just focus on Temari? Tati Temari. Tem, you little sons of devils. I'm gonna kill you both. Rah! Crashing sounds, ripping noises, boyish screams. SHZ, oh my god. Are they okay? SHK, exhales. Yeah, I think so, Shizen-san. Khan, why you monster? Smack, Khan. Ow ow. Why with a fan? Tem, because it's blunt. It'll hurt more. Kun. Tem, anyway, Shizen-chan, can you hand me Kiba's camera over there? KBA, W8, not my camera, smack. SHC, sure, Temari-chan. SHK, wait a minute. Are you gonna take a picture? If they found out, we'll be. Tem, don't be such a scaredy cat, Shikamaru. They won't. SHK, are you sure? Tem, pray that they won't. Now, lift me up again. SHK, grunts. Tem, there. Now all we have to do is take a picture and… SHK, dang it, you're so heavy. Dang. SHK, why, what happened? Is there something wrong there? Tem, why, yeah, sort of. They're not there anymore. Wait, I'll find them. SHK, just hurry up, my back can only take so much. Tem, shoes clapping sounds from behind. Cho, oh, swallow. Yeah, guys, I think there's… Tem, not now, Choji. We're running behind schedule. Just help me find those 2-inch. Cho, but guys… Tem, sure. You're breaking my concentration here. Cho, but… Tem, what now, Choji-kun? What dash? Do you want to gulps SS, SA, SHK? Oh crap. Don't tell me Naruto and Sakura's behind us. Well, I'm just curious to see my employees screwing around at this time of the day, peeking clumsily at us. Think, we can explain, Boss-kun. Naru, I can see Kiba and Kono-kun are tied on a post. Shizen-san's crouching over. Choji doing an awful job of looking up while my sub-assistant editor and my secretary's playing house behind a bush. KBA, actually it's a shrub. SHK, Kiba, shut up please. KBA, busted. Come on, let them go. It's already dark. The scene now relocates inside the managing editor's room, under the murky remnants of a 7 o'clock evening. Faint white light brightly shines upon the two figures below, who seems to be in conversation. Tisich, the blonde editor, came across the scene, seated upon a chair where shadows meet his feet. Beside her was the pinkette journalist who was faced at him, knees up the cushion. Don't tease me. She turned the other way and pouted while he remained glanced over the door with scrutiny. It's already 2 hours past closing. I don't care. I would teach them a lesson about eavesdropping on other people's business. His voice showed steely resolve, which somehow caused her to reason out more. Please. Sakura faced him once more and held his hand, which jerked him to face her with admiration. I think they just wanted to clarify things out. Her lips curved into a sad smile which looked like a tilted crescent moon. Naruto grunted and pulled the collar away from his neck and squeezed her hand. Clarify? Aren't we obvious already? And no. What I mean is, we don't really show openly that you and I. So I think they have a point on finding out. Her cheeks began showing off hints of red, and the young man noticed. Wait, so you want us to kiss publicly? To let them know and stuff. The pinkhead withdrew her hand quickly and turned her head left and right. He smirked at her form and chuckled a little bit. I don't know to know the things inside your head. She moped at his response as she sat properly and hugged her shoulder bag tight. The latter took notice of the chaos churning in her thoughts and blatantly replied, Believe me, you don't want to know the things I think about when I'm with you. His words were cut by a glimpse of an arm fast approaching his face. He easily grabbed her limb and constrained her effectively, laughing his ass off while she tries to break free. And she did when he slowly released her from the grip. You pighead pervert, you! Sakura roared in annoyance while her boss remained scoffing at her huffed-up expression. You're just too cute that I can't help myself. The editor opened up his blue eyes, glancing at hers locked at his. There's this period of silence that ate up the sudden rise of tension, and on behalf of them, the man decided to bring back the topic. Anyway, I'll nullify their punishment. Her ears flew high when she heard his cold, barren tone show mercy. But what she doesn't know, under one condition. Condition? His valiant image on her mind shattered into smithereens. The man caught the reaction and nonchalantly shrugs it off. Yeah, Sakura felt blackmail when she saw his mischievous smirk slithering on his face. Just one condition, then I'll let this slip by. Those final words kept the pinkette's lips stringed in deplorable anxiousness. No, as coarse as one no can possibly be, it slipped past her mouth without any difficulty. What do you mean no? He replied back, seemingly aggravated. No as in. The blonde's eyes widened and froze after seeing the figure of his girlfriend leaning over him, pouting and looking all teasing and such. I won't fall for any of your tricks anymore. Those said blue eyes slanted after hearing a challenge imposed unto him. Tricks? I'm the fairest and most rational man you'll ever know. HMP. She slightly moved away and smirked at him. I highly doubt that. I don't believe you. Naruto covered both eyes with his hand with a smile visible below. Same thing here. Come on. The grin disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. Seeing that, the pinkette also did the same. Every minute you spend on talking with me only adds up to the duration of their punishment. And that got her thinking. The things he says, they might be full of bogus and nonsense, but they are as precise as an elven arrow. It just takes time for one to notice that. Fine. He finally heard the answer he was waiting to hear from her. Amidst the situation, it's good to see the journalist still poised like she was supposed to be. It just showed that she grew accustomed to that side of Naruto, who loved playing mind games on people. Okay, she said with complacency. What do you want? You just need to do one thing. Her turgid orbs wobbled up after seeing him raise his index finger up, anticipating the accumulated uneasiness and mystery of his compromise. Such simplicity of his request pushed her up the curb. Say that you love me, he said to her. It took her a decent amount of time to comprehend the things that pushed him to say such ridiculous requests. But after much deliberation with herself, she finally accepted it on behalf of her co-workers. I love you, she said to him. Now watching his reaction, Sakura now skimmed in confusion as to find his face point blank and as annoyed as before. Thanks, the latter replied. But you didn't let me finish. He followed up with blazing speed. The journalist felt the urge to wonder, but all she can think of is to ask him directly. What's your angle here, Naruto? I said I want you to say that you love me. He answered back strongly, jumping out of his seat and stretching with his head faced against her. But since we're a couple of young, wide-eyed writers here, a spark glimmered in his eyes. We're going to do it a little bit differently. What do you mean? She raised a brow, which in turn caused him to roll his eyes over her form. Garnering much eagerness from her, Naruto laid it all out. You're going to write letters to me, he uttered while slinging his hand on her shoulder, pulling her closer. She went as close as hearing his thumping heartbeats near his ears. She tilted her head and saw the pools of heavy blue inside his eyes. She felt that if she has looked at it any longer, she could have slipped off from reality. Every week, every month till the day we ultimately part. His fingers traveled from her brow to her eyes where they rejoined his hand as he cupped her face somberly. Put everything you wanted me to know, even if just one word that'll stop me from moving a step away from you. It'll mean so much to me. Naruto, she murmured past his figure, rising upward with hands atop her lap. The blonde took a second in removing his hand from her cheeks and placed both behind his head, relaxing in place. Sakura just watched him with mystery rafting on her mind. I'll be doing the same. I'll write everything that words themselves cannot express, or anything I cannot say with a straight face. Naruto paused and gave a smile at her. Guess that's fair to you now. She didn't reply, but he can clearly see her acceptance towards the challenge. The blonde came upon with his happy face and leaned over her inquisitive form. Hands clenched tight, she watches him hold her hand and navigates it together with his. We'll keep it somewhere dear, somewhere safe, somewhere no one else can see. He relocates it atop her chest where she can freely feel her own palpitating heartbeat. Her jade eyes travel from their toppled-up hands to the view of his yellow locks watermarking his crystal blue ones. The woman remained silent, watching his every move as if it were her own. A moment drifts away before he continued. That way. He paused, still gazing at her. That way, whenever we feel lonely and unsure, we can always look past these letters and remember the same feeling we have right now. Remember everything that happened to us, and maybe an overpowering sense of seriousness came into the scene. Though in much sense, he still kept that snazzy smile of his after raising his head to get a good look at her. Just maybe. Such smile left his face as he uttered those two words, sending the Pinkette feel this sense of reverie, a mixture of different emotions that coalesced deep inside her heart. We'll know why. An exhale of a gratified soul escaped fearlessly out of his lungs. Why we came to be. They looked at each other at the same time and exactly at that moment. They knew it happened for a reason. Will you do that? Will you accept my condition? He stood up, one hand on his waist, and the other nears the woman's face. Without hesitation, she grabbed it and lets her boyfriend pull her up to her feet. Short-off glances caught each other's attention, then the Pinkette gave her answer. Yes, she replied softly. I will. Good. Naruto felt like he was about to tumble down from the period of prolonged seating, but he managed to root himself in place. Sakura noticed and watched him earnestly, eventually seeing the underlying bulge on her boss' throat move inward and out. Seeing him gulping like that meant only of two things. One is that he's growing anxious, and the other, he wanted to say/do something he cannot for the moment. As far as she's concerned, it's definitely the second one. Was the blonde's reaction after he felt something twitch on his cheek. It was her, giving him a peck before smiling shyly and such. Right after that, feeling that every possible word was stricken off him, he pulled her close for a tension hug that lasted a couple of seconds. Indefinitely, they broke up and had a couple of stares before going towards the door. Twisting the handle around, the two gave a slight push where the door opened up and bright lights consumed them both. Such blinding lights paving the way unto where clemency would take place. We're really thankful to you, Sakura-chan. If it weren't for you, we'll possibly have to do overnights for a couple of days. It's okay, Shizen-chan. I've heard too many thank yous for the day. Chuckles. Well, yeah, I couldn't believe you'll have that power over Naruto-kun. Chill. What are you saying? Come on, admit it. Admit what? That you and boss are dating? Why you still there? I just didn't see that coming. Neither do us, silly. We never, perhaps a little bit, thought that you two would end together. It's kind of a long story. Actually, wait. Save it. Save it for tomorrow when all of us are able to listen. Asterisk, giggles asterisk. Oh, okay. Thanks again. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Shizune. Beep, sighs. It's been 2 months already. 2 months since we first met, here at the same spot, on the same train. Locomotive sounds. The only difference is that the Pinkette felt something twitch on her shoulder. She looked at her left and saw the meek form of Naruto's head leaning against her, shining under the flashing lights of the subway train going through an underpass. We're not strangers anymore. A smile formed on her face as she continued to watch the angelic aura that builds up around the sleeping blondie. It was just too good to be true that this man and this face could contain such far-fetched innocence just by catching some Z's. We happen to be more than that. Her breath lets a soul fly out when she felt him fixing his head a little more on her starting to hurt shoulder. She just simply let him do what he wanted as she continued her train of thought. But then, we're about to arrive in underscore terminal. Thank you for your cooperation. Soft grunts. The young man's eyelids both parted, thus revealing a pair of mesmerizing blue eyes. Those orbs were fixated on her form, with his head still glued on her shoulders. He winked sleepily a few times before she felt something above her hands. It was his, holding hers, fingers entwined and all that. You're awake. She grinned at him, slipping the phone in the bag beside her. Naruto didn't reply, just continued glancing at her with stupor. A couple of seconds passed before he moved, nudged his head off her shoulder, and slowly leaned over. The mad case of dreaminess struck her once more, knowing that it would be hard to resist his request. And having him as her boyfriend for more than a month, she knew he wouldn't take a no for an answer. There she was, desperately trying to find something to fend him off what he wanted to do. She looked at the pavement, but there were only a few people left in the train, and majority of them are sleeping mouth open. Then she looked at him once more. As he went closer, his eyelids went narrower as well, eventually closing them both and parting both of his lips, head slanted and all that. And as the moment borders beyond penultimate, she sealed her eyes and took a breather before it culminates in a finale of contained emotions. But that's what she thought. "What are you doing?" Like a bolt of lightning, such words caught her by surprise. Eyes closed, her mind was clouded with darkness. A combination of darkness with a little bit of anxiousness and fear of the unknown. But she swore her heart's out that it was the blonde's voice that she heard. There was this hot, warm, and moist feeling on her ear that justifies the thought of him whispering near it. Opening her pair of green orbs, she was stricken off her own fantasies, seeing nothing but the spikes of yellow hair that ruffled on her cheeks. Killed by the urge to look, the pinkette turned her head and saw a glimpse of the blonde looking at him with doubted scrutiny. Such things will never be the same. WWW. She fidgeted and jerked, moving her body away in reflex. What are why you doing? Naruto curved a subtle smirk on his face and answered back. I asked you first. He said, such things would forever be lost. She didn't reply that moment, but remained notified of her boyfriend's actions. I'm just sleepy. That's why I closed my... Sakura halted after seeing him raise a brow in doubtfulness. Yes. Such things would transcend. Are you sure? Yes. Please stop asking questions. Such things would go distances, through the fiercest of tempests, between boundaries of time and space. Sakura, he said with softness that she couldn't help herself but to glance in reaction. There she was, sitting near his sleepy yet gallant form, from which reverie pulses through every lint of his skin. His mood paced back to serious, and so is hers. Her clenched-up hands began to uncurl as she places them near atop her lap, still staring at him. Without any notice, the blonde began to move, closing their distance in a matter of an inch per second. Between ultimate opposition, such things would tend to be. A gulp slithers down her throat the moment she felt his cold, bony, rough hands laying atop hers. Come closer. His hoarse voice was mesmerizing, persuading her into abiding his whim. And so she did. Using both hands, she slowly pulls herself near him, baby steps like. Right after their skins touch, graze in the cold temperature inside the train, Sakura came by and waited for his next instruction, which kind of followed afterwards. Even if people are full of contradictions. Closer, he uttered, even if they're caught between two crossroads. She leaned her head over and caught him doing the same, waiting for what's about to come. Even if heaven and earth itself forbid. In a split-second interval, they locked eyes, her green orbs pooling over his blue ones. Sparks seemingly fly out, like that of New Year fireworks that brings dazzling spectacles to their vision. Every particle, every sinew of it felt a hell lot more than reality. Sakura, having retained a part of her consciousness, closed her eyes and let him do what he pleased. Naruto saw this and smirked at the last second before closing the gap of their heads until they're an inch apart from each other. It never seemed to care. It never seemed to bother knowing how. Bwah! True love, that is, eyes were forcibly opened wide in reflex. It was truly unforgettable. Her nose, burning from the stench of sake, ramen, and Listerine that was fired on her face at close range. The pinkette's majestic grace withered into a gassy, chagrined grimace after such foul encounter. Trying the best that she can to open her now reddish and glistening eyes, the first thing she saw, and probably will not be forgotten, was this childish smile of his. An act that brought her on a full realization of happiness. He was sniffing his laughs hard, and it felt odd to contemplate such rudeness, so joining him wouldn't be such a good idea. No matter how many trials are far up ahead, there's nothing to worry about. You're the worst boyfriend ever, she said, teary-eyed as their trip finally ends, sounded by the brakes. Laughs slowly diminishing. He held her by the hand and pulled her up, giving off short glances at her form. Thank you for that compliment, he uttered in meekness, picking up her bag and carrying it himself. By the way, you're fat. The man immediately added, causing Sakura's cheeks to turn into red in embarrassment. She didn't reply a thing after hearing that. She just tilted her head down, grabbed her things, and quickly strolled along the walkway, leaving him thinking whether she got hurt by that. Wait a minute, he scoffed triumphantly before dashing towards her. Yai, don't tell me you took that seriously? She then stopped, had a moment of glancing over his mischievous appearance, then without anything else to say, turned and continued walking. Because true love stands on sinking sand. Idiot. 7 days has passed, and it's the last week of February. It was a beautiful Sunday morning, one that has beaming sunlight and droplets of dew forming on the grass. Across the bubbles of red and blue that engulfs the rising sun. Hush goes the wind, creating a symphony of sound from the blades of grass ruffling with each other and trees swaying in the beat. The empty road crackled with dissipating shadows while the light began to pass by and illuminate the pavement. Another not-so-ordinary day. Then, as if out of nowhere, Naruto strutted by, talking to someone on the phone. Busy as always. Are you sure you're going to be all right? I mean, I can go there if you want to. No. I'm fine, it's just one day. You don't have to worry about me. I'm just checking if you're okay. Chuckles. What? That's very sweet of you. Glad to hear that. Clears throat anyway. You have something to do today, aren't you? I don't know. I think so. I mean, beeping sounds. Wait, hold on a bit. Someone's calling. Hello. How's my dim-witted editor doing? What do you want, old fart? I want your ass here on my office chair. We have something important to talk about. Important? Am I in trouble or something? Just exhales go here. It's really important. Look, I've canceled a couple of my appointments for this, so don't be late. I understand. Oh, I almost forgot. Can you buy me a drink on your way here? Espresso. Espresso. Okay. I'll be there in 5 minutes. You'd better be. Beep, beep, beep. Click. Sakura? Sakura, you still there? Yes, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry for that. It's just Jiraiya-san. He said needs me in his office right away. Oh, isn't that good? I told you. You'll have something to do. Seems so. Although I would like to spend the day with you. I told you earlier, didn't I? I'm at my grandma Tsunade's house. But, no buts. Now, be a good employee and go to Hinshu-cho's office. Size? If you say so. I guess I'll call you later then. Okay. Thanks for calling. No problem. Keep safe. Beep, beep, beep. Such monotonous sounds followed after the call ended, with the blonde standing on the street, giving off lazy groans and such. He then looked at his wristwatch, patched with a nonchalant expression, then looked at the sky where the sun hides behind a huge cloud, dark blue fluffs laying underneath. Without a second to waste, the editor took off from where he stood, walking quickly along the sidewalks which would lead to his indefinite destination. I have always been skeptical ever since. I do not believe in many things. Things like magic and stuff. I guess I have my childhood to thank for that. But then this relationship came. And suddenly, I was open in a hell lot of perspectives which I never knew existed for me. I came upon many things that would naturally piss me off if it weren't for her. And I think that deserves a little faith in none. I've always said to myself, there's no such thing as magic or miracles or second chances. I have my own experiences. I know they don't exist. But if they do, which they don't, I know they're not here. Everything gets decided upon by fate. A toss coin of whether you're going to go right or left, simple as that. But now, I don't know if I really meant considering such pessimistic views. In the 2 months, 2 weeks, and a day that I've spent with her, my skepticism grew ambiguous. I met her like magic. We fell in love, a complete miracle. And I've moved on from my past, a second chance to do it right. It's like she changed my whole life. In one go, she made me believe. Ching was the sound of the elevator before the doors drew apart and the figure of a blond young man on his office suit came out, walking steadily in pace. With just a look, one can easily tell that he's thinking of something, with the way his eyes soared over the open windows that he passed by. A quick sliver of anxiousness fell before him after stopping in front of the editor-in-chief's office. It's been a couple of weeks since his last conversation with his mentor, and seriously, he had just been busy working things out with Sakura. Both hands clenched on his sides, he started. I'm here, Naruto uttered silently. but it can still be heard from the other side. Good. It quickly replied. Come in. And with that authority, he took another step further and opened the door. Creak. The blonde entered and closed it slowly, careful not to make some loud noises. With his sharp blue eyes, he can see Jiraiya seated on his chair, reading a book, not minding his arrival of any sense. Eh? He gestured with his left hand and dropped something on his table with his right. Here. A cold can of coffee stood atop his desk, and the older man took notice of it. Fixing himself up, Naruto took a sit, hands clamped together, and remained waiting for the time when his guru's ready to speak. This is espresso, right? Yeah. Okay. The snapping sound of the book getting closed followed afterwards. Now take a seat. His mentor's reply got him confused, and so he answered back. I'm already seating, and right after that, Jiraiya groaned loudly. But did I tell you to sit? Naruto stands. Can I have a seat now? The blonde replied with annoyance, while the editor-in-chief just nodded at him. He took a seat again. It's like a couple of minutes had already passed before their real conversation started. Just after Jiraiya finished downing the caffeine, crushing the can, and throwing it square in the garbage bin. Want a smoke? The elder asked, grabbing a box of cigarettes and handing it over his student. I don't smoke. A bored look was associated with the youngster's reply. Oh yeah, he raised a brow in response. Neither do I. Have I done something wrong? The blonde went straight to the point, but kept notice of his place on their conversation. Not exactly, Naruto. It's quite the opposite. What? A promotion? Am I going to replace your sorry ass now? A nasty grin appeared on his face. Jiraiya saw this and smirked as, well, first of all, as I've told you before, never gonna happen, and second, you won't take my spot even if I retired or died. Not you. Certainly not you. Ugh. The younger man can't help but to laugh after getting his teacher aggravated into such point. What's about it then? He continued. But that moment on, the editor-in-chief didn't answer him. He just bowed down his head, took a couple of grunts and exhales, and repeats the same process over again. Are you sure it's good news? Naruto said with concern, wanting to know the truth of why he was told to come in the first place. Yes, it is. The older man replied with much complacency. Then why wait? Tell me now. With both hands griping on the rim of the table, he answered back with anxiousness. Huh? Jiraiya exhaled. There you go. So short-fused as ever. I'm just curious of the reason why you wanted to see me here. You're the one who keeps on blurring the subject. Naruto reasoned out while his boss listened to his complaints. Knowing that it wouldn't help stalling the facts, he decided to speak out. Well, fine, Jiraiya said in a cold tone. I'm just trying to stick with you since. He clears his throat, then continued. We won't be working together much longer. Wait, are you sick? He immediately replied on his mentor, trying to be of much help. No. The editor-in-chief muttered with a serious tone that made it all confusing for the blonde. Naruto. He looked into his student's blue eyes, and finally, what do you think about New York? /in. Okay, that's about it for this chapter, although never mind. Thank you for reading. I really appreciated it. The time you said no, /in. Here we go. Chapter 11. Sorry for the long update. I've been busier in school lately. You know. Anyway, I think this FIC would meet completion in like 2 to 3 more updates. I hope you'll stick to it, and please review and give me your comments so that I can answer them. Thank you for reading this chapter/fanfic story. God bless your day/night. Monday, about 6 in the morning, silently laying on the couch on some coffee shop was a figure of a young blonde man. His body was disheveled, hand supporting the lazy head and the other hand stirring the mixture of brownish black and white swirls around. Another languid yet silent groan came past his cracked lips, eyelids slanting at the same time. Seemingly immune to the cold air coming out of the air conditioner, he just sat there and remained unmoving while watching the clouds pass by. In his mind, he can still remember Jiraiya's words clearly. I've been sending your resume and couple of your works to the main branch abroad for quite some time now. It seems they've been keeping track of your performance, and I've been getting a few calls lately. Last night, I've been contacted by the department manager himself. He said he definitely wants you in his office on the main branch in New York. The editor-in-chief, they're retired already, and there will be an open tenure position. I recommended you, Naruto. I know you've only been working here for a couple of years, but the results are quite outstanding and the records speak for themselves. And I don't mean to brag, but out of the 15 professionals that the other branches suggested, you're an absolute shoo-in for the spot. Since it'll mean a promotion for you, I didn't have the reason to question the offer. I took the liberty of printing out the form and other things you'll need. What do you think? I think I'll need some time to think this through. How long have you been waiting? He broke out of reverie as everything shatters and returned to the normal world. He winks his eyes a little bit before tilting his head up, catching a glimpse of a young woman smiling at him. Oh, coughs. Good morning, Sakura-chan. A grin came out of his face, teeth not showing. Naruto dropped the spoon near the cup and took a sip. You didn't answer my question. She pouted, but after a while, smiled back at him. You didn't answer my calls last night either. Is there something wrong? His blue eyes then widened up, slightly unprepared hearing such deliberate comments from her. He then put the receptacle down and decides to answer her back. Yeah, let's just say I am not well yesterday. I'm sorry if that troubled you. The blonde shook his head and pretended to laugh, trying to mask out everything from her. He never wanted anyone to know. Not her, especially not her. At least not yet, he thought while giving short glances at her pretty face. Soft chuckles? Silly, you don't have to apologize. Sakura looked at him differently, but remained oblivious of his intent. Hands crept near her bag. She continued with another question. Why are you so polite today? This time, he didn't reply, just remained staring at her in such conspicuous manner. The latter waited for his answer, but it sort of happens after a couple of minutes passed. Well, I guess it's your lucky day. He casts of a sneer while she shrugs off his arrogant reaction. The two remained joyous until the time when she stood up and decided to order before they go to work, leaving the young man alone again. Silently, he watches her figure getting smaller and blurrier as she went farther and farther away from him. Pondering, that's right, long-distance relationships are nearly impossible to maintain because both people aren't really getting what they need, because it's different the moment where they're there and the moment they're not. One simply can't pretend that it's okay, that it'll satisfy the relationship. There would be temptations everywhere for both of us, and I think that'll be hard if we would be forcing ourselves to feel something 1,000 miles away. Naruto-kun, the blonde turned his head and saw her with 6 takeout latte cups on hand. You're spacing out. It's nothing. He shook his head and continued. Hey, why do you only have 6? Well, you already had yours, didn't you? She raised a brow and sat again on the couch adjacent to him. Yes and no, Naruto replied. What do you mean? I didn't have you yesterday, and it kind of felt lonely. Her hand twitched after seeing his already atop of hers. She can feel the warmth radiating through every pores, like that of an energy transfer. Feeling cheesy of what she heard from her boyfriend, she answered back. I already told you I'm at my grandma Tsunade's house. She runs a local clinic there, and she asked me if I can help her since her assistant took the day off. She looked at the clock, which says 6:25, and played with his hand. Naruto never seemed to mind at all. Yeah, just let me know next time, so I would have driven you there. Her face was in awe, but in a good kind of way. Yo, you're driving again? Still working on it. He smirked a little bit, feeling his arm getting painfully shaken by the happy Pinkette. That's great. She smiled herself too after hearing that, thinking that if their relationship goes on, the wound on his heart would finally heal and patch up. The two exchanged glances from there on, happily enjoying their time with each other's company. Naruto bent his back over, stretching those tensed-up back muscles as he relaxes himself, reclined with both arms arched behind his head. He may not look like it on the woman's perspective, but deep inside, he's desperately trying to erase the thoughts that have clouded his mind earlier. The blonde just wanted time to stop, so that everything would stand still and the moment he's been worrying about wouldn't come. Speaking of which, he immediately opened his eyes after hearing her voice pass his ears. It didn't occur to him that his girlfriend was the talkative type, nor did he know that she was the bring-a-dead, topic-back type. Didn't you say you were called by Jiraiya-san yesterday? His teeth buried deep into his lower lip, weak enough that it won't bleed and subtle enough so she won't notice. She kept his curiousness with her look, like that of a child wanting to know the first thing about the unknown. Though he knows there would be a right time to say it, he can't help thinking that it would only be worse if he say it too late. Sakura, a cold-pitched voice called her name yonder. The woman took a second to relocate those green orbs towards him before hearing another. Can we talk about it some other time? Then a sad smile was seen on his face, and just like before, she felt the urge to ask. Is there something wrong? She said willingly, but there was nothing heard in return. Being with Naruto for a time now granted her a few meaningful mannerisms of him. From the way he turned away when nervous to his numerous silent treatments whenever he's not feeling well. Thinking that it might be something personal, she just changed the topic and just gets on with everything. Okay, never mind that. The young woman stood up while slowly picking up her things, causing him to look up, compelled by her shadow shrouding over him. Shall we go then? Sakura then smiled at him. A happy, yet somehow concealed form of a smile. He doesn't know why, but on that moment, he wanted to touch her hand and kiss it from that distance. That glimmer in her eyes that sees every problem on his mind. He yearns for it, even just for a little while, to forget the upcoming problems and start with something anew, knowing that the clock starts ticking and sooner or later he would have to make a choice. Actually, they would have all be. Both of them finished contemplating. The Pinkette can only watch his form from afar, perfectly perched against the cushion, lips twitchy and all that. Yeah, his figure suddenly rose from restlessness. Sakura can only stand behind his shadow while he does his last few stretches. Afterwards, both of his arms returned to their respective sides with him, standing stalwartly, facing her with a prim grin on his face. Let's go. She felt an overpowering feeling of happiness welling up inside until it collapses into a blast of contained emotions. Having him pull her by the hand, having him by her side as they pass through the doors. It surely is the greatest thing in a relationship, doing the things you can't do before. And right now, as they went on towards the beaming sunlight, all they wanted was to have this same feeling for the rest of their days. Childish we say, but aren't all people are? Aren't we all? You're right. See? I told you wearing green would match your eyes. A friendly conversation between a senpai and a kohai was lingering in the air as they passed the hallway, each carrying a stack of folders that they received from the higher department. Consequently, though burdened, that doesn't stop them from having their usual talks that extend from topics about boys' jobs, hair, clothes, boys. Meanwhile, as they stroll past the freshly painted pearly white doors, right after they enter their old office. Good morning, one-ichans, a passerby usurped their conversation and overtook them in front. Seeing that childish grin on the person's face, they immediately recognized him. Konohamaru, they both said in sync, causing the former to just grin at their expressions. Just in time, EI, he replied, walking backwards, face to them with both arms behind his head. Yes, good thing we were. Shizen looked at the clock and glanced around the office with scrutiny. After a moment of looking from both corners of the room, she noticed the others are still there, with exception to the lazy Shikamaru, who usually arrives half an hour after the quota. The youngster fixed his fingers around his chin and slanted his eyes. You seem to be not with Naruto and I today. Chuckles. The Pinkette responded. No, actually, I came here early with him. He just told me and Shizen-san to gather the materials from the higher-ups. Oh, is that so? He gave off a snazzy expression that just annoyed the hell out of Sakura. The young woman fidgeted, trying to get his rather insensitive thoughts out of his head, while Shizen continuously tells the lad to walk normally or he could have ran into walls or such. Thud. And so he did. Ouch my head, he complained while massaging the bump on the back of his head. The voice reacted and made the youngster to turn around and gave a peeved stare. His brown eyes seemingly bulge out after seeing the vague afterimage of a man with blonde hair, having a more pissed reaction than him. Those fearful blue orbs glaring against his, the latter felt like if he was about to maintain eye contact any further, the warm feeling from below the belt would have just followed. Ahi-ai, he shrieked in a rather disturbing and non-masculine manner. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And just like that, his presence suddenly vanished from their sight and from the blonde who kept scratching his head over the idea of it. What the hell's wrong with that Konohamaru? The man who got bumped, who seemed to be the managing editor, no other than Naruto himself, pondered silently while the two women watched him in the sidelines. A moment afterward, he noticed them and turned around. "Oh, you guys are there?" He brought his arm down and smirked at the two journalists. The pink-haired one blushed. The blonde lent his hand immediately and took the stacks of files, carrying them in both arms. "The usuals on the table for the articles next week." His voice uttered yonder, and then the two women just nodded, readying herself to ask him a question, something about procedures and stuff. Sakura unsealed her lips, but closed them right after she saw the indents of the door opened up wide. "Shikamaru!" The pinkette heard another woman's voice from behind, and after looking back, she found out it was Temari's. The said secretary was as good as running towards him, jolting up her seat. When she first saw the sliver of his shadow came past the room, Choji and Kiba slowly followed afterwards, leaving Naruto, Shizen, and Sakura on the pavement as they watched the group converse. Konohamaru, on the other hand, first looked at the blonde, whose eyes were looking away, before slowly joining in himself. "Congratulations." Shikamaru felt a hand pat on his shoulder. He slowly traced it and noticed that it was from Temari. "Looks like some miracle happened, and the management foresaw through your immeasurable lack of drive," she added with a smile while the others began to do the same. Wondering what's going on, the pink-haired woman tugged the blonde's shirt, causing him to turn his head. "What's going on, Naruto-kun?" Sakura looked back at Shikamaru, who seemed to have troubles fending off their comments. Shizen also asked from the side. "I guess I wanted to ask the same question too. Is there something going on with Shikamaru?" And after that, they both looked at their boss, who deepened his look and glanced at the sub-editor himself. Both women did the same. "I guess." He slowed down and eventually paused, both hands on his side. "I guess he's to be promoted." And with those words, the two journalists skyrocketed into a big yach. That were kind of rude on Shikamaru's part. "P promoted?" Sakura mumbled down feeble words, still facing him from a distance. "Yes, promoted." The young man affirmed her, removing those arms from his waist and crossing them on his chest. "Are you sure? If Shikamaru's to be promoted, won't he be taking your position?" Another one came from the older journalist, trying to piece everything in place. It was like a minute afterwards when the Naruto answered back. "I don't know. Let's just be glad that his hard work and perseverance was rewarded." "That's sarcastic." Shizen replied, trying the best she can not to laugh while Sakura did the same. She may not have the credibility to say so, but in matters of being late, idle, and lazy, she knew he was the only one candidate. And so she wondered on why, of all people, that person would be the one promoted. She blamed inequality between genders. "It's better than being frank anyway." The yellow-haired man scoffed for a couple before returning back to his chivalrous form. Both Shizune and Sakura went in front and joined Temari and the others to congratulate the black, spiky-haired coworker. Since they were behind the blonde, they didn't catch the glimpse of his eyes, still open when they laughed together. Those orbs were looking beyond the horizon, maintaining laser-like eye contact with the man who was said to supersede his position. Shikamaru, who partly got a clue with the idea, turned the other cheek and lets everyone see his fake smile, although it didn't look like a smile at all. Head turning from left to right to reply "thank you," he caught, with his eyes, the figure of Naruto standing at the far end of the room, alone and watching him stalwartly. Immediately, the curve in his lips straightened. Even without words, the two were communicating with their eyes. Nobody else seems to notice except them, and that's what they yearn for the best. At least, that's what Naruto wanted to happen. "New York? You gotta be kidding me." "It's not finalized yet. I told the old fart that I'll still think about it." "Is there something to talk about?" "That's New York, Naruto. The city of love, or something." "That's Paris, stupid." "Anyway, it's not that I don't want this enough, but I think I need some time to really think this through." "Bah, whatever. I just wanted you to get out of here as soon as possible." "What? So you can have my position and sleep all day?" "Why? Isn't that what you do every day?" "Don't bring me down your level, Shikamaru." Lighter flicking sounds. FFFFFF. "Tell me the reason why you called me here." Coughs. "If you stop smoking just this time, I'll tell you." Exhales. "Fine. There." Shikamaru. "What?" "I was thinking of deferring the offer." "Eh? Are you sure your head's fine?" "I think all that smoke clouded your head." No, I'm fine. I just wanted your advice. You serious? Yes. Okay, I think that you should follow your dreams. My dreams? Yes. Ever since day one, you've wanted to show everyone that you can do it, that you can prove them wrong. And now that you have a better way to do that, why not take it? Is this because of her? Yeah. You don't want to leave her here, is that it? Yeah. Man, you're really dumb. Haven't you heard about long-distance relationships? Yes, I know. Then W. I also know that they never work out. Why not bringing her there then? That is, if she doesn't mind. I can't. Her parents wouldn't possibly allow that to happen. And besides, Aji-san doesn't know about us. Size? Then what are you going to do? Will you let that opportunity pass by that easily? I guess so. Naruto, something like that doesn't happen every now and then, especially in this growing society. Letting go of such a rare chance for a girl. She's not like any other girl. Well, you have to decide whether you choose that girl or the opportunity to follow your dreams. You're right, but I think I really need some time to think of it. That's right. Take everything slow. Anyway, I haven't told you yet the reason I called you here. I need you to pretend that you're the one getting the promotion. Huh? What? Are you kidding me? The news of my job offer would soon be viral. I can't have my employees' spirit be broken because of that. We're at the peak of our game, and I don't want to demoralize them any more than you did. Asterisk groans, asterisk. So, are you willing to help me? Shikamaru? No. What? But. I don't want to suffer just because you don't have the balls to make a decision. Come on, you got to be serious. Then find some idiot that will. I'll give you a raise. Laughs like I'm going to fall for that again. Please? Just this time. Ark, I can't believe I'm doing this. Grin? Shikamaru? What? Thank you. I hope you're happy with this, Naruto. The sub-editor thought to himself, still maintaining that eye contact with compliance that he'll make the right decision. Knowing him, although it may not look like such, Shikamaru really had the understanding of how the blonde's head works. He's the kind of person who's always constant, whose mind just keeps on changing every time he sees an opportunity to do so. And by the looks of it, a decision of this caliber should be thought more clearly. Brandished by the lights beaming from the blinds, the spiky-haired genius watched the figure of his boss disappear, turning the other way and phasing out like a wraith. It was then that he noticed the voice that lingered around the time the door slammed shut. "See you later, managing editor," he said, right by the doorway, right by where he stood and smiled. He said, "This is quite unusual, Naruto-kun." A familiar female voice started a conversation. The scene now relocates to the small, uphill grassland near the port of Tokyo, where seagulls sing and cry above those rich green and purple meadows that encompasses the whole curve. Unlike the middle of the city, where huge skyscrapers and other buildings tower upward the heavens, this is more of a peaceful and serene backdrop. A part of the city where people go to drift away from the loud city noises. Below the shambling leaves of a tree, underneath the shade of black and brown, a reply was made. "You think?" The figure tilted his head up and looked at the pink-haired woman slowly approaching him. "We went to the city park before, haven't we?" He smiled at her right before she answered back. "Not that." She stopped beside him and slowly went down to take a seat on the lush grass beside the man. "It's about leaving the office without a word. After we congratulate Shikamaru-kun, you were already gone. I went to the bathroom." The two continued sharing thoughts while neither looking at each other's faces. Both heads faced on the beautiful scenery where the bluish-white waves silently crash on the harbor walls, green everywhere the light touched the land. "You're in the bathroom? For 3 hours?" She turned her head and looked at his still grinning expression. Sakura was expecting to hear something viable of an excuse, and she knows that something's been bothering him again. Just like last time, on the blonde's perspective, it did occur to him that she would put much effort asking for petty things like that. Though he was on the verge of telling the truth, Naruto just intercepted the topic. "Anyway, nice dress you're wearing." He smiled, but there was no change on his girlfriend's reaction. The compliment was shallow, making the pinkette pout at his reason to say something like that. "It's my uniform. You know, I've been wearing this for quite some time now." Another chill ran up his spine. Oh, aha. The young man continued laughing and smiling, and that point on, she was already certain that there is something going on with him. Is there something you're not telling me? Eyes were suddenly popped back open, shocked and widened that those words from her pierced him straight where it hurts. Hearing that, especially from her, the man was now holding the last string that kept him hiding the truth for good. He couldn't possibly. No, nothing. He scratched his head and looked down, right below the grass that ruffles and whistles as the harbor winds passes by. That time, his face changed, and Sakura wasn't an idiot not to notice that. There are just a continuation followed. Some things that I wanted to ask you. He stopped, pulled his head back up, and faced her. Looking at the sad smile he was putting up for her, she already had a feeling that this was not those questions that he regularly asks. There's this hint of mystery that keeps on piling up, lies after, lies that she wanted to uncover and know about. And now looking at him with determination, the pinkette nodded as the latter unsealed his lips. Do you love your job? Right after saying that, Naruto's mouth already closed, leaving her puzzled by the ambiguity of his intention to ask. Yes, I really love my job. Her brows crinkled up in confusion, but she decided to answer anyway. Along with that reply was a question of her own. Why do you ask? She says to him. Do you love your family? He didn't answer her and just proceeds with another one, which kind of confused her more. Of course I do. Why are you asking me these kinds of questions? She answered again with a little force, but things just happened like before. Last question, a cough followed afterwards. With the previous build-up of their conversation, Sakura has no intention of answering him at all, but what she doesn't know and surprises her is, do you love me? Naruto asked her with a straight face, facing her with sharp blue eyes, holding her hands tight and lips tightly clenched with each other. On the woman's perspective, hearing such thing froze her in surprise and awe. She's trying to know his reason of asking these questions, but was beset by the blonde's eagerness to know. Slowly, in her mind, the pink-haired journalist was trying to piece together her response to some question she knows she could have answered very easily. After a couple of minutes, the editor felt her hand intertwined with his. Yes. A simple statement was heard by the man, and it caused him to let out a deep exhale, ready to test the deeper waters of their significance. Okay. He then closed his eyes tight and opened it forcefully. I'll need you to answer this very honestly, and not just because you wanted to please me or anything. Do you love me enough that you're willing to disregard your job and family for me? Kia, Kia, Kia. A seagull passed by and hovered above them before flying towards the harbor and digging in its claws atop the wings of a sailboat. Lunch break was already over, and the clouds had already changed formation. The majority of the people near the harbor were already gone, and the only people who were left were them. Sakura fidgeted saying her answer, but she managed to let it all out. I really, really love you, Naruto, she uttered after a moment of serenity. But I don't think I can answer the last question the way you wanted me to answer it. The man then immediately felt something inside of him, a twitch, a pulse, a zap. Then a breeze of cool, humid air brought their hair upward and their clothes ruffling. It was cold, freezing cold. Thank you. He lets go of her hands, and a bright, radiant smile caught her attention in a glimpse of forgotten time. Thank you for telling me that. The winds grew fiercer, and the afternoon shade expanded across the perimeter. Deep inside, in her inner self, she wanted to clear everything up. Every second that she looks at him felt like an enigmatic eternity. His once sharp eyes were now rounded and hazy. His once tight grip on her hands doesn't feel like he's even holding them anymore. And his once great stare wore down to this cross between a sad smile and a profound grimace. She greatly felt the urge to ask a single question, just like he did a multitude to her. Something she knew worth asking in all the time she wanted to but can't. And so, why do you look like you're about to cry? The woman asked. Because this is the closest I'll ever gonna get. The man answered back. A/N. Chapter finish. I hope you like it and subscribe till the end. Like always, this is Good12. Thank you. Words you'll never hear. I would like to transfer to New York. Jiraiya raised a brow at the man under his presence and company, his yellow-haired student who was sitting in front of him. The white-haired editor-in-chief looks at him with a gleaming yet sharp look. The frame, the figure of his resolute blue eyes looking upon him from the other side of the desk. I must say, I wasn't expecting you here so soon. Then that straight line curved downward to a grin. Sighs. The elder closed his eyes and lets out a subtle exhale, then opened them, immediately directed at the blonde. But I'd be lying to you if I said I didn't expect your approval, Naruto. What do you mean by that, old man? The managing editor smirked at his master, placing a couple of papers on the table, which quickly caught the older man's attention. Why do you have to ask? Who do you think did your training, internship, and job interview? His master then removed the files and other catalogs away from the center and placed them on the side. Using one hand, he picked up those sheets of stapled-up papers and glanced at them, taking a couple of minutes or so to scan every page while the yellow head continued to laugh. Can't argue with that. Naruto scratches his head as he watches his boss read the material. It was like 5 minutes had passed when Jiraiya placed the form down his table and connect eye contact with his pupil once more. Patched with a deep, elderly expression, the editor-in-chief decided to speak. Do you really know the weight of this decision you're making? Now crossed-armed, he raised up a question with Naruto, hoping to give things their proper clarification. Those words passed his ears, and right afterwards, the reply was made. Haven't you said earlier that you've already expected that I'll... The blonde's words were cut short. It's not like that, you brat. He intercepted his student and gave a slight overtone. I just don't want you to have regrets and come crying at my feet on the long run. Don't worry, old fart. I've already thought of this through. Words came from the bowed head of the yellow-haired one, while he continues to remind his teacher the resolution he had of such judgment. Very well. Jiraiya then placed the man's application form and other records inside a brown envelope and opened the drawer under his desk, placing it inside before slamming it back to continue the discussion. It's been like, he put his hand on his chin and assumes a thinker pose. Only a week since I've given you the news. I do wonder, why make the decision now when you have 2 months to think about it? Naruto saw that menacing look from him and shrugs it off nonchalantly. Deep inside, he has his own reasons, and that alone had given him much clarity on which side of the road he will take. I think that it's better to start deciding on matters earlier. I have told you before when I came here, I have my goals. Yes, I know. I do hope you achieve every one of your goals and have a successful career on the near future. Such heartwarming words came out of the older man, and Naruto can't deny the fact that he's partly touched by those messages he received from his teacher. He tried to deny it, but he purely just can't. He just nodded and looked down on his lap, playing with his hands as he waits for Jiraiya to open another topic on his own. And yes, he did. Speaking of which, the elder stretched his back outward, making a popping noise that grossed the hell out of the blonde. Afterwards, he also stretched his fingers backward before sitting comfy on his luxurious office chair. You do know that once you're to New York, everything will be different. Your office mates, your lifestyle, even your relationships would be different. A concerned look then shoots past his notice as he was left pondering by the man with such demoralizing facts. Naruto slowly removes his back from the cushion and started to crouch, hands clenched together near his mouth while his index finger wobbles up and down. You must also know that when you started working on the main branch, you could never go back here unless you're in vacation or the management permits it, which I know isn't an easy thing to wish for. The blonde then looked at the light coming from the window obscured by the parallel bars of the blinds, contemplating. He admits when Jiraiya started stating those restrictions that comes along being promoted, he began having doubts on whether or not to take the chance. Regardless of whatever he heard, still, his mind was in full conviction. I understand the risks. He finally voiced out, putting his hands down, and replied committed words to the older man. Now, then, without notice, Naruto stood up straight, looked at his teacher's eyes, and, please allow me to transfer. Jiraiya's face showed shock and remorse after seeing the yellow-haired man's figure, bowed on place with hands behind his back. Slowly, the blonde recovered and rose, looking at the other guy's eyes, so full of determination and resolution. Was the only thing he heard afterwards. The dead silence was proliferating inside the dim and frigid room as the lights slowly fade away under the cloudy weather. Neither one of them was talking then. Perhaps they wanted to, but they can't, or they're just waiting for either one of them to break the silence. There were moments where their eyes will clash, steely resolve overflowing on both blue and brown orbs. Just like regular master and student relationship, the two remained stern about their beliefs. And finally, just when the sunlight began shining through the blinds once more, the older man closed his eyes for a bit, gave a deep exhale, and opened them, already directed on the blonde's blue ones. "Okay," he uttered with much anticipation from the other guy. Naruto then felt like a needle has been picked off his heart, and his breathing became lighter. "I accept." Sharp words granted the yellowhead a feeling of independence and short-lived gratification. Everything was clouded up then, his vision of his teacher and everything. All he can see is the mist that hangs heavily in front of him, giving mystery of what lies ahead as he took on the first step out of the nutshell. On the other hand, while he was spacing out, Jiraiya looked at him with happiness, but not the cuddly type of happiness. He's glad that all that time he spent molding him and empowering him with guidance and knowledge paid through in such a short period of time. The kid has talent, no doubt about that. But what interests him more is his uncanny ability to do best of whatever is dished out in front of him. That alone makes him believe that his brat would do far much greater things in the long run. "Thank you, Jiraiya-san." A proper and well-said sentence entered his ears, causing him ultimately to take notice. The managing editor finally sat down and assumes his previous position with a grin patched on his face. Don't ruin it. Words can't describe Naruto's face when he saw Jiraiya turned his head away and hide his expression of heartwarm-ness. He tried the best that he could not to laugh, or his request might be rebuked if he teased his teacher a little bit out of line. Another moment of silence passed by, and right afterwards, the editor-in-chief grabbed his student's application form from the folder and signed on the part adjacent on his student's signature. "You have done this company well, Naruto." Jiraiya formed a sad smile after finishing his mark on the paper, dropping the pen and using his left hand to slide the form towards the man in front of him. "Now do the same thing on the main branch and make us proud." No more expressions can be furthermore described by words alone. "I won't let you and the other guys down, I promise it." Naruto immediately replied, though with such short words, the older man can still sense his determination, perseverance, and resolution to do such tasks which he never seems to fail. Strong arms moved upward and grabbed the stapled-up bunch of papers. "Thank you for your approval, Sensei." He bowed down and looked at the bright tint of his teacher's signature on the bottom of the note, filled with surreal contentment. "Just don't forget, when you do something stupid, I'll personally fly there and kick your ass." He sneered while his student does the same, accepting the somehow challenge given to him. "I heard you have a girlfriend." Like the hand of God came down and smacked him onto the dirt, trouble and fear suddenly became present on Naruto's vocabulary. Slightly fidgeting as he had prepared for this moment already, he gave his answer in a mildly hoarse undertone. "If you say so." He looked to the side and pretended to smile when in reality, he felt like pissing off in fear. Then why not bring her there? A series of events flashed on his mind. In his heart, with all sincerity, he wanted to answer the other way, but his logic answers the opposite. And right now that it was Jiraiya himself was talking to him, he knows things like this must be kept in confidentiality. "I already hint her of such scenario, but I think she would prefer living her life here than there with me." She said she didn't want to live there because the people were rude or something. He put the fake smile on, but it didn't seem working. Jiraiya didn't mind and just continued asking, "Oh, haven't you told her about your situation?" "I told you before. When you start to work there, going back is a hard thing to do." "I haven't told her because I don't want to pressure her into choosing me or her good life here. I wanted to stay with her, but there's this side of me that pushes me to follow my dreams. That's why I chose to work here from the very beginning." "Yeah, I told her already, and she said she's not fine with it, and we broke up." He looks around and continued. "A couple of days ago." "Oh, I see. So that's why you came here in such short notice." Jiraiya then leaned his back to rest the same way Naruto does it, like teacher, like student. Getting a little bit bored with the gloomy silence, the elder was tempted to question him a little bit more. "Anyway, why not find yourself a long-legged white chick there at the States?" and use this opportunity to settle down yourself. I think that's not something I can possibly do. I won't settle for another woman. She may be loud and annoying. She may have a slightly disproportionate forehead, a little bit fat, and she may punch me every now and then, but that's what makes her special to me. I love those things about her, and she's really, really precious to me. Whatever. The blonde muttered a baffled tone, trying to wash off the things that were churning on his mind. The two maintained this advisor-advisee relationship until the moment where they started to think about the future outcomes of each other's decisions. Naruto, for choosing the other path, and Jiraiya, for paving the way. With the clock ticking and the dimming of the ethereal skies that looks like a vortex of blue, white, and black, the two formally ended their conversation with a handshake. It's the same one they used when Naruto got accepted into the company, so it's quite appropriate to use it now that he's leaving it. A fresh, new start from the ashes of despair waits the moment when he's ready to tell her everything. When will that happen? Will now be the question. You have a week left until your scheduled flight to New York. Use this time wisely. Shikamaru will replace you effective on your departure. Reach your dreams, Naruto. We all believe in you. I don't believe in him. A voice with a slight annoyed tone came from a woman with pink hair extending down her nape. It was inside some Mediterranean restaurant, along with a black-haired woman who appears to be her coworker. Silently eating their meal, the voice from before began the conversation while the other woman just listened at her, drinking white tea after doing so. "Who are you talking about, Sakura?" she replied with a hint of curiosity as she brushed off the sauce with a roll of tissue. "I'm talking about Naruto Shizen-chan." The pinkette paused and dropped the fork with pasta curled around the protrusions, looking a bit haggard than the usual one after work. Shizen then grabbed a kettle and poured herself a cup of tea. "What didn't you believe about him?" "Everything," she pouted. "Everything he said? That he's fine, that he's just busy at work." Her voice began to rhyme with those drama television series that elderly moms used to watch every Friday night. The older woman lets out a deep sigh as she watched her fellow journalist complain on and on and on about her boyfriend every time they went out to eat. "Why? What do you think is going on with him? I mean, I don't see what the big deal is, Sakura." She turned her head on the glass window and gazed upon the horizon, never minding the pinkette's claims, since she knew the lass can take care of it anyway. "Picture this, Shizen-chan." Sakura picked up her fork and used it to exemplify her illustration. Shizen just nodded. "Every time we go out or just talk, he's spacing out. And like last Monday, we went to a park and he's been asking me these weird questions." Then it piqued the older woman's attention, making her face her kohai with concern. "Weird questions?" "Yes, like really, really weird and personal questions." Again, she lets go off the fork and assumed a thinking position before continuing. And hearing it come from Naruto makes it more bizarre. Okay. Shizen butted in as she was on the verge of her own hypothesis. "In my opinion, there are 3 possible reasons of why he's acting strange lately." Hands clenched tight, the pinkhead waited anxiously as to hearing her senpai's advice. First, he's planning something to surprise you. Second, he's trying to know the deeper side of your relationship with him. And lastly, he's trying to hide something from you. The latter ended, smiling after giving such numerous statements. Looking now at the pinkette, she felt useless as to see her face even more confused. "I don't really know what his angle here is." Sakura rested her head atop the table and tried to relieve some of the uneasiness brought by the topic. "I just wanted to hear what he has to say. That's already fine with me. Then why wait for him?" And just like someone knocked on the doors of her common sense, a great idea was brought into the conversation. "You're right, Shizen-chan." A combination of a mischievous yet in some way adventurous grin curved on her lips. "If he's not going to tell me, then maybe I should find a way to know it myself." Her hands formed a smash sign as a burst of infinite ways entered her imagination. "That's right, now one more favor." The older woman caught her attention once more. "What?" she asked, wanting to know if it's important enough to take notice of. "Can we have a takeout? The pasta here's so delicious." And without warning, both women felt the urge to laugh, and they did. A productive meal, in part least, that's what it was. It always was. Whenever they're together, the two journalists, the two sisters in work, nothing seems impossible for them. "Yes, we can," she smiled back, The two women giggled. The whole restaurant went loud. Awika? Naruto reflected on what his teacher told him while he walks along the sideway with absolution. Looking down the dusty road, kicking a small rock over and over again, he began to think deeper of many things that have to be done. Sakura. First things first, finding a way on how to tell her girlfriend without hurting her. The moment her father knew about them, he was called and forced into making a pact that he, of all people, would do his best not to make her cry, not to hurt her. That also means that if he delivered the bad news on wrong timing, he can pretty much expect a shotgun visit from her father. Everyone. Second on the list is how to let the whole team know except Shikamaru, who already was playing by the ear to settle their minds on the work, not on the issue. As the group leader, he knows he must be responsible on whatever happens to his team's output, and that alone burns his time a lot in a couple of weeks. How? And lastly, on how he could leave things as it is here on Japan. Although it was not cowardice, the blonde can't help thinking of the fact that what he's about to do is partly the same thing. The problems, the deadlines, the team, leaving them like a project stopped in the middle of construction. He still doesn't know how, but he promises to himself that he'll be able to solve all those things in the few weeks he still has here in Tokyo. Naruto-kun. A voice surprised him and caused his head to jerk outward, losing sight of the rock as it flings away far to the side. Standing before him was his co-workers, Shizen and her. From the looks of it and the bags that hangs around their hands, they just came from a restaurant, and lucky them, they met the person they've been talking about a while ago. Good afternoon. He smiled at the two beauties. To the both of you. They also did the same after hearing his greeting. Why are you going this way? Isn't the way to the office this way? Shizen pointed to the other way, and the blonde followed it before scratching his head and giving a lazy groan. I'm not going back to work this time. Naruto's smile went away, and the two immediately had questions on their mind. Well, better hurry on those papers. His feet began to move again, and in a matter of seconds, he passed the two women in between, waved his right arm, and said goodbye at them. Both unable to do anything. Shizen then softly elbowed Sakura and told her non-verbally to do what she says and gave her a "now it's your shot" look. Feeling empowered, the pinkette then turned around and dashed towards the blonde with certainty. The footsteps of the pinkhead weren't sneaky enough for Naruto not to notice, and as he was about to turn around, the two nearly clashed to each other if it weren't for Sakura, who stood her ground at the last second. Sakura, he wondered, looking at her puzzled appearance. See, can we tea-talk? Naruto-kun. Then like a bullet from behind, her request totally caught him by surprise. Eyes widened back and shut, sweat drop ran down behind his ears, and a gulp ran down his throat. The man knew it was the right time to say it, granting that it'll only be fair if she knew what all the commotion is about. His heart skipped a beat. Sure, he uttered as she approached him and wrapped her arms around his. Naruto didn't budge. Sakura looked back after remembering her forgotten friend behind, but Shizen wasn't there anymore, maybe giving them the privacy so they can talk without discomfort. Silently, she thanked her senpai and let her blonde boyfriend carry her away to where he wanted to talk. Here, he chose a city park bench around 3:30 p.m. where everybody's too busy to be around, in exclusion of some bystanders who never seemed to care at all. The journalist was just behind, and the two sat down in sync, took a little breather, and readied themselves for the talk. What? She moved her eyes fast after hearing him break the silence. Do you want to talk about? He finishes, now being looked by the pinkette with scrutiny. Let's cut to the chase, Naruto. What's happening? The blondie backed off, hearing such things from her. She was determined this time to know everything. She wanted to clear off her mind. And that alone borders the very cornerstone of honesty in a relationship. Happening? What do you mean? He scoffed at her, trying to bring their topic away. You're only making things worse. Tell me why you can't say it to me. That you have a problem? Sakura protested with both hands up, clenched in annoyance and anger. Do you really think that I won't know soon enough? The managing editor held his subordinate's hand tight and tried to calm her down. There was something different with the way he looks at her. It's still the same ones before, but unlike those times, there was no resistance in this one. Fake smiling for a moment, he then unsealed his lips. I think you will, but I don't think it's the right time. His words were interrupted by a sudden burst of emotions. Then when will you tell me? He was stunned, looking at her fierce eyes, demanding him to do as she pleaded. When it's all late, when everything's about to end, her tone then rose like she was about to cry, but it didn't go that far. She was holding it all in, the grief and doubts that only reinforces her conviction that he's hiding something from her. Watching her form with a sentient gait, the blonde felt horrible, seeping deep inside his heart. Naruto-kun, he heard her voice once more, but now in a subtler tone. You've been like this for a week. Don't you think it's a little unfair that you won't tell your girlfriend whatever your problem is? Her voice completely crashed down into a somewhat submissive underlay. I can't. I just can't. Are you seeing someone else? She said courageously, wanting to clear off the first thing she had in mind. When that reached to the blonde's ears, he felt the urge to laugh but kept it in and made their whole conversation lighter and humor-filled. He completely lost it. Do you believe the words coming in your mouth? His lips curved upward to a cracked smile, replying jokingly, and making the pink kid a little bit pissed than before. She wanted to smack him on the face that time, but she just can't bear the idea of mutilating such beautiful and handsome figure of his. Maybe next time she can. Hey! Her pout dissipated and her eyes widened back after seeing him get close to her in such short notice. When she looked at those carefree blue eyes, the whole world just melts to nothingness. It has always been like that ever since they've met, along with how he takes his hand on hers, squeeze it a bit, then utter words in her ear, with a calm, mildly and soft-spoken voice. No matter how much she's angry, it always ends that way. I told you before, haven't I? He was closely looking at her submissive green orbs, yet he managed to see a bulge on her throat going down. I'll never cheat on you. Never. He moved slowly, neck crooked and eyes half closed, and pecked her on the cheek before returning back to his position before. Believe it. A sleepy grin then appeared on that blank face, sending Sakura's face into a deep blush. The woman turned away and waited for the red on her cheeks to disappear before uttering a word. What seems to be your problem then? A troubled yet concerned question was said by the journalist without even looking him in the face. If she'd only knew how many times Naruto didn't sleep and thought of this until the sun rises. How many times he hated himself for lying to her, and how many times he wanted to say it. She was hurt, but he was suffering. And the whole world knows the difference between the two. Then the blonde remembered that he only had 1 week left to do the things he knew he had to do. It may not be now or not at all, but he knows he had to try. And so he did. I'll tell you, she felt a big heartbeat resonated like a pulse throughout her body. Immediately, positioned at him were her bulgy, green eyes that were surprised yet happy at the same time. I'll tell you the reason, he continued as he raises his head to a point where the bright afternoon rays shines behind him, shadows covering his face. And afterwards, the latter stood up, hands still, intertwined with hers, and looked away. After our date, the man finishes, leaving her all pacified and such. Still seated, she can only see this vague afterimage of her boyfriend, blurred by the dazzling orange lights, tipping his yellow spikes with a golden highlight. His presence astonishing, his command unbreakable. Being under by that alone causes her knees to weaken and only ponder under his gallant form. A date. Her voice weakened after giving much thought about what he said. It was like in the beginning of their conversation. She was mad, loud, and snappy, but is there anything that romance can't cure? Naruto just chuckled at the cuteness of it. Yes. He nodded and clenched her hand tighter, wiggling it a bit. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. But my work. I'll take care of it. The blonde intercepted her and pulled her up at the same time. Just this afternoon, you okay with that? Such words left her in the middle of a line. She knows that Naruto's the kind of person who whines a lot, but this was the first time she heard him ask her out. Usually it just happens. And to top that, she also wanted to hear what he has to say about the long-forgotten issue. Having a date with him might fix their dangling insecurities. Okay. She smiled at him beamingly, causing him to sigh in relief and smirk. Okay, he replied. Okay. Using her hand, she dusted off the blades of grass that clung to her skirt, and when everything's in the right place, repositioned her glance at him once again. No words followed after that. They just looked at each other and then flee, their hands joined together, each with a smile 1,000 times worth sharing. That seemed to be that last moment we had before our date. The beginning of a few hours of leisure equivalent to an eternity of happiness. Everything that happened was pure magic. Well, to me it is. First, Naruto-kun and I went to the Akihabara, where we did a little shopping. I did a little shopping. It was weird because every time we go shopping, he just keeps on whining and begging me to go home. Now he's as quiet as ever, holding my bag on his shoulder, following every one of my whim, still having a smile on his face. It's as if I'm seeing a new side of him, a side who can be good if he wanted to. That's the part of him I was waiting for. We then took a break and sat together in a bench on Frontside Seashore, having a couple of soda cans on our hands, and our other hands connected in the space between us. We take a look on the ebbs and ripples of the sea waves that carves beautiful formations on the sand. That time, I was too busy admiring the beauty of it that I never even saw him and his reaction. He's as quiet as before, and somehow it made me uneasy. What is he thinking that time? I asked myself too late when we left an hour later. He promised me to say what his problem was after our date, but I can't help thinking the reason I wanted to do so. I guess my mind changes too quickly. The next stop seems to be the amusement park. I have been bugging him about it for a while, and it seems my hard work paid off. It may not look like it, but I was a gamer for 4 years until I stopped to focus on my academics. But just as they always say, pure talent's as good as stainless steel. I was lost in my world back there. We did basketball shootouts, killing zombies, Dance Revolution, and the ever-so-unfair crane machine. Time flies so fast, and so, as my perception of it. There was so much I wanted to do with him that it won't be sated in just one date. But it won't even fit a whole month of dating. The last thing we rode on is the Ferris wheel, as tall as 5 floors, ceiling included. And as we were lifted slowly towards the bluish-black clouds of a 6 o'clock sky, it began to felt chilly. I immediately looked at Naruto, who never seemed to care, still poised, eyes closed and head laying back against the steel bars. It was in these times where he used to share body heat with me, and it may sound preposterous. I felt the urge to do the same thing, and so I did. I wrapped my arms around his body and pulled myself closer to the point where my cheeks would rub against his clothes. It was so warm and comfortable. It was like a blanket of my own with its own scent that was enticing. But I was curious of his reaction, and so I looked up. My heart kept on pounding when I saw his eyes already open. But they're not on me. He was looking far beyond the distant line of the horizon, looking tired and sleepy. I never bothered to ask and just continued to drift away with him, eyes closed and wanting to have this moment last forever. Who wouldn't? I told myself. It was like 8 or 9 o'clock when he told me this is as far as it goes. I was surprised he remembered my curfew this time, and we decided to go home that moment on. Walking out the exit of possibly the greatest night of my life, I felt happy and contented. We were about to go home in his car, but I swear I saw ourselves walking past the parking area, and so I told him about it. He just smiled and told me that he wanted to take the train this time, and he'll just go back for it after he escorted me to my house. I nodded at him and let his hand pull me towards our final destination. PSSSHH. Door opens, door closed. Sakura. The blonde's voice reverberated in such a cold tone as he laid down on the train seat, together with his pinkette girlfriend. There were like 3 people left on the train since the station they're dropping off was the second to the last in its route. The room was cold from the air conditioning. The full moon specked the windows and rapidly flickering as the train began to accelerate. Laying atop of the man was Sakura, seemingly resting and cuddling atop his chest after all the tiring but unforgettable activities they've done. Yes, Naruto-kun, she uttered sweetly, brushing her head more onto him. Naruto added a little tension on her hands and made her nudge herself a bit near him. Wanting to do so, he then bowed down and looked at her, but found the pinkette's eyes closed, but with a soft grin patched on her face. The managing editor took a deep breath and sighed silently, feeling all contented and such. "Are you happy?" he asked her, inclined into knowing whether what he did was enough. Her hands, he held it tighter once more and tilted his head upward, facing the beautiful scenery of the moon's reflection on the harbor where flocks of nightingales danced around the bluish-black skies. Yes, Sakura answered back with certainty, remained eyes closed with spirits flittering out every word. Naruto felt compelled to look at her once more, and so he did, his expression deepening as she clutches at his clothes more. Using one free hand, the blonde brushed her pink locks behind her ear and stayed there with a passionate look. As emotions, such explosive and vibrant emotions fill his heart to overflow as every heartfelt moment bear their significance. Good, the young man replied softly, watching her, so near yet she felt so far away. He doesn't know which is dimming his sight, the tunnel they're in or his clouded-up mind. Naruto would have dwelled under those premises if it weren't for Sakura, who asked him the same question. "How about you?" she said to him, still resting atop of him. "Are you happy?" Her softly uttered words entered his ears and made him answer impulsively. "Yeah, I think so." He again redirected his sight towards the scenery over the window. "As long as you're happy, I'm happy." His heart felt another thud when the pinkette giggled at the statement. "That's sweet, Naruto-kun." Sakura grinned happily, still eyes closed, looking all angelic and such. The editor stared at her with concentration before skimming into yet another thought-provoking moment. Such nights like this were those which will always be remembered. The evening, the moment was also exquisite, and the only thing that runs against that moment was time itself. And now, as he spends one of his last few moments like this with her, the words that kept everything on hold came spewing in between his dried and cracked lips. "I must tell you something. I'll be leaving, Sakura-chan. I'll be there for a very long time, in New York as the new editor-in-chief there. You don't have to listen if you don't want to. I just wanted to tell you before it's too late. I know it's not customary for a boyfriend to hide things like these to their girlfriend, and words cannot describe how sorry I am not to say this to you a little bit sooner, because I want to respect whatever choice you make. I don't want to impose this on you, especially you. You are so special to me. I don't want you to get hurt or feel bad about something which is not your fault in the first place. I have a week left before I go. I want to make this the most special week of my life with you. Sakura, are you listening?" He turned his head down and saw the pinkette's eyes closed and unmoving, her chest rising and sinking, fast asleep the whole time he was speaking. Then there was this overpowering feeling of being played by the fates that crippled his heart and irritated his eyes. He tried closing his once strong blue orbs, but found them leaking without his notice. The first drop pelted on the pinkhead's cheek, but it didn't wake her from her slumber. The second one trickled down the man's face as he tried closing them shut, for he didn't want them to come out. His pants and cries were reduced into deafening silence as he used his free arm to rub the slits of his eyes off the shameful liquid. Now clearing up from the blurry afterimage, his mouth tried the best it can to show a grin and stayed there as long as possible. The view was so great, inside the train was so cold, that her warmth that radiated on his lap slowly extinguishes, and the lights began dimming out as a huge cloud covered the moon. Everything went black. /N. Next chapter's release is still undecided, but I'm working on it now. No /ends on the beginning, cause I'm still depressed about Hitman Reborn's rushed-up completion. Sniffs anyway. Just like always, thank you for having time to read this chapter/fanfic. Review and rate. Have a good day/night. This far, /N. Okay. I know this chapter went too overboard and was released in a date which I, myself, think is unexpected. Probably because of finals week, tons of school works, Christmas parties, and hangouts that kept me from having the luxury to write this one up. To the chapter itself, if you can see the small scroll bar, it's quite lengthy, but I'll tell you it was no coincidence. Even in my drafts, I expected this chapter to be the longest of all. Quite a few warnings, though. First, I didn't proofread this chapter. Second, I didn't go clean this one up from grammatical errors and such. The main reason is because I wanted to submit this as fast as I can to those who's subscribing or to you, who's reading this /N now. Okay, too long for an /N. Here's chapter 13. Merry Christmas, and have a Happy New Year. Pants, rough exhales, shoes tapping. These were the sounds echoing from the sidewalks. dusted with dirt that was blown away by the sea wind. The sunset raised the clouds with twisted tendrils of orange and blue as nightfall quietly and silently approaches. Noises began to get louder and faster, monotonously repeated by a fast-moving object running alongside the pavement. A woman, adorned by her once lustrous pink locks that extends just above her nape. There was none who can explain the reason she's sprinting. She's the only one who knows. Or perhaps the real issue here is because she's the only one who still doesn't know. Earlier before, Saturday, 6:35 in the morning, Tokyo Times. Building. It was like your any other day, though it never seemed like one. The winds blew in different direction, and the once fierce sun stayed hidden behind a column of nimbus clouds. These streets, which were once so populated and noisy at daybreak, now settles in silence as they appeared one by one. It was like the whole town changed overnight, or so they thought. See-through doors and windows crackled with whitish hues of fog that droops around the bottom. And the people, who knew best than to mimic the gloominess of the weather, remained static and just repeated the same routine of life. Inside a familiar room, where crunching sounds of calculator buttons resonates, also a familiar voice, uttered indefinitely. "The weather seemed down today," said the black-haired woman on the desk. She gazed upon the bluishness outside and contemplated the boredom that comes along a gloomy day. "Seems like it's Shizen-chan." Another feminine voice entered the discussion. "I wish it wouldn't rain because I forgot to bring my umbrella." She smiled at the former and clasped both of her hands atop her recently closed folder. The woman, who appeared to be no other than Sakura, gave out a silent and cute-sounding yawn, taking a couple of obvious winks to wake up her eyes. "Don't worry about that. We can always share, right?" Shizen answered back while taking a couple of glances at her work. She then flung out her ball pen and flipped the papers upward, where she stacked them properly and revealed a smile bestriding her dried-up lips. "I still have a couple of things undone here in the office. You can go on without me." The pinkette replied with humility as she brushed a couple of her dangling pink strands over her ear. Her senpai, however, morphed her smile into a pout as she heard her proposal. "Are you sure? Then take my umbrella with you." The older woman then slid her hand inside her bag, but was stopped by the younger one. "Shizen-chan, don't. You'll need that, trust me." "Okay." Her words were of goodwill and compliance. Smiling at her kohai with contentment, the woman then returned back to her computer and glanced at some files while the pinkette does the same. Both of them are still tuned in the discussion. It was like 20 minutes afterwards when the light of the room changes and the dark shifts over. That was the time when the pinkette remembered something she knew, she already learned by heart. At least, that's what she thought she knew. And so, she stooped off her seat, glanced around the room, and a little bit afterwards, went back to her seat feeling partly alone than she already was. "Ono." Just the first word made Sakura turn her head towards the older woman. Shizen then looked at her intently when she replied with worries evident on her face, yet poised and ready to hear her qualms. "I don't want to be rude, but..." Out of the blue, the pinkhead didn't let her finish and just trailed off where she had stopped. "But is there something wrong with Naruto and I?" She turned around and let Shizen see her slightly saddened smirk. "Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to ask." The older lass replied, stood up, and went towards the pinkette's desk, leaning over with both hands on the ledge. Sakura's lips were still pursed, giving her face a much sullen glow. After a couple of seconds to think about opening up, she found her drive and just released the pressure building up inside. "Nothing. I don't think so." Such sigh of relief came from older woman after hearing her reply. She came all the way to her desk just to hear her lying about something she knew the latter would. A brow was raised, signifying Shizen's tormenting doubtfulness. Sakura knew it wouldn't pass off as an excuse since, by this time her senpai would have known her lies from naught. But she had to it, for she doesn't know the answers herself, and neither do everyone. All the pinkette can do now is to pile up ignorance to cover up something she's been too play-safe to talk about. Still under her coworker's watchful eye, she didn't have a choice but to surrender and open up. "Okay, fine." She dropped her pen, took a quick yet deep exhale, and faced the fellow journalist once again. I think we don't have a problem. You think, I don't know. The latter assumed her previous position and clamped her hand around her eyes, sliding them upward as locks of her hair slips through the spaces between her fingers. It's been a couple of days now. He wouldn't text me and he wouldn't call me. Shizen then passed the small door and entered her workspace and tried to calm her down. I went to his house, but he wasn't there. I waited for him every day at the train station, but he never shows up. Sakura then break away from her pitiful form and looked at the older journalist's face, eyes tainted with anger and guilt. I know what I did wrong, Shizen-chan. I never had a chance to know, and that's the worst part of it. Come to think about it, I haven't been seeing him around lately. Have you tried talking to Kanomaru? I did. Her voice lowered down. He said Naruto wants to be alone for the week. There's nothing other than that. Did you try? I'm his girlfriend, Shizen-chan. I am supposed to know where he is. I'm supposed to know what his problems are. I'm supposed to have the answers to those questions, but I don't. An explosive yet equally controlled burst of emotions flung out in between her lips. Tamari and the others peeked a little, and after regaining silence, continued with their work. Sometimes I really don't know what to do about him. She broke off into feeble words while her senpai gently pats her back. Well, sometimes there's no need to do something at all. Then immediately, her eyes were on Shizen, intrigued and caught by such an idea. The latter just smirked at her, telling her silently that everything would go fine if she gives it time. Everything in the universe just needs time to do what needs to be done. And if one knows how to wait, the answer would just be right there for the picking. Now culminating over such wise words, Sakura breathed hard and evidently, and a smile appeared in her once barren expression. Not a half smile, not a sad smile, a real one for everyone to see. You're right. The pinkette bowed down slightly and cleared the ruffles of pink curtained on her forehead. Thank you very much, Shizen-chan. She gives off a cute chuckle before returning back to her work with the latter smiling back and doing the same thing. A friend you can count on when you're in need or in trouble, one of the best things you can ever have in life. Certainly, she thought as the shadow of Shizen slowly disperses from the scene that overhangs a more darkened hue. If I can still remember, it has already been 3 months since that fated day. That fated day where we met on the train. 2 months since we decided to admit to ourselves that what we had is something special. A week since he took me to a date which turned out to be one of the best nights of my life. But it's been 5 days since I've last seen him, back at that barren train station, where he waves at me a goodbye without even looking back. I know I'll be lying if I said I don't miss him. His face is imprinted on my mind, and his voice is lingering over and over in my ears. It's not some kind of addiction. Believe me, it's not. I just wanted him to be there when I needed him, just like I always was to him. To be comforted by someone whom I know will always be there. Now I'm not that pretty sure. Unlike before, where everywhere I go he's there. The times where I feel that we're tethered together by this invisible line. And no matter how far we go apart, whenever I reach for that line, I can always feel his presence right beside me. But now, every time I reach for that line, it gets farther and farther away. It is as if we're slowly drifting apart, and I fear that after some time, there will be no one in the other end. Naruto-kun has been one of the most precious people in my life, along with Shizen-chan and the team. If it weren't for him, I might not be able to work here, to reach my dreams and such. No, that's not it. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to know that such happiness existed for me. And that alone keeps me grounded to where he is. In such short amount of time, I've already seen his scars, and he has seen mine. We've faced challenges together, and these past 3 months had made me realize the true meaning of why. Me? Why? Of all people, I was the one who was given that second chance. Coincidence? No, it's not that. It was never a coincidence, because it was fate itself who planned it all along, who brought us along, and I intend to keep it that way one way or another. She's drooling. A faint voice was heard. Yeah, she really is drooling. Sakura felt like she heard it 1,000 miles away, but in fact, it came right in front of her face. Shall we take a picture? All those visions, those words, everything that were upheld inside her mind began to dissipate, and reality slowly took over. Absolutely not. The moment the color of her eyes returned, The Pinkette just woke up and realized her surroundings and her co-workers' curious stares that flooded her whole body with embarrassment and shock. www. What's going on? Oh my. Rikta tadakimasu. Shizen just smiled after hearing her gibberish. At least they understood the last part right. The group thought while they still watched the latter's disorientation. Guys, the Pinkette rolled her lips in and took a swift glance over the group of people surrounding her. There was Shizen, Temari, Kiba, and Kanomaru. In front of them were their respective table mats, clean and empty. Aren't you going to eat? She asked them with bubbly eyes, not knowing that her daydreaming took a longer span than expected. We've already finished eating, Kiba replied, nudging a toothpick in his canine. Kanomaru just laughed at his Aniki's girlfriend and decided to go to the bathroom. It didn't take long for Sakura's cheeks to swell red with embarrassment, and by the time she started eating, everybody went back to normal. The perks of eating together come in different perspectives. For Kanomaru, it helps him save for those extra charges, which he knows his coworkers will shoulder with a little help from lying. For Kiba, it's the time for him to eat with the team and feed Akamaru, since it's strictly no pets allowed on the office. For Temari, it was the heavy petting and teasing sessions with Shikamaru. And for the two journalists, it was because eating together with your friends was a fun thing to do and experience. Not mainly because she was the slowest eater amongst the four, but the group managed to deal with many things in that short span of time. Like how much it is needed to have an AC running on the office since summer's fast approaching. Like how will the deadlines be met, problems with work, and many things concerning that. And in light of all things they wanted to know about, most especially in Naruto's case, Sakura was sympathetic to give some opinions about that matter, but the group was not satisfied. But who's to blame? The blonde has been absent for almost a week now, and there's no news about him except for the fact that other employees have seen him going in between floors, but that's the only thing they could find. Even the Pinkette knew no answers, knew nothing, but to wonder consequently at something she knew was happening. And so the meal ended. Everybody went back to work, to their old, boring jobs, till the afternoon skies burned with orange and red. But the skies today weren't for a normal sunset, just by looking at it. The group can tell that there'll be a huge downpour a couple of hours in the afternoon. Umbrellas and raincoats are a must, but then again, nothing you can see is real until it happens. If she can still remember, the moment when all lies were cleared, when the mist finally dispersed and the truth claimed to be found is when on that particular afternoon, the Pinkette fatedly encountered the rumored to be promoted Shikamaru on her way from the comfort room. The man, though it may not look like it, was said to be one of the closest to Naruto, and right now, the only thing she needed was a couple of answers to ease her heart. And so she walked towards him, and he noticed her. Too lazy to run, Shikamaru just stayed there and glanced at the woman's determined and focused orbs and told himself, this is not going to be easy. The woman smiled and faced him poised and strong. Temari and Shizen just came from the bathroom when they saw the two and just went by not to interrupt them. Had a good lunch, I guess? The assistant editor smirked and slipped his hand on his pockets and nudged out a pack of cigarettes. He took one out and pinned it on his mouth just when Sakura is ready to reply. She bowed down and irked a little bit when Shikamaru flicks his lighter, igniting the tobacco rammed inside the roll of paper. We went back as fast as we can. By the way, coughs. Isn't coughs this a non-smoking area? Really? Face not even making the slightest expression. He answered back with even more ambiguity. That's too bad then. He took a huge inhale and make most of what's left in the stick before compressing it atop the garbage bin, and once the red was gone, flinging it square in the hole. That certainly hits the spot. Like a chimney, smoke shoots out of his mouth, his nose, and the journalist can't take it anymore, so she walked a couple of steps away to breathe. Coughs. Can you please stop smoking even for one time? Her voice was muffled down with one hand covering both her nose and her mouth. You're such a girl. He looked at her disdainfully and watched her eyes tear up. Sniff, aren't you afraid of lung cancer? That kills 1 million people a year. With the smoke gone, she slowly approached him again, but a little bit restrained since he's reeking of the same smell. I guess I'm lucky then. Shikamaru replied back and hid away the box and the lighter in his pants before facing her with his usual self. Anyway, what do you want? He asked her nonchalantly. Clears throat. I hope it is okay with you. Yeah, it's fine. The latter immediately replied. Okay. She paused to get the momentum to start it off, and when she felt it, she just blew it out. I just wanted to ask if you've seen Naruto this past week. The man deepened his look after hearing her first question. It never makes sense at the first time you hear it from her. The fact that she's his girlfriend, yet she doesn't know makes it more bizarre. Feeling that she has received. Aren't you supposed to know that? Replies one too many. Shikamaru didn't answer back and let her open up the topic. I know this is odd because he's my boyfriend and I was supposed to know where he is, but these past few weeks. She walked towards the wall near the man and leaned over it before continuing. I've never had contact with him, and I fear it has something to do with our relationship. Does Sakura even know that Naruto's promoted? Damn, that's right. They all know that I was the one to be promoted. At least, most of them know what's really going on. No simple as that. The light of hope was extinguished from the Pinkette's heart. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him around. He looked up the window and gazed at the gloomy scenery outside. Hey, Sakura. The journalist turned her head after being called. Do you know what's happening this past week? Her eyes tensed with concentration as she tries to relocate the events on her head. Do you know about the promotion and everything? Did Naruto tell you anything the week before concerning about the couple of things I told you just now? And like it was the first time, the look of concern was now present on his face. I don't know. A saddened smile bowed her lips. Seriously, I don't really know anything. Then, as if something botched up his afternoon, Shikamaru felt this eerie feeling of concern and pity for the Pinkette as she was completely oblivious to what's happening. That damn Naruto. He hasn't told anything to her when he said he'd already told her on the train on their last date. Darn that liar, he's going to make it all too worse for her. Today's Saturday, so that means he's leaving tomorrow. And I think I have to tell her myself. She deserves to know. But now that you said it, his ears rang loudly when he heard her voice uttered words. I heard that you're going to have a promotion. Shikamaru-kun. She removed her back from the wall and smiled at him. Congratulations, Sakura. A swift reply cut off her words as sentient and vigilant eyes stared at her passive ones. For the first time, the latter looked serious, and if she can still remember what Shizen said about him. Shikamaru only becomes serious if there's a huge degree of importance to the subject matter. And practically, this is somewhat a very important encounter. There's a certain point when all the lies had to stop, and that time is now, the assistant editor thought as he readies himself to unveil what is needed to be unveiled. Back at pillars of the building, he saw vague silhouettes hiding behind it. It must be Shizen and Kinomaru, the latter thought while he fixes his eyes to the Pinkette once more. I'm going to tell you something that you should have known a week ago. He bowed down, and the woman, feeling more intrigued and curious, listened with persistence. And so unfolds the moment when she began to truly see the truth hidden from her. Just like that, by the tip of his tongue, he forced her eyes to open and see the corrupted reality. Back at the current time, pants, rough exhales, shoes tapping. It was a dark 5:30 afternoon, and the usual bluish-orange flare of the sunset was now a blanket of dead black. The streets were empty, the trees lifelessly swaying through the cool harbor air, and there are so few stars present that you can count them in your hands. Cricket sounds were also absent, and the only thing that could be heard that time was the repetitive taps of shoes, along with the grunt and exhales of a certain pink-haired woman who was running alongside. It, added to the effect, was the moon, who didn't bother to show up, giving more of that pitch-black hue that encompasses everything in its wake. Sweat drops were forming on her temples, and she wiped it mindlessly, scouring the whole streets and possibly the neighborhood for something or someone. Deep in her thoughts, a haze of anger, sadness, and betrayal rose to overflow and took over her senses. She can no longer differ what's right and what's wrong. All she can think of now is finding that person she wanted to and unleashing everything that she can until either one is or both of them are broken. That seems to be everything. A thought came from a young blonde man as he stowed the last of his belongings inside a big black suitcase and put it with the rest of his stuff. Only one light bulb was present to keep the darkness away. Everything else were either shut off, wrapped with newspaper, or kept in his luggage. A drop of clear liquid trickled down his cheek, and he slid it off with one swipe from his knuckles. Then, using the strength of one arm, he lifted the bag from earlier and went towards the entrance. Before leaving the place that served as his home for a couple of years, he turned around and looked back, admiring its rarely seen neatness one last time. Yeah, guess that's about everything. He smiled and flicked the switch with his finger, extinguishing the glow from the bulb's receptacle, instantly letting the darkness consume the place. He then continued dragging the baggage outside, closing the door and slinging the keys round and round his finger as he descended from the stairs. By the time his foot touched the floor, the keeper was already there, ready to take the keys from him. Without any restraint, he did. Just like that, without feeling anything holding him back, he just let go of it like a string freely passing out of his grip. The keeper left with a grin, leaving the blonde with the rest of his move-out. Grunts. An exhale was heard after he finished stowing the bag inside his car, which was parked outside. He took a minute of breathing the enticing fragrance of Japan before, feeling that he no longer has anything left or forgotten. Or so he thought. A feeling of uneasiness caught his attention. Cold sweat formed on his nape, and he felt the wind shift and the pressure dropped. Slowly, from his crouching position, he slowly rose up and feels the night wind passing through every seam of his body. The leaves were shaking, giving off these whisper-like sounds that melodically harmonize with each other. It feels like there's this cold heap of weight that was embracing him from behind. His breathing began to change, and his heartbeat began to rise. He was just standing there, doing nothing but to feel everything that came in his way. Then he heard a faint voice. Along with that was this repetitive shoe tapping sounds that all came from behind. The man got chills all running up and down his body, a frigid touch that forces goosebumps to appear on his skin. His throat jerked as he gulped in preparation of such imminent and somehow projected encounter. Hands clenched tight, he readied himself to turn around and speak, but found him bound by cold feet. A voice from behind uttered the first word, and he just stood there, speechless, and listened with a heightened sense of hearing. This is where we had our first date. A pained thud lapses on his heart and caused his eyes to widen. It's her. It has to be her, he told himself while still shocked but not surprised. Remember? The voice quickly backed up and started to get louder and louder. Feeling that he has no pride left to stand his ground, the blonde turned around and saw the pink strands of hair that he has been so familiar of. Her vague image was something that he can never get out of his mind, something that will always be remembered, this moment that is. Yeah, he felt her gaze fixed on him, and so he turned his head the other way and continued. I remember, this is where I admitted to myself that I'm in love with you. Another pulse of Labdio B was felt by the man, shaking him to his core. His knees are both shaking, trying desperately to take in whatever she has to say. Then a flashback played on his mind. There, he can find himself smiling, laughing, having the best times of his life, and it so does happen that it would be the same thing he remembered at this moment. Naruto, feeling that he can't take the subtleness of their conversation anymore, tried redirecting the topic. You look terrible today. He grinned, tilted his head to where he could see a better view of her. And then he caught a glimpse of her face and immediately withdrew his face the other direction. It was like she was sad, happy, and angry at the same time, completely stunned and mortified by his own guilt. The latter remained unmoving as he watched her open up their discussion. Yeah, she replied, taking a few steps as Naruto fakes a cough while keeping a mindful eye on her movements. Sakura took a couple more until she covered the half of their distance apart. You know, I would have known you're here if you'd only picked up your phone, answer my text messages, or go to work. By that time, she was already 4 or 5 steps away from him. The blonde never moved back. He just stood there, petrified, silently pondering over the things that made his girlfriend's every word true. Instead, I have to hear it from Shikamaru and leave my things in the office just to walk 45 minutes on my heels to see you. I'm sorry. You have a week. Naruto felt his heartbeat when she stepped forward and roared at him point blank. A week to tell me everything, she shouted once more, even louder than the first. The blonde took a step backward and tried mumbling pretenses, but realized he can't. He can't anymore bend her from the fact, and what his real intentions are. This has to be that moment that he's been avoiding all along. That final face-off between him and the only person in the world that he couldn't say no to. That moment that will be forever marked in their lives. Maybe it was destined that it'll happen on the penultimate date, but both of them now have no reasons to delay or prolong it either. No matter what happens in this encounter, they'll accept it, even if it ends with both of them broken, as stated before. I'm really sorry. He finally tilted his head upward and fixed it at the point where both of their eyes meet. He can see it, in her eyes, all that rage, sadness, anxiousness that was all reserved for him. But unlike before that he'll just turn away, the man bravely stood in front of her and accept whatever words that comes in her mouth. Where were you? The Pinkette took the final step forward, where they're merely a quarter of a meter apart, and both of them can see each other clearly from the darkness that shrouded everything in black. Where were you this whole time? She felt his hand clasping on hers, and she knocked it off with force, making him flinch at the action. Don't touch me. Answer my question. Answer my question. She raised her tone a little bit higher. Naruto kept his lips sealed that time and used both of his hands to hold hers, but she pushed him away, slipping out of his grip. Get your hands off me. Tears were now forming in her eyes, but she never did little than to let them flow. The blonde looked at her with pity and regret. It's like he had done something so gravely bad that there seemed to be no way out. Taking a step forward after being pushed, he decided to answer back. I'm taking care of something important, he said with such low tone. More important than sparing a little time to tell me that you're leaving? And then the first drop fell down her cheeks and crashed into the ground in slow-mo. You lied to me. She held both of her, shaking arms together and crouched in desperation. You lied to me, Naruto. Sakura uttered broken-off words before her knees touched the ground, and nothing more was heard than the sounds of a woman weeping noiselessly. Right before her, the young man ominously glances at her while his whole world turned black. He never thought it'll turn out this bad, leading her on and lying to her, lying to the person whom he cared for more than his own self. The scene was desecrating, to him, most especially to him. It felt like someone punched through his heart and the pains multiplying throughout every cell in his body. Her figure, as he looked at her with so much grief, began to look wobbly and such. Without him knowing, his eyes began to leak and he momentarily closed each lid, trying to prevent his tears from falling. Teeth clenched, lifeless yellow hair covering his eyes, knees shaking. He took a deep breath and tried to continue where they last stopped. It's for the best, he said. Without acknowledging the woman's perspective, he said to her. It took him a minute to continue, still trying to fight his urge to cry before realizing the time he wasted doing so. You don't need to know. You don't have to worry about me leaving you. Then a drop also pelted the ground, and the Pinkette saw it while she listens to every painstaking word he uttered. He's crying, she thought while she does the same. And he's thin. Exhales. He bit his lip and a curved line of red appeared. Remember what I told you last December? Naruto then knelt down and held her tight, pulling her up where she tries to wipe off her eyes. You're something special to me. You've given me something I know I can't repay by just being your boyfriend. He tried to smile, but it didn't look a lot like one. I don't want to hurt you. She quivered after he lifted her hands and clenched around it tightly. Nor do I want to stay in between you and your dreams. Sakura looked at his glistening eyes and faltered. I don't care. I want to be with you. The Pinkette broke his grip and wrapped her arms around him, hugging the person who used to be so warm but no felt dead cold. That's the main reason why I didn't want to tell the truth to you. He stood there, hearing every one of her pants and sobs before he rigidly continued. Because I know you'll follow me there. His cold tone reverberated as he gently pushed her away with both hands. I don't want you to destroy your own dreams just because of that. A gust of cold wind passes by as moment by moment. Every word that entered both their ears had shaken them to their very core. I don't want you to leave your family, friends, and your hard-earned work behind just because you wanted to be with me. Then stay here with me. Don't leave me behind. She cried out, pulling him once more and hugging him tight. Please. She held him tighter. Please. And tighter. Huh. He exhaled and looked at her in the eyes with clarity and absolution. You know I can't do that. A smile formed in his face, and it made her more compelled as to not letting go. I have loved you so much, Sakura. His hand brushed off her locks over her ear. But I have to love myself too. Then it slipped down to her cheeks, where he caressed it sweetly. I've got to love the reason why I'm in the company the first place. Then he wiped off the tears that were profusely flowing from her green orbs. You've got to do the same. He smiled once more, even if deep inside. Every word kills him to say it. With little ease, he broke away from her tight embrace as he held her down with both hands on her shoulder. You're not an ordinary woman. Sakura's eyes began to wobble again, but looking at Naruto's eyes, she knew she has to hold it. You're something special, Sakura. Can't you see it? He paused, looked up, and had a rough exhale before staring back at her, creasing his lips with one another. I know you'll do great things here, even after I'm gone. Then he stepped forward, but the pinkette pushed him away. When are you going back? She mumbled, startling him even after he calmed her down. Going back? He slanted his eyes and looked the other way. Is not something easy to do. Okay. Sakura immediately replied, emotionless, without any hint of feelings in it. But before you go, she bravely advanced until the blondes only a couple of inches away from each other. Hands were kept at her sides and eyes, though blurred, were resolute. The words apparently to be said was like something pooling inside her chest, churning and culminating as it slowly goes up and escaped her mouth. Tell me, she told him without any restraint. Tell me you don't love me anymore. With that, Naruto's eyes were all widened in shock, and then he felt a searing pain deep inside his chest that comes along with hearing what she had to say. He looked at her intently, thinking that she was just joking, but found that she is nothing to joke about, especially in what she said. Tell me now. Her hands were then clenching his shirt, shaking him, forcing him to say such words that she know will break his heart. Why would I say that? He grabbed those claws and tried moving them away, but he can't. If you're thinking of just leaving me, then you're no better than those men who have no balls and make petty excuses for an easy way out. Her voice rose up, and that once-sated anger fired up again. The yellow head quivered in fear as he watches his girlfriend force him to submit. It was the same thing as Shikamaru said before, that women like Sakura, who never had relational experiences before, won't back down easily. You're childish, Sakura-chan. Am I? Naruto was towed forward where the pinkette gazed at him with fierce-looking eyes. Am I the one who acted childish this past week? She pulled him once more with much strength, and still, the blonde kept his patience and lets himself be treated like a rag doll. Aren't you the one who's childish? Aren't you? Then he jerked in pain when she dug her nails deep in his clothes. Stop that, please. Sack. Then tell me you don't love me anymore, she roared with grief, tearing up once again, but not holding back. Say it, and I'll forget everything about you. I'll forget that I even met you in that train station. He held her arms, but she broke away and continued the uproar. No, I won't. You know I love you more than anything. Then why do something like this? She bowed down, still attached to him, giving off a few sobs before uttering another word. Why do you let me suffer like this? Why? Why? She cried out to the heavens, like some tragedy struck her face down the earth. After making me fall for you, after loving you so much, you're gonna throw it all behind. I didn't say we're breaking up. What's the difference? She finally lets go, but to Naruto's surprise, she started pounding him softly, making him hold her hands, but she broke away just like before. You're selfish. The blonde just stood there, accepting what he has thought of as punishment. I hate you. He doesn't know what's breaking him more, her blows or the things that she says. It felt dying just to hear her cry, watching her suffer at something he knew would happen. Slap. The young man's head was now facing the side, eyes open, stunned and feeling a burning sensation on his cheeks. He finally felt her slapping him, and it was not something that he would have to endure. It was something humiliating, degrading, forcing him to retaliate, but he knew he can't. Naruto kept his hands on his side, even after she slapped him again and continued pounding him. That moment on, His tears fell down, and something was woken up inside of him, his self-respect. Even though he felt like he was the worst person in the world, that feeling of self-respect kicked in, and he knew that everything has its own limitations. Okay, now Sakura froze up, hearing him finally saying the words she wanted to hear. Though deep inside, it was the exact opposite. I. Her hands finally stopped and latched off his now ruined and ruffled up clothes. She watches him intently as the last few seconds serves as barriers of the upcoming surrender. But then it happened. Like what she wished for, it was granted. I don't love you anymore, he said, completely frank and emotionless, with utter complete surrender and with no resistance whatsoever. He said it like he meant it, which no one knows if he did. The words just came out of his mouth the same time a trail of red fluid flowed from his lips. His face, looking all too tired, exhausted, fatigued, and lifeless. It was like he'd completely given up on them. Though she asked for it, the woman was hesitant, watching him, but he never even budged. It was what she feared the most. It was something she never planned on hearing. But it happened, and the worst part of it is that it was her who forced him to do it. What did you say? She answered back, eyes gaping in awe. Still can't believe it has already happened. I said I don't love you anymore. Sakura-chan. His eyes were now flowing like a dam that had burst open. He raised his hand near his chest and uttered feeble words. I think that's enough to be treated like this. He then clenched it bravely for her to see. You got what you wanted me to say. His teeth began to show, and his once barren look broke into a sad grimace. I hope you're happy now. Naruto gave him one last smile before he turned around, picked up the luggage, and went straight to his car. He jammed it along with the rest of his stuff before he went in himself, locked the door, and slammed his head on the wheel, crying unheard sobs while slamming his hand on the seat. The pain, the regrets, the unbarring sadness that crippled his heart, it was all too much to bear, and he has to back down. He knows if he had stayed there any longer, he must have hit her with frustration, but he became the better person and backed down for the greater good. He then tilted his head up, still crying, slipped in the keys before starting his car's engine. He never bothered looking back through the mirror, because if he saw her reflection, he knows he'll never be able to leave her. Stepping on the gas, the engine burned and black smoke shoots out of the exhaust pipe. And just like that, in a matter of seconds, it was over. It was finally over. Is it finally over? The young woman whispered to the wind as she was left in the middle of the street, alone in the darkness that pools over the land. She made no bother tidying herself up, but just stared at the horizon, where dark clouds come forth. There was no effort made, but her eyes began to leak. Tears suddenly pour out, and she didn't bother stopping them. Standing straight, glancing at the twisted meadows amidst the coming of the night, she remained unmoved even after a period of white flash expulsed throughout the place, and a loud, booming noise from the heavens was heard. In a matter of seconds, the rain fell down for those who thirst it, silently, battering everything like small daggers of a requiem that washes away everything in its wake. Thunder booms and lightning crashes. The drizzle becomes a huge downpour that cleanses Tokyo from the dirt of the previous days. There, still standing stalwartly, was the Pinkette, looking at the dark skies, basking in the cascading drops of water that seeped deep in her body. A drop hits her forehead, then another one on her cheeks, and then it fell directly in her eyes, but she didn't close them. She lets it fall down from her lids until it fell down from her face. But the flow was continuous. It never came from the rain anymore. It wasn't rainwater anymore. The ones gushing from those eyes were far more precious than that. Then in an instant, the urge to go after the man who left her in that ridiculous form triggered. Then it was like an impulse that propels her leg forward and the other leg to the same direction. Before she knew it, she was running towards the same direction where he went. But the fog made it harder for her to see. Her wet clothes made it harder for her to run, and the ground was slippery that after a couple of steps, she slipped on a step and fell on her bottom. Then looking up, she once again glanced at the scene of the rain pelting her face. Those droplets seemingly slowed down, and a series of flashbacks entered her mind. Grandma, please, can you please let this young man through? Go to the main office tomorrow. Orientation starts at 8, so don't be late. Bring everything that'll be needed and wear an office attire. Are you going to stand there all day? Let's go. For the company's newest edition, Sakura, Haruno. Thank goodness. I thought you were sick or something. It's not a hug. I'm just sharing body heat with you. You do realize we're going to do this again some other time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sakura-chan, do you love me? I don't love you anymore. And when everything pieced back together on her mind, she took a mighty stand, knees shaking, clothes all drenched and her face covered by a slick of wet pink locks. She raised an arm, waved it slowly from left to right, and broke into laughter, chuckling like there's no tomorrow. Deep inside her heart, it felt like there was a void she's trying to fill in, and no matter how hard she tried, it just keeps on eating a part of her heart. Like a huge piece of her was stripped away, like everything she did was all in vain. The only thing that she cherished the most apart from her other worldly priorities was now gone, and her life was sinking into nothingness. Her hands trying to reach for that line, but she knows there's no one in the other end. Then she remembered his playful smile, his handsome face, his lush yellow hair, and his calming voice that piled up imminently on her head as she tries to bring back those memories that had already began to fade. It hurts. It hurts so much. Sakura kept her feet on the ground firmly and uttered a silent, eerie whisper that was immediately drowned by the sound of rain. Goodbye, she says. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. She says. /n. I want to clear anything before I end this chapter. First is that I'm not adapting the drama of this chapter from my life. Seriously, I don't. Second is that the next chapter would be on January. That's about it. Thank you for reading. Yours truly, Anonymous. Please R&R and have a good day. Aftermath, /n. Happy New Year, guys. That is, assuming that you're having a happy new year. Chapter 14 here. Well, the message is usual. Thanks for reading, reviews, and rates. Hope you'll stick out to the end, and have a good day, everyone. Good morning, Shikamaru SA. I mean, Hinshu Cho, managing editor. I told you not to call me. How many times should I remind you? But Hinshu Cho, Kanomaru you dash. Sometimes I wonder, why does time fly so fast when you're not thinking about it? Well, maybe time wasn't meant to be waited at all. 'Cause time itself waits for no one. And those who are left behind can either be forgotten or remembered. Good morning, Choji Kiba. Good morning, Shikamaru. Yo, Shikamaru. I mean, boss. Shut it, Kiba. It's the second week of July, and there are already tons of works on our desks. Deadlines must be met. Everything must be organized and prepared for the articles in summer. I have already undergone my second screening, and thank God nobody was replaced. It may not be the same way it used to be, but still. Shikamaru-kun, Jiraiya-san has been looking for you a couple of minutes ago. He said he wants an update about the upcoming press con at the plaza. Okay. Tell him I'll be there in 5 minutes. What now, Tamari? Here? What's this? I picked it up on my way here. It's really nothing. Sure. Anyway, thanks for the coffee. It has been nearly 3 months. Such span of time. Those were the days which I considered the darkest moments of my life. And those were the same days who introduced me to the one person who I truly care about. Myself. Oh, heyo, Shikamaru-kun. Oh, good morning, Shizen-san. The facts you've asked for has been forwarded to you, and also, Jiraiya-san said. Yeah, I'm on my way there, actually. Oh, great. If you need any help, I'll be. Wait, Shizen-san. Yes. Is she dash? I don't know. Okay. Tell me if you see her around. I'll be going now. See you later, Shikamaru-kun. And now, everything from those times began to wither and fade. It's as if those heartfelt memories began to slowly wane from my mind like that of some dream. Every day, I began to forget. I began to move on. But still, a part of me kept clinging on the line, hoping in my prayers that someone would reach the other end and pull me back on my feet. Yet nothing's happening. So I decided to hold on much longer. And then after a while, I realized that it's not because I wasn't trying hard enough. Sakura-chan, the lazy new managing editor brokenly uttered. It's because there's no one waiting at the other end. Smiles. Oh, hey, Shikamaru-kun. A familiar voice coming from a familiar face replied to his verse. His eyes trembled slightly after seeing the ladder stand before him. Right before the door, he was about use. Say, You look kind of different. Shikamaru took a couple of glances and scratched his head, holding the bunch of folders with his other arm. It was like a minute ago. He was looking for her, and now she came by completely unexpected. Really, Chuckles? How do I look? The Pinkette giggled. Then afterwards, walked a few steps towards the new boss. Well, you look great. A compliment slipped from his lips, still stuttering and such. His eyes were reduced into narrowed slits, looking at the side instead of basking in somewhat a refreshing new look from the journalist. Thank you for the compliment. Right? Anyway, Sakura. He then took a step, faced her normally, and slightly raised a brow. Hers did the same after hearing his request. How's your vacation? You took a leave right after the screening, so we're kind of worried on when you'll come back. Well, Sakura bit her lip and rolls her eyes the other way, taking another second to reply. All I can say is that I'm glad to be back, and as for my vacation, those lips then curved into a beautiful smile, which made Shikamaru himself smile. I couldn't ask for a better one. Good. Glad to have you back, Sakura-chan. Nod. I promise I'll do my best this season. Right? Keep that up. With those last words, the Pinkette gave her bow and went directly to her area, skimming along with flitting spirits. That gave the man with utmost certainty that she's finally back and ready to do what she does best. He may not be the leadership material, nor can he be the same as the previous person on the job, but in some way, somehow he started to realize why he was chosen in the first place. Sighs. That deep expression in his face returned just as he was finished reminiscing some fresh thoughts inside his head. He remembered himself, touching fists with the blonde in the airport on that foggy 5 o'clock Sunday morning. He remembered his words about work, but mostly about taking care of everyone else. He also remembered the first morning when he entered the room as the new managing editor, the way everyone tried coping with something spur of the moment, the way they pretended like nothing happened and everything else passes by the succeeding months. Especially on the Pinkette's part, on how the first 2 weeks since he left changed her behavior dramatically. Even being promoted has its own downsides. Things like no smoking in the office, wearing appropriate attire, longer hours of work, and other things he never thought Naruto easily performs every day. The only thing he found beneficial, aside from the considerable pay increase, was this eerie feeling of accomplishment and leadership that somehow made him a better person. At least, that's what he found out for himself. Wait, am I supposed to be doing something? He suddenly thought while standing there for minutes like some weirdo. Then suddenly, his phone rang and broke his concentration. Hello. Where the hell are you, Shikamaru? I called you 20 minutes ago, you. Beep. Sighs. Right? Jiraiya-san. He exhaled grouchily, still managing to put a grin on his face, as he began his descent towards the lower floor where he'll deal with the pissed-off editor-in-chief. I wonder, what would he do? The man thought as his hand twisted the handle, pushed it forward, and looked back at office as he silently closed the door, patched with a contented look on his youthful face. A couple of hours afterwards, Hey Sakura, I missed you. A hand clenched itself on her shoulder, making the Pinkette turn around in surprise. And what she saw was a scene of nostalgia. Hands perfectly perched on top of her lap. She turned around the office chair and faced her ever-supportive senpai with a smile. Shizen-chan, I missed you too, she replied back, with much gleam of hope seen in her eyes' reflection. Hey, are you okay now? Shizen grabbed a chair and sat near the ledge on the Pinkette's desk. Yeah, I think I am, Sakura replied with utmost certainty. Pausing after saying such words, then went back to organizing her portfolio with a couple of weeks' worth of work. It may not look like it. Fingers creased alongside the folder. She turned around and glanced at the windows where a perfect weather was noticeable. Slowly, a smile went back to her face as she unsealed those lips once more. But I'm feeling much better now, thanks to you and the others. She finishes, leaving a trail of warm feeling inside Shizen, who felt happy knowing that Sakura's happy. A minute passed, and the older continued their sister-to-sister conversation. Good then, she paused. Anyway, I love your new haircut. Really, she gladly replied, almost jumping out of her seat after hearing such praise. I think I'm one of those girls who get a new haircut or a makeover after a relationship. A clacking sound of her heels meeting the tiled floor was heard when the Pinkette stood up and put a couple of things inside a big metal drawer atop the table. It may be authentic, but it wasn't something I did out of grief. Then her grin turned into such a saddened smile that kept its meaning, even without words breaking it off. Shizen leaned down the table and watched her continue. Now, I can keep my feelings from a safer distance, and this haircut would always remind me of that. She had a somehow cross between a sigh and a snicker on her face. A snigh, taking a seat once more as she finished clearing off things in her desk. It may not be the way it's supposed to be, but fate has its own way of making things right. Just need patience and the rest is explanation. So along with that grin which she was giving Shizen now was a pledge. A pledge that she would never look back and never let the past anchor her down and keep her from a bright future ahead. Being adult means being responsible for the things you did when you were a child, but part of that is being practical. And now, the most practical thing to do is to move on. The warm air from outside seeps inside, and both of them felt its warmth pulsing through their skin. It was a good day. The weather's superb. The people are warm as they'll ever be. And the Pinkette felt her comeback was a great start, a very significant milestone of her life. It may not be the same for the others, but after seeing that refreshing smile on her face, Shizen knew that finally, everything's back the way they're supposed to be. And what's the best way to start it then? Lunch break. The Pinkette heard a yelp from her fellow office mates, associated with the usual bell ringing that can be heard throughout the building. One by one, people stood up, some are stretching, and some are yawning. She has just finished noting down whatever she had missed after taking the vacation. Dropping her pen and clenching those numbing fingers, Sakura flexed her back inward for a brief relief, catching only a glimpse of a few shadowy figures in front of her as she closed her eyes for a second. Yet it only took her half a second to notice these figures' faces as they smiled at her from that distance. This is what she was missing, and it made her feel good knowing that she had the chance to relive those moments again. Another chance to do it right. Or maybe the reason why some things don't work out is because they just don't. Or perhaps, maybe the reason why they don't is because it wasn't the right time or it wasn't the right blocks that fit the slot. Yet one thing's for certain, they did work out until that certain time when they don't. They did. Can I have the usual? Another day had passed, and it was a beautiful morning. The clouds were all puffy with lucid shades of white in the side. The trees were golden emerald, and as usual, and the streets are filled with the ever-busy crowd. Sakura went off earlier than her parents expected, but regardless of it, they have no doubts. Even up afar, she can feel the sun's energy trickling down on her skin as it illuminates the rest of her pink crown. It was certainly divine, and what comes best with a great day than a great cup of coffee on the side? Please come again, ma'am. Sakura grinned at the cashier who nodded at her, poised as ever before turning around and skipping out of the place as the smell of caffeine began to stick to her clothes. She remembered the time when she was on that girl's shoes. She laughed away. She pictured an entire future of herself rotting inside such job, which she doesn't like. It was far behind in the past, but things like that are certainly worth reminiscing about. The Pinkette then rode the train going to work. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning when she took the first step inside the office. Unlike before that people started coming as early as 7, she had taken notice of the vast number of people that are already present in the building. The young woman took her original route towards her office sector. The trip to the elevator, the long walk in the hallway, and all that. With the pearly white doors of the office nearing towards her, a brief flashback entered her mind about the first time she saw the place. It was like yesterday, like everyone who experienced déjà vu will say. She wiggled her head and tried knocking those memories out for her to concentrate on the day's work. Now, facing door, the Pinkette pushed through without any resistance and entered hastily, closing the door shut after the last strand of her hair passed through the line. Sakura, a familiar male voice called upon her name just as she was about to take a seat on her chair. Her head roamed from left to right and finally spotted someone up ahead. I never thought you'd come this early. A blurry afterimage came out behind a couple of stacked-up boxes near Shikamaru's room, and to no surprise, the man turned out to be him. "Oh, it's you, Shikamaru-kun." She gasped for relief when the feeling of anxiety wore off after finding out it was him. Sakura grabbed her bag and put it atop the corner of her desk. I thought I'll be the first one in here. Then she opened up the computer afterwards. Same here. The spiky-haired man wiped his forehead off the sweat. Anyway, good morning. He then nodded his head at her. Good morning to you too. She did the same and take a couple of seconds to arrange her stuff while Shikamaru watched her doing so. So coughs. He cleared his throat and continued. You seem pretty punctual today. Then he looked towards the window and looked back at her. I figured if I started on my previous tasks early, I can get it all done by the week. She replied after typing the password on the keyboard. How about you? I thought you'll maintain a tardy streak this season. Sakura chuckled jokingly, and it made the new managing editor a little grumpier. Nah, Jiraiya-san told me yesterday to move Naruto's stuff and stow them away here outside of my room. He kept an eagle-like stare, but found no weird reactions from her even after he mentioned his name. He's planning on sending the rest of his stuff to him, then gave me this lame request to make that happen. A yawn briefly escaped his mouth as he still leaned lifelessly against the wall. He never expected her to reply, but somehow she did. Do you want me to help? Sakura then saw the man's rounded yet somehow slanted eyes both fixated on her. He seems to be giving her the Yerite look, but he believed her afterwards. Because what kind of boss would he be if he didn't trust his coworkers? Go clean out that drawer over there. Shikamaru pointed over towards the corner, and the pinkette went over and started helping him out. The handle's gone, so Sakura used her hellish strength and tried to open that box. And it did open. The man still can't believe it though. What am I going to do with all these folders? She muffled a low tone, spending time reading the captions on each side on the template. The spiky-haired man had just finished hauling another box outside before he went in and answered back. Put it all together at one box, he said, putting both hands behind his back and bending himself like an overturned plant. The woman shivered slightly after hearing the horrible bone-crunching sounds that just wasn't right. Then, just like Shikamaru told her, Sakura walked past him as he prepared on carrying yet another box and dragged an empty receptacle from which she would pile up her ex's stuff. It was a little bit awkward for her, even though she admitted moving on over him. He did become her boyfriend after all, but it sure was unsettling doing this kind of stuff. Holding on to your ex's belongings is said to be the #1 indicator that a part of them will always remain in you. Despite being every heartbroken person's nightmare, Sakura did enjoy doing all of this just for the sake of totally clearing everything that reminds her of him. So emotionless and bland. Maybe her heart did turn to stone, a hard and cold boulder that juts up right where her heart is supposed to be. But every rock, no matter how strong or solid it is, has its own cracks. It may not be seen from outside, but it's somewhere deep, inside a defective flaw. And in some time, you'll finally realize that point of weakness. That moment when you know your plan backfired, and instead of isolating yourself from that weakness, it only got you more and more attached. Clack! The both of them looked around after hearing such noise. Inside the room, it took no longer than 10 seconds for them to find something below, a shiny object that caught their eyes' attention. What's this? Shikamaru kneels on the floor and reached for that object with his right arm, and after leaning some more, and with the use of his butt, the man finally got hold of it. Curiosity ran high on their hearts, but felt something else when the light revealed the item in its true form. A shot glass. She glanced at it, still trying to figure out things for herself. Yeah, it is. The managing editor lowered it down and assumed a thinker pose, using his uncanny ability to think of possibilities a number of times greater than an ordinary human person. Maybe that's why he's so good at making excuses when he's late. The young woman told herself, but returned her concentration back to the topic. Half a minute passed, and the latter already came up to a conclusion. It's from the welcoming party, he uttered. Your welcoming party. Such deep words made her excavate that painful past and figure out whether it is from where it's supposed to be. Then it got to her faster than a lightning splitting a tree in half. It was undoubtedly true. The shot glass was in fact from her welcoming party. And it just made her wonder, why would he keep such things? Why? She doesn't know herself, but it sure caught her intrigued. So she traced down where the glass could have fell from and saw a small box conspicuously laying with the other packages. and she didn't know if it's her will or just her curious side that dragged her into such things as exploring the contents of it. To her surprise and awe, it was something completely momentous. My resume. She gasped silently and noticed that her pulse began to increase. Then with one hand, she grabbed that familiar piece of paper and held it to her face for a quick look. And when it seems clear to her of whatever that were inside the box, she only felt compelled into looking at it again. Shikamaru took a seat and watched her do this by herself. Why? She asked herself, eyes flickering, looking onto these things like they were bombs or something. Inside the box is where these physical representations of her past manifest. There's that coupon for 2 dinner reservations, that mold-covered bread basket, those 37 cups of takeout coffee, their couple shirt, that photo album on their winter voyage, his fur winter coat. But that's not all of it. There's more and more and more. And every glimpse of those things sends a flashback, creating this whole motion picture of the past which she hasn't seen for quite a while now. Those times, such magical and wonderful twists of fate, were interconnected into something of a masterpiece. Their masterpiece. But unlike before, the colors just went fading to black and white. Why? Why did you keep all these? Why? The journalist asked herself again and again. The same thing repeated over and over until she finds out that there are no other reasons than because she was someone special to him. And the best way to keep those special and memorable things is to hide them somewhere else safer than your heart. That way, even if the heart had completely given up, there will always be a place to remind yourself that you had something really special that no one else has and no one else can ever take away from you. WY? Why can't I make myself forget you? She had her head bowed that moment, gritting her teeth as she tries the best to get rid of his image off her mind. It was like the wound on her heart began opening up, and she's afraid that she'll back just like before, in the same situation, doing the exact same thing. She tried the best she can to convince herself that she had moved on, that she made it through, but in all reality, she was never really sure if she took the first step. She just hit herself in a charade and pretended that everything's fine, but they weren't. They certainly weren't. Making yourself believe in a dream, however comforting, is an irrational thing to do. And that's exactly the reason why she's been hesitant to give in. Because the Pinkette knew that the second she remembered that feeling of wanting him back, she wouldn't be able to stop and everything else will fall apart. And she'll never let that happen again. Why, you okay? Shikamaru raised a brow, watching the way she stood there motionless. He knew there was something wrong with letting her touch Naruto's stuff, but it's rude to assume that to happen. So for now, he'll just ask her whether she would still help him do this kind of task. But she replied yes, turned around and grinned at him, saying, "Why wouldn't I be?" Then slowly lowered the blonde's winter coat inside the box, the one she just held with both hands near her chest. "I'm just taking a second reminiscing those times." The Pinkette continued, closing the box and carrying it slowly, putting it down a table near the door. She took a quick breath in, lungs still heaving, and sat beside the managing editor. "You know it's never too late. It's only 3 months." He muttered seriously in a cold tone, catching a glimpse of Sakura's bulgy green eyes, and watched those orbs close and hear a flittering chuckle from her. Completely unexpected and relatively sane. 3 months won't get back, she said to him, clearing any more misconceptions that will follow up afterwards. Right after that, all that she heard after that was a bored yeah from the man before he stood up and left her, continued carrying more boxes outside. Then a contented smile appeared itself on her face, and the journalist, for a moment, felt relieved that everything's falling into the right place. That alone felt like a big accomplishment for her, and it probably was, and it probably will be. Guess that's about it, Sakura told herself after seeing the once jammed-up room turn neatly empty. The day had just begun, and both of them looked like they'd just passed their 50th birthday. Seeing those drawers and ledges completely empty somehow gave the room a bigger image than they used to be. But empty wasn't that completely depressing. It just means that there will be new and more things that will fill it up on the later run. Somehow, that's the way she sees it. "I'll be out for a smoke. You can stay here if you want, but close the door when you leave." Those were the last words of Shikamaru when he left her completely alone inside his room. The latter then fixed her pink hair up in a couple of tugs on her clothes before deciding to leave the room and went back to her desk for an abrupt start. But right before she can twist the door handle, her eyes caught something peculiar lying underneath Shikamaru's own desk. Right beneath a stacked number of folders, third from the last, she saw a piece of paper sticking out with a shiny piece of sticker on the corner and conspicuously torn on the side, like that of a male. Knowing that, it wouldn't bother the man if she would take a quick glance. Sakura checked the page first from where it previously dragged out from and started skimming along the lines of something that looked like a letter. And it really was a letter. But what she had read was completely without utter. Unexpected. To Henshicho, Ei Shikamaru, pretty sure you hated the greeting. I'm guessing you've started disliking the way they've been calling you right now. I also guess that Kiba and Kanomaru are saying it over and over by this point. Anyway, I know you'll be too lazy to open this by the time this got to you, but I still want you to listen up closely because this is the last time you'll ever receive a letter from me. You pretty damn know that I hated every cell in my body while writing this to you, especially to you. So I hope you would pay attention because I meant everything I said. Okay, here it goes. For almost 2 years now that I've been working at the company, I have to say that despite all the troubles you all gave me, I couldn't ask for better coworkers. I know that I may be a little bit angry and bossy and rough sometimes, so I want to thank you guys for not leaving after all those times you wished you could have. It's been 2 rough years for me, but still, you guys never gave up on pushing me on the right track, so thank you again. Being the managing editor, I've discovered 2 things I'm really good at: bossing people around and being a leader. But it's mostly the first part, and now that I'm gone, I want you to know what you'll discover about yourself by taking my place. I don't expect you to believe me, but leaving you guys has been the toughest task in my job. I haven't been sleeping those times, thinking, what will happen to us when I'm gone? I kept thinking Kiba beating up Kanomaru, Temari using the hotline to call her friends all day, Choji hanging out the whole day at the cafeteria, Shizen dying from the stress, and Sakura, especially her. But now I'm happy and relieved that I'll be leaving them in more capable hands. You're kind of thinking the reason that I have for writing you this letter. Well, basically, it's simple. I just wanted to give you a couple of things that I'm sure will be helpful in keeping that cabal of ill-misshapen coworkers in control. Think of those as the few last reminders or tips I'll have for you, so that unlike me, you won't waste time figuring it out on yourself. Shikamaru, I know that your laziness is still unparalleled, so it's best to use a planner in knowing the schedule of the meetings and deadlines. Always clear out the garbage bin once it's full. Do not smoke inside the office, especially inside your room. Don't download any pornographic material in the computer. Always wear your uniform. The management is secretly awarding those people who are doing it consistently. Be the first one to come in the office and the last one to come out. Don't mix up the article's dates and category. Don't invite girls inside your room, unless it's a coworker and it doesn't involve things other than business. Don't use the phone unless you're required to, or it's an emergency. Keep a steady track of the performance graph and make sure the rate doesn't go below the margin. Go to work always. Smile at the employees so often that it's literally hurting your face. Create a positive environment between you and your coworkers, though it may not be followed at some times. Well, maybe most of the times. Be a role model to, sorry, I can't really finish that sentence up. Always return after lunch break. Don't wear anything with primary colors. And the most important part is that you won't ever let the flame of their hope and passion die out. Be that bridge between them and their dreams. There's nothing more I can say greater than that. I know that in this part, you probably hate me for writing you a very long letter with a tad full of insults, though most of them are true. But I'll be really quick with the specifics, and hopefully, you'll find that same feeling I have right now. So just like before, listen up. I want you to take my place as Kanomaru's big brother. He's probably wayward now and has been causing you a lot of trouble, so that's why I want you to be the one who straightens his path. Remind him always about the general proofreading on Thursday nights because that kid tends to forget every time. Let him enjoy what's left of his youth. I can see that he'll be of something great in the future, and that's something I am sure about. Now, as for Temari, I can only say 3 things. First, always, remind her to wear appropriate attire that doesn't show too much skin and, well, you know what I'm talking about. Hearing that from you, I doubt she'll ever listen, but do still try. Okay. Second would be to know the real Temari from the one you've been seeing. The real Temari is someone who's very serious about her work, but is more passionate when it comes with her relationships. Always keep that on mind. And the last thing would be, well, you kind of guessed it by now because it's pretty obvious. That girl is crazy about you, and it's so evident that it's not that exciting to know. Anyway, the point here is about finding that right time to answer her please. You, too, may not be the one, but everyone deserves a chance, right? Right. Okay. Now would be for Choji. I know that your dads were best friends on their times, so I will want to do the same with you too. Guys like him, though he may look indifferent and all that, have low self-esteem, and it would really help him if you'll be the one who reminds him that he's special in his own way. I've got nothing else to say to Shizen-san. I know she'll manage everything else by herself. But I do have something to say about Kiba. That guy just doesn't feel right whenever he looks at Sakura, and it always sends a chill in my spine. So I want you to keep an eye on him and don't let him get his advances to her. That's a major priority. Also keep his scuffles with Kanomaru at minimum and don't ever let him bring his pet dog inside. Remember all of that, then that's about it. Or so you think. I still haven't told you my last words to her. But that's what the next paragraph is all about. What better way to start this up than to say it in one go? Huh? Yep. I knew that it will come to this, the moment I move my pen. And if I have to be that coward who sends his last words, through a mail, to a friend rather than to her, then let it be. Let it be because I know I'm not ready to face her after all the pain I've put her through. I also know that it'll come a time that we'll see each other again and everything would somehow be a blurry memory, like nothing happened. And I'm prepared to carry all that guilt and burden for the rest of my life. So for now, I guess I'm just going to miss her. Okay, I know this has gone a little bit off topic, but I do know where to start. And everything began when I first saw her at that train station up to this point. For me, Sakura was a person with two completely different and conflicting personalities. The first one is a strong, competitive, and persistent dreamer who will do anything to achieve her goals, and the other one is a passive, kind-hearted, and warm side that she rarely shows. And I want you and everyone else to be able to see that side of her. I may not be there to know when that'll happen, but I'll be happy if it did. Also, try giving her tougher works because I know she does her best under pressure. Keep talking to her, even though it may look awkward at some point. She enjoys conversations more than anything, and that'll help her open up to you guys more. Always ask her if she's fine, because she has this tendency to lie at that question. Try to remove me from your conversations until such time where it wouldn't matter to her anymore. And lastly, if the time comes that she's ready to open her heart once more, make sure that she'll find someone better than me. Someone who can provide her what I cannot provide. Someone that won't hurt her like I did. Make sure she'll have someone who can love her sincerely, who can offer her a better life, and someone worthy of her, whom she could bring to her house and proudly say to her parents, "This is my boyfriend and I love him." Even if she has to completely forget me. As long as she's happy, she's smiling, and she's safe, I would gladly disappear from her life. Even if I have to live an eternity of sadness, I know that short-lived memory of us will always going to be that spark of light to wherever darkness I'll be into. There, that's about it. And yes, that's everything I wanted to say before I go, but I couldn't. I'm sorry that you have to put up with this drama and read this really long letter, hearing nothing but nonsense from me. But that's simply the journey of everyone's lives, endlessly searching for the light. And now I'm happy that I've shared that light with you. I know there's a lot of rumors and misconceptions these past 3 months since I've left, so I'm very happy that before I start my life here, I could evenly end mine there. No matter what they say, I've been a good friend to everyone. I've been a good boss to all of you, and I have truly loved her. You know that. Everybody knows that. Saying those embarrassing words, I can finally move on and write a new chapter here. With all the gratitude I can give. Thank you for reading this, Shikamaru. Take care of everyone else. Till that day we meet again. Drip, drop, drip, 1,000 miles from here. A/N. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Though it's merely a couple of days away. I have nothing else to say to you guys than, first, you are all awesome. Second, thank you for the support and for reading this fanfic. Lastly, good day/night to you. I hope you'll have a blessed time reading this. Just like always, you guys stay beautiful. Here's Chapter 15. Enjoy. But wait. Also, my answers to your reviews. Foxhole. I tried reading the first part, and yeah, you have some point. It's somehow confusing when read for the first time, but I always add a hint, indirectly/implied, on which characters' voiceovers. Since font is limited, normal, bold, italic, asterisk bold plus italic is mess. Trust me. Voiceovers and out-of-scene conversations are on italics. Anyway, thank you for pointing that out. I really appreciated it. Bakachan Po Bear noted. I'll try to incorporate that idea in the next chapter. To those not mentioned, thank you for the support. Bah, this A/N is getting too long. Okay, begin chapter. I remembered the day when he left, when I was sulking in my room, constantly reminding myself to accept the facts. A question suddenly popped in my head. What are we now? I asked myself, looking at the broken picture frame of us that I've thrown earlier. At first I was hesitant to answer, because I know I'm afraid to know the bitter fact. But now, I think I already know. We're just like fireworks. Fireworks in New Year's Eve. An energy rapidly building up until culminating a finale bursting with transient display of happiness. But after that, right after we've reached that highest possible point, we start to disappear. The light dies out twice as fast, and everything becomes a hazy memory, dispersing into pure nothingness. I don't know about it, but that's what I think of us. A short-lived spark that went the same path as the others. And probably the worst part is that, at some point I really thought we might go the distance. I never thought we'll trip on our first steps. People sure are full of contradictions. I know that already. And the sad truth is that, even though we ought to think that everything's fine, we always have this excuse to undo the things that we've already done. We can't advance, but we can dream. We can't go back, but we can remember. And right now, the only thing that I want to remember is how would he smile at me and say that everything's going to be all right, when in reality, it won't be. Swish goes the piece of paper after detaching itself between the Pinkette's fingers. It stayed afloat in the air, and then swayed left to right before meeting the tiled floor where it soaked up the clear fluid that had fallen and pooled up. Eyes affixed towards the horizon from where she was holding the letter, the woman took a slow bow. Stunned, out of words, reading the letter knocked her off guard, pinned her to submission. She never expected something so small, so compact would cause her to break down into what she was 3 months ago. Every word, every period, every curve of each letter caused more and more grief and sadness to latch on her heart. The image of him burned again in her mind. That very image which she thought she had forgotten for the past couple of months. It never occurred to her that such thing would still exist. Etched in the deepest level of her heart, still remains a part of him that she can't erase. She just can't erase. Drip, drop, drip goes the tears that ran endlessly from her eyes, pouring from the spaces in between her fingers as she tried wiping each socket off the liquid. And as it continuously poured out, it drenches the letter even more until such point that the ink started diluting. Oh no, sniff! She noticed it and slowly kneeled, grabbing the letter and tried wiping the stain off but found it only getting worse. Ironically, just like her tries to forget him, but found herself wanting more. Damn it! A wanton cry escaped her parted up lips. The frustration, the unwanted feelings that courses through every sinew of her being broke her down, and the only thing she could think of is how to escape such an ordeal. Sakura. Like a surge of current raised her spine. She froze upon hearing such cold voice calling unto her name. Limbs seemingly paralyzed, the Pinkette took a breather and wiped off her glistening eyelids before turning around like nothing happened. Why, Shikamaru-kun? I didn't expect you to sniff and exhales come back so fast. I was just about to... Sakura fidgeted, trying not to let him see her in such an embarrassing position. But the moment she saw his dark pupils directed on her, she knew that he knew. I forgot my lighter and went back. The man walked abruptly, partly ignoring her as he grabbed the lighter under the first drawer on his desk. I thought you wanted an early start. What are you still doing here? He raised a brow, stopping his feet from moving and probed her head down with a cold gaze. Clear his throat. Jay just reminiscing some memories and got carried away. But it's okay now. You are crying. I can see that. She felt the air knocked up out of her after hearing his reply. Shikamaru remained standing by the door, watching her intently as she tried fixing herself up faster. Nah, this is nothing. Sakura dried her hands with a hanky, looked at him straight, but slightly panicked after noticing that he's not buying it. The man looked below and saw a paper drenched in what seems to be her tears and refocuses his eyes onto her for a reply. You've read the letter, I assume? He said. Sore. I was just... You don't have to apologize. Shikamaru stepped inside his room, closing the door slightly and dragged her onto the chair in front of his desk. After all, I'm planning to share it with all of you afterwards. He continued, sitting at the one adjacent to her. The pinkette was still holding the letter, all drenched, crumpled up, and unreadable. Guess I can't show it to the others now. He glanced at it nonchalantly before going back to the topic. The problem with Shikamaru is that he can give a good advice, but you have to wait for such time when he's serious. And that moment in time is not something everyone can get on a silver platter. But lucky for her, he just decided to help her overcome such self-pity issues. And hopefully make a healthy employee-manager relationship, just like the blonde wanted to. A brief period of time passed by and still, there wasn't any talking going around, not exactly what he planned. All that he had noticed is the glint of grief present in her eyes, the way her fingers fumble each other as she thinks of more reasons to blame herself for something that's not mainly her fault. Her expression was tensed and deeply focused. Her poise was disheveled yet stern. It was like her mind is on constant turbulence, and that's not something Naruto would want to happen. And so does he. Now leaning forward rather than back, he uttered, "Why are you punishing yourself?" Exactly right after hearing that heaved intonation of Shikamaru's question, Sakura opened up her eyes, completely frozen from the bottom up to her nape. She just sat there, pondering over the words that spoke of the truth, until such time she decided to answer back. Because everything is my. Her raspy reply was cut with a swift no from him. No, it's not, he followed instantaneously, raising his tone doing so. This is both your fault. A new side of Shikamaru unfolded in front of her, and it chilled her down to the endings of her nerves. Nothing good will happen if both of you thought that they're the one to blame. He stopped, taking the crumpled-up letter from her hands, straightening it out, and slipping it inside a folder near his desk. Kind words, Shikamaru-kun. She smiled sadly, head bowed down, and hands intertwined with each other. Still, there's nothing you can do. The woman snickered to herself, still keeping that grim look on her face. Oddly, though, Shikamaru also had a smile perched in between his cheeks. True, he said, catching her attention with just one word. But there's something you can do. The man then nodded slyly, leaving her in profound bafflement as she tries to decode what he just said. Something I can do? She told herself, giving much thought about it. After such deliberation, she answered back with a confused, "What do you mean?" but found the man already standing, looking the other way at the window pane where the crimson-yellow rays of the sun burned through the horizon. I've taken the privilege of sending your stuff down at the ground floor. The man took a deep breath, sighed at the sight of the rising sun, and fixed his sight to her once more. So I'm sending you off early, he uttered with resolution. But why? She complained, not something Shikamaru expected her reaction would turn out. The day had barely begun, and I have so many things to do, and she stopped, having this hesitant look on her face, even though part of her wanted to get out of the room. Why did you do that? Because I'm pretty sure you're not going to perform what you used to do. A straightforward answer dealt her reply. Not like this. Not today. He continued. At least not today. But what about? Let's just say I'll make an exception just this once. Sakura's bulgy green eyes now looked at him with awe. Even though you've used up all your vacation leaves for the whole year, I'll excuse you today. He smirked, raising his arm up and pointing his index finger on the door of his room. Now go. I don't know what to say. Just go. Thank you. The woman stood up, gave a short bow, and smiled back at him with gratitude. Feeling unfamiliar with the warm feeling on his chest, Shikamaru just cocked his head sideward and tried shrugging the feeling off. Thank you very much for doing this, Shikamaru-kun. She uttered those last words before turning around and going outside the managing editor's room. straight towards the door of the office where she met Shizen and Konohamaru, just on their way to work. Sakura didn't even say anything. She just nodded at the two and walked out of the room with haste. That left her co-workers confused and speechless as they went their way in and saw Shikamaru standing before the door of his room. "Shikamaru, what's going on with Sakura?" Shizen asked him, with Konohamaru listening to the conversation. "Trust me." He gave a bored yawn. "I don't know either." Looking at the boxes of Naruto's stuff stacked near his room, he then turned to two with a stiff, stagnant gaze which says boss mode on its own. "But we'll know," Shikamaru muttered with anticipation. Eventually, Tadaima. The halls of the whole Haruno household echoed with the sound of the Pinkette's raspy comeback. Her mom immediately went by to check, only to see her daughter standing at the doorway, seemingly depressed that she didn't even smile at her mom. Sakura faltered after seeing her mother's confused look, freezing a bone or two when she opened her mouth to speak. "What are you doing here, Sakura?" A lump passed through the Pinkette's throat, trying to calm herself without averting much of her mother's attention. "Mom, aren't you supposed to be on work?" The older woman had both hands on her waist, trying to get anything from her daughter, but the former wasn't replying. "Wait," her mom suddenly added. "Did you forget something? Mom, and why is your eyes red?" She whisked her fingers near her daughter's face and checked. "You've been crying, aren't you?" Then withdrew her hand and gulped nervously. "Did they fire you?" "Mom," Sakura said for the third time. Tone rose slightly. And this time, it got her mother's attention. "I was sent back home." And before the older woman can reply, she clarified the thought. "Don't worry." She paused and gave her a sleepy smile. "I was allowed to take the leave for the day. Don't worry about me, Mom." She then finishes, leaving her mom deeply exhaling in relief. Right afterwards, the Pinkette turned the other way and walked the way towards her room down the halls. Her mom glanced at her, obviously concerned. But what parent won't be? Creak goes the door before closing with a hard thud. She had her back leaned against it, sliding down until she gently sat on the floor. It has been oddly quiet in her house. She never thought that it'll be this silent when she's not around, and she doesn't have the energy to argue with that thought. Fair green eyes stared at walls, the window, and the mirror. "My room sucks," she thought, shaking her head off and slowly getting back on her feet. With ease, she hangs her coat on a wooden hanger, slipped in the pair of leveled heels under her bed, and threw her bag on the table before crashing down onto her bed face down. "I'll have to do this at some point," she thought, mumbling something inaudible as she was muted by the pillow. Eyes closed, her mind descended to the inner realm of her psyche where she could think more clearly about things. Somewhere where she can be herself, without anyone else's influence. A safe place like she described it. Seconds turned into minutes, and after a certain point of time, she rose from the bed, patched with a persistent and resolute flare on her eyes. Skipping out of the mattress, the lass quickly undressed and wore her usual tees and mini shorts. She then moved to the other side of the room where her PC lays dormant. Watching the system open up, Sakura taps the table rhythmically with her fingers, seemingly anxious and restless but still remained cool as the whole monitor shoots up light. Immediately after the icons popped up, the Pinkette opened up her mail and clicked compose. "I have to at least try," she told herself, headstrong, confident, and determined. It has been such a long time since they've last talked through mail, and now more than ever, she knows that it'll be more difficult after what happened between them. Still, it won't be something like they used to say. There will no longer be "I love you S" and a dozen more stuff that can't be used anymore. The content will be more mature, and Sakura knows those boundaries that must be maintained. The sound of the crunching buttons of the keyboard resonates faster and faster as the Pinkette began to get the hang of the whole idea. After a couple of minutes of non-stop typing, she then sat up straight, and with a serious glance, she began reading what she had just created. Consequently, though, as she continued to reflect on what message she's planning to say, that seriousness in her eyes began to fade and morphs into total embarrassment. "I can't do this." Sakura closed her eyes and screamed in her mind, head touching the keyboard pane. It's all wrong, the words, the approach, the thought, everything. And it's like a 1,000-paged manual. The longer you read it, the worse you feel inside. But still, the show must go on. And now Google shows up on the screen. She then clicked the pointer on the search bar and took a deep breath, preparing to type on the magical question. How to approach your ex? Was on the bar before she quickly slammed the enter button. And just like that, the pinkette was the open to a million sources listed down by Mr. Google himself. Left to right, left to right. Her eyes scanned everything with blazing speed, from every tab and every page, scrolling down to the last word. Then right before she could surrender, before the amassing sense of ambiguity and information overload, one particular sentence caught her attention. Always start with a call. It says, written below the title Top Priorities in Reconciling with Your Ex, just near that ad for estrogen pills. Then almost instantaneously, her head cocked back and leaned sideward, trying to locate her phone throughout the vicinity of her room. The same phone lying on the middle of the bed, which took her 30 seconds to find. She then dived in the middle of her fortress and held her phone high, with both arms straight up. Sakura wasted no time and popped open her contacts, scrolling down hastily in search for the man's name. And right that moment when his name appeared on the screen, the pinkette felt a huge thud pulsed inside her. It was like a shockwave, rippling throughout her body to the ends of her fingertips. Shaking a bit, she took a small gulp, steadied her breathing as she readies herself for the unpredictable. I guess this is it then? The pinkette smirked sadly as her thumb brushed the button at the center. Though given the time to do so, still, Sakura found it hard to press call. It's like a game of tug-of-war, a constant struggle between two opposing sides, can and can't. And it may not look like it, but the journalist felt that her side is awfully powerful today. Even if overseas calls cost ridiculously higher, she already made up her mind. Clears throat. Now on the verge of igniting the wick that'll burn down the wall in between them. The pinkette can't be any less than ready. She tested her voice, looked up the ceiling, and took a deep breath before jutting in the button, immediately nearing the phone to her ear. Beep. Hello. This is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm either busy to receive a call or in a meeting at the moment or both. Just leave me a message after the beep, and I'll call you Ev. Beep. She turned off the phone before she could even leave a voicemail to him. It was all very fast-paced, the anxiousness of hearing his voice, his distinct tone, and his cold, barren pitch. Everything felt like yesterday, like the times they used to talk through phone every moment they can, just to hear each other's voice before drifting to sleep. And now, the same voice she yearned to hear and haunted her dreams with faint whispers becomes one with reality. Even just through the phone, Sakura didn't expect an experience like that would have such riveting effect. I don't know what to do. She threw the phone away, but it didn't fell off the bed. She then grabbed the pillow and mashed her face with it, trying to think of another plan since the first two are all horrible. Slowly removing the obstruction after a while, the pinkette lets out a soft sigh, then lied on her side, facing the window obscured by the lights. I want to do something, but I don't know how. Sakura protested on her inner thoughts, feeling so helplessly weak and unproductive. Then after minutes of time spent looking at the pre-noon radiance outside, she rolled the other side and saw the clock near her cabinet. And that's when it hit her. I guess it'll work. Words filled with sublime aptitude escaped her lips. It was like those hip 70s shows where a character will have a light bulb on their heads. She can't write a mail without trashing the whole thing up. She can't do a call without faltering to the heart-rending urge of hearing his voice. There's only one option left, and somehow, it may need more than just two hands. Leaning over to her side, she picked up her phone greedily and dialed a number like she planned. Her right ear nearby, she heard a ring, and after 5 more repetitions, the call was answered. Hello, Kiba-kun, it's me. Oh, Sakura? Where are you anyway? You're not here in the office. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. The pinkette paused, conjuring words that would ease their hungering suspicions. I just took an early leave off. I'll be back tomorrow. That's good then. His voice calmed down dramatically. Why did you call anyway? Well, she turned around, clenching the phone between her cheek and shoulder, then looked at the clock. I was wondering if you were free this afternoon. She continued, granting him a more confused response. Wait. Is this a date or a party or what? Chuckles. Not on your dreams, Kiba-kun. He scoffs at the thought, Though it was merely a joke to cheer her up, I was thinking you'll say that. Anyway, you still have a week. 3-month rule. You're crazy. She then took a deep breath and continued the conversation with more clarity and seriousness. Back to the topic, are you still free? Yes, sure. The photographer replied with his usual laid-back tone. About 5 o'clock, I'll be there in the studio. Tokyo Time Studio? His voice changed tenor after hearing such reply. What are we going to do there? Just trust me. Sakura hitched a breath. And can you also bring one of your cameras with you? But why? Just trust me. She controlled her tone and made her voice sound like that of a soft whisper. I really need your help. Sure, I'll see you there. Thank you for doing this, Kibakin. Her straight line of lips bowed inward into a beautiful smile. Don't mention it. The man answered back before he hangs up and returned back to work, to where he last trailed off. And as for the Pinkette, after ending that ridiculously bossy call, she fell down to her bed once again, readiness pouring out of her sharp green eyes. The woman raised her hand to the air and watched the light of room shine slip between her fingers. A fragment of memory showed itself in her vision, depicting those endless what may have been situations that slipped right out of their hands. Smiling enigmatically, the Pinkette closed her eyes, drifted off to oblivion, waiting for that time where everything would be exactly the same it was before. New York main branch. The other day, about 11:47 p.m. It was a huge place, and the city was first to begin with. The streets are always busy, and the air smells inspiration to everyone walking by the city's immaculate grounds. Much like of its territory, the raging buildings and skyscrapers were also a sight to behold. Towering mostly above 100 feet, they give a sense of professionalism and undoubtedly harbor this dreamlike state of living a life without boundaries. And in a specific building, on a specific floor, at a specific room, a man enters. Slam goes the door as his hand leaves the knob after entering. He sported a lush yellow mane that shoots like spikes around the crown of his head, some of it drooping into somewhat form of bangs. The man was wearing his black coat. Underneath, it were a white linen, long-sleeved shirt and matching black pants that looked contagiously divine. He was walking on a slow pace towards a huge desk from which a name stand was located. Uzumaki, Naruto, editor-in-chief. It says. Then, after the short walk, he removed his coat, hung it on the rack near the phone from which he pushed a button on before sinking in his grand leather office chair, obviously worn out. With one hand, he slung his tie down and unbuttoned the first two on his shirt before the first voicemail sounded on. Beep. Hey, Naruto. How about golf this Saturday? I'll tell the guys to join if you're interested. Let me know if you're in. The blonde smirk after hearing his coworker's request, eyes closed and head leaned back. Not soon after that, the next voicemail came. In. Beep. Mr. Uzumaki. The management has arranged a press conference at Midtown this Sunday. Your presence is highly requested. We hope to see you there. Another press con EI. He rose from his slouch form, grabbing a pen sticking out on the pen holder and adding another scribble on the small calendar on his desk. He then assumed his previous position while waiting for another one to come by. Beep. Hello, Naruto. This is Kate. We met at the HR department yesterday. Naruto's eyes opened. I was clear as throat, just wondering if, you're free this Saturday? I was just thinking if, we could have coffee at downtown Richmond. I hope you'll consider. Let me know your answer when you're back. Great, he uttered lazily, looking at the ivory white ceiling of his luxury office. It's been 3 months now, and he still wasn't adjusted to the steady, fast-paced flow of New York. The things he does at Tokyo and here are worlds apart in difference. It has a more professional tang than his previous work. And that's only one thing. A couple of things more had been hard for him to adapt to since it really was the first time he went abroad, but now, looking back, he kind of has the hang of it, even with the pretty, long-legged American beauties that he found hard to resist. But then again, just like the previous offers, he politely declines. I guess I'll go with golf on Saturday. A groan followed after saying such words to himself, indicating his pass on the opportunity that most guys would kill for. It's not that he don't want to, it's just that he never really cared since he wasn't nearly as close as his teacher Jiraiya, who's a total womanizer and a huge perv. Naruto just brushed his blonde hair back with his hand, crossed his arms back his head, and tried to enjoy the serene beauty of the midnight glow of the moon. There were no more calls after that, so the young man assumes that the voicemails have all ended, and they did. All that was left to do now is to close both eyes, relax, and pray that he won't remember anything that he has forgotten to do. But that's what he thought. Oh crap. His blue orbs opened up, pupils dilated as he just remembered something. I was supposed to receive the freight receipt from the old man for shipping my stuff. He muttered, biting his lower lip at the thought of it. Seemingly reborn, his once lifeless and limp body began to move as he slowly sat straight, using a hand to wipe off the strain in his sleepy eyes. With no time to waste, the man opened his laptop, which was in hibernate mode for a long time now. He quickly then directed his screen to the mail and watched the whole page to load, scratching his head while doing so. And as the layout of the page began to appear on the screen, so as his sudden surprise when he saw something completely unexpected on his inbox from Sakura Haruno. Subject: Hello to Naruto Uzumaki. Recording 123 ABC. MP4. Please watch it, Naruto-kun. Sakura. Then as if lightning jolts him from the heavens above, the man was in pure and utter shock. His eyes, which were once narrowed and sleepy, opened up in surprise. His lax posture turned into an ice sculpture. And in totality, the muscles in his body are paralyzed like someone stole the sovereignty in them. His lips were left parted, slight tremors noticeable, mumbling gestures that can't be put into words. It has been a long time since he had this feeling, a feeling of unparalleled awe. He can't help but to wonder in his confusion. Sakura, his thought whispered against him. The mind cannot also comprehend the level of ecstatic chaos that was churning inside of him. It's like he wanted to laugh, he wanted to cry and yell in rage, all at the same time. But he couldn't. The reality struck him. He just couldn't. All that he can do now is to ponder in the amazement of it, while being left with two choices. Let his insecurities and fears take over, or open the attachment and accept whatever she had wanted him to see. And as far as life goes, it has always been the second option that's the best choice. Click /N. Read the prologue at chapter 1. Thank you. Words seemingly betrayed him as he sat there silently, his right hand still laying atop of the mouse. His eyes are still affixed at the media player that was present in his laptop, full-screened. The lights looked dim, the air felt freezing, and his body felt like it was going to shatter into a million pieces. His once witty and clever mind is siphoned out of its reason. And not long before that, why? His smoky blue orbs began to glisten. His whole body trembled while a gulp slid down his throat. The man started breathing through his mouth, and it hitches every time he exhaled roughly, sounding monotonously reverberated. Why did you send me this? The blonde then bit his lip down, refusing them to part, not wanting the energy building up inside of him to come out. It was like a cauldron of mixed emotions was churning continuously until such time that he can't take it anymore and it bursts through every seam of his body. Why did you have to cry? Naruto forced his eyes to a close, some of the clear liquid pouring down only up to his cheek until he wiped them off sternly. His face, that was so sympathetic earlier that evening, had been reduced to nothing but a sad grimace. Unable to hold it anymore, his gut wrenched in pain as everything comes spewing out of his control. Why did you cry for me, Sakura? He barely said without breaking down. Head began to droop forward with his bangs that cover up most of his visible expression. Now I'll hate myself more. Trying to stop his eyes from tearing more than it already is, he used his left hand, covering everything above the nose while his right hand is still glued to the mouse. The bitter specter of weakness consumes him, devours him inside out. The loneliness, self-pity, disdain, everything he has hidden underneath began to show up, along with the price of doing so. And after such time of weeping senselessly, it was over. The laptop ran out of battery, the blinds are up, and the lights are switched off. The only thing noticeable was the room remote that was carefully laid down by the blonde's hand as he sat down his chair, which was no way near his desk. It was near the window, along with a bottle of beer that was in the bucket on the right side. Slowly, he tipped the bottle up, pouring the contents to his system while watching the beauty of the midnight sun. His yellow, spiky mane was all that separates everyone from the expression he is lying underneath, other than his lips, which were parallel to each other. Taking slow, deep breaths, the man closed his eyes, letting reality collapse into something more substantial, his chest rising and falling each shallow breath he take. It was the only time when darkness felt to safe and peaceful, that time between staying conscious and falling into sleep. And as he began transcending into a blissful rest, a faint reddish and pinkish glow emanates from the vicinity of his obstructed sight. He opened his eyes and saw daybreak for the first time in New York. Smirking at nature's way of playing a joke, he stayed awake, watching as the sun began to rise with its rays illuminating the whole city. Knowing that in the other end of the globe, everyone's having a good night's sleep. I hope someday I'll be in your dreams too, he whispered to the wind. A/N. Yin, Chapter 15. Phew, that was a great one. Anyway, for those of you who don't know, 3-month rule says that partners who went in a relationship and broke up has 3 months to reconcile with each other, from which having relationships with another person is morally unacceptable. Got that from a movie. Anyway, same old, same old. I don't know when the next and probably final chapter would be released, but I hope you guys will stay through the end. This is Good 12. Thank you, and God bless. Ignite, A/N. Okay, guys, I know this is a bit too late for an update, but I'm glad I made it. Since my last update, things got busier with school and finals week, and you know the usual. Anyway, I just finished this off last week, so I hope you guys understand. And yeah, not yet the final chapter if you're wondering. It would be on the next update. Hope this will suffice. Here we go, Chapter 16. 7 months ago, I was this naive, wide-eyed, and optimistic young woman who had this dream of working in one of Japan's top newspaper company. I had the chance and I blow it. Got another chance and I grabbed it. The following day, I'm in my uniform on my first day on the job, which I considered one of the best happenings in my life. It was a rough start, but I managed to pull through, finished tons of work, made a lot of friends, and finally felt this feeling of happiness that comes along with doing something I love to do. Now it has changed. I don't really want to think about that. A couple of things I can point out are, 1, I still love my job, and 2, I still had those friends, whom I can count on every time. But if I had to look back on the things that happened these past 7 months, there's one thing that I definitely regret. 7 months ago, I met him. It was a snowy December 4th. And it was a day which will always be remembered. Clip. Okay, all done. A doctor's voice sounded off at some neat white room after snipping the medical tape with some shears and pressing it gently onto the pinkette's skin. Her facial expression tensed after he applied a little pressure, but the twitching pain gradually wears away. She was lying on an inclined platform, eyes looking blank at the ivory-white ceiling. Both orbs winked a couple of times before she turned her head to the side and smiled at the doctor's presence. "Thank you, sir," she uttered with a low tone as he grinned back after hearing such words from her. There were a couple of square-shaped gauzes latched onto her arms and hands. Adding to that, some parts of her skin were evident of bruises, but the only difference is that it doesn't sting like it used to. And now that the medic is finished tending to the last of her small cuts, she popped out of the bed, grabbed her bag, bid her last farewell, and thanks before walking out of the run at a constant pace. It was on a jammed-up train, the 3rd trip en route to Tokyo Station. Yeah, that was the exact moment. The spark. It may not be like those dreamy first encounters from those classical films you can watch every Friday nights, but deep inside, I knew it was special. "Are you sure you're fine now, Ms. Haruno?" A nurse sitting in the room counter stood up from her seat after hearing such words from the pinkette, standing exhaustively in front of her. The doctor said, "You could use the room if you want to rest." "Thank you for your concern, but I think I'm fine now," Sakura replied quickly, not wanting her the wrong impression of her hardiness. The nurse had then no choice as she grabbed her belongings under the desk and took a short bow while the pinkette thanked her once more. Shortly after that, she took a turn on the hallway and onto the elevator she went, waiting for the platform to get to her floor. The steel doors soon parted, and as she leapt inside with grace, the woman resumed her thwarted thought. It was special in a sense that it was demeaning, embarrassing, and come to think of it, that was the first time in my life when I felt challenged. I was challenged by that man who calls me mean names, who declined my application, who yelled at me, who made me cry, and the one who made my every moment feel like hell on earth. I hated him. My response couldn't be more specific than that. But then time has passed, and I've been thinking, is this the same man whom I've loathed for so long? Or is this the man who called me by the sweetest of names, who unselfishly helped me achieve my dreams, who took my first kiss and swore he'll be my last, and the one who tried his best every day just to make me feel happy and loved? The doors then opened and welcomed the journalist on the ground floor, where she saw the usual scene inside a hospital. She resumed her walking patched with a deeper, more saddened look on her face. I don't know the difference, she told herself, forming that pained smile, head tilted down and both hands slid under the pockets of her coat. Her left hand stayed inside while her right came out, holding a parcel of medicine that the doctor told her to take. Sakura then took a short breath, closed her eyes for a bit, and started slowly striding along the right ward where it'll lead her towards the reception hall and hopefully out of this establishment. She continued with her thoughts between each step. Right now he's just this guy who's slowly fading away from my life. A dark shadow of the past, a hazy memory waiting to be forgotten. And that's one of the things I greatly regret these past 7 months. It's that I've been a coward, I've been selfish, but on top of all that, I've pushed him away. And somehow I'm getting this feeling that he had already moved on and he's never going back. Yet there's this part of me that keeps on holding on, that never lets go no matter how worse things may seem. No matter how many times I've told myself that it was over, that it was time to give up, he just keeps on getting back. She whimpered in awe, stopping on her tracks with one foot pointed forward, stiff and frozen. Her eyes were bulging, exposing more of those rounded green orbs at such a sight in front of her. Paralyzed was more of an appropriate term. In no time at all, goosebumps raced her skin, and she felt like every muscle on her body went lax. The event was so surreal that she felt she can no longer have a grasp of reality, mind-numbingly losing control over her body. And the last thing she could ever feel was this uncontrollable beating inside her chest like it's going to implode. The whole world went black. Naruto, he just keeps on getting back. Flashback, a day before, 6:35 a.m., train station. Yes, Sakura-chan. I know it's weird to call you up this early in the morning. The Pinkette paused, looking at the fluttery blue and white clouds on that wonderful crack of dawn. It's just I wanted to thank you for helping me take that video yesterday, Kiba-kun. She continued on, resting on a subway bench while waiting for the train to come. It was like any other day. The station was not as crowded as it used to, for some reason, and everything was basking under the bright rays of the rising sun. The traffic was smooth at downtown, which never occurred as a problem, unless the buses were involved. Summing all that up, it sure was, without a doubt, a beautiful morning. Oh, that's nothing. Anyway, I hope you're all better now. Shizen-san said that Hichucho had been pretty hard on them yesterday. Oh my, I still have my previous works undone. She answered back, obviously surprised. Guess I owe everyone an apology for leaving early. Nah, it's cool, we're fine. Well, at least I am. Still, don't worry about us because we'll likely be worrying about you. Thank you for saying that. Sakura looked far to her left and saw a fast approaching object, rippling through the horizon. You've been saying a lot of thank yous recently. I think one's enough, though. Chuckles. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. She then grabbed her bag with her other hand and slowly rose from her seat, head still turned as the figure of the train slowly takes shape. Anyway, the train's here. Thank you, a guy. See you at the office, Kiba-kun. Yeah, sure. No problem. Beep. Exhales. A breath escaped between her lips as she removed the phone away from her ear and slid it inside her mint green purse. A highly indiscernible expression was present in her face, like no one in the world could tell what she's been thinking or had been thinking up to that moment. She wished that at least someone in this indifferent and workaholic bunch of train takers can relate to what she has been experiencing. At least not to feel so alone in her cavalry-like crusade, since obviously, the road to be taken and the one you're already on aren't, in any sense, connected. Train honking PSHHHH. Sound of clapping shoes. The twin doors opened up, and a brief, automated female voice greeted them, a monotonous good morning. Same routine as always. The now moving passengers began to enter inside, but didn't even fill half of the space by the time the doors suddenly closed. Right after that, the whole thing began to move, and eventually, it turned into this fast-moving, unstoppable hunk of metal that would lead them to their respective destinations. Sitting on a seat near the entrance, right by the opposite side of where she entered, the Pinkette glances at the incoming trees and how its shadows obscured the sunlight. Her hands were lightly coiled around a cold metal bar, and her head was leaning on it. Slanted green eyes gazed at the beautiful vanilla-white skies, a mixture of gray and white that makes that not sunny, not rainy kind of weather. She feels like if she only had the time in the world, she wouldn't want this to stop. At least one perfect moment in her life, like this one, though constantly fleeting. It would be great if that would happen, she thought to herself, lips pursed in a tight smirk before her eyes slowly close in unison. Yeah, that would probably be wonderful. Those last words crossed her mind until that moment where her vision began to blur and fade away. She didn't notice it either, and that's what makes it confusing. Sakura swore she had enough sleep for today's revised comeback, but there's this something deep inside her system that beguiles her to close her eyes and let go. Under trance, the Pinkette began to see vivid imageries inside her head, powered solely by her subconscious. Such pictures depicting something she had been wanting to see, but cannot. Something she wanted to remember, but cannot. And the more she focused more to grasp what her mind wanted her to see, the farther she drifts from reality, eventually falling into this state of microsleep that usually happens on the other half of the day. Her mind went blank, and the moment she opened her eyes, the train had already stopped. The people were already gone, and the doors were already open. She took a quick glance outside from the window and saw the faded sign above the terminal halls. Thank goodness, she thought to herself, thinking of the troubles that would have happened if she has woken up a bit later. Sighs. Sakura took a deep breath and exhaled with comfort, stepping out of the train before the doors clamped and shut and racing the same direction with sleek silence. A gust of wind followed the train's tail, blowing the Pinkette's lush hair over her face as she tried combing it back with her fingers. After finally fixing everything up, a weird feeling raced through her skin. It was a new thing for her to experience, that mixture of contentment and fear that beats deep in her heart. Knowing that it would probably be a bad thing to think of such negative stuff, the Pinkette shrugs the thought out of her head. Christened with unbendable resolution, she then turned around and faced the column of steps leading out of the subway station. I guess this is it then? She had her head bowed down, looking at her reflection on the silken gloss from the pair of heels she's wearing. Her face was plain and white as snow, and her expression was still as pristine waters. The turning point, the moment which will decide which road I'll take. A couple of seconds had passed, and brief breeze passed by, leaving her with nothing to do but to let the cool wind embrace her skin. The time after that, she opened up her eyes, revealing those calm green orbs which celebrated something deep inside her. Finally, she thought to herself as she looked back with pride at the train station, a place where it all started, but even after everything that happened, it still remained to be what it was before. It's time to move forward, she said to herself as she took the first step, and everything else just followed. Right towards what lies ahead, right towards the rays of the morning sun, and right towards the bright future that awaits her. Closing time, Tokyo Times Building. Nearly 10 hours had passed by the time the Pinkette stood up from her seat. It was 5:25 in the afternoon, and everything outside was filled with the bright orange glow of sunset. She never expected it to happen, but she managed to wrap up everything of her unfinished articles. A partly huge celebratory lunch was given to her by her co-workers who were so excited that she's officially back on track. Every little thing was filled with a smile, a laugh, and even if it took a while to get used to the whole thing, it was definitely worth working her butt off for. Everyone else was gone by the time she left the building, excluding the new managing editor Shikamaru, who was busy preparing the scheduled releases of each article. She bid a short bye to her office mates, and received a warm hug from Shizen before all of them parted ways as the burning orange skies turned into dark blue. Konohamaru went with Kiba to party at some gig, while Temari and Choji just walked since their home wasn't far from work. Shizen took the bus, leaving the Pinkette all alone in her usual subway trip back to her home. Train honking pshhhh. Sound of clapping shoes. Such noises from the station at night never really differ from the noises in the morning. The only difference she could note is that people are quieter since every one of them is tired from work or sleepy, as every passenger could be. The Pinkette herself was no exception. As soon as the doors opened, people were starting to fill the space inside, emptying the hulking crowd of passengers in the process. Stuck from behind, she slowly moved forward and, eventually, not even knowing, reached the train's opening. Her left foot was already inclined on the train's platform by the time she felt something inside her, an inner voice of a sort. Like a moment of internal struggle, it was telling her repeatedly, "Don't go, don't go." It said in a deep yet familiar tone that kept ringing in her ears, keeping her other foot frozen still. Time seemingly stopped during such an ordeal, and by the time she noticed, people's eyes were already all over her. "I am so sorry," were the words that came out from her mouth, well, barely came out. Overrun by embarrassment, she moved her other leg on impulse and dragged her own body inside, just before the doors clamped shut. Sakura forgot that struggle inside of her and the resistance it put up. She just stood there, holding onto an iron bar from where she bowed her head in humiliation as the train began its steady stride along the rails under the darkening skies. Train honking pshhhh. Sound of clapping shoes. Though it was a slow track on the station. Train honking pshhhh. Sound of clapping shoes. The trip was faster than expected. Train honking pshhhh. Sound of clapping shoes. It was on the third terminal when the train looked seemingly empty. There were like 5 of them left, and all of them were seated far away from each other. The whole moon can be seen outside the window, cascading their faces with shadows and rapidly blinking lights. And if there's one more thing she could say she noticed, it would be the chills that she's been feeling deep inside. Like there's something that would happen. The same with what she felt earlier in the morning. That feeling of mysterious uneasiness that crept deep in her skin. So tired, and before she could notice, her eyesight began to wobble. The stress from such tiring work began to take toll on her body. Sakura tried fighting it off, but her eyes began to dim, and her head felt so heavy that it began tilting downward. Sleepy were the feeble words that came across her mind before succumbing to a deep sleep, hands clenched loosely at the metal bars from where her head was carefully leaning onto. Click! Such a sound woke her from her short slumber as she suddenly opened her eyes. Sakura took a couple of blinks, patched with a blank face, and tried finding where such peculiar noise resonated. She looked left, then right at the other passengers and finally caught something within her range of sight when she looked down at the floor. It was a pen, well, not just a pen. It was the same pen she found here in the 7 months ago. Yes, his pen to be exact. Gazing as the passing rail lights gives it a shiny gloss, the journalist felt something churning in her mind. Though many things had changed, she still remembers. That fated day, the first time they met, the feeling. The pen was the physical manifestation of everything that happened that day, a token of somewhat unpredictable happenings. And now, seeing that pen lying on the shadowy floor, she felt compelled into getting it back. Tap, tap, tap. The Pinkette rose from her seat and took short steps towards the pen. Each step, she lowers her body onto the floor. Raising her arm, she lunged in to grab the object, but unexpectedly, thud, the trail went on a small hump. Weak enough to caught her off balance, but strong enough to move the pen away from her grasp. Resuming her position, Sakura moved a bit forward and tried grabbing it once more, but coincidentally. Thud! Another hump was on the path, and this time, it almost knocked her down, that is thanks to both of her hands for support. Although she remains partly unaffected, the object was moved farther away than it was before. Now getting impatient, Sakura then stood up, walked 2 big steps, and grabbed the pen like it's not even worth breaking a sweat. Slowly recovering to her form, she glanced at it from her hand and slipped it in her pockets before turning her head and, Kriawick, A split-second flash of light was all that she saw before her mind froze up, shut down, and everything faded to black. Tokyo Times Building, 7 o'clock in the evening, managing editor's office. "This early Henshucho?" the security guard asked with curiosity, seeing Shikamaru stepping out of the elevator. The latter smirked breathlessly at him, popped a cigarette on his mouth, and ignited it with a flick of a lighter. "FFFFFF. Yeah," he replied after blowing the smoke out like a chimney, fixing his cuffs, and signed out by sliding his card on the machine. "I still had many things to do, but hey, gotta have some rest once in a while." The other man grinned at the reply as he grabbed the remote and changed the channel on that small television he had on his desk. Shikamaru was about to leave when the guard tuned into the news. And as he took the first step, he couldn't help himself but to watch the newest issues happening on the country. Together, both men gazed at the screen, hungry for information, not knowing that some information aren't good to be known at all. This is News TV reporting live near Shibuya train station where a horrible accident just took place. One of the trains en route from Tokyo Terminal Line experienced a technical malfunction and crashed onto the platform of the nearby station. A group of station engineers are still investigating on the possible cause of such terrible crash. But for the meantime, the route would be closed until further notice. Emergency rescue operations are still ongoing, as it has been confirmed that there are still passengers inside the train. Here is the list containing the names of the casualties who had just been identified. Drop was the sound of the managing editor's cigarette, falling from his lip with small embers coming out as it impacts on the floor. "Oh my, that's a pretty nasty crash, don't you think, sir?" The man scratched his head in pity, turning his head on his Shikamaru, who at that time did not reply. "Sir?" he asked again, but then noticed the grim expression on the editor's face. He looked like he just saw a ghost, cold sweat drop rolling down his temples, mouth slightly open. His heartbeat began rising, even at the thought of seeing the Pinkette's name on the news, or even knowing if she's all right. Or, worse, beep beep beep. Without time to waste, Shikamaru grabbed his phone and dialed in digits with shaking fingers. Deep inside his mind, his voice was screaming, come on, pick up, damn it." He tried his best keeping calm while waiting for the call to be answered as his body is slowly being taken over by mortifying fear. New York, 7:30 in the morning, time zone difference. A huge table was on the room, paired in proportion with seats that were currently occupied by people in suits of black and gray. There was a slideshow presentation in front, and beside it was a man with spiky yellow hair, slightly coiffed. It looks like he's just finished with his report, and the room echoed with applauses both with claps and voices. Yet despite the ovation given to him, the blonde kept his poise, with his usual stern expression. "That's a great presentation, Mr. Uzumaki." An elderly man stood up and shook hands with the man in front, giving him an elderly smirk that made him nod in appreciation. Though things are quite the normal around, he then felt a vibrating sensation near the pocket in his pants. And since the phone is on silent mode, he's the only one who knows. Feeling the urge to check it out, he slid his hand on the pocket, but was thwarted when a coworker asked him about the articles to be released in spring. The man then ignored his still, vibrating phone to answer back, but noticed that even after a minute, it was still pulsing. Excusing himself with the team, the man then went to the farthest corner of the room and flipped his phone up, seeing the words Shikamaru calling and 5 missed calls on the display. Without hesitation whatsoever, he answered the call with a smirk on his face. That was the only thing noticeable. Not long before his smirk disappeared, and he suddenly sprinted towards the door with intrepid speed. "Mr. Uzumaki, where are you going?" "We still have another presentation." One of the people inside asked of him, but he acted like hearing completely nothing. "Mr. Uzu." Slam! The sound of the door banging shut was the only noise they heard after the blonde exited the room, completely with a profound reason why. 16 hours afterwards. Back in the present. About 11 o'clock in the morning, hospital reception hall. "Naruto." Such breathless tone, though more like a whisper, escaped her lips as she stood there frozen in place, not wanting to believe such sight that captured her attention. After all the times he appeared in her dreams and hallucinations, she swore to herself not to believe anymore. But for some reason, there he is, standing in the middle of the reception hall, the man whom she had been waiting for this whole time. Her mind was in a turbulent storm, unable to comprehend such presence. Mixtures of emotions filled her heart to the rim: anger, joy, sadness, and many other feelings that she doesn't know how to express. It's as if, like months ago, she was trying any means possible just to reach, and now that he's finally here, 20 steps away from her, she doesn't remember why she wanted such thing to happen in the first place. The gap between them wasn't too far. Perhaps, if she wanted to walk towards him, it'll be an easy thing. But she chooses not to. Instead, she watched him from a distance. Even with the numerous people that come and go, blocking her view, she remained vigilant by keeping a watchful eye yonder. "Good morning, sir. May I help you?" The hospital receptionist greeted the man with a bow. The said man was sporting spiky yellow hair, wearing a striped long-sleeved shirt, and for some reason, heavily panting as he tried catching up with his breath. He leans from the ledge with one arm, as the other one cups his forehead, trying to make an answer in his mind. Why, Naruto stuttered, still out of breath. I just... His eyes focuses at the female nurse as he bit his lower lip in contrast. "I just wanted to check out if there's a exhales Sakura Haruno on your list." The man finishes, closing his eyes before tilting his head down, feeling all depressed as such. Little does he know, the woman he was looking for was right nearby, watching his every expression, listening to every word he's saying. "I'll check on it, sir." The nurse smiled at him, opening up her hand and pointing onto the rows of chairs nearby. "Please calm down and take a seat. We'll let you know in a couple of minutes." "Oh, okay." He finally gave her a nod, trying to make a smile out of his alone-filled face. "TDH, thanks." He turned around and sat at the column of chairs near the waiting line. His body was leaning in front, supporting his weight in his knees by his elbows, head tilted down and hands clawing up his yellow mane. He looks troubled, he looks tired, and he never gets worked up at something like that before. Well, just now he did, and now that he felt somehow calmed down, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and lamented in silence. This is the 5th hospital so far. Damn it, I swore to myself. May it be 5th or 6th or 100th. If I had to search every hospital in Japan, then so be it. His teeth showed, gritting up in frustration. I have failed before, when I let Hinata's life slip through my fingers. I won't certainly not fail this time. I won't let it end like this. Even if it kills me, I'll do anything just to see her safe. I'll do anything. He clenched both of his fists as he opened his eyes, hearing the voice of the nurse calling him. Barely standing up from all the fatigue that builds up in his body, he bravely took his steps like his very life was depending on it. "Anything. Did you find her?" The first words that came out of his mouth, the 5th time he said it this day. This was the most crucial part of it, knowing whether she was there or not. And yes, for the 5th time now, all that he ever heard was their heartbreaking no's and apologies. But somehow, instead of feeling hopeless, it just pushed him beyond his limit, bringing out that side of him he never knew he had. And now that he's preparing himself for the nurse's answer, all that he could and must think of is hearing them saying, "She's here." The nurse uttered, looking at the monitor with assurance, then gazed at the man with wonder, as he looked like he saw a ghost or something. "She's here," he asked her for clarification, tensed blue eyes still in shock. "Yes, Miss Haruno was admitted here last night." Words can't describe the joy the man felt that moment, hands trembling at the thought of finally knowing her location. Suddenly, all the pain and tiredness began wearing off, and all that he feels right now is the anxiousness of knowing if she's okay. Is she fine? I mean, she's fine, right? Well, is she? I don't know if she is, sir. But if you want, you can check out. Just fill out the visitor's application. The nurse then gave him a sample and pointed to her right where the pen can be found. Still fidgeting, he bowed down while saying a couple of thanks before assuming a writing position with his trembling right hand. Unable to contain the tremors running through his body, he accidentally dropped the pen as it rolls down away from his feet. The blonde quickly took a couple of steps to grab it, but as he slowly rises up, he saw something from the distance, staring intently at him. He doesn't know if it's just from the fatigue, but he got a glimpse of a pink-haired woman, eyeing at him with green orbs from where he's standing. His limbs stopped moving that moment onward, and instead of picking it up, he involuntarily dropped the pen again as it rolls down the tiled flooring. Could it be? He closed his eyes tight, then opened them back wide, trying to see whether it's just another illusion weaved by his need to see her. But the figure was still there, and in fact, it was still gazing at him from that point where he knew it was real. Everything was in slow-mo. Well, not really. It looked like time itself stopped for the yellowhead. It's at the point where he couldn't hear any more noise rather than his heartbeat pulsing wildly in his chest. The point where the nurse, the guards, every people inside the floor vanished in his sight, and he could only see that vague silhouette of her pink hair and green eyes. Sakura, he mumbled slowly, eyes laser-locked, not even blinking once. Moment by moment, the blur began to clear up, so as revealing every detail of her figure. Her shocked expression, like she was going to cry, though she turned her head away and acted like she didn't see him at all. Naruto's brain sent one single command, and it propelled his legs to move forward. Slowly at first, each step began to happen faster and faster and faster, until such time that he was practically walking towards her at fast pace, ignoring the other people that bumped him on the shoulder. At the Pinkette's point of view, it all began to happen so fast. Her seeing him seeing her. It was like yesterday they weren't having the connection they wanted to have, and now they're right at each other's faces, leaving it up to who's making the first move. That moment he saw her looking at him, his facial expression and the way he tried making a smile with such a haggard look. It just killed her. The way he moved his way towards her, that sad smirk on his face. It made her feel something difficult to explain. It's an internal tug-of-war of knowing what to feel, what to say, and what to do. There were a lot of questions that needs to be answered, a lot of voices talking inside her head, telling her what and what's not to do. Should I say hi? Should I ignore him? Should I be angry with him? Should I lie and tell him I'm fine? Should I? Should I? Thank God, he said to her, smiling and teary-eyed as he lunged himself forward, enveloping her body with a tight embrace. And just like that, with simple words, with a simple action, everything in her mind gets cleared up while standing there motionless with the man she'd been waiting for a long time. Sakura can barely speak at the moment, much less move from the pair of arms that latched itself around her back. She tried resisting at first, but found herself helplessly conflicted as her own body won't do what it's told. Try as she might, she could never deny the grave fact that she had yearned all of this to happen. And if there are a couple of things she misses the most, it would be his tight embrace, the nostalgic scent of his perfume, and the warmth radiating inside of him every time their skin touched. With her head resting on his shoulders, she closed her eyes and indulged on what she thought was a dream, as this was all too surreal to be happening. Slowly, the man then removed his arms around her, immediately placing them on her temples as he gently tilted her head down before placing a soft kiss on her forehead. Thank God you're all right. A/N and done. Again, thanks for the time reading. Thanks to the wonderful reviews and subscriptions. Hope you'll tune in the last, really, chapter. Have a good day. Revisiting A/N. Okay, guys, this is it. The final chapter. Yeah, clear his throat anyway. I might have to say a few things before we could start this up. First, yes, this is in fact the last chapter, and it's divided in two. I wouldn't want you guys reading 10K words in one chapter, so I took the liberty of cutting it out for you. Second, yes again, I know that it took a long time to publish this, and I'm really sorry to those people who are checking their mails every now and then for an update. Words can't describe my embarrassment, and I hope this would suffice everything. Things have been busier lately with school, summer school, and yeah, more school. I'm really happy to those people who followed this till the end. All of you, thanks and have a blessed day. Here it goes. Yours truly, Anonymous. Final chapter/S. And there they were, inside an Italian restaurant, sitting at both ends of the table. The blonde on the left, the pinkette on the right. It was 12:30 in the afternoon, the peak of the day. There were a lot of people coming in and out, lots of chit-chatting and eating. Despite spending lunch together at the height of noontime merriment, the two remained frozen in their seats. There wasn't any talking going around, not much eye contact either. They just sat there, like two strangers that were set up by their devious friends. It was the exact opposite of what they expected, evidencing their vast, changing moods. Naruto was leaning on the table, supporting himself with a hand on his cheek. He was glancing at the menu that was pinned down by his elbow, his blue eyes calm as ever. Not far from him was Sakura, seating at the other side of the table, doing the exact same thing. The only difference is that she was holding the list upright like a newspaper, and her eyes were looking on something else instead. Slowly, so that he wouldn't notice, she lowers it down and peeks at his bland expression. It was all going well until Naruto took a quick glance and caught her on spot. Asterisk coughs asterisk. The pinkette immediately looked away, raising the menu up, pretending to text on her phone. Not even changing his emotionless expression, the man returned his focus on the menu. And as soon as he does, Sakura took a deep breath and gave out a silent sigh. It has been like this since they arrived, and it's not something two normal people should be acting towards each other. Knowing he would soon speak up when he calls out for a waiter, the woman saw this as an opportunity to clear the thing she's been recently guilty about. "Are you still mad with what I did at the hospital?" She uttered a question, eyes on the table, unable to look at him straight. But even after breaking the ice, there's still this lingering silence in the air around them. Naruto didn't reply, but he has his eyes on her. And now, getting the feeling that she might have pissed him bad, Sakura tried to explain. "Oh, look, I told you earlier. It was just a defensive reflex. You punched me in the gut unprovoked." Her heart seemingly stopped after hearing the man's voice. She jerked her head, looking at his reaction, but found his eyes back on the menu. "That doesn't sound defensive to me." He finishes, sliding it away from the table, leaving the pinkette unable to reply. "Anyway, it's fine." Naruto then looked at her with consideration. "I was insensitive about your reaction, being all touchy in the first place." No, that's not it." She quickly replied, wiggling her head left to right, trying to make him think otherwise. Her facial expression made the man grin, causing her to wonder. "Sure it is," he answered back, still with that subtle smile. "It's just that I'm not quite used to it." She put down her menu and looked the other way, brushing her pink locks over her ear. Naruto gazed at the way each strand slid perfectly backwards and felt teased before giving his reply. "Is that so?" Naruto took a loose breath in and out. "Okay, I'll remember that." He then nodded, before transferring his look onto the waiter and pointing his right arm up, catching its attention. "Anyway, it's not like we haven't done those things before, right?" Immediately, after hearing such tactless reply, Sakura's cheeks flushed beet red as she tried expelling those unnecessary thoughts out of her head. She turned the other way, not letting him notice such reaction. "You pervert." "Good afternoon, Mr. and Miss. Shall I take your orders?" A tall, slim waiter asked right away after approaching their table. "Ladies first." Naruto gestured onto her, shifting the waiter's vision onto the pinkette, catching her completely off guard. She blinked and looked at the attendant before pacing back her sight onto the editor-in-chief, who at that time had his arms crossed atop his chest, slightly leaning on his back, looking all seductive and such. Deep inside, she can't help thinking that he was doing it on purpose. Thinking that the server might grow old and waiting for her answer, she dismisses the thought and glanced back at him. Then she suddenly remembered. She doesn't know anything on the menu since she spent the time looking at something else. Trying not to make a fool of herself, she immediately said the first thing that came onto her mind. A bowl of ramen, please." Such words came out of her mouth, making both Naruto's and the waiter's eyes widen in confusion. This is an Italian restaurant, Sakura. And that's when it hit her, the embarrassment of not even knowing what kind of place they went into. Unable to think of another option, she went to plan B. "Then, I'll just have what he had ordered." Then she smirked, thinking all victorious and such. But what she didn't realize is, "I haven't ordered yet." Then it hit her again, like falling in the same ditch twice at the same day. She was completely freaking out, but she tried her best to keep her poise. The blonde was giving her this partly ashamed, yet meaningful stare, while the waiter has this "you kidding me" look on him. Having no plan C, as she was on the verge of meltdown, Naruto looked upward and took a deep sigh. "Never mind that. We'll have 2 orders of spaghetti with meatballs, please." And just like that, what seemed to be a problem with tragic proportions got easily solved. "And for dessert?" The server then went near the man and showed him the courses offered. Okay, we'll have that. That is all. He spoke with a finish, nodding onto the man with a short smirk. The waiter thanked them in a reserved manner before walking away, leaving them in the same state as they were before. A couple of seconds passed before the journalist paced back to reality. And when she opened her eyes, the waiter is already gone, and she knew for a fact that Naruto is staring at her curiously from the other side of the table. Are you sure you're all right? He asked her straight, outspokenly wanting to know the truth. And yeah, she bowed her head and looked back at him once more. I was just, still lightheaded from the accident. You told me you were fine. His expression showed concern and deepened at the thought of the last word she uttered. She then panicked in her thoughts, trying to think of other ways to get it out of the topic. The man was looking straight in her eye, and she finds it hard to look back. Instead of facing him head on, she just giggled silently in her seat, causing him to wonder more. I am fine. Now could we talk about something else? She smiled some more, as she knew Naruto would be concerned. And that's what she's avoiding, because she knows at the back of her head that he'll do anything to make sure she's all right. She'll then grow attached to him, and it'll only be harder for her when he flew back to the States. Sakura knew that all along, and by that knowledge, she knows that the best way to deal with him going back is to keep her heart at a safer distance. Sure. His reply was in simplest form, as he went back to his usual laid-back self, dissipating the pressure he brought to their conversation. Suddenly, it felt easy talking to him. Knowing this, the journalist took it as an opportunity to ask questions. And the first one that came across her mind was, "Why are you here?" she asked him directly, waiting patiently for his response. "Funny how you're making it sound like I'm not allowed to go back here." He smiled at the woman who, in turn, was troubled by his reply. Sakura felt that she might have offended him with the question, and immediately she answered back. "That's not it." She tried to clarify, but Naruto remained staring at her with an unreadable expression. "I'm just surprised, and I wanted to know." Well, he paused as the another servant approaches them and brought them their drinks. After taking a quick sip, he continued. "Shikamura called me about what happened, and I took the first available flight back to Tokyo." What about your job?" she asked him curiously. "Don't worry about that." He combed his hair with his hand, blue eyes skimming at the harmonic scenery around them. "I've talked to the board. They said they'll give me a warning." Then suddenly, jazz music began to play, and Naruto can't help himself but to close his eyes and relax. It was in the middle of a minute when he noticed that she didn't reply. Knowing she's probably blaming herself for the side effects of his return, he tried cheering her up. "Come on, it's not your fault." He grinned at her while she did her best to copy it back. It was in this moment when the anxiety was broken up by the sudden appearance of their waiter, holding their orders in one hand. Finally, she told herself, she could finally breathe normally and take a break from their tension-filled Russian roulette conversation. Naruto didn't mind having a break himself as well. All of the talking was making him feel noisy, and that's just not his thing. As the waiter bid them a good meal and leave, everything went the ordinary pace. They did their best to make it look normal, and surprisingly, they're doing it right. Though occasionally finding themselves looking at each other's eyes, the two remained happy at each other's company. It was just lunch for a day, but still, both Naruto and Sakura felt contented on their behalf. "Is there something wrong?" the journalist asked the editor-in-chief when she saw him looking at her face. She tried spotting it with her fingers, but the man replied instead. "Nah." He smiled at her actions. "It's just..." He then leaned forward, making her a little uneasy, but she didn't budge. Consequently, his hand followed through, and his thumb got nearer and nearer to her face, down to her lips. "You have a little sauce on your..." Naruto suddenly stopped, because just as their bodies about to take contact, she jerked her head away and faced the other direction. "I am sorry about that." Right afterwards, he pulled his hand back and turned away, gently biting his lower lip in embarrassment. "No, it's fine. I can get it myself," Sakura answered back, trying to make it look appreciative as she wiped the stain off her lips. From that moment on, they weren't looking at each other anymore. The waiter went back and took their empty plates away, leaving behind the bill and the plate that comes along with it. 5 minutes then had passed, but still, they're just basically waiting for each other to start from where they stopped. The Pinkette herself noticed that it felt awkward for him to speak, and so she decided to break that uncomfortable feeling between them. That was great. She rolled her lips inward, tilted her head down, and looked at him with a beaming smile on her face. At first, he looked reluctant to reply, but he did answer back. Yeah. With that enigmatic smirk, Naruto affirmed the greatness of their meal. Seemingly distraught, he slowly opened his mouth to say something, but then seals his lips back and pretended to be doing something else, rubbing his hands together in a leisurely fashion. Anyway, she put both of her hands on the table, intertwined. I'm really happy that we've met. A single sentence ignites a flame inside the man, that warm and comforting feeling that he yearned to feel. It was those words that made all of his efforts worth it. And if he'll be given a chance to hear it again, he would definitely do so. Me too. His reply couldn't get any more sincere. I'm happy that I got the chance to see you again. And that's when she saw it, that heavenly look on his face whenever he tells something he means. She doesn't know why or how, but there's something with the way he looked at her and the way he said such words that made her more and more compelled to him. Her head turned away, but there was this attraction that kept pulling her in his direction. Naruto may not be aware of the moment, but she just can't take her eyes off him. She just can't. Clear his throat. The woman brushed the thought out of her head, fixing her hair conspicuously. Anyhow, for how long are you planning on staying here? I'll guess for 3 days. He opened up his wallet and took a Japanese bill out and put it on top of the tab. Sakura was surprised. She thought he'll only have dollars with him. Withdrawing it back to his pocket, he then finished up his martini. That is, if the management doesn't pull me back earlier. The yellow head continued, but then again, there's always a catch. I see. The pinkette uttered after drying her lips with a table napkin. So what are you going to do after this? That depends. What do you mean? She asked inquisitively, patched with an even more curious look. More so when she saw him grin at her expression. On what you want to do? Me? She pointed to herself, and he just nodded while he arched his back, stretching his limbs. It was on that moment where she talked to her subconscious about certain matters. The woman knew that there will come a time when they'll see each other again and face their demons one more time. Strangely, to her own perspective, that point in time came faster than expected. So what's troubling her is the way they're acting like nothing happened at all. Instead of confronting each other for that matter, they're talking about work, they're eating lunch together, and doing stuff they always did. It has been 3 full months, and with that time, they should have grown thirsty for each other's explanations. But by the looks of it, they don't seem to care. Or is it really what they want each other to think? Well, no one knows for sure but themselves. But what they do know is that lunch is over, and sooner or later, the charade they're putting up would also be over. And as Sakura rose from her seat, as Naruto put on back his coat, every piece was falling onto the right slot. With a smirk on her face and the decision on her hands, the pinkette took a deep breath, looking upon the man's cryptic blue eyes. I just know the perfect place. Tokyo Times Building, 1:45 p.m. Yawns. Such boring tone followed Kiba's moan as he flexes his arms, looking at the pictures he shot for the articles. He rubbed his eyes and glanced at everyone, whom he knew, felt the same way he does. It was a very dreary 1:45 afternoon at the office, like that of a ghost town. The people were dead silent, and their ears were drowned by the sounds of clicking calculator buttons from Choji's desk and Temari's monotonous hellos on the phone. Adding up to that, lunchtime was over, and their metabolism from digestion caused the usual afternoon drowsiness. It was pretty obvious that every one of them were just waiting for the dismissal time. Looking at their faces, Kiba knew it wasn't new to see. It has been a rough couple of months, coping up with new systems and administration, coping up with their fellow coworkers' problems, and everyone just feel really tired from all the commotion that's happening. Naruto's departure made a devastating blow on them, though Shikamaru tried the best he can to fill that gaping hole. But not long before that, another tragic event happened. Even though the pinkette already called them, telling them she's fine, every one of his fellow coworkers still feel the chills every time such thought came across their minds. That's it. A single utterance of words broke their concentration, catching their attention. It was like a few seconds ago. This thick wall separated them from each other, and now they're awake, looking at Kiba with curiosity. It took him a couple of seconds before he realized that he just said his thoughts aloud. Blinking his widened eyes twice, he saw all the meaningful looks on their faces. In that midst of shame and humiliation, the photographer stood straight, turned to his side, and started walking towards the door, pretending like nothing happened. Konohamaru turned to Temari, looking all confused and such, but she gave him an I don't know either look. "Ei, where do you think you're going?" Like daisies popping out of nowhere. The new managing editor came out off his office doors, surprisingly in sync with the situation. Kiba felt this huge obstruction in his throat that he couldn't swallow. Ha! Scratching his head, he rolls his eyes around, thinking of a good excuse. "I was just going out for some coffee. That's all." He finishes with a grin, showing his relief and success in slipping out of that narrow situation. Believing that he escaped such ordeal, the man turned the other way, now facing at the door, and began taking his steps when suddenly he remembered something. And by the time he recalled such dark thoughts, it was already too late, as his coworkers already have their wallets out in the open. "Okay guys, Kiba's gonna do a coffee run." His slanted and beast-like eyes twitched after hearing those words from Shikamaru. Though the man was behind him, the photographer knew he had that evil smirk on his face. "Oh crap, I'll have an espresso." The managing editor tapped his shoulder from behind and snickered quietly before the rest of them gave their orders. "Mine's a medium-sized mocha frappe. Make mine 3 cups of latte, double the sugar, double the cream." "I'll have the regular." "Same here. And a fresh brew for me." "Thank you very much for volunteering, Kiba-kun." It was Shizen who ordered last, and how could he say no to that innocent smile on her face? Looking past their gotcha smirks, the man lets out a sigh of surrender. He wanted to facepalm himself really hard, but then decided to just look at it as a mistake already done. And as he strides towards the door with a heavy heart, while his coworkers were silently chuckling behind him, just as his hand clenched at the cold metallic knob, the doors opened by itself. "SS. Sakura-chan." The photographer mumbled slowly as he saw the Pinkette standing before him, perfectly fine except for the small bruises and bandages that were present on her skin. She looked totally okay, and just like what his coworkers suddenly felt, a sense of relief followed through. "Oh my! Thank God, Sakura. You're okay." Shizen immediately passed through Kiba without him noticing and was the first person to make contact with her. The Pinkette giggled from the tight embrace of her senpai, especially when she saw the rest of them rushing in towards her direction. "Please tell me you're really fine." Konohamaru dashed forward, grabbing her arm and gazing carefully at it. "Are you really fine now, Sakura-nichan?" He looked at her and formed a huge smile when she nodded at him. Amidst the joyous situation, deep in her own perspective, the Pinkette was overwhelmed with their energy and enthusiasm. She never thought she could have this much love from this bunch of people standing in front of her. And it was something she knew nothing could ever compare. "I'm glad you're all right." Shikamaru walked in front, crossed arms and eyes closed. "I mean, we're all glad that you're all right." He then opened his eyes and a subtle grin formed on his face. It was on that moment when she completely finalized that they're not just her co-workers, not at all, not even close. They were her friends, a ragtag bunch of misfits that somehow fit perfectly together. Though they were neither the longest nor the closest in her life, they're still the best ones she could ever had. And that's not something easy to find. "Thank you for all the support. I really appreciated it." The Pinkette took a deep breath and gave a short bow to the people in front of her. "All right, here is some coffee I've picked up on my way here." Her hands lunged forward, holding a rack of 6 cups. "Please help yourselves." "You shouldn't have." Shikamaru smiled at her briefly before looking annoyed at Kiba, who was holding his fist in the air like some idiot who won the lottery or something. Damn lucky bastard. The group took no time and grabbed themselves a drink. And since the Pinkette knew all of their coffee orders, it wasn't really a problem choosing which goes to which. Nearly a minute had passed, and they were still standing near the doorway, still discussing common dialogues until such time when the Pinkette called on their attention. "Anyway," she paused, making sure that everybody's eyes were on her. "There's another reason why I'm here." A short smirk curved her lip right before they heard a faint noise outside. But just as their guesses were even made, the door opened once more and the rest was a blurry memory. I don't know why or how, but I'm pretty sure those cups of sake may have something to do with it. Still, I can partly recall small fragments in my memories of what happened. The reaction of my coworkers when Naruto stepped inside the room, the looks on their faces, the way they all rushed towards him like history was made. It was all too epic, like something that cannot be expressed by words. It's not because I'm exaggerating or anything. I mean, I was there when that happened. And with all honesty, that's the first time I've ever saw them so happy, like really happy. Well, I'm too, but I guess I'm conflicted about the thought of growing any more attached than I am to him right now. Considering such limitations, I can say that we all have the same reactions on his return. Even if it's just for a short time, we all knew the moment would last a lifetime. SHHHHHHH. SHHHH were the beautiful symphonies of the waves as it crashes onto the harbor. It was a beautiful 10 o'clock in the evening. The bluish-black skies were tattered by a number of stars that sparkles beautifully below the gray clouds. The bodies of water shimmered like crystals under the lucent glow of the moon. Watching the serene view was the Pinkette, perfectly perched on some park bench, reliving certain moments in her thoughts. Looking upward with sleepy green eyes, she continued, "It may sound a little crazy, but we all skipped work afterwards." Probably that smirk on Shikamaru's face was that go signal we're all looking for. We all know that was completely absurd, but we didn't care at all. What we did care about was his return. There wasn't any greater reason than that. So with the guards covering for us, the whole section went out during that bright 2:30 in the afternoon. And the whole time we're walking towards the nearest karaoke bar, I was in the back, looking at him. The Pinkette then took a pause when a cold breeze of harbor wind reached her skin, making her shiver. Bracing herself with her arms around her, she continued, every step, every gush of wind, every tremor of their laughter. I was thinking of him. Deep inside, there are like a million things I wanted to say to him. Those things I've said when he's not around. Now, I can't even picture myself uttering such words. All I can do now is glance at him from the back, dazzled by his bright yellow hair as his shadow consumes me. Then suddenly I felt something in my eye, a peculiar feeling like something inside wants to get out. I know this particular sensation. I also know what happens after this. It would be a bad timing, though, suddenly crying when everybody seems so happy. But just as I thought that I can't hold on much longer, I suddenly felt a hand holding mine. When I looked at my side, I saw Shizen smiling at me. I did my best to smile back at her, but she didn't let go and instead squeezed my hand a little bit tighter. "Be strong," she said to me, extinguishing that cold, dark tinge on my heart. Hearing those simple words, I finally found the strength to pull through. Sakura was again interrupted as she felt something move behind the bush near the trees to her side. Feeling uneasy, she slowly moved away to the side, but to her surprise, a small kitten popped out just as she was about to freak out. She lets out a sigh of relief before tracing back to where she stopped. I can't really understand what happened after that. Probably it's because that's the time when every rule was broken, when every stops were pulled. The sounds of drunken laughter echoed at every corner, mixing with the loud and badly sung songs. A couple more bottles were clacking, slammed empty onto the table. And as every second passes by, every minute, every hour, so did our fun and fleeting time together. I think it was 9 or 10 o'clock when Naruto stood up and clasped both of his hands, ending the haze of our short-lived celebration. I can say that everybody's contented, and even the shop owner, who was more than happy on showing us the way out. Only I and the two managing editors were the ones sober that night. Well, I was a little bit since I'm not that tolerant with alcohol. Shikamaru, being the designated driver, gave us a wave before he drove off together with the others, leaving me and Naruto alone. It was a little awkward at first to talk to him, but after a while, we did manage to converse. And then one thing led to another, and the next thing I know is I'm here at the park, looking at one of the greatest night views here at Tokyo. "Sorry it took so long," a cold voice uttered from the back. And to no surprise, it was the yellow head. She turned her body around and stopped when her green eyes met his blue ones. The two maintained such laser-like connection for a couple of seconds until both of them felt awkward and broke up. Faint facial gestures showed itself on Naruto's face as he slowly strides towards the pinkette. The convenience store is closed and nearest vending machine was 3 blocks away. He added, taking short gasps while holding 2 cans of Coke in one hand. He handed the other, one to the pinkette who gave a nod and uttered a gratuitous thank you before moving to the side as the man sat close beside her. WSHHHHHHHH. Goes the trees as an even colder breeze passes by, ruffling through each leaf as well as each fiber of their clothes. Sakura braced herself tighter, holding the beverage on her lap while Naruto remained on his seat, seemingly immune to the chilling night wind. He looked slightly disheveled. Both arms were leaning atop the bench, and his legs were drawn apart wide. The man looked so relaxed, like the weight of the world was on the palm of his hand. Sakura took short glances at the blonde, but the man had his head fixed straight in front of him, gazing at the bluish-black horizon with unbending composure. "I miss the breeze in Tokyo." He suddenly spoke out of the blue, prompting the pinkette to look as she was about to take a sip. "Every night in New York, I go outside my apartment just to feel the wind coming in, but it never felt the same as this." He smiled, closing his eyes as another gust of cold air came by. The woman, on the other hand, tried resisting the cold, but found her efforts futile as she felt chills running up and down her body. The freezing temperature began seeping deep inside her core, prompting her to shiver without notice. Hearing the sound of her teeth clattering and trembling, the man opened his eyes and was aware of the situation. "Take my coat," he said to her with utmost concern. Just as he about to remove the garment off his body, she turned her head and answered back, "Why you don't have to? I mean, why you'll Gigi get cold?" But before she could even finish the sentence, she already found the coat lying atop of her. "Why do you keep on doing that?" She blinked a couple of times and saw Naruto's fierce yet cold eyes gazing at her. Those words were crude but were as sharp as an arrow that ran straight to her heart. "What do you mean?" Looking back at him with surprise, she gave a joking reply. A second barely even passed before he answered back, with forceful tone underneath that calm look on his face. "Since morning when we met, you've been distant." He then tried holding her hand, but she moved hers away in reflex. "Is there something wrong?" The blonde attempted again and was successful in bringing their hands together. There was no reply from the young woman. Only the sweeping noise of the wind passing by answered his question. Seconds turned to minutes, yet still, there was nothing coming out of her mouth. She just sat there, looking down at her lap, not even moving the coat that was carefully placed on top of her. The man, feeling that he might have done something wrong, released her hand from his warm grip. He then grabbed the Coke from his side and tried taking a sip, but found the can empty. A long, restless sigh emptied his lungs. "I'm gonna grab another drink." The editor scratched his head, pretended to smile. But just when he turned away, just as he was about to stand up, "Yours truly, Anonymous, Naruto-kun." A voice called upon his name, resonating in both his ears, stopping him from moving any further. A lump passed down his throat as the blonde closed his eyes and took a deep breath in. With his body still facing the other way, he jerked his head sideward, and his crystal blue orbs caught a glimpse of the pinkette looking back at him. He replied with an eyebrow slightly raised, seemingly interested in her reply. Sakura, on the other hand, remained on her seat for a minute before she removed her back from the bench rest. With little ease, she removed Naruto's coat from her body and set it aside, leaving the owner troubled as he deepened his stare. Skin bare once more to the frigid temperature, the journalist then took her bag and put it on her lap, slipping her hand inside and pulling out something clipped between her fingers. "Here," she answered back, raised the object up with both hands to let him see more clearly. Blinking twice and probably feeling his stiffing up neck, the young man turned his whole body around and gave it a look. "That's your pen," she told him with a smile, looking at the side of his hand reaching out to hers, and felt a jolt of electricity when their fingertips touched. The man took the pen and examined it up close, eyes looking partly tensed, attracting glances from the pinkette. "My pen?" the man asked her, still processing the whole thing out, trying to recall if such memories exist. "Yes." She controlled her grin while he collectively gazes at her lips as it stretches to a pouted smile. Yes, it is. Sakura pauses, straightened out her posture, then looked back at him. Um, did you remember that day when we first met? Train honking pshhhh. Sound of clapping, shoes of vivid afterthought formed in Naruto's mind. Yeah, a smirk popped up in his face. 4th of December. About 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning in the train. The man assumed a thinking pose with his clenched hand near his mouth and his thumb under his chin. Shortly after remembering such memorable day, he finished his reply with a softly spoken why, before moving a little bit closer, eyes still fixed on the pen. Little does he know about the pair of green orbs that were staring at him up close, looking at every inch of his form, to the smallest of details of every reaction and expression he makes. You still remember? A whisper came out of her mouth without her knowing, soft enough that she's the only one to hear, yet obvious enough to be noticed by the blonde. It was like a spur of the moment, that instant where she realized that he was already looking at her, and she didn't know what to do next. You said something, Sakura-chan. He blinked a couple of times already before she reacted. No, nothing. She instantly replied, gesturing no with her head. The young man seemed to believe her, as he hasn't said anything afterwards. He just sat there, waiting patiently for the answer to his previous question. Sakura remembered that and answered back. Clear his throat. So? She looked away for a second, then came back. You left this when you went out, and I found it. Another breeze went by, but she managed to brace herself beforehand. That was the first time I found something not mine and didn't return it. Sakura softly chuckled, but it was short-lived. Since then, I've been using this pen in work. With joyous remarks, the pink-headed journalist finishes the sentence, looking away to the bluish-black skies that tie up the night and day. Why are you giving this to me, then? He replied after noticing something wrong in her premise. Like she was expecting such words from him, the pinkette stayed calm and took time to prepare her own reply, filled with resolve and faith. It's because I'm quitting my job. Simple as that, she revealed her purpose, leaving him shocked and totally blown by such decision. The winds suddenly shifted direction. The birds flew away from the wires from where they were watching the two, and the tension began to heat things up. That pen has saved my life, she told him with honesty, drawing up bits of memories from such traumatizing event. It drew me away from danger. Sakura looked at the pen, perfectly held in his hand, her eyes gleaming as its tip sparkled under the light of the moon. If I haven't moved away from where I was sitting back then, she paused and looked up the skies, making him stare at the same direction. Then the accident could have gone worse. Naruto felt a throbbing feeling deep inside him, that same feeling he felt when he heard the bad news from Shikamaru a day ago, that same feeling of hopelessness and regret that quickly consumed his heart. He shrugged it off his subconscious and tilted his head down to take a look on the woman, who's still facing up, still has a smile on her face. Considering that everything began with that pen, I think it would be customary to give it back to you. An accomplished sigh parted her lips as she felt like a thorn has been pulled out from her heart. Reckless of her part, though, she never thought of considering the feelings of Naruto, the same man silently enduring such careless words from her. And that's when it sparked, like a quiet flame, burning hot and intense inside his being. Sakura was expecting a considerate and understanding reply, but received something else. No, her eyes widened when she felt the impact of the pen sandwiched between her hand and Naruto's as he gave it back to her. You're not. He gave a simple answer, sharp, intense blue eyes trying to dominate her. But it's my decision, Naruto-kun. The pinkette sat straight and unmoved, courageous in any sense possible. Instead of faltering like what she used to do, she fought him off, not as lovers, not as co-workers, but as equal persons. I've made up my mind. I said no. He answered back with force, like that of a lion's roar, striking fear in her heart as she saw the seriousness in him. He's angry. She already knew that. But unlike before when she was passive in their relationship, Sakura found a knack of fighting him off and pissing him at the same time. You're not my boss anymore. Naruto's anger burned more after hearing her reply, accompanied by the uncaring tone of her voice. Now they're glaring at each other, breathing heavily under such uneasy pressure in the air. Sakura thought if she continued like this, he'll eventually give up. But what she didn't know is that Naruto's famous for not even thinking of giving up. "Hey," she complained when his strong grip latched on her arm. After some time of wiggling, he released her from his hold and replied, "I'm the one who put you in." He leaned forward, causing her to back away. "I'll be the one who'll decide when you'll go." His tone slightly dropped, not as much intimidating as it was before. The journalist was watching his eyes the whole time, his gestures, his facial expressions, everything he's doing. But the man noticed her meaningful look on him, turned away, and fell back, much to her dismay. Besides, Shikamaru wouldn't allow that to happen. He added to the argument, "But then, I've already talked about this with Shikamaru." His eyes widened after processing such words in his mind. He said that it was my choice. "Whatever I choose, it's up to me," she finishes, causing him to grit his teeth in annoyance. It was so fast that it felt like she was waiting for him to say those words from the start. Naruto knew he hold no power to reprimand her, but he has no choice. It's like she's getting farther and farther away from him. If he don't do anything now, eventually they'll become total strangers, and that's the last thing he wanted to happen. "You're crazy." Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them once more. "Think of it. What are you planning to do then after you quit?" Hearing his question, she took a couple of seconds to think, both hands on her lap, fumbling both thumbs together. "I don't know," she told him straight. "Though, I was thinking of going to med school since it was my second choice before." WSSHHHSHHHHSHHH. Another gust of wind wafted around them. Deep inside, Sakura wished she didn't take off the coat as she was shivering all over. The breeze went by. The clouds moved farther and farther away with each minute passed. But still, the Pinkette heard no response from him. The man just sat there, crouched with his elbows on his knee, hands raking up his yellow hair. There was complete and utter silence. No words, no sounds other than the silent husky noise of him breathing heavily. "I hope you understand." She moved a little bit closer to him. "It's my decision." "But isn't this your dream?" His long-awaited reply happened in an instant, and it took her by surprise. There was this distinct coldness in his words that makes it hard to answer back, adding up with the fact that he's facing somewhere else the whole time. From where she was sitting, she can partly see his pained expression. "Yes." She bowed down. "Yes, it is." "Then why are you doing this?" All of a sudden, quick as lightning, Naruto faced her and fastened her arm around his tightening grip. There they were, looking at each other's eyes, trying to feel what they used to feel before. The question was so simple, but it took her so much time to answer. For all that it's worth, the blonde would never forget that moment when a shiny liquid ran down the Pinkette's cheeks. Sobs. Naruto's pupils dilated in shock after hearing the trickling sounds of her tears falling down. "It's because—" She stopped, using her hand to wipe such tears, breaking off from the man's weakening hold over her arm. It's because I suddenly realized that I love myself, and more than I love my dreams." The journalist stopped, succumbing to the sadness etched deep in her heart. Inside Naruto's conscience, he's asking grievously, "Don't cry. Please don't cry." But he never got the power to utter such words. His whole body went limp, like his limbs felt so heavy to move, like his throat lost its voice. He can't even cry with her, as his eyes felt dry. Sitting beside the woman he loves, unable to do something but to watch her shed tears up close, it just killed him. The man quivered as he tried forcing himself to speak. "What are exhales you trying to say?" He finished his sentence, guilty and distraught, wanting to kill himself up for making her cry again. But then Sakura stopped for a bit, gasping for a breath, relinquishing the last of her woes for a chance to clear everything in the past. Looking up to him with glistening eyes, she gave a sad smirk. "Every time I go to the subway station, every time I go to the office and sit in my chair," the journalist bowed her head again. "I'm thinking of you." She chuckled morosely at herself, then continued. "When I go home, prepare for work, or take a sleep, I'm still thinking of you." Her laughter continued, but it slowly turned into something different. Tears once more leaked out as she was still looking at his quivering blue eyes. I needed you, Naruto-kun. I needed you, and you weren't there. Sakura, breathlessly, he called on her name as he was on the verge of breaking down. But I shouldn't be like this. After all, I was the one who pushed you away. I was the one who wanted this, right? The young man's eyes twitches in sorrow, heavy exhales coming out his mouth, ears still, listening to every word. I've been struggling on how to get through this, but I keep on getting back to where I was before. Her skirt dampens as it soaked up every drop. It's like I'm in my own turning point, and I don't know whether to go back and fix this or move on and leave this as it is. A gust of air passes by, lifting her bangs up, making Naruto see a glimpse of her pained expression. I don't know what to do anymore, Naruto-kun. She was suddenly interrupted by a force that drew her forward, pulling her to a tight embrace. It was like the chills have all disappeared as she was enveloped by his warmth. That's enough, Sakura, he muttered onto her as his embrace tightens around her. It began. The pinkette noticed as she felt something drop on her head. I have always loved you, Naruto-kun. She buried her head near his chest, hearing his heartbeat slowly rising. But it hurts, she sniffed, not wanting to let go off him. It hurts so much now. I'm sorry. And that's when she heard it, his grunts and his tears, the rarest of sounds she could ever hear from him. He was so close that his voice sounded like it was coming from inside her head. Those words were so sincere, so honest that there's no trace of doubts behind it. Imagining this 3 months ago, it was all that she could ever pray for, that they would meet again and have a chance to get things in right direction. It did happen, though not like what she expected, but it did. And no sniff. Don't. She leaned her head at the crook of his neck, her tears wetting down the collar of his shirt. It's not your fault. The woman broke free with a smile, wiping what's left of her tears. You just chose to love yourself a bit more. Yeah, I did. Naruto replied back fast, looking at Moon hiding in the clouds before closing his eyes, taking a deep breath. But I chose to break your heart, he uttered in such low tone, gently grabbing her shoulders, pulling her away as they both sought each other's tear-filled expressions. Those 3 months that felt like an endless loop of torment dissipates like that of a hazy dream. They're back where they were before, at each other's arms under the light of the moon. And Naruto, I missed you so much. She almost laughed saying such words, trying to hold back the new set of tears forming in her eyes. It was different though, since it came from good source, the joy of getting something right. And just when she was about to speak, hush! He moved his hands towards her face, wiping away those newly formed droplets with his thumb and brushing her pink hair behind her ears with the rest of his fingers. They had a moment of connection, looking at each other's eyes with utmost certainty, before the man grabbed her from the back and pulled her in for a warm embrace. Come on, you're getting ugly when you're crying. I'm just happy, sniff. Thanks for the hug, Naruto-kun. Sharing body heat, Sakura-chan, like turning the last pages of a book, like a chapter coming to a close. It was finally over. As their differences, misunderstandings, and insecurities got completely cleared out, at last, they can now move forward towards the bright future ahead of them. The past has been fixed, so now there's nothing left to do but to go back to the present. The present time played with dices of fate, a part in time when everything could happen. As time went by, everything followed through. The once steady skies changed formation. The wind blew the opposite direction, and with a snap of a finger, the park bench was empty and the two was nowhere to be found. It has been a rough night, filled with memorable events, both happy and sad. Happenings that were felt for a day, but will last for a lifetime. A high-pitched squawk from a flock of nocturnal birds marked the start of a new day. It was exactly 12 midnight, and the moonlight is at its peak. The evening shade covered most of the streets in Tokyo, but a dent in the clouds covering the moon allowed a ray of lucent light to shine upon an area. Shoes clapping sounds, like small ants compared to the whole city from a bird's eye view. 2 shadowy figures appeared on the fray, a man and a woman, both walking along a cemented walkway. The one in front sported spiky yellow hair, while the one behind has lush pink hair falling straight from her crown. And as their bodies glow under the light of a street lamp, The yellow head suddenly stopped, prompting the Pinkette to do the same as they faced each other in unison. There weren't any words to describe it. The way they looked at each other says it all. It was completely different than before, both of them would agree. The tension was gone, the awkwardness was gone, and everything else was as vivid as a lucid dream. Eyesight maintained at each other. An abrupt laughter then suddenly breaks the scene. "What's funny, Naruto-kun?" the pink-haired woman asked him with a smile, taking a few steps towards him. Noticing her curiosity, he regained back his composure. Clears throat. "Nothing, nothing." The man took a deep breath and gave a hollow exhale, followed with a grin on his sleepy face. He turned to his side and gazed at the skies, arms crossed atop his chest. "It's just that I'm happy." He paused as he looked back at her. "I'm really, really happy that I got that out of my chest." "I am too." She replied to him with much sincerity and looked away to gaze at the same skies, causing the yellow head to do the same. "I'm glad I've got the chance to meet you again." He nodded, keeping his head on its place, making her shudder when she felt his hand joining with hers. The two just stood there, dwelling beneath a street lamp's glow, bonded by their hands and between their bodies. "Sakura." The man turned to see her face, but found her already looking back, like she was expecting him. He didn't know if it's just his gut feeling, but by the looks of it, she wanted to know what he wanted to say. Gripping her hands a little bit tighter, he parted both lips. "I wanted to say something I should have told you earlier." He waited slowly for her reaction, but found her smiling instead. The Pinkette faced him with resolution glinting in both her green eyes, something which confused the yellow head, especially when she leaned towards him and whispered onto his ear. "I already know." "Why, you already know?" The blonde's voice rose up, and the expression on his face was downright unimaginable. He looked curious and skeptical at the same time, and the woman can't help herself but to smile at it. Clears throat. "Really?" "Yes, I do." She then looked up, taking a deep breath, and paced back to him. "I know you were lying to me when you said you're staying here for 3 days. She paused and glanced at the way he looked, completely caught off guard. "I know you're going back to the States tomorrow." The Pinkette paused once more when she felt his hold tighten, but she didn't faze at all. "I also know that you brought me here, so you can clearly see my reaction when you admit it to me." She finishes with that same smile she had before, waiting patiently at the man who looked bizarrely astonished with what he just heard. "How did you know?" "You're my boyfriend." She smirked at him as he pulled him a little bit closer. "Of course I know." "I'm sorry then for keeping it from you." He tilted down his head in embarrassment. "Hey!" She tugged his hand, making him tilt his head as their eyes met each other. "It's okay. I've had a great time with you." The woman paused to recollect the right words before facing him with reassurance. "Even if it's just for a day. Thank you for coming back. I love you." A bold reply came from the man with utmost certainty, prompting the Pinkette to blink twice after hearing those 3 words. "I suppose I don't have to be your boyfriend for you to know that." Witted by such reply, the woman closed her eyes and smiled while biting her lip inward at the thought of it. Looking at her positive reaction, the yellow-haired man took a deep breath and out, straightening out the folds in his sleeves, fixing his tie, and giving his yellow hair the last touch before the wind came rustling in the streets. Like the city's breath, blowing them apart, the two already knew, seeing both glint in their eyes. It was already time. "This is it then." He bowed down, looking at the sight of their hands joined as one. The desire to oppose was already quelled inside of him. This time, with every fiber of his form, he lets go, watching as both of their hands slowly drift apart. "I guess this is where I'll leave you." Sniff. The Pinkette's eyes shuddered after an involuntary impulse caused her eyes to swell. "Yes, I guess this would be it." Immediately, she looked up, winked both eyes till they're dry, and faced him, chuckling on her own as she tried masking her dismay. With laughter, the man noticed, evidently, and he had nothing else in mind but to ease her some of the discomfort she's feeling. Determined, he took a step forward and held her left cheek with his right hand, tracing every bit of skin with his fingers. The straight line of his lips curved to a grin which then opened up for words to come out. "Hey, what did I say earlier?" he asked her. "No tears. And no goodbyes. Because sniff tears and goodbyes make me ugly." She turned away as she can't control her emotions anymore, but he pulled her close as their eyes met with intensity. And because you don't want an ugly girlfriend. She took a heavy gulp, swallowing every bit of sadness and its bittersweet taste before, wiping the remainder of her tears. Lastly, he asked for the last time. Exhales, with a deep breath out, a genuine smile beamed at the man. Because we will be together again, she said with an angelic yet whispery voice, making the man nod with content as he heard every word of it. That's better. His hand traveled to her shoulder and tapped it a couple of times, lightly squeezing it at the end. I'm happy that I'll leave you with that face. He withdrew his arm back, and with one swift motion, the man turned around and faced the other way. Until then, Sakura-chan, with a tick of a second, he took a step forward, closely followed by another, and another until... Wait! A voice echoed from behind, stopping him on his tracks as he felt a pair of arms coiled around his torso. Slowly, he turned his body around, and just as he was about to finish, the arms moved up to his neck, pulling him down, eventually impeding the moment as their bodies collided in between. Lob dob, lob dob. His heartbeat raced wildly as both their lips touched, locking themselves in a passionate kiss. There was this unstoppable urge to close both eyes, and he did what his body told him to. His hand went to her back and the other to her cheek, caressing every bit of his desire. Such indescribable feeling it is, pulsing through every vein, every sinew of his body. Because if there's one thing he wanted to do all along since he arrived, this would have been the top of the list. Huh. They pulled back, exhaling at the same time, looking at each other's eyes, slowly letting go of each other. With that kiss, the Pinkette knew she sent along a message that she can't express through words alone. And by the way he reacted, she also knew he understood what she wanted to say. Good luck and take care. She smirked at him, giving him a short wave as he lets go of her other hand. Same to you, Sakura-chan, he replied as his hand withdrew a white envelope from his pocket and gave it to the Pinkette. Till the day we meet again. Hearing those last words from him, she closed her eyes and listened to every tap of his footstep as it gets fainter and fainter. Finally, hearing nothing more than the faint whisper of the wind, she opened her eyes. And with just one glance, she found his presence gone, as she was all alone in the middle of the street. Thank you. The woman slipped the envelope inside her bag and withdrew something else. I'll be waiting for that day. She then opened her hands and revealed a pen clipped between her fingers. A faint smile showed itself on the Pinkette's face as the tip glowed and sparkled under the light of the moon. Naruto-kun, to that special person waiting for me back home. By the time you're reading this, I should already be gone, probably back at the States or on my way there. I'm no fortune teller, so I can't really tell which is which, but what I do know is that you're reading this letter at the moment, and I'm aware of that. Therefore, I'm taking that as a sign that you've already gotten past with what I did. Even if you deny it a million times, I'm really certain that you are. Anyway, I'm sorry about that gloomy introduction. I'm sorry if it didn't start with a hi or a hello like it usually do, or more correctly, like it's supposed to do. It's just that I really don't know what to say or how I would start this profoundly embarrassing introduction, so I hope you'll bear with me till the end. Still, being my girlfriend for half a year, I'm pretty sure it's an easy thing for you to do. Anyhow, please keep in mind that I wouldn't want anything more than your open perspective and understanding in reading this. With those alone, I'll be contented. It's more than enough for me. Rest assured that with every paragraph, every sentence, every word up to the last dot, you'll be able to tackle this alongside with me. I lied to you again. If you can still remember, you'll probably get what I mean. That night I left to get us a drink. The convenience store was never closed, and there's a nearby vending machine about 20 steps away from us. I spent the time writing this letter to you in hopes of bringing the topic beforehand and after, just in case I didn't get the chance to open this up. I don't know when or how that'll happen, but even if things don't get as planned, I'll find a way and make sure that this letter will get to you. After I finished writing this, I'm aware that I have to face you soon enough and deal with the problems we've left behind. But then again, I can't see into the future, and I don't know if it'll end the way I hope it would be. Yet ever more so, I still have faith in both of us. I still have faith in this relationship. Even if the odds were against us, I believe, with every last bit of my conviction, things would turn out for the better. I don't know why or how, but I just know it will. Because I believe in you, Sakura. Without a shred of doubt, I do. And even if I can't see what lies ahead, with you by my side, I'll have no second thoughts. But then again, what's next? I ask myself, if ever the past is fixed, there's nowhere to go but the present. And that's when it began to sink inside of me, the inevitable truth that I've come to accept. The moment I found you, safe and alive in that hospital, a sliver of thought appeared in my mind. Knowing that in that mere second my eyes saw your face, I knew I must leave you again. Despite every inch of my body wanting to stay here with you, despite that urge inside of me to never leave your side, I surrender. No matter how much I wanted to, both mind and body, at the end of the day, I knew it'll come at this point where I'll have to go back and explain this all over again. Every second I'm with you and Shikamaru and the others, I kept on thinking, why? Why does this happen? Why do I have to feel bad to feel good about myself? Why do I have to fix something if I have to break it anyway? Then it came to me, like the voice of reason whispering in my ears. And that's when I realized everything. It was never my fault, never yours either. It was never a fault in the first place, because it was nothing more than a chance to do this correctly. To love you the right way, I need to love myself. It was the most basic rule, and we've completely misunderstood it. The problem is that I loved you too much that it hurts even taking a step away from you. I became too dependent, and I know it has to stop. Can you picture it, this situation? What if I didn't give you a second shot? Way back when we first met? We could have still been lovers, but then again, you won't love yourself, and eventually you'll stop loving me. That's the road we were heading, and you, of all people, should know what we both had to do. Do you realize that, Sakura-chan? I need this. We both need this. And this was the only way. That's the thing about relationships. There are always things like these. There are always room for problems, a door called understanding, and a key named acceptance. You can never fully understand a problem without accepting the facts yourself. Sakura-chan, knowing that you've decided to read this letter, I assumed you've already found the key, and now you can open the door. You know, it took me 3 whole months to find it myself, and I'm happy that now we both understand the questions and the answers to them. I'm happy that we can finally settle with things as it is, hoping that one day things will turn for the better. Still, before then, I guess I'm just going to miss you. Don't forget to write to me letters. Send me an email, call me every time you feel lonely, and I'll always be there. Tell me all the happiest and saddest moments you've experienced, and I'll be more than happy to do the same. Lastly, and more importantly, I'm happy that I had the chance to be a part of your life. I'm glad that you are the one I met on that train, on that morning, on that day. And if I'm being completely honest, I couldn't ask for a better person. Truly, that's something I can never lie about. Train honking pshhhh. Sound of clapping shoes. But you know what? I'm just thinking, what if we didn't meet on that train? Excuse me, coming through? Thanks. Do you think things would be the same? Pshhhhh. Doors closed. If you ask me, I'm not quite sure how to put it. But then again, there's this thing called fate. And we both know that everything started with that fated day. Good morning, all passengers. Please don't leave your valuables unattended, etc., 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 etc. Thank you. Do you think that in an alternate universe, we'll still be together? It could have been a friend, could have been another coworker, and yet it also could have been just any random, anonymous guy fate picked out for you. Clink was the sound of a hand clenching over the metal bar atop for support. A pink-haired lady was the owner of such hand, and she's only one of the many passengers on board as the train drove with speed towards its next destination. And if I ever had an opportunity, I would gladly cross over to that realm. I'm willing to be that anonymous guy, just so I'll have the chance to do this all over again with you. Excuse me, a voice called under the pinkette, prompting her to listen to such familiar tone and words. Mind letting me through? She turned around and saw a young man with spiky yellow hair. He's wearing a long-sleeved shirt with a bright red tie, black pants, and a small briefcase that he carries alongside him. Her eyes rounded up in surprise, quivering a bit before she closed them both as she took a deep inhale and out, forming a smile on her face. Anyway, this letter's getting too long. I'm afraid you'll get suspicious if I didn't return with a valid reason and 2 cans of cola in my hand. So, I guess this has to be it. You. She softly sniffed through her handkerchief. He gave her one quick glance before he took a step forward and pulled her for a tight embrace. Yes. What about me? A smirk ran across his lips after feeling her nudging him closer. Thank you for reading this, Sakura-chan. I hope this letter will get to you at the right time. You're back. Miss me? Until that day, you. The same woman I met, the same woman I left, the same woman I'll return to, and I will be together again. Not a chance, you deranged pighead pervert. Yours truly, Anonymous, /N. And that's about it. After a year of hard work, YTA is finally finished. If you are reading this sentence, then congratulations for making it this far, and thank you for the time you've spent reading this. It's kind of mixed emotions for me. Happy that this would finally meet completion. Sad that I had fun writing this up, and now it has come to a close. And just like any other FF story, I would like to give credit to everyone who helped me push this through despite the tough schedule. First of all, to myself, barely narcissistic. Looking back at the previous chapters, I'm surprised to see that I made all of this work out. If there's a first person I should thank, yeah, it should be myself. Next, I want to thank all of my close friends who helped me, literally and implicitly, in continuing this up and giving me inspiration to do this in the first place. Special mention to my very close friend, Kazuhana Yakaina, FF Pen, name you can look it up. Anna, thank you for advising me to write a Naruto FIC. The results are self-explanatory, and truly, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even have the slightest interest to continue writing fanfiction stories. So thank you very much. Of course, I wouldn't miss the opportunity to thank all those people who read, subscribe, favorite D, and most especially reviewed yours truly, Anonymous. You guys are the lifeblood of my writing prowess. Thank you for all the constructive feedback and opinion, for even spending time reading this. With all the gratitude I can possibly give, again, thank you. This is Imgood12. God bless and take care.